Gu Mingyao, I shall inquire once more. Where has all the money in our household gone? I, I used it, so what? Every time I receive the project funds, I promptly transfer them to you. Our household expenses are minimal aside from groceries, and my mother handles any social obligations. You have never shown any concern where exactly have you allocated the funds? Well, I bought a few handbags and some cosmetics, among other things. Hand me your phone. What for? I wish to inspect your spending records to ascertain where your money has been squandered. I've already told you I spent it. What more do you want? Who told you to earn such a meager salary each month? My best friend's husband gives her 50 to 60,000 every month. Silence. Let me make this clear. There are over 10 employees at the company awaiting their wages. If I fail to disburse their salaries, we shall have no choice but to sell the house we purchased last year. Absolutely not. That cannot be. I'm not negotiating with you. For years, I have been the sole breadwinner. The house has nothing to do with you. But my name is on the deed as well. Hand me the property deed. I will not. Give it to me. Where's the property deed? Speak. I have already given the house to my brother. He is getting married soon, and I gifted it to them as a wedding residence. Gu Mingyao, your useless brother has been a freeloader since graduating university. I have referred him to numerous jobs, yet he always quits after a few days. I have been more than generous. You must retrieve the property deed immediately. I have transferred it to him. The deed now bears their names. You, Suyi, what did you say? You intend to sell the house we currently reside in? Where shall I live if you sell it? Over the years, you have drained my finances to support your parents and that useless brother of yours. You may as well reside with them from now on. Suyi, let me be clear. If you dare sell this house, I will divorce you. Then divorce me. What? What did you just say? You wish to divorce me? Indeed, I am fatigued. Reflect upon how I have treated you over the years, and consider how you have reciprocated. Perhaps I should have divorced you long ago, but you were the one who pursued me in the beginning. I was blind. Is that clear? Suyi, are you truly going to divorce Gu Mingyao? Yes. But my life has been utterly ruined by her. I never anticipated she would devolve into this. After being married for so long, she still coddles her useless brother. The supportive sister phenomenon is quite dreadful. How did I ever come to find her appealing? If only I could have another chance. It's getting late. I should head back. I'm worried my daughter might wake up and cry. Do you need me to call a cab for you? No, I prefer to walk alone. All right then. Someone's been hit. Someone's been hit. Quick, call 120. How could he be hit in the middle of the road? It seems he was drunk. Why is there so much blood? He can't be dead, can he? This car was going so fast, he's surely beyond saving. Don't go over. Just wait for the ambulance. Am I dead? In a daze, Suyi slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by a blinding ray of sunlight, prompting him to shut them once more. His head throbbed painfully as if filled with lead. Faintly, he could hear the rustling of writing nearby. Suyi raised his head and glanced around. An examination room? In the classroom, 2 or 3 dozen students sat scattered about, intensely focused on their exam papers. At the podium sat 2 middle-aged teachers, scrutinizing each individual in the examination hall. What is happening? How did I end up here? Suyi supported his head, directing his gaze toward the paper on his desk. 2014 National Unified College Entrance Examination, English paper. Am I in the Gaokao? I've returned to the examination room of the 2014 Gaokao. Suyi's eyes widened as he pinched his thighs sharply as the sensation registered in his brain. His emotions surged with excitement. It's real. This isn't a dream. Outside the window, the sky was a brilliant blue, with fluffy white clouds lazily drifting above. The June weather was pleasantly mild, with gentle breezes wafting in through the window, creating a refreshing atmosphere. After reflecting on the unpredictability of life, Suyi's gaze shifted to the clock on the wall. 16:15. There are still 45 minutes left to submit the paper. English was the final subject of the Gaokao, but sadly, Suyi was a student with pronounced weaknesses in certain subjects. His scores in Chinese, mathematics, and science were respectable, yet English was a struggle, with passing being a distant hope. He recalled clearly that his total score in the Gaokao was 485, while the cutoff for the second-tier universities that year was 471, leading him to enroll in a modest college. However, his English score was a mere 52. It's worth noting that the cutoff for first-tier universities that year was 526. Had he not struggled in English, he might have even aimed for a first-tier institution. Of course, that was the Suyi of his senior year. It's known that for most individuals, their intellectual peak occurs during their final year of high school. Now, even if Su Yi were to attempt a mathematics paper from the Gaokao, scoring 50 would be considered a miracle at this moment. The answer sheet on Su Ye's desk was already filled, though primarily with random selections. This was his examination strategy. Regardless of my capabilities, I began by filling out the answer sheet, intending to review it thoroughly afterward. If I encountered questions I could answer, I would amend my responses. If not, I would leave them as they were. Of course, my approach was not haphazard. Su Yi adhered strictly to the principle of select the shortest option when faced with 3 long and 1 short. Choose the longest when presented with 3 short and 1 long. Opt for B with 2 short and 2 long, and select C when the options are uneven. However, as the results revealed, Su Yi's fortune was not in his favor. After the college entrance examination concluded, answers were typically released within a week. Confident in his performance across other subjects, Su Yi immediately compared his English answers against the provided solutions. Wait, what is happening? Su Yi furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the English exam paper. Something felt amiss. This cannot be right. How is it possible that after so many years, I still recall these answers? Indeed. This question is A, this one is B, and this question is also B. What is this? A boon for the Reborn? Upon realizing he still remembered the answers from his college entrance examination, Su Yi promptly picked up an eraser and began to make amendments on his answer sheet. Listening comprehension, multiple choice, reading comprehension, writing. I cannot revise that I didn't consult the model essay at the time, so it will remain as it is. After making his corrections, Su Yi even had time to review his answers as the minute hand struck 12. Ding, ding, ding. The final examination concluded. Some exited the exam hall with beaming faces, while others departed with heavy hearts, and still others looked utterly dejected. For most, the college entrance examination represented a singular opportunity for social mobility. Thus, those who performed well were naturally elated, while those who did poorly were understandably disheartened. Yes, Su Yi stepped out of the classroom and gazed at his peers, all around 17 or 18 years old. An indescribable surge of exhilaration and excitement welled up within him. Su Yi, I have been reborn. Following the throng towards the school gate, the surrounding individuals chattered animatedly about the answers, while Su Yi silently savored the beauty of youth. At 18, he was carefree and unrestrained. At 28, he had weathered many storms and found himself in disarray. Everything began this year after marrying. Su Yi often pondered whether his life would have been considerably better had he not pursued Gu Mengyao during this time. It seems that fate has granted me a chance to choose anew. There was little change between Jiangzhou City a decade ago and Jiangzhou City a decade later. That year, Malaysia Airlines went missing, and the catchy tune Little Apple had just emerged as an ordinary person. Su Yi could not recall any other significant events from that year. Just as he was nearing the school gate, Suddenly, a voice both unfamiliar and familiar emerged from behind. A bespectacled youth clad in a green t-shirt approached, placing his hand on Su Ye's shoulder and panting heavily. Didn't we agree to wait for each other after the exam? Why did you run off by yourself? Wei Ge. Qin Jiwei frowned. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing but a smile crept onto Su Ye's face as he refrained from elaborating. If he were to disclose that he had been drinking with Qin Jiwei the previous night, he would undoubtedly be met with disbelief. How did you do on the exam? Not too shabby. I should be safe for a first-tier university. Qin Jiwei smirked. If you manage to get into a first-tier university, they'll take your surname. Su Yi tugged at Qin Jiwei's hand, leading him outside the school. Come on, let's go ask your dad if he agrees. Get lost. Su Yi vividly recalled that after the college entrance examination, the two had ventured to the same city for university, yet their fortunes in love had been less than favorable. Su Yi remained silent, but Qin Jiwei's plight was even more lamentable. Merely 2 years into marriage, his wife had betrayed him, and following their divorce, he found himself living the life of a widower, shouldering the responsibilities of both father and mother. Just over 20, the weight of stress had manifested in a beer belly reminiscent of a 7-month pregnancy. Su Yi, are you heading number 2 high school later? What for? Gu Mengyao is at the exam site. There, didn't you say you'd find her after the test? Su Ye's smile abruptly faded as he replied coldly, what do I need to find her for? I'm going to have dinner with my parents. Qin Jiwei stared at Su Ye's nonchalant demeanor in astonishment. What's going on? Weren't you planning to pursue her? Who would still chase her after being reborn? Amidst the throngs of people, Su Yi spoke softly, and Qin Jue did not catch his words. However, since their first year of high school, Qin Jue had known of Su Ye's affection for their class's belle, Gu Mengyao. Su Yi was a day student, while Gu Mengyao resided on campus over the past 3 years. Su Yi bought her breakfast countless times outside school. Su Ye's feelings for Gu Mengyao were common knowledge, not just to Qin Jue, but to the entire class. Yet, Gu Mengyao's attitude towards Su Yi had always been ambiguous, sometimes warm, akin to that of a couple, at other times chillingly distant, a situation that persisted into their university years. What did you just say? Nothing, I'm just going to have dinner with my parents first. Tomorrow, I plan to lounge at home all day, and in the evening, we'll hit the internet CAF to play games. It'll be Yasuo, and you'll be Lee Sin, just wreaking havoc. That Su Yi rolled his eyes at him. Upon exiting the school, he noticed across the street, a middle-aged couple were enthusiastically waving at him. The man donned a short-sleeved shirt and casual trousers, while the woman, perhaps in hopes of a propitious start, wore a dark red qipao. Xiaoyi, over here. To his surprise, his parent from a decade ago appeared remarkably youthful. Su Yi paused for a moment before bidding farewell to Qin Jue, saying he would see him tomorrow evening, and then he strode towards his parents, Su Xiangdong and Zhang Hong. Both parents were acutely aware that their son struggled significantly in certain subjects, making this final examination pivotal for him. As Su Yi approached, Zhang Hong expressed her concern. "Son, how did you do on the exam?" Just as Su Yi was about to respond, Su Xiangdong interjected, "I thought we agreed not to ask about it yet." Zhang Hong shot her husband a glare and retorted, "I am merely concerned for my son. Is that a crime?" Hearing the familiar banter lightened Su Ye's mood considerably. After marrying Gu Mengyao, his parents had been increasingly worried for him. It was often said that the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law was fraught with tension. However, since marrying Gu Mengyao, she had shown little respect for his mother, often bossing her around. Consequently, Zhang Hong had to endure this disrespect for the sake of her son, resulting in a deteriorating family atmosphere day by day. Discontent had aged his parents prematurely, their hair turning gray in their 50s. In retrospect, Su Yi felt a surge of self-reproach. "Son, don't listen to your mother. Once the exam is over, forget about it. Come on, let's go drink. Tonight, it's just the two of us. We shall not return until we are inebriated." "Dad, I actually did quite well this time." "Really?" "Indeed, I believe I've secured a spot in the second-tier universities, and there's a chance I might even reach a first tier." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong was so overwhelmed with joy that she was at a loss for words. Su Xiangdong's face also radiated pride. Yes, their only child. Their greatest wish was for him to grow up healthy and happy, attend a good university, and secure a respectable job. "Let's go out to eat." Su Xiangdong, brimming with excitement, grabbed the car keys and headed to the vehicle, while Zhang Hong linked her arm with Su Yi, her face aglow with joy. Observing his mother's dark hair, Su Yi felt a pang of guilt and remorse. He suddenly said, "Mom, you've worked hard." Zhang Hong was unaware that Su Ye's words were directed not only at her present self, but also at the woman she would become in 10 years. She gently patted Su Ye's hand, touched, and asked, "Why the sudden sentimentality?" Su Yi forced a smile. "I just noticed the calluses on your hands and realized how much you have sacrificed for this family." "Oh, those calluses are from playing mahjong," Zhang Hong replied lightly, but her eyes were slightly moist. Seated in an aging Volkswagen Santana, Su Yi gazed out at the bustling crowd, his heart filled with a whirlwind of emotions. He had not anticipated that a simple statement could evoke such profound emotion in his mother. Memories of the past surged into his mind like a haunting nightmare. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi resolved to cast aside all his worries and why life initially took a wrong turn after the college entrance examination. "Now that I have the opportunity to start anew, I must embrace change and strive to embody a distinctly different version of myself." Upon exiting the restaurant, the clock had already struck past 7 in the evening. The streetlights illuminated the surroundings, and the jubilant melody of Little Apple resonated in the air as elderly couples danced joyously in the square. Su Ye's home resided in a nearby community, considered a sought-after school district. However, due to its age, the complex appeared somewhat worn. "Xiaoyi, when will the college entrance examination results be released?" Zhang Hong casually inquired as she fumbled for her keys to unlock the door. As the door swung open, Su Yi eagerly changed his shoes and stepped inside. Although the dwelling was modest in size, It radiated a warm and inviting atmosphere. Probably around the 23rd or 24th, he replied. Suyi hastily dashed to the balcony, collected a couple of clean garments, and then hurried into the bathroom. After shedding his clothes and taking a refreshing cold shower, he paused before the mirror, gazing at his 18-year-old self. While his 20-year-old self often appeared fatigued, the youthful exuberance of his 18-year-old self shone through, with bright, spirited eyes and a body untainted. By indulgence, he donned his clothes and casually dried his hair with a towel. Before the mirror, Suyi presented an appealing visage standing at a height of 1.78 meters and weighing 130 pounds. Individually, his features might not be striking, but together they formed a harmonious whole. The Jiyu Mengyao, the belle of their high school, undoubtedly attracted admirers beyond Suyi. Yet, she consistently rebuffed the advances of most suitors, revealing her discerning nature and preference for aesthetics. It was precisely due to Suye's commendable looks that, over the past 3 years, Gu Mingyao had not outright rejected him, though she had not accepted him either. Each time Suyi mustered the courage to confess his feelings, she would deftly divert the conversation or concoct an excuse to leave. Previously, Suyi believed Gu Mingyao was merely cautious about the potential pitfalls of early romance. However, he now realized that she had been keeping him in a state of uncertainty, merely a fallback option in her eyes. Returning to his room, which mirrored that of any typical senior student, Suyi observed the walls adorned with numerous posters of NBA stars and a desk cluttered with study materials related to the college entrance examination. Surveying his surroundings, he approached his desk and opened a drawer, revealing a mobile phone that held nostalgic significance for HEMA Lenovo device, the specific model long forgotten. 8T this time. Apple and Samsung phones were gaining popularity, yet they remained beyond the financial reach of many, with the majority still utilizing HTC, Lenovo, Xiaomi, and various lesser-known brands. Due to limited storage, the number of apps was few, and at this juncture, WeChat had yet to become the social media phenomenon among the youth, making QQ the primary platform for communication. Upon opening QQ, the main interface reveals only 2 groups. The first group, My World. The second group, Only You're Allowed to Exist. Within the My World group reside various friends and classmates. Typically, one does not add family members as friends, save for cousins of the same age. This juncture, the content shared in QQ space is exceedingly private and somewhat embarrassing. For instance, Qin Jiwei had posted 2 statements yesterday. Memories are too beautiful, the past too warm, reality too cold, and the truth too ugly. My shadow scatters across the ground, yet there are no starlit responses. So you could instantly discern that he had sourced these lines from the internet. A decade later, the mere recollection of these phrases would send shivers down Su Ye's spine. The second group contains but one individual, Gu Mingyao, who goes by the online alias Rose Girl, and Su Ye had noted her as baby. A wave of unease washed over Su Yi, prompting him to swiftly delete the nickname, remove her from the special contacts, and eliminate the group altogether. Just as Suyi hesitated over whether to delete her entirely, Gu Mingyao surprisingly initiated a message. Rose Girl, why didn't you come and find me today? Before replying, Suyi first altered his username from Sunshine Boy to simply Su. Su, no time. Rose Girl, if you keep this up, I won't bother with you anymore. Suyi typed several lines, but after contemplation, he deleted them all, opting instead to send a succinct reply. Su. Okay. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyao, having just returned home, saw Su Ye's message and angrily tossed her phone aside. She was taken aback by his curt response. He had always been the one to reach out first, and today, having initiated contact herself, she was unprepared for his dismissive tone. Seeing her lack of response, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle. Scrolling through their chat history, he realized that he had almost always been the one to initiate conversation, while her replies were consistently brief. Oh, okay. Going to eat, I'm going to take a shower, I'm going to sleep. His actions, in a way, had turned the tables on the usual dynamic. The college entrance examination had concluded. At this pivotal moment in life, Suyi found himself at a crossroads. Each choice loomed large, capable of shaping the course of his future. The path he had previously walked was no longer an option for him. Numerous choices lay ahead. If his memory served correctly regarding the English exam, achieving a score of 60 or 70 should pose no significant challenge, provided he exceeded the threshold for first-tier universities. opening up a wealth of academic opportunities. However, this was not the crux of the matter. In the 1970s, for his grandfather's generation, gaining admission to a technical school could send ripples throughout the entire county. In the 1990s, for his father's generation, being accepted into a junior college would prompt the principal to personally deliver the acceptance letter. However, it is now the year 2014, and even if one gains admission to a prestigious university, the aspiration to achieve a remarkable turnaround in life is not an easy endeavor. If only I had known earlier, I should have memorized a few lottery numbers. Suyi sighed, racking his brain to recall some of the trends experienced over the years. E-commerce, micro-businesses, live streaming, shared economy, short videos, and live commerce. All of these now seem beyond his grasp. The year was 2014. Stocks. Yes, indeed. From the beginning of 2014 to mid-2015, it was a bull market phase, marking the last bull market for his shares. The index skyrocketed from around 2,000 points to 5,000 points. During this period, even a pig could make money in stock trading, let alone someone like me who is aware of various industry prospects. Suyi suddenly became animated, rising to his feet, determined to set his short-term goals. First, I must earn money. Then, I will open a bank account. I need to make my first pot of gold in the shortest time possible. Suyi opened the door and walked into the living room, where he found Zhang Hong still seated on the sofa watching television. He approached her eagerly, linking his arm through hers with an air of flattery, and said, "Mom, can we discuss something? Spit it out quickly. Now that the college entrance examination is over, could you spare me some money to spend? How much do you want? The more, the better. Only 500. Go take it from my bag. Just 500? Is 500 not enough?" Noticing her son's discontented expression, Zhang Hong huffed and added, "If you manage to get into a top university, I will give you 5,000 directly. 5,000 is merely enough for a new phone and a new laptop. What more do you want?" Suyi had a sudden flash of inspiration and quickly said, "The summer vacation lasts 3 months. I want to obtain my driver's license first. If I do get into a top university, my grandparents and great-grandparents will surely give me money. And with the graduation banquet, I want." Before he could finish, Suyi felt his ear being pinched. How wonderful. Just after the college entrance exam, you're already eyeing your great-grandparents' money. Mom, just tell me whether you will or not. If you truly get into a top university, I will give you all that money. But the prerequisite is, you must get in. In a moment of excitement, Suyi impulsively kissed his mother on the cheek and exclaimed, "It's a deal." Zhang Hong disdainfully wiped her face and playfully scolded, "You little rascal." Chapter 4. Summer job. Perhaps it was the result of 3 years of high school that had instilled in Suyi the habit of rising early. At 5:30 in the morning, he awoke from his slumber. The dawn outside was still faintly illuminated. Suyi yawned and slowly closed his eyes again. But the very next moment, he abruptly opened them wide, as he surveyed the room and confirmed that he was still in his room from 2014. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that hour, his parents were still asleep, and with nothing to occupy his time after freshening up, Suyi decided to prepare breakfast in the kitchen. Since marrying Gu Mengyao, she had hardly engaged in any household chores, often opting to eat whatever he cooked or ordering takeout if he did not. Initially, Suyi naively believed that Gu Mengyao simply did not know how to cook and thought he could teach her. To his surprise, she showed no intention of learning and shamelessly remarked that she had never cooked at home. So why should she start now that she was married to him? Suyi's culinary skills were modest, yet he could manage basic dishes, spotting century eggs and sliced lean meat in the fridge. He decided to cook a pot of congee with century eggs and lean meat. When Su Xiangdong and Zhang Hong emerged from their room, the couple was momentarily stunned. What is going on here? Is the sun rising from the west? Son, what are you doing? Su Xiangdong inquired in astonishment. Suyi glanced at his parents while serving himself a bowl of congee and replied, "I was hungry, so I made a pot of congee to eat." Zhang Hong hurried over, peering into Suyi's bowl and then at the pot, her face a mask of surprise. "Old Su, is this really our son? This raises questions." Suyi rolled his eyes in response. "If you two don't eat soon, you'll be late for work." Of course, he was their son. Yet, Zhang Hong was taken aback that Suyi, having just completed his college entrance examinations, would rise early the very next day to prepare breakfast for the family. Reflecting on his words from the previous evening, Zhang Hong felt a surge of emotion. "This tastes quite good, Xiaoyi. When did you learn to do this?" With a quick search on her phone, she noted the plethora of available tutorials. "My son is truly impressive. It was just a simple pot of congee. Yet it brought such joy to his parents. A wave of guilt washed over Su Yi. He realized that in the past, he had often displayed his bad temper at home while reserving his good nature for Gu Mingyao. He felt it was time for a profound change. After finishing their meal, Su Xiangdong and Zhang Hong departed for work. Old Su was employed within the system and had only attained the position of a clerk. Generally, individuals who had not received a promotion by the age of 35 had little chance of advancement thereafter. However, Old Su was content with his current job in life. He had a stable and leisurely occupation, a wife who managed their home with meticulous care, and a son who, at present, seemed quite sensible for a man nearing 40. This was indeed a commendable situation. As for Zhang Hong, she is currently employed in the finance department of a private enterprise. Although her salary is not particularly high, she enjoys a stable 9-to-5 schedule without the burden of overtime, allowing her family to live reasonably well, now that she is the only one left at home. Su Yi finds himself at a loss for what to do and messages Qin Jiwei. "What are you up to?" The introverted one replies, "Enjoying life." "Su, since there's nothing to do at home, how about we go out for a stroll?" The introverted one, "Did you not say yesterday that you would spend the day at home sleeping?" "Su, I can't seem to fall asleep." The introverted one, "Where to?" "Su, just wandering about. I'm looking for a summer job." The introverted one, "What?" Gu Mingyao, too, has awakened early. Upon rising, her first action is not to brush her teeth or wash her face, but to retrieve her phone from beneath her pillow and open it immediately. The chat interface is flooded with messages, some from her close friend Lu Qian, others from classmates, and numerous group messages. Yet throughout the night, Su Yi had not reached out to her. Gu Mingyao's sleepiness dissipates instantly. She is perplexed by Su Ye's sudden change. On the first night of the college entrance examination, he had engaged her in conversation for quite some time, but now he seems like a different person. Even if she does not harbor feelings for him, he should at least feel something for her, shouldn't he? Frustrated, Gu Mingyao tosses her phone onto the bed, grumbling to herself, "If you don't contact me today, I will ignore you forever." The morning passes swiftly. Gu Mingyao spends the entire morning watching Palace Lockhart Jade. After lunch, she picks up her phone to check once more, only to find that Su Yi still has not reached out, prompting her to feel restless. She turns to her friend Lu Qian to vent her frustrations. "Are you there?" Gu Mingyao texts. "Yes," comes the reply. "I have a question for you," Gu Mingyao continues. "Go ahead," Lu Qian responds. "Has anything happened with Su Yi these past couple of days?" "Not that I know of," Lu Qian replies. "What is wrong with him? He used to send me good night and good morning texts, but he hasn't done so last night or this morning. Have you been too cold towards him lately?" "Perhaps a little." "Then he might be reacting to that, intentionally giving you the cold shoulder." "What should I do now?" Gu Mingyao asks. "Just see who can endure longer. Once he realizes this tactic doesn't work on you, he might double his efforts to be nice," Lu Qian advises. Gu Mingyao finds some truth in Lu Qian's words. After all, boys do have a bit of pride. However, pursuing a girl is not as simple as it seems. She does not consider herself an easy catch. Accepting Lu Qian's advice, Gu Mingyao decides to give Su Yi some space. At the entrance of the milk tea shop, as soon as they meet, Qin Jiwei looks at Su Yi in surprise and asks, "I must say, brother, we just finished our college entrance exams yesterday, and you're already thinking about a summer job? What has gotten into you?" What a perplexing inquiry. One might ask, for what purpose do you pursue education? To gain admission to a prestigious university, of course. And what is the ultimate goal of attending such an institution? To secure a commendable employment opportunity. And what, pray tell, is the essence of work? To earn a living. Su Yi interjected. Thus, it is clear that the pursuit of wealth is paramount. Why squander your summer days in an internet CAF? Qin Jiwei scratched his head, conceding, "You make a valid point, but your urgency seems a tad excessive. Miss, could we have 2 cups of kumquat lemonade, please?" Su Yi ordered at the tea shop, then turned to Qin Jiwei. "Are you truly so naive? Once those university students are on break, it will be too late to seek summer employment." How much do I owe?" The cheerful tea shop attendant replied. "That will be 16 in total." Her delight stemmed from Su Ye's endearing address, which had yet to become a trend. "Brother Wei, what is the matter? Pay up. Why should I cover the bill?" Su Yi confidently asserted, "You treat me to an 8 yuan cup of kumquat lemonade today, and I shall reciprocate with a 31 yuan Starbucks once I am earning." Despite his skepticism, Qin Jiwei foolishly fished out his phone and made the payment. Chapter 5. You're quite impressive in this day and age. Finding summer employment is indeed a daunting task. Factory work? Too laborious, with effort not commensurate to reward. Serving as a waiter? One must endure the whims of others, and the pay is hardly enticing. Should food delivery become widespread, one might consider that, yet at this moment, it is only prevalent in university towns and commercial districts. What kind of summer job are you truly seeking, Suyi? Qin Jiwei inquired. One that entails minimal labor, ample freedom, and substantial pay. Qin Jiwei scoffed. If you wish to indulge in less savory pursuits, just admit it. Scram. The pair meandered through the city center for an entire afternoon, yet failed to discover a suitable job. Exhausted, Qin Jiwei waved his hand and sat down on the curb. You can search on your own. I have no intention of working this summer. My parents promised me a reward of 10,000 if I gain admission to a top-tier university. You won't make it. That remains to be seen. This year's exam papers are exceedingly challenging, and the cutoff might be quite low. Suyi chuckled. Last night, I dreamt you barely scraped past the second-tier cutoff. Nonsense. I not only dreamed of your exam results, but also foresaw that shortly after graduating, you would marry, only for your wife to betray you the following year. Suyi. You wretch, is this your curse upon me? Suyi remained silent, his gaze captivated by a sign for a music tavern nearby. He nudged Qin Jiwei and pointed, Come. Let us explore that establishment. I'll wait for you here. If you refuse to go, then so be it. With that, Suyi strode toward the music tavern. The establishment had yet to open for the afternoon, with only a lone waitress tidying up inside. Suyi peered through the door and confidently stepped inside. Hello. May I inquire if you are hiring for summer positions? The waitress glanced up at Suyi and said, Our boss lady is in the storeroom. Please wait a moment. I will call her. All right. Thank you. Shortly after, a woman, approximately 35 years of age, entered through the back door. She wore a cropped black shirt that revealed her flat, fair abdomen, and her form-fitting light blue jeans accentuated her long, shapely legs. On her feet were a pair of short high-heeled shoes, her toenails painted a vibrant red, exuding both sensuality and allure. She appraised Suyi from head to toe with a smile, saying, Handsome, are you here looking for a job? Yes. I just finished my college entrance exams and am seeking a summer job. I see. The woman inquired with a smile, Do you have any special skills? Suyi replied honestly, My specialty is specialties. The nearby waitress failed to grasp the meaning of his words. But the boss lady paused for 2 seconds before covering her mouth and laughing. What a charmingly slick young man. All right, I want to tease you further. Our business hours are from 5 in the evening until 11 at night. Does that work for you? No problem. I usually have evening classes that run until after 10. The salary is $2,800 a month, with a full attendance bonus of $150. Although $2,800 a month felt somewhat meager, Suyi realized there were no better options available. He had inquired earlier and found that the best offer was only $2,500 a month. Moreover, working here required only 6 hours a day, which was relatively flexible. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suyi agreed. Sounds good. When can I start? You can start today. How about tomorrow? I need to discuss this with my family. The boss lady, with a maternal smile, replied, That's fine. My name is Suyi, with the character for wild. What is your name, boss lady? Taken aback by his inquiry, she hesitated for a moment before smiling and responding, Pei Yue. All right then, I will come by at this time tomorrow. See you then. See you tomorrow. As Suyi departed, Pei Yue squinted her eyes and smiled. Although the establishment did not lack for staff, this music-themed tavern, unlike a bar, primarily attracted returning customers and was not particularly busy in the evenings. She felt that having an interesting young man like him around would add a touch of excitement to her establishment. After all, she was not running the tavern solely for profit. Way go, it's settled. Let us go? What is going on? The boss lady has agreed. I can start working here tomorrow. Is that for real? Absolutely. You should have seen her. She is stunning, with a curvaceous figure and long legs. Truly remarkable. Qin Jiwei looked skeptical. I don't believe it. Suyi continued walking forward, unfazed. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Qin Jiwei hurriedly followed, saying, Dude. Take me to see her. Are you an idiot? If you want to go, go by yourself. Bro, come on. Even calling me dad won't help. Forget it. Since I have nothing to do later, I'll wait until you've settled in at the store before I come to find you. Suyi cradled his head and twisted his neck. Wei go, do you want to become wealthy? Of course. Then lend me some money, and by this time next year, I'll pay you back double. Noticing Su Ye's earnestness, Qin Jiwei curiously inquired, Do you have any way to make money? Su Ye hesitated for a moment before laughing. I know of an internet CAF that is holding a promotional event. Deposit 500 and receive 1,000. The more you deposit, the more you receive. Theoretically speaking, as long as we have enough money, Multiplying our assets several times should be no problem. Are you joking with me? Wei Gu. If you keep calling me that after entering university, I'll get angry. Do you see that tree ahead? What about it? If you can touch that leaf, then you're impressive. Keep your eyes wide open. Damn it, let me try again. This time my posture is wrong. Wait a moment. Suyi, did you see that? I touched it. Watching Qin Jiwei jump repeatedly beneath the tree like a fool, Suyi suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Qin Jiwei asked, confused. Nothing. Just happy. Wei Gu, it's sheer luck for you to know me in this lifetime. If I become rich in the future, I'll definitely take you along. Qin Jiwei scoffed. Who knows who will be mingling with whom? Upon returning home, both Lao Su and Zhang Hong had already finished work. Su Yi quickly shared his desire to find a summer job with them. But to his surprise, his mother opposed it, saying, You just finished your college entrance exam. Why do you need a summer job? I've already given you pocket money. Mom, 3 months of summer vacation is too long. I want to work for 2 months and then use the money to travel. How much do you need for traveling? I will give it to you. Zhang Hong's concern wasn't he about Su Yi working during the summer. She simply felt he had worked too hard in high school and should take some time to rest after the exams. Lao Su sensed Zhang Hong's compassion for their son. But seeing Su Yi signaling him, he quickly took on the role of mediator. He is an adult now. It's good for him to gain some experience early on. Let us not worry too much. Yes, you two are always in cahoots, while I'm the villain. Su Yi soon playfully rested his head on Zhang Hong's shoulder, saying, Mom, don't worry. If you argue with Dad in the future, I will definitely stand by you unconditionally. Hey, you little rascal, you have no conscience at all. I just spoke well of you, and you turn around and betray me, right? Chapter 6. Love is meaningless. The results of the college entrance exam won't be released until around the 20th, leaving half a month to go. Cu's intention in seeking a summer job was merely to accumulate some initial capital. For him, money was the most crucial thing at the moment. As for romance, it was simply not worth discussing. After a deep slumber until dawn, Su Yi lingered in bed a little longer since he had to work later that night. Shortly after he got up, a message arrived from Qin Jiwei. The autistic patient, have you seen the group messages? Su, no. The autistic patient, Li Nan mentioned a class reunion tomorrow. We'll have dinner at a restaurant in the evening, followed by karaoke. Su, I'm busy. Among his high school classmates, very few maintained contact after entering university. Throughout his 3 years in high school, Su Ye's presence in class was rather minimal. His severe bias towards certain subjects resulted in mediocre grades. Aside from occasional chats with Qin Jiwei, he had little to say to others. The autistic patient, you're not going to participate in this? Su, what can I do? I just started a new job. I can't take leave already. The autistic patient, such gatherings might only happen once in a lifetime, and Gu Mingyao is sure to attend. Su, what does it matter to me if she goes? The autistic patient, bro, what's wrong? Gu Mingyao, haven't you always liked her? Su, that was in the past. The autistic patient, stop pretending, if you dare. Don't talk to her tomorrow night. Su Yi chose not to respond further. In the afternoon, he immersed himself in various stock-related topics. Although he was aware that the years 2014 to 2015 marked a bull market, he remained utterly ignorant about stock trading. He decided to watch some tutorials as a means of preliminary study. By 4 o'clock, Su Yi set out early for the music tavern. The owner, Pei Yue, had recently arrived and was seated at the counter, her ankle adorned with a red string, resting her jade foot on the bar of a high stool. With her left hand flipping through a ledger and her right hand on a calculator, she seemed to be calculating accounts. Boss, I'm here, Su Yi announced. Pei Yue turned around, a lollipop nestled in her mouth. Surprised to see Su Yi, she exclaimed. You actually came. Su Yi shrugged. I always keep my word. Her smile was enchanting, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Upon closer inspection, one could see a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye. Years later, many celebrities would adopt similar beauty marks for cosmetic purposes, but at this time, it had yet to become a trend. Pei Yue stood up, donned her shoes, and handed Su Yi a server's uniform. Your tasks are quite simple. During business hours, serve drinks to customers, and after they leave, clean the tables. We have a deep cleaning every 2 weeks, and you'll need to assist then as well. Understood. Let me introduce you to Zhang Xianwan, our cashier, and this lovely girl you met yesterday, Zhouing. As Su Yi exchanged nods with them, acknowledging their introductions, the sun had yet to set, and the tavern was still empty. After Zhouing familiarized him with the workflow, they began to await customers. As the lights illuminated the night, darkness quickly enveloped the entire city. The tavern finally welcomed its first patrons, young couples, predominantly students who had just completed their college entrance examinations, much like Su-yi himself. At this tender age, couples often exhibit a certain shyness and timidity, typically opting for a secluded corner to sit together, as if they are engaged in a clandestine romance. However, once they enter university, the dynamics shift dramatically. Couples at this stage tend to be much more expressive, frequently spotted in the serene groves of the campus. Sharing playful kisses. Pei Yue, noticing Su leaning against the counter, took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Su, do you have a girlfriend? No, he replied. I don't believe you, Pei Yue chuckled. You're quite handsome. Surely, many girls at school must admire you. As someone with experience, you can't deceive me. Su was genuinely unaware of this. Since the first year of high school, he had been entirely focused on Gu Mingyao. And anyone who might have harbored feelings for him likely abandoned those hopes long ago. Really, I don't know how to pursue someone, and honestly, I find dating rather uninteresting. This piqued Pei Yue's interest. For many high school students, this is the age of awakening emotions, and it is common for them to harbor secret crushes. While dating might seem trivial to a woman of Pei Yue's age, it was perplexing for a high school student to express such sentiments. If dating is uninteresting, then what do you find engaging? Making money. Making money? Indeed, money holds paramount importance. How can a high school student be so mercenary? Su laughed, boss lady. I am an aspiring college student now. Pei Yue found this amusing, and just as she was about to respond, she noticed someone entering through the door. She quickly waved her hand and smiled. Oh, you're here. The newcomer was a young man, approximately 25 years old. With a guitar slung over his back and long hair, embodying the quintessential artistic youth. Upon entering, he settled into the music area and began to strum and sing to himself. In a music tavern, one cannot expect the absence of a resident singer. However, as he began his performance, Zhang Xianwan leaned over to Pei Yue and whispered, Boss lady, he's late again today. Pei Yue sighed softly, let it be. It's hard to find good resident singers these days. Curious, Su-yi inquired, Boss lady, how much does he earn each month? He is paid daily. 150 for a day's work, as long as he sings for 2 hours. What? Are you envious of his high pay? Su pouted. His singing is rather mediocre. Although Su-ye's voice was low, Pei Yue caught his remark. She smiled and said, if you think his singing is average, once he finishes, you should sing a song too. If you sing better than him, I'll give you an extra 100. Considering that a waiter earns just a few dozen for 6 hours of work, while singing for 2 hours yields 150, Su-yi readily agreed without hesitation. All right, I'm not afraid of embarrassment. Having always had a passion for music, Su had joined the guitar club during his first year at university to bring joy to Gu Mingyao, dedicating his spare time to practicing the guitar, and had attained a commendable level of skill. After graduation, in pursuit of financial stability and a livelihood, this passion gradually fell by the wayside. Su-yi gazed at the guitar in the young man's hands, momentarily lost in thought. Su-yi, what's the matter? Zhouing reminded him. Su picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was a message from the class monitor, Li Nan, regarding a gathering of former classmates tomorrow. He could not muster the enthusiasm to respond. Pei Yue raised an eyebrow as he set his phone down, teasingly asking, why don't you reply? Surely it's not a message from a girlfriend? No, it's from the class monitor about the reunion. I've already said I'm not going. A high school reunion is a rare occasion. Why don't you want to go? It seems rather pointless. Are you worried about asking for leave so soon after starting work? I simply don't want to go. Oh, it's fine. I'll let you take a day off tomorrow. As you can see, the shop isn't particularly busy. Su-yi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, thank you. Boss lady. Chapter 7. The Art of Pursuit and Withdrawal in the Stillness of the Night. After a peak in customer traffic between 9 and 10 o'clock, the shop gradually became quieter. The resident singer, Guahai, glanced at the time and stood up to bid farewell to Pei Yue, preparing to leave. However, Pei Yue called out to him, Guahai, wait a moment. Surprised, Guahai halted and asked, is there something else? Pei Yue smiled and said, this is Su-yi, a summer intern at my shop. He mentioned he can sing. Could you accompany him on the guitar? Guahai's expression soured slightly. You want me to accompany him? The pride of the artistic youth flared up. Sensing his discontent, Su-yi stepped forward with a smile. Guagu, could you lend me your guitar for a moment? Guahai looked Su-yi up and down, skeptically asking, can you play? I've learned a bit. Although Guahai was doubtful, he felt it would be unreasonable not to lend the guitar, given that Pei Yue was the boss. Reluctantly, Guahai handed the guitar to Su-yi. After receiving it, Su-yi adeptly slung it over his shoulder, skillfully plucking the strings, and upon confirming the tuning was correct, he made his way to the spot where Guahai had just been seated. Pei Yue moved to the counter, resting her chin on her hand, a smile gracing her face as she observed Suyu. Zhang Xiaowan and Zhou watched him with curiosity. Suyu's decision to take a summer job suggested that his family circumstances were not affluent. He likely had not attended any artistic training classes as a child and had no time to learn guitar during high school. They were all eager to discover whether Suyu was merely boasting. After taking a seat, Suyu did not rush to begin playing. He pondered which song he should perform. Most of the songs in his mind were from after 2015, and he contemplated which song would be most appropriate for him to sing at this moment. After a brief pause, Suyu declared, "Boss lady, I'll just sing a random song." Pei Yue lazily nodded, "That's fine." Suyu exhaled softly, his palms and fingers alternately tapping on the guitar's body, occasionally plucking a few strings. The melody of the prelude soon emerged. Guahai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Suyu, leaning closer to the microphone. Suyu began to sing a long-forgotten song on a bridge. "Let me see you once more, from south to north," as if blinded by the fifth ring road. "Please tell me again about that day." Suyu's voice while singing was notably different from his speaking voice. It possessed a magnetic quality, imbued with a maturity that belied his age. After only a few lines, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Pei Yue's peach blossom eyes. She had never anticipated that Suyu could actually perform. But the question lingered, how could he possibly sing this song? Wasn't he like every other high school student, currently enamored with Su Song, Wang Sulong, and Su Liang? The remaining tables in the shop were also captivated by his voice, aside from Suyu's singing. The space was enveloped in silence, as a gentle melancholy permeated the tavern. "I know this world is filled with countless regrets every day, so hello, goodbye." Suyu passionately concluded the final lyric and finished the instrumental. He then lifted his gaze to the audience. When he realized that everyone in the establishment was looking at him, Suyu suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. "Why are you all staring at me? You sing beautifully." "Suyu." Zhang Xiaowan couldn't help but praise him. Suyu sighed in relief, smiling. "Ah, I was just singing casually." "Don't be modest," Pei Yue replied with a smile. "Xiaowan is quite smitten." Zhang Xiaowan quickly flushed. "Boss lady. Look, she's even shy now," Pei Yue teased. Suyu chose not to respond. He casually returned the guitar to Guahai, muttering a thank you, but Guahai walked away in a gloomy silence. Guahai understood all too well that Suyu's performance had drastically diminished his significance in the tavern. To him, Suyu's presence posed a considerable threat. Noticing Guahai's demeanor, Suyu asked with concern, "Boss lady, what about Guogu?" Pei Yue, aware of what Suyu intended to say, shook her head and replied, "You need not worry about him. He is, like you, one of my employees." Afterward, Pei Yue instructed Suyu to take out his phone. "Do you have WeChat?" "Yes." Still unaccustomed to using it, Suyu immediately installed WeChat upon receiving his phone. "Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you a red envelope shortly." "What?" "I promised you 100. I wouldn't go back on my word." Suyu hurriedly responded, "I merely mentioned it casually." Pei Yue countered, "I am a woman of my word as well. No more chit-chat. Show me the QR code, and I will scan it." At 11:10. Suyu concluded his first day of summer work. The nightlife in a small city is not particularly vibrant. At this hour, many have already succumbed to slumber. Yet, at this very moment, Gu Mingyao finds herself tossing and turning in bed, unable to find peace. Clutching her phone, she waits for Suyu to send her a message. However, the conversation history remains stagnant, frozen since the evening prior. Why? What on earth is he doing? Could it be that he has truly ceased all communication with her? Unable to contain her feelings any longer, Gu Mingyao takes the initiative to message Suyu. "Rose Maiden, are you attending the class reunion tomorrow night?" 20 minutes later, after finishing his shower, Suyu replies, "We'll talk about it tomorrow." Gu Mingyao hastily responds, "Do you have time tomorrow afternoon? Would you like to go shopping?" Suyu, "No time." The coldness of his two-word reply leaves Gu Mingyao feeling inexplicably aggrieved, and tears threaten to spill. Noticing her silence, Suyu surmises that she might be upset. During their university days, she often reacted this way. He could chat with other girls, and she would berate him for hours, yet she mingled with seniors and juniors. And if he dared to say anything, she would accuse him of being narrow-minded. Suyu, choosing not to delete her messages hastily, hopes to allow her to experience a taste of this feeling. Naturally, Gu Mingyao, feeling wronged, seeks solace in her closest friend, Lu Qian, and quickly sends her a message. "Rose Maiden, are you asleep?" Sickly sweet Lolita, "Not yet. I'm binge-watching a drama." Rose Maiden, Su-yi has changed. His attitude towards me is entirely different from before. Sickly sweet Lolita, did you reach out to him? Rose Maiden, yes. Sickly sweet Lolita, why couldn't you resist? Rose Maiden, I merely asked if he was going to the reunion tomorrow. Sickly sweet Lolita, I think he is playing hard to get. Sickly sweet Lolita, should you provoke him a little? Rose Maiden, how should I do that? Sickly sweet Lolita, didn't you say Duan Chijun has a crush on you? Go with him to the reunion tomorrow. Su-yi will surely feel jealous. Rose Maiden, that is a good idea. The two friends engage in a lively discussion regarding the specifics of tomorrow's plans. Meanwhile, Su-yi has already drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 8. The class reunion. Su-yi is not particularly invested in the class reunion. He knows that after tonight, he will likely lose contact with the majority of his classmates. However, Qin Jiwei is a different story. This fellow sleeps in until noon, and upon waking, his first order of business is to head to the bathroom to wash his hair. In this era, young men are quite particular about their hairstyles. Those who delight in flaunting their charm often choose to save on living expenses just to visit the hair salon on weekends, emerging with a hairstyle that adds 5 centimeters to their height, crafted by a stylist. Such hairstyles tend to be more subdued than the mainstream. Yet to Suya's current perspective, they still appear rather extravagant. After washing his hair, Qin Jiwei spent 10 minutes in front of the mirror using a hairdryer, and then secretly applied his father's hair clay, meticulously adjusting his bangs with his fingertips. This process lasted another 10 minutes, and once Qin Jiwei was satisfied, he took a can of styling spray to finalize his hairstyle. Dressed in a black shirt paired with snug-fitting pants and new white sneakers purchased just before the college entrance examination, he felt particularly pleased with his ensemble. He promptly called Su-yi, and after a hasty bite to eat, rode his electric bike to Su-ye's house. Upon arrival, Su-yi opened the door, and a strong scent of hair gel wafted through the air. Su-yi couldn't help but scold. Are you out of your mind, spraying so much gel? How do I look today, bro? Am I handsome? I can't say if you're handsome, but you certainly look spirited, definitely a dapper young man. Qin Jiwei didn't quite grasp the term spirited young man, which wouldn't he become popular for another 2 years. He assumed Su-yi was complimenting him. Weren't you saying yesterday that you weren't going to participate? The boss lady gave me a day off. Qin Jiwei chuckled. They must be docking your pay, right? Not at all. So you settled onto the sofa and added, last night, the boss lady even sent me a red envelope. Why on earth would she give you a red envelope on the first day? Because I'm that good. Qin Jiwei plopped down next to Su-yi, dismissing his comment as a joke. Noticing Su-yi was engrossed in his phone, he leaned in to ask, what are you looking at? Practicing questions. Practicing questions? Are you out of your mind? We've already finished the college entrance exam. I'm going over the questions for the first driving test. The first test? Are you planning to get your driver's license? Su-yi nodded. Yeah, I have to take it sooner or later. Once I get to university, I might be too busy. So it's better to tackle this early. At that moment, Qin Jiwei suddenly realized that Su-yi had changed. In the minds of students like them, who hovered between mediocre and outstanding, university life was supposed to be easy. Their homeroom teacher often repeated the phrase high school is rigorous, university is relaxed. How could one be busy, even in university? Su-yi, have you experienced some sort of shock? Not at all. Did Gu Mingyao reject you? Why do you keep bringing her up? I've told you countless times, there's nothing between us anymore. Haha. Qin Jiwei remained skeptical. The class reunion was scheduled for 5 o'clock in the afternoon at the school gate. A food street lay a few hundred meters north of the school, bustling with various stalls, each emanating delightful aromas. Qin Jiwei urged Su-yi to head over early around 3, but Su-yi ignored him entirely. On such a hot day, arriving early just means baking in the sun. It's better to stay home and practice a few more questions. Qin Jiwei had no choice in the matter. He and Su-yi had been classmates since elementary school, with their families knowing each other for many years, always acting in unison. At precisely 4:45, Su-yi finally changed his shoes and prepared to step outside. Aren't you going to change your clothes? Change into what? It's not like I'm going on a blind date. Damn, why do you look better than me in those clothes? Su-yi chuckled. In terms of looks, we are not on the same level. Su-yi, you can go to hell. The two of them walked arm in arm towards the school gate, where they spotted a group of familiar classmates gathered beneath 2 large trees. The one speaking loudly on the phone was the class monitor, Li Nan, whom Su-yi held a rather poor impression of. That pompous fool, acting like a king just because he is a high school monitor, relishes every bit of attention. Even the slightest praise from teachers makes him puff up with pride. Previously, during high school, they mostly wore uniforms, but now that the college entrance examination was over, Both boys and girls had donned their favorite outfits. Boys were relatively modest, merely styling their hair, while the girls took a different approach with tank tops, extremely short skirts, and some even dyed their hair. Among them, Suyi could scarcely recall many names. His presence in class had always been minimal, so standing there in silence drew no attention. Class monitor, it's 5 o'clock. Shouldn't we head out for dinner? Li Nan turned and asked, Suyi, we're just missing Gu Mingyao, Lu Qian, and Duan Qingjun. Do you know where they are? Suyi replied indifferently, how would I know? Just as Li Nan was about to make a call, his phone rang. Hello? Oh, you three will be late? All right, we'll head over for dinner first. You can come directly afterward. Upon hearing that Gu Mingyao, Lu Qian, and Duan Qijun were together, many classmates instinctively glanced at Suyi. It was common knowledge that Suyi had feelings for Gu Mingyao, and it was also known to several that Duan Qijun secretly admired her as well. Thus, when news of the three being together spread, many were eager to observe Suyi's reaction, but to their disappointment, he displayed no response, his expression astonishingly calm. A large group ventured to a local restaurant, and before the dishes had even arrived, Li Nan and some of the more boisterous boys began to drink beer. Despite their prior experiences with alcohol, they all put on a brave front in front of their female classmates, resulting in several of them staggering even before the food was fully served. Among the dozen or so people at the table, Suyi was seemingly the only one who hardly spoke throughout the meal, focusing instead on consuming the dishes and occasionally sipping beer. By 6 o'clock, the private room was in disarray, and Li Nan led the group to their next destination. At that moment, business was thriving. However, little did anyone anticipate that a decade later, the business would plummet, with the youth preferring escape rooms and murder mystery games, leaving the venue to become a place for elderly gatherings and dance parties. So you chose a corner seat. And the waiter soon placed the complimentary fruit platter and beer on the coffee table in the private room. Several female classmates eagerly competed to select songs, with the majority of the unperformed playlist consisting of tracks by Su Song, Wang Sulong, and Su Liang, alongside a few by Lin Junjie and Jie Chou. The gathering was organized with each person contributing 50 yuan, and Suyi felt that he had already gotten his money's worth from the earlier meal. Thus, he had no intention of singing, opting instead to hide in the corner and play on his phone. However, his phone's battery was dwindling, and since shared power banks had yet to become popular, Suyi, finding himself bored as the battery neared depletion, reluctantly picked up the untouched beer on the table and began to drink alone. Suyi, aren't you going to sing a couple of songs? Qin Zhuwei approached with concern at that moment. Suyi shook his head. I'll sit for a bit longer. I plan to leave shortly. Qin Zhuwei replied, it's still early. It's too noisy. You're acting like a middle-aged man now. Just as Suyi was about to respond, a male classmate rushed in from outside the room, exclaiming loudly, this is bad. Lin Jie got into a fight with someone. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Li Nan led a group of classmates outside. And although Suyi initially wished to remain, he was forcibly pulled out by Qin Zhuwei. Chapter 9, 10 years damn it. You haven't even grown a proper beard. And you're here to eat shit. A bald man with a tiger tattoo on his shoulder was vehemently berating Lin Jie at the restroom entrance. Although Li Nan had brought a group of classmates out, no one dared to step forward upon witnessing the scene, despite his reluctance to intervene. All eyes were on Li Nan, compelling him to awkwardly approach and apologize on Lin Jie's behalf. To his surprise, the bald man showed Li Nan no regard, dismissing him with a single curse that sent a wave of fear through Li Nan. They were all sheltered students, unfamiliar with the harsh realities of the outside world, and having never encountered such a situation, Li Nan was left speechless after being shouted at. The other classmates, witnessing this, also fell silent. Suyi stood at the back, observing for a moment to grasp the situation. The bald man had just exited the restroom when he collided with Lin Jie, who, having had a bit too much to drink, inadvertently spat on the bald man's shoes. This ignited the bald man's fury. Normally, Lin Jie was quite a gentleman in class, but under the influence of alcohol, he initially retorted a couple of times, only to further enrage the bald man, who unleashed a barrage of curses that left Lin Jie bewildered. As more spectators gathered, the bald man grew increasingly incensed. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Suyi sighed and pushed through the crowd to step forward. He approached Lin Jie, pulling him behind him, and with an ingratiating smile said, Brother, my classmate has had a bit too much to drink and isn't quite thinking straight. Considering we've just finished our college entrance exams, could you please show us some leniency? The bald man, seemingly also under the influence of alcohol, retorted angrily, Get the hell away from me. Unlikely Nan, who would stand idly by after being insulted, Suye's expression turned icy. He leaned closer to the man, lowering his voice. Don't push it. Many of us are still underage. If you really want to escalate this, then I want to intervene. Just think about it. When the police arrive, who will they support? You or us students? After saying this, Suye resumed his apologies. Even the bald man, despite his lack of intellect, recognized that Suye was providing him an easy way out. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively, feigning a magnanimous demeanor. Fine, fine. I want to hold it against you students. Suye nodded respectfully. Thank you, brother. Please take care. As the bald man disappeared from view, the classmates collectively exhaled in relief. Suye patted Lin Jia on the shoulder, and upon hearing a grateful thank you, he returned to the private room. Soon, a group of classmates gathered around to offer comfort. However, a few who usually flaunted their bravado in class began to make snide remarks. Suye was a bit too obsequious just now, one said. He is certainly a potential bootlicker for the future. Another chimed in. What was that bald man so arrogant about? Did he really think we were afraid of him? Qin Jiwei, overhearing this, stepped forward and retorted. What are you all blabbing about now? Where were you when Lin Jia needed help? A bunch of cowards, pretending to be tough. After delivering his rebuke, Qin Jiwei turned on his heel to find Suye. The boys left speechless by his confrontation had no retort. Before long, the rest of the students returned to the private room, treating the earlier incident as a mere interlude, quickly resuming their singing. Qin Jiwei, sitting beside Suye, expressed his discontent. Xie Hong and Jiang Lei were just talking behind your back. When that bald man was hurling insults, they stood there afraid of getting involved. And now they call you obsequious. Suye, however, offered him comfort. Why are you angry? If a few kind words can resolve the situation, why escalate it? Once they enter society, they'll learn that face holds little value outside. Qin Jiwei frowned. Why do I feel like you've suddenly matured? Of course. Because I'm your father, Suye quipped. Finally, two male classmates managed to wrest the microphone from their female counterparts and began to sing 10 years. As the familiar melody filled the air, Suye found himself inexplicably reminiscing about the past decade. Each incident, each memory flooding back. In retrospect, it all seems rather absurd. Suye bitterly smiled as he picked up a bottle of Budweiser and continued to indulge in the beer. Time ticked away, and soon it was past 8 o'clock. Suddenly, Suye yawned and was about to discreetly adjust his position when a wave of dizziness washed over him. He quickly realized that although he had little interest in beer, his body was unaccustomed to alcohol, having never consumed it a decade ago. In other words, after just 2 small bottles, he felt lightheaded. Damn it, I can't drink anymore. Rubbing his temples, Suye closed his eyes to gather himself, but it wasn't long before he drifted off to sleep. Half an hour later, the door to the private room swung open, and Duan Qinjun entered, accompanied by Gu Mengyao and Lu Qian. Why are you 3 so late to the class reunion? He exclaimed. Mengyao, are you going to sing? We're all quite tired of singing. Gu Mengyao smiled, but did not respond. Her gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on the sleeping Suye. Seeing him asleep stirred a sense of panic within her. She and Lu Qian had orchestrated their late arrival deliberately to make Suye notice her with Duan Qinjun, yet now it seemed thwarted. Upon noticing Gu Mingyao's arrival, Qin Jiwei, ever perceptive, sat beside Suye and gently nudged him. Suye, wake up, he urged. Groggily, Suye heard someone calling his name, furrowing his brow as he slowly opened his eyes. In his inebriated state, he felt a wave of nausea but managed to suppress his discomfort and sit up. Qin Jiwei leaned closer and whispered, Suye, stop dozing off. Gu Mengyao is here. Who? Who's here? Gu Mengyao. Upon seeing Suye awake, Gu Mengyao intentionally positioned herself beside Duan Qinjun, playfully twirling a strand of hair and offering a sweet smile. Suye rubbed his eyes, lifting his gaze to Gu Mengyao, Lu Qian, and the other female classmates. Just when Qin Jiwei thought Suye might approach Gu Mengyao, he unexpectedly raised his hand, gesturing in the air with a nonchalant tone, and declared, let us change it up. Chapter 10. If you're capable, step up. Everyone in the room was taken aback. Change it up? What does that mean? Qin Jiwei, now anxious, grabbed a cup of cold water from the coffee table and urged Suye to drink. Suye. It's Gu Mengyao. After gulping down the refreshing water, the dizziness subsided significantly. Suye's awareness gradually returned. He rubbed his eyes and looked up at Gu Mengyao. Her ensemble today was quite deliberate. A light blue sailor suit paired with a short skirt and white socks hugging her ankles. Such attire would surely leave any boy her age utterly captivated. As Su Yi and Gu Mingyao locked eyes, a wave of nausea, anger, and regret surged within him. He coldly remarked to Qin Jiwei beside him, "I think I've had a bit too much to drink. I shall retire for the night." With that, under the astonished gazes of those around him, Su Yun steadily rose and exited the private room without casting a single glance back at Gu Mingyao. At the moment the door slammed shut, her self-esteem shattered like a fragile vase dropped to the ground. What was wrong with Su Yu? Did he truly harbor no feelings for me? Impossible. This cannot be true. Her close friend, Lu Qian, whispered reassuringly in Gu Mingyao's ear, "It's all right. Su Yi is simply feeling jealous. Find an opportunity to explain things to him tomorrow, and everything will be clarified." Jealousy? Gu Mingyao blinked, secretly thinking, yes, that must be it. He must be feeling envious seeing me with Duan Qijun, which is why he reacted this way. Meanwhile, Qin Jiwei was left perplexed. What exactly was going on with Su Yu? He used to revolve around Gu Mingyao, but now his demeanor was so cold. That glance he cast was reminiscent of how my mother looks at me, filled with disdain. As he stepped outside, the air felt remarkably refreshing. A gentle breeze brushed against him, even eliciting a slight chill. He strolled down the street towards home, passing by a lakeside. With a leisurely gait, he gazed at the moon above, when suddenly he heard a melodious guitar sound resonating from a short distance ahead. With the alcohol still lingering in his system, he anticipated that upon returning home, his mother would surely begin her usual nagging. So you paused, hesitated for a moment, then descended the steps towards the lakeside. The guitar music grew louder. From a distance, Su Yi spotted a girl seated on a stone bench by the lake, practicing her guitar. He approached but did not stand directly in front of her. Instead, he took a seat on the stone bench beside her. He recognized that she was practicing a song titled Qili Xiang, released by Jade Cho in 2004. Coincidentally, it had been 10 years since then. Leaning against the backrest of the stone bench, Su Yi admired the lake's surface shimmering under the moonlight. The gentle sound of water lapping against the shore lending an air of tranquility to the night. The cacophony he had just endured faded into memory, replaced by a serene silence that he found immensely pleasurable. After sitting for a few minutes, a sudden upheaval in his stomach jolted him upright. The girl beside him seemed to notice his movement, and the guitar melody abruptly ceased. However, Su Yi merely passed by her, bending over the garbage bin to expel the contents of his stomach. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze fixed upon him. Well, that dinner was for naught. 50 yuan wasted. Had I known, I would have stayed home instead of attending this pointless reunion. After heaved, Su Yi felt a slight relief in his stomach. Su Yi wiped his mouth and, upon turning around, his gaze inadvertently settled on the girl cradling her guitar. He had scarcely noticed her when she had been seated beside him moments ago. To his surprise, the girl practicing her guitar by the lakeside at such a late hour appeared remarkably youthful, likely no older than 17 or 18. She wore a white shirt styled to mimic a layered look, paired with loose-fitting jeans. Her jet black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, framing her delicate face. Beneath her slender brows, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with life, complemented by a refined nose and a complexion that glistened like jade under the moonlight. The two exchanged silent glances, neither uttering a word, until Su Yi discerned a hint of offense in her gaze. He snapped back to reality and awkwardly inquired, "Excuse me, do you have any tissues?" The girl's expression remained impassive, exuding an air of aloofness. After a moment's hesitation, she reached into her pocket and tossed a pack of tissues at Su Ye's feet. "Thank you," he said, bending down to retrieve it and extracting a tissue to wipe his mouth. The tissue bore a pleasant fragrance, more delightful than that of any perfume. Leaning against the railing by the lakeshore, Su Yi maintained a respectful distance from the girl before initiating conversation. "You play the guitar remarkably well. Did you teach yourself?" The girl remained silent, continuing to strum the strings. Su Yi, undeterred by the awkwardness, resolved to listen to her piece before leaving. As she immersed herself in her rendition of Sevenly Fragrance, Su Yi felt like an inconsequential presence, completely unnoticed. However, just as she was nearing the conclusion of her song, an incongruous voice intruded. The chorus was played too quickly, and there were some issues with the rhythm. You might want to practice with a metronome, though the harmonics were quite lovely. Regret washed over Su Yi as soon as the words escaped his lips. In his final year at university, he had often offered guidance to freshman guitarists, leading to an ingrained habit of critiquing others when he perceived imperfections in their playing. Yet, he was no longer a university student, and she was not his junior. The girl looked up at him, her cool demeanor unchanging, though her brows knitted slightly in response. Su Yi quickly added, I was just saying that casually. Please don't take it to heart." She remained silent, merely removing her six-figure guitar and extending it towards Su Yi, her gaze and gesture seemingly conveying a challenge. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. Noticing her intent, Su Yi accepted the guitar without hesitation. As he approached her, he sensed her retreat slightly, as if reluctant to allow him closer. Taking the guitar, he instinctively stepped back to the bank. Slinging the guitar over his shoulder, he placed his fingers on the strings, briefly recalling the sheet music in his mind before deftly strumming the chords. The melodious prelude swiftly resonated, seamlessly transitioning into the main melody. As the song commenced, Su Yi found himself irresistibly singing along with the guitar's enchanting strains. The sparrows outside chatter on the utility pole. He remarked that this line evoked a profound sense of summer. The girl blinked, and the moonlight danced in her eyes. He truly possessed remarkable skill on the guitar, surpassing his own abilities. Had he taught himself? A flicker of curiosity ignited within her. All night long, my love overflows like the gentle rain. The butterflies on the windowsill resemble the beautiful stanzas fluttering in poetry. I continue to write, inscribing I will love you forever as the conclusion of my verses. You are the only one I yearn to understand at this moment. The vast expanse of twinkling stars, the luminous moon, and the surrounding picturesque landscape served as the backdrop for Su Yi's performance. Chapter 11. The Little Rascal. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Yi, Yi as in wild. After concluding his rendition of 7 Mile Fragrance, Su Yi returned the guitar to the girl and offered a brief self-introduction. She remained silent, merely extending her hand to accept the instrument. At that moment, a nearby van abruptly honked twice. The girl slung the guitar behind her, stood up, ascended the steps, and turned to leave. Su Yi shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice as he remarked, such beauty, yet alas, a mute. Upon hearing his words, the girl paused momentarily, a tantalizing smile curving her lips, but she did not linger, stepping into the waiting van. The night had deepened. Su Yi yawned, having no desire to remain by the lakeside any longer. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, he rose around 9 o'clock, and upon opening his eyes, he noticed numerous messages from Gu Mingyao. Rose Girl, Su Yi, have you misunderstood me? Rose Girl, I was with Lu Qian all day yesterday. I merely encountered Duan Qingjun on the way. Rose Girl, I heard a new arcade has opened at Wanda. Shall we go play together this afternoon? The first 2 messages had been sent in the dead of night, while the last one arrived that morning. After reading her messages, Su Yi pondered for a moment before typing a succinct reply. There's no need for such elaborate explanations. I'm unavailable this afternoon and will be in the future as well. After finalizing his message, he sent it. On the other end, Gu Mingyao was left in stunned silence upon reading his response. She took a deep breath, feeling a surge of emotion that almost brought her to tears. Su Yi's contrasting attitudes left her perplexed. Although she had not considered pursuing a romantic relationship with him, she certainly did not wish to sever ties. After all, no girl would shy away from having a suitor with commendable qualities by her side. The emotional value Su Yi had previously provided had left Gu Mingyao somewhat addicted, and she now realized how significant his presence had become in her heart. With reddened eyes, she messaged, "Do you no longer like me?" 5 seconds later, Su Yi replied with a single word, "Yes." In that moment, Gu Mingyao could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed freely, feeling utterly worthless. Su Yi remained calm within. He closed the driving test app and continued to review questions for the first subject. In his previous life, he had already been quite adept at driving. Subjects 2 and 3 posed no challenge, yet the online examinations for subjects 1 and 4 still required some preparation. Spending the day at home studying, he ventured to the music tavern, Encounter, in the evening. Sister Shunwan, where's the boss lady? Quickly head to the warehouse to help. We have a new shipment of wine that needs to be unloaded from the truck. Su Yi nodded and promptly made his way to the warehouse. Pei Yue and Zhou Ying were busily moving boxes of beer inside. Upon seeing them, Su Yi hurried over, taking the boxes from their hands. Boss lady, let me handle this. With these words, he cheerfully carried a box of beer into the warehouse. Watching Su Yi repeatedly transport the beer, Pei Yue couldn't help but smile charmingly. See, a boy is essential in the tavern. This is what it means to work in pairs. It makes the labor less burdensome. Zhou Ying chimed in, but Su Yi is just a summer worker. He'll return to school when the term starts. Curiously, Pei Yue asked, Su Yi, which city do you plan to attend university in? Magic City. Magic City. This was a decision Su Yi had long contemplated. His current goal was to earn money, and as the economic center of Huaxia, Magic City was undoubtedly the best choice. How did you do on the college entrance exam? Ziyi replied with a smile, not bad. I should be able to get into a second-tier university, and I'm hoping to aim for a first-tier one. Impressive. Pei Yue teased, if I were 10 years younger, I might just find a boy like you appealing. Ziyi, understanding her jest, playfully responded, boss lady. I could actually consider a May-December romance. Pei Yue paused, then burst into an even brighter smile. You little rascal. Red Leaf Villa is the most luxurious residential community in Jiangzhou, without exception. On the outdoor balcony of one of the villas, Chen Qingqing sat in a recliner, gazing quietly into the distance. Had Ziyi been present, he would have recognized her as the mute girl he encountered by the lake the previous night. At this very moment, she was listening to Sevenly Fragrance through her headphones. The familiar melody and voice stirred memories of the young man who had played and sung by the lake the night before. She was genuinely curious about how someone her age, like Su Yi, could be so skilled at the guitar. As an art student, while other high school students were buried in their studies, she had ample time to practice the guitar. Could it be that he was also an art student? As Chen Qingqing reminisced about the events of the previous night, a woman, seemingly in her mid-30s, yet likely older in reality, approached her from behind. Qingqing, the results of the college entrance examination will be released this month. Do you wish to attend the Zongyang Music Academy or the Moda Music Academy? Chen Qingqing replied softly. Her voice as gentle as a babbling brook. I haven't made up my mind yet. The woman continued, why not consider going to the capital? My company's headquarters is located there, and I often travel for work. Chen Qingqing chose not to respond. The woman was, in fact, Chen Qingqing's mother, Jiang Meilin, who held the position of vice president for the Greater China region at a multinational corporation. While she exuded an air of confidence and authority in her professional life, she appeared quite humble in the presence of her daughter. This humility stemmed from the fact that she and Chen Qingqing's father had divorced 3 years prior. Over the years, due to her work commitments, she had spent very little time with her daughter, leaving her with a lingering sense of guilt. Chen Qingqing stretched languidly, her long-sleeved sweatshirt slipping down to reveal a delicate, fair wrist. She wore no socks, and as she stretched, her toes splayed slightly, resembling plump, pink peaches. Mom, my birthday is in a few days. What gift would you like to give me this year? I don't want anything, she replied, turning her head to gaze up at her mother. I just want you to stay home. Jiang Meilin was rendered speechless. As a vice president, her time was no longer her own. She would only be at home for a night before departing for a business trip to a neighboring province the following morning. Observing her mother's silence, Chen Qingqing smiled and quickly added, It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Qingqing, I'm sorry. Shall I call your father? No need. Chen Qingqing replied coldly before rising and retreating to her room. Chapter 12. It's you. Her room was quite spacious, even featuring a dedicated walk-in closet filled with a plethora of items, most of which were gifts from Jiang Meilin. Among them were numerous handbags, each worth 5 figures or more. However, most of these bags remained untouched, merely serving as decorative pieces in the closet. Chen Qingqing came from a well-to-do family. Her father, Chen Hansong, was the president of a local joint stock bank, earning a minimum of 7 figures annually. Jiang Meilin's salary surpassed even that of her ex-husband. Both were workaholics, which had ultimately contributed to their divorce. Chen Qingqing had always been a girl of few words, a trait that intensified after her parents' separation. She often found herself alone at home, preferring solitude over socializing, resulting in a complete lack of friends. Nevertheless, she had long since grown accustomed to living in solitude. She reclined upon the soft expanse of her grand bed, surrendering to the gentle embrace of music as she drifted into slumber. The lights within the room remained illuminated throughout the night, for she found solace in their glow, believing it offered a sense of security. Upon awakening, she discovered the vast villa to be empty save for her solitary presence. On the dining table of the first floor lay a perfectly cooked steak accompanied by a glass of milk, beside which rested a sticky note. I'm sorry, Qingqing. Mother has to go on a business trip. I have notified Ruxue, and she will be here shortly. You may express any requests to her. Wang Ruxue was the living assistant arranged for Chen Qingqing by Jiang Meilin, one of the few allowed into their home aside from the mother-daughter duo. Whenever Jiang Meilin was to travel, she would always inform Wang Ruxue. After reading the note, Chen Qingqing crumpled it into a ball and discarded it in the nearby trash bin. She sat at the dining table, nibbling on her breakfast. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Wang Ruxue arrived at the residence. Upon seeing Chen Qingqing seated on the sofa, engrossed in practicing her guitar, she refrained from interrupting, instead choosing to tidy up the kitchen. Qingqing, what would you like for lunch? Anything is fine. Wang Ruxue was accustomed to this response. Whenever she inquired about Qin Qingqing's preferences, the answer was invariably nonchalant. Time at home always seemed to slip away swiftly, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Another day passed in a hazy blur. Qin Qingqing spent a long while on the second floor, gazing at the sunset's fiery clouds until the sun had fully descended. Only then did she descend from the stairs. At the dining table, Wang Ruxue retrieved a bank card from her bag and presented it to Qin Qingqing. Qingqing, this is from your mother. It contains some funds for you to purchase whatever you desire for your birthday. Qin Qingqing did not even glance at the card, silently continuing her meal. After a moment of quiet contemplation, she suddenly spoke. Aunt Wang, I'd like to go out this evening. Where do you wish to go? To the lakeside. Wang Ruxue recalled the events of the previous night. While Qin Qingqing practiced her guitar by the lake, Wang Ruxue had been waiting in the car. The appearance of Su Yi had tempted her to call out to Qin Qingqing multiple times, yet she had restrained herself. Ultimately, she was the one who honked the horn. Wang Ruxue did not press further, merely surprised by the request. Half an hour later, a sleek Alfred luxury vehicle glided smoothly along the national highway. After stopping by the roadside, Qin Qingqing alighted and made her way to the lakeside, quietly settling on the same stone bench from the night before, listening to music. A multitude of passers-by strolled by, all locals enjoying an evening walk. After a considerable time, Qin Qingqing removed her headphones, stood, and walked down the steps to the roadside. As the car door opened, she climbed inside. Wang Ruxue turned her head and inquired, "Shall we head back?" Qin Qingqing hesitated for a moment before shaking her head and asking, "Aunt Wang, is beer tasty?" "Beer? Why do you ask this?" "I wish to savor the taste of beer. However," Qin Qingqing remarked, "if you wish to consult my mother, you may call her now." Ultimately, Wang Ruxue refrained from making the call, believing that Qin Qingqing was now an adult capable of making her own decisions. "I am aware of a tavern where the crowd is sparse, and I am acquainted with the proprietress. Let us go there." Upon arriving at the music tavern, the proprietress, Guahai, remarked, "He is late again. He just messaged me, stating that he has matters to attend to this evening and cannot make it." Zhang Xianwan pouted. Not only is he frequently tardy, but he has also taken numerous days off this month. What is wrong with him? Pei Yue gently ruffled Zhang Xianwan's hair and smiled. "It's all right, if he doesn't come. We still have a little musical prodigy here." As soon as Pei Yue spoke, both Zhang Xianwan and Zhou Ying turned their gaze towards Su Yi. Su Yi, arms crossed, feigned fear. "Please don't look at me so lecherously. I am still a child." Laughter ensued. Although Su Yi appeared to be merely 18, he possessed the wisdom of a decade, thus bridging the generational gap with Zhang Xianwan, Zhou Ying, and even the slightly older Pei Yue. Having worked merely 2 evenings at the tavern, he had already formed a camaraderie with them. "Little Su, tonight we rely on you," they said. Su shrugged. "I have no issues, though it feels lacking without a guitar. I will find a backing track on my phone. You can sing along with the sound system," came the reply. That could work, Su Yi acquiesced, contemplating the songs he would perform that evening. Just then, a voice called out, "Yue, long time no see." Wang Ruxue entered, greeting Pei Yue directly. Pei Yue, upon seeing Wang Ruxue, smiled. "Ruxue, it's truly you. It has been ages since your last visit." "Work has kept me busy," Wang Ruxue replied. "Please, have a seat." Yi, catching their conversation, turned to glance behind him. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, another figure entered the tavern. Yi was startled, rubbing his eyes before exclaiming, "It's you." Qin Qingqing was equally astonished. Though her reaction was less dramatic, she had not anticipated encountering Su Yi here. Her heart, once frozen, fluttered unexpectedly. Pei Yue, hearing the commotion, shifted her attention to Qin Qingqing, inquiring meaningfully, "Little Su, do you two know each other?" Su Yi scratched his head. "Well, it's a bit complicated. We only met for the first time last night." "What a coincidence you have," Pei Yue remarked, gesturing for Qin Qingqing to sit. Wang Ruxue had not clearly seen Su Ye's face the previous night, only realizing through his words that he was the young man by the lakeside. The chance encounter seemed almost too fortuitous for Wang Ruxue to comprehend. "Yue, could you pass me a bottle of beer? Ice cold, please. Room temperature will suffice." Pei Yue exchanged a glance with Su Yi, who promptly fetched a bottle of beer along with 2 glasses. He placed the beer on the table and casually inquired, "Did you forget your guitar today?" Qin Qingqing looked up and nodded. "No worries, I was just asking." Su Yi chuckled and turned to Pei Yue, saying, "Boss, I'm off to sing now. There are red envelopes tonight, right? Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged." Chapter 13. The more beautiful the girl, the more dangerous she is. Pei Yue and Wang Ruxue were classmates in middle school. As fate would have it, neither intended to settle in Jiangzhou. But after Pei Yue returned to open this tavern 2 years ago, they coincidentally met again 6 months later. Their camaraderie from middle school rekindled. And now that they both work in Jiangzhou, they occasionally gather. As Suyi approached the microphone, Wang Ruxue curiously asked, Yue, who is he? Suyi. My summer intern, a rather intriguing young fellow. An intern, you say? Chen Qingqing sat quietly to the side, reaching for the beer to pour a small amount into her glass. She lifted the glass and took a slow sip. For those unaccustomed to drinking, beer is hardly delectable. After a sip, Chen Qingqing set the glass down. This tastes awful. How can anyone enjoy this? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Pei Yue laughed. Is it not to your liking? Chen Qingqing nodded. Those new to drinking rarely find it palatable, but gradually, they become addicted. At that moment, the sound of accompaniment filled the tavern. After 2 seconds, Chen Qingqing recognized the song as Sunny Day. Little yellow flowers from the year I was born, swaying gently in the breeze, childhood swings, swaying through memories to this day. Pei Yue rested her hand on the table, rhythmically tapping her fingers to Su Ye's singing. Unable to resist, she glanced back, her smile radiant. Wang Ruxue, upon hearing the song, cast a surprised look at Su Yi. This was a song she often listened to in college, and she was taken aback that someone so young could sing it with such depth of feeling. Lost in thought for a moment, she suddenly realized something and turned her gaze back to Chen Qingqing. Chen Qingqing gazed down at the beer on the table, as if everything around her was irrelevant. Wang Ruxue released a breath of relief, yet found herself amused. What was I so anxious about? A girl like Qingqing could hardly fall for someone so easily. With a smile, Wang Ruxue asked Zhouing to pour her a glass of hot water. She couldn't drink alcohol, as she needed to drive Chen Qingqing home later. After Siyu finished singing Sunny Day, he subsequently performed Lin Junjia's Jiang'an and Drunken Red Cliff, followed by Wang Liham's Big City. Small Love and Fallen Leaves returned to roots. 14 years ago, he struggled to recall many songs, mostly just some well-known classics. However, he feared that if he sang songs from 14 years in the future, the patrons in the establishment might be startled. If they inquired about the identity of the songs, he certainly could not divulge that they were tunes from years yet to come. After singing a few consecutive pieces, Siyu felt a bit parched and rose to the counter, seeking a glass of water. Pei Yue, noticing him, pointed to the beer on the table and said, Su, why not have this? Siyu inquired, isn't this what that lady just ordered? If she doesn't drink it, we shouldn't let it go to waste. He stepped forward, unceremoniously grasping the cup, poured himself half a glass of beer, and downed it in one gulp. The 3 individuals seated nearby were utterly bewildered, for the cup in Su Ye's hand had just been used by Chen Qingqing. Chen Qingqing's ears, partially concealed by her hair, flushed a slight crimson as Wang Ruxue, about to caution her, saw Chen Qingqing abruptly rise and head towards the restroom. Witnessing this, the words on Wang Ruxue's lips were swallowed back. Indeed, having already consumed the drink, any commentary now would only exacerbate the awkwardness. How brazen this fellow was. Pei Yue, momentarily taken aback, quietly asked Siyu, so, what do you think of that girl? Is she attractive? She is indeed beautiful, but alas, she is mute, Siyu replied. Wang Ruxue, overhearing this, nearly spewed the water she had just sipped. Mute? Who told you she was mute? Su Yi continued, oblivious. Thus, it seems that fate is fair. While it opens one door, it does not forget to close a window. Pei Yue, intrigued, turned her gaze to Wang Ruxue. Wang Ruxue, speechless, replied, she simply doesn't talk much. Siyi, astonished, exclaimed, she can speak? Wang Ruxue refrained from responding, her eyes conveying a clear message, obviously. Upon returning, Chen Qingqing noticed Su Ye's gaze upon her, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. During her school days, due to her aloof demeanor, no boy ever dared to meet her eyes. She possessed an innate air of a wealthy heiress that deterred casual approaches. Yet, Su Yi was an exception. This fellow had already crossed a line the previous night. You can speak? Chen Qingqing paused, realizing that Wang Ruxue had inadvertently exposed her, and turned to say decisively, Aunt Wang, let us head back. All right. The car is parked out front. I will go fetch it. Please wait by the entrance, Wang Ruxue replied. Su Yi, recognizing Chen Qingqing's disinterest in engaging with him, chose not to press further. Having already stumbled with Gu Mingyao, he had learned a valuable lesson. The more beautiful a girl, the more perilous the interaction. Su Yi was just about to return to his singing. Pei Yue rose and placed her hand on Su Ye's shoulder, smiling, Xiao Su, see you're off. It's just a few steps. Hurry. All right, Su Yi replied, stepping forward to pull open the glass door. Chen Qingqing hesitated for a moment before stepping outside. With Suyi trailing behind her, he cleared his throat and remarked, "You should go out less at night. There are many unsavory characters around." Chen Qingqing paused beneath the streetlight and, for the first time, responded to Suyi. "Are you speaking of yourself?" "What do you mean?" Suyi inquired, recalling how she had caught him glancing at her legs and the cup he knew she had used. He hurriedly explained, "I admit I looked at your legs, but I truly had no idea that cup was yours." With a chuckle, Chen Qingqing found amusement in his flustered state, as he felt a sense of indignation yet lacked the words to counter her. What was wrong with a normal young man stealing glances at an attractive girl? Was it a crime? Wang Ruxue parked the car by the roadside. Chen Qingqing lifted her leg and entered the vehicle, watching the car drive away. Suyi turned back towards the shop. Inside the car, Chen Qingqing gazed out the window at Su Ye's retreating figure, her usually cold demeanor softening into an infrequent smile. What a fool. He fell for it so easily. Xiao Su. Huh, didn't you add her on WeChat? No. Pei Yue sighed in exasperation. Xiao Su. What is wrong with you? You had an opportunity, yet you let it slip away. Boss lady, please refrain from meddling. Didn't you notice she seemed a bit disdainful of me? What does she find distasteful? She thinks I'm lecherous, claiming I was staring at her legs. I swear. I merely glanced a couple of times. Haha, Pei Yue chuckled, her chest vibrating with laughter. Suyi, however, maintained his composure. But to be fair, what kind of man isn't a little lecherous? Huh. Chapter 14. Birthday. During the day, he would sleep, study, and monitor the stock market. While at night, he worked part-time at a tavern. Suye's life began to acquire a rhythm. Beyond these activities, he also started to prioritize physical fitness, choosing to leave for work half an hour early to run there, and jogging home after his shift. In his previous life, Suyi had neglected his health in the pursuit of money, a common oversight among 18-year-olds, but he was different. Today was the weekend. Lao Su and Zhang Hong were resting at home, and during lunch, Zhang Hong finally inquired about Suye's job. What exactly does that summer job entail? Why do you come home so late every day? Suyi, casually eating, replied, Didn't I mention it's in the service industry? Be more specific. I work as a male model in a bar. Zhang Hong put down her chopsticks and launched into a tirade. I spend so much to support your education, and you choose to work in such a place? I might as well not have raised you. Don't call me mom anymore. Suyi spoke with a calm demeanor, weaving a tale of deception. 8,000 a month. Zhang Hong's tone shifted immediately. However, let us return to the essence of the matter. Honorable work is not defined by its prestige or simplicity. It is earned through one's own labor, and there is no shame in that. But can your father manage to join? Lao Su nearly spat out his meal. Wiping his mouth, he remarked, I wonder if the two of you could engage in a more civil conversation. So he took a tissue to dab his lips and explained, Actually, I'm working as a server in a modest lounge. It differs from a bar, as the clientele consists of respectable individuals, and the proprietress treats me quite well. And how long do you intend to continue this? It's not exhausting. I might as well keep at it since idling at home serves no purpose. After finishing his meal, Siyu returned to his room, rummaging through his wardrobe. Moments later, he poked his head out and said, Mom, could you please buy me slightly larger clothes next time? Weren't you the one who insisted on tighter fits? From now on, let us stick to that style. Oh, you mean the loose-fitting ones? Zhang Hong chuckled. You're an adult now. You should purchase your own clothes henceforth. Suyi tried on 2 pairs of pants, only to find them both too tight, making his legs resemble slender poles. Ultimately, he discarded them in favor of a pair of jeans that had faded over time. He then undertook 2 practice tests for the first driving exam. The first attempt, 87 points. The second attempt, 91 points. Suyi felt confident that with a few more days of study, passing the first exam would be a certainty. There was no urgency regarding his driver's license. Summer vacation still loomed over 2 months away. With the second and third tests requiring considerable time, a couple of days' practice would suffice before he could sit for the exams. This afternoon, Suyi had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed to go to the bank to open an account and simultaneously activate his stock trading account. Around 2 o'clock, Suyi departed on a shared bicycle towards the bank. Red Leaf Villa. At Wang, I'm stepping out. No? Where to? Chen Qingqing rummaged through a wall of shoes and found a pair of seemingly ordinary white Converse sneakers. As she changed shoes on a nearby chair, she replied, First, to find my dad, and then perhaps to buy a few things. Chen Qingqing rarely ventured outside, as the household lacked for nothing. Thus, upon hearing her plans for shopping, Wang Ruxue realized that today marked Chen Qingqing's birthday. Recalling what Jiang Meilin had instructed, she quickly set down her tasks, took the car keys, and prepared to leave. Is your father at the bank today? Yes, Chen Qingqing replied nonchalantly. He spends far more time at the bank than at home. Wang Ruxue detected a hint of resentment in Chen Qingqing's tone, but chose not to comment. After approximately 20 minutes, the car pulled up outside the Bank of Communications. Before stepping out, Chen Qingqing told Wang Ruxue, "I can manage on my own," prompting Wang Ruxue to remain in the vehicle. Chen Qingqing pushed open the heavy glass door of the bank. A mere glance at the lobby was sufficient for her before she proceeded up the staircase to the office of the branch manager. Inside the office, Chen Hansong stood by the window, his back to the door, engaged in a phone conversation with the head of a large corporation's finance department. As Chen Qingqing entered, she noticed his brow furrowed slightly. "All right, that is fine. We will proceed with it as discussed," Chen Hansong concluded, his previously cheerful demeanor instantly turning serious. "Who told you to enter without knocking?" Just as he was about to continue, he halted mid-sentence, realizing that the figure standing at the door was none other than his daughter. "Qingqing?" Chen Hansong said with a smile, stepping forward. "What brings you here?" As he lifted his hand to affectionately ruffle her hair, she instinctively took a step back, evading his touch. Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand. Like Jiang Meilin, both felt no debt towards each other concerning their divorce. Their only concern was for their daughter. "I heard from your mother that you still plan to attend an art school?" "Yes. I know you've always had a passion for music, but pursuing this may limit your future career prospects. Have you considered studying abroad? I can arrange for you to go to America, Singapore, or Japan." Chen Qingqing coldly responded. "Do you think staying in the country will hinder your chances of finding another woman?" "Qingqing, I've told you many times that my divorce from your mother was due to work, nothing else. What do you need from me today? Are you free tonight?" "Tonight?" Chen Hansong pondered, sighing. "I have an important client scheduled. Just say you're not available next time," Chen Qingqing remarked, devoid of emotion, speaking as if to a stranger. Sensing something amiss, Chen Hansong reached out to grasp her arm as she turned to leave. However, she forcefully shook off his hand, exclaiming, "Don't touch me. In your eyes, I am less important than your client. Have you forgotten what day it is?" With that, Chen Qingqing fled, her eyes reddening. "What day is it?" "Oh no, it's Qingqing's birthday." Realizing this, Chen Hansong hurriedly chased after her. On the ground floor, Su Yi, having just completed setting up a stock account, was about to exit the bank when he collided with Chen Qingqing, who was rushing down the stairs. Upon recognizing her, he instinctively exclaimed, "It's you again." In just a week, this marked their third unexpected encounter. Hearing footsteps behind her, Chen Qingqing realized that her father was in pursuit. Upon spotting Su Yi, she seized his hand and whispered urgently, "Don't say a word." Su Yi stood frozen. What is happening? This little hand is surprisingly soft to hold. Chen Hansong paused at the corner of the first floor, where he spotted Su Yi alongside Chen Qingqing, their hands entwined. A wave of tension enveloped him, and with a darkened expression, he descended and coldly inquired, "Who is he?" "My boyfriend," she replied. Chapter 15. The young man's name is Su Yi. Both Su Yi and Chen Hansong were momentarily taken aback. "Boyfriend?" Su Yi's heart raced. Chen Hansong's face turned an ashen hue as he beheld his daughter hand in hand with Su Yi, feeling as if a wild boar had intruded upon his cherished garden, brazenly uprooting the prized cabbage he had nurtured for years. "What boyfriend? Does your mother know?" "Of course not," Chen Qingqing retorted, firmly grasping Su Yi's hand and pulling him toward the exit, deliberately stating, "Let's go." Su Yi was unceremoniously dragged out of the bank. In the car, Wang Ruxue was equally bewildered. How had they ended up together again? The frequency of their coincidental meetings in recent days was astonishing. More importantly, they were holding hands. "Wait, what boyfriend? Did you seek my consent?" Su Yi, now flustered, protested. Chen Qingqing swung open the car door and commanded, "Get in." "Where to?" "Just get in." "Fine. I'll get in." Su Yi reluctantly complied, settling into the car. Chen Qingqing followed suit, glancing through the window to see Chen Hansong standing at the entrance, bewildered. A sense of pride swelled within her. "Qingqing, what is this about?" Wang Ai asked. "To the mall," Chen Qingqing replied. Wang Ruxue cast a concerned glance at Chen Hansong but pressed the accelerator, departing from the bank's entrance. Su Yi curiously asked, "Was that your dad?" "That's none of your concern," Chen Qingqing responded coolly. "Oh, it's none of my concern? Then why did you declare me your boyfriend?" "I did." "What does that mean? Did you seek my consent?" Chen Qingqing took a deep breath, her tone calming once more. "What do you wish to do?" Su Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "Consider it a favor owed to me." "You have quite the nerve," she retorted. "Call it as you will." Siyu retrieved his phone, opened the WeChat QR code, and presented it to Chen Qingqing. Let us at each other on WeChat. Chen Qingqing took out her latest Model 5 smartphone and added Su Yi as a friend. By the way, I still don't know your name. Chen Qingqing. Bank manager. Was that girl just now your daughter? The bank's client manager approached Chen Hansong. Feeling rather dismal, he merely acknowledged with an MM. And that young man? I don't know him. He might be my daughter's classmate. Chen Hansong would certainly not concede that Su Yi held the title of his daughter's boyfriend. The client manager soon added, he just opened a card with us and also established a securities account. A securities account? Su Yi appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age, which made his acquisition of a bank card quite ordinary. However, what was the purpose behind opening a securities account? Was he perhaps dabbling in stock trading? Please send his information to my office. Understood. Chen Hansong returned to his office. And before long, the client manager delivered the documents Su Yi had left when opening his account. Su Yi, 18 years old. Chen Hansong took out his phone and dialed Jiang Meilin. Jiang Meilin, currently in a meeting, hesitated to answer the call, but upon considering it might pertain to her daughter, she decided to pick up. Jiang Meilin, is it true that your daughter is in a relationship? A relationship? Chen Hansong, what are you talking about? Just moments ago, her daughter had come to the bank to find him, and, before his very eyes, held hands with a boy, declaring him to be her boyfriend. Jiang Meilin furrowed her brow. As a mother, she knew her daughter well. It was rare for any boy to catch her interest. I was unaware of this matter. The boy's name is Su Yu. Jiang Meilin inquired, what does he look like? Chen Hansong was taken aback. Jiang Meilin. What does his appearance have to do with this situation? Not wishing to prolong the conversation with Chen Hansong, she stated directly, I shall call Ru Shui. Ending the call. Jiang Meilin searched her contacts for Wang Rushui's number and dialed. Wang Rushui was waiting at a traffic light and answered the call, switching to speaker mode. Hello. Ru Shui. President Jiang. I need to ask you something. Just now, Qingqing's father mentioned that she is seeing a boy. What is the situation? In this instance, Wang Rushui was at a loss for words. Qingqing interjected, he is right beside me. Would you like to greet him? After saying this, she exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yi. Hearing her daughter's voice, Jiang Meilin fell into silence. The peculiar atmosphere in the car made Su Yu's scalp tingle. He swallowed hard and managed to greet, hello Annie. The call abruptly ended with a beep. Su Yi, bewildered, remarked, from the look in your father's eyes, I sensed a murderous intent. Why is your mother acting like this? If I were to meet them face to face, would they truly harm me? To his surprise, Chen Qingqing laughed. Su Yi gazed at her exquisitely beautiful profile, the delicate dimple at the corner of her mouth captivating him entirely. This was only the third time they had met, yet it was the first time he had witnessed Chen Qingqing smile. For reasons unknown, Su Yi felt an inexplicable warmth in the vehicle as if his blood were boiling. We have arrived at the mall. Chen Qingqing opened the car door and stepped out. Noticing Su Yi sitting motionless inside, she expressed her disdain. Come out. What for? Chen Qingqing remained silent, merely fixing her gaze on Su Yi. Ultimately, he emerged from the car. Two individuals entered the shopping mall together. After the pair had distanced themselves, Wang Rushui promptly returned a call to Jiang Meilin. Su Yi followed closely behind Chen Qingqing and suddenly ventured a question, have your parents divorced? Chen Qingqing halted her steps, nearly causing Su Yi to collide with her back. I mean no offense, this is merely my deduction. How did you arrive at that conclusion? Su Yi replied, the first time we met by the lake, every time I approached you, you instinctively stepped back. Even just now, despite you being the one to hold my hand, your palm was drenched in sweat. This indicates that you possess a strong sense of vigilance and likely lack affection in your life. Coupling this with your demeanor while speaking to your parents, the inference becomes obvious. You would make a fine detective. You asked me to pretend to be your boyfriend, presumably to provoke your parents. Now that your objective has been achieved, what else do you require from me? Chen Qingqing bit her lip and softly responded, today is my birthday. I see. Today is your birthday, and your parents are too preoccupied to spend time with you. Thus, your actions seem somewhat retaliatory. Do you need my assistance in completing this charade? Yes. Then let us proceed to the cinema, enjoy a film, have a meal afterward, and take a couple of photos for social media. I suspect that upon your return home tonight, your parents will interrogate you mercilessly. However, let me make it clear, you shall cover the expenses for the movie and the meal. Chen Qingqing turned her head, curiosity evident in her expression. Have you always been this shameless? Not exactly. My audacity has only recently blossomed. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, it matters not to me. Chapter 16. The photograph in mid-June. Before the summer blockbuster season commenced, the cinema had a limited selection of films, with only two notable releases, The Silent War and Godzilla, along with a horror film titled Midnight Haircombing. However, domestic horror films have long been regarded as subpar, resulting in minimal audience attendance. Which film shall we watch? Godzilla, I suppose. Ching quietly purchased tickets on her phone, hesitated for a moment, and added a soda and popcorn to her order. The two ascended to the top floor via the elevator, and after retrieving their tickets, Ching instructed Suyu to collect the soda and popcorn from the counter. Suyu approached Ching and inquired, "You only bought one portion?" "Indeed. How stingy of you." Ching regarded Suyu with a look of incredulity, impatiently clarifying, "It's for you. I do not consume carbonated drinks or junk food." "Of course, you are a celestial being, untouched by the mundane." Ching dismissed Suyu's banter. And after waiting outside for 5 to 6 minutes, they entered the screening room as ticket checks commenced. Ching vividly recalled that her last visit to the cinema had been 3 years prior, a time when her parents were still together, marking the last occasion they had all shared a film as a family. After that occasion, Ching never returned to the cinema again. Suyi, munching on popcorn and sipping cola, noticed Ching staring blankly at the screen and gently reminded her, "What are you dawdling for? Aren't you going to take a picture?" Ching snapped back to reality and took out her phone, capturing an image of the large screen. "What purpose does this serve?" she inquired. "What should I take instead?" He replied, "A selfie, of course. Didn't you want your parents to see it?" Ching hesitated slightly. So you continued, "If you're not keen on taking it, then forget it. I was busy at the tavern until midnight last night and only fell asleep in the early morning. I had intended to catch up on sleep this afternoon, but here I am, inexplicably dragged along by you. To be honest, I've already seen this film more than once. So don't think I'm particularly eager to sit here with you." So you spoke the truth, although the movie had just been released. He had indeed watched it multiple times. Seeing Suye's nonchalant demeanor, Ching switched her phone to the front camera and positioned it between their seats. Noticing this, Suye leaned in closer. As he did, Ching instinctively pulled back a bit. "What are you afraid of? You're so far away. Can this phone even capture you?" This was not entirely Ching's fault. She had never been this close to anyone before and felt quite nervous. Nevertheless, she mustered her courage and leaned into the camera's frame. Just as their heads were nearly touching, Suyu made a silly face, prompting Ching to break into a smile as she pressed the shutter. Click. Once the selfie was taken, Ching straightened up. Suyi, too, returned to a proper posture and began to watch the film. However, since he was already familiar with the storyline, it wasn't long before he grew drowsy, his head drooping sideways as he fell asleep in his chair. Ching had little interest in this genre of film either. After capturing the selfie, her heart raced, and only when she noticed Suyi asleep did she cautiously retrieve her phone to check the newly taken picture. On the screen, their heads were positioned perfectly, one on the left and the other on the right, creating a harmonious composition. Realizing she had been gazing at the photo for quite some time, she instinctively glanced at Suyi, finding him still asleep, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. She opened her WeChat moments and uploaded the photo. Ching did not limit her friends from seeing the post, as her WeChat contacts were quite sparse. Aside from Wang Ruxue, most were relatives. At the moment the photo was posted, a thrill surged through Ching. She could vividly imagine the shocked, amazed, puzzled, and anxious expressions on her parents' faces upon seeing it. Just as she anticipated, the moment her post went live, Jiang Meilin spotted it. With palpable excitement, she clicked on the photo, enlarged it, and upon seeing the selfie of Suyi and Ching tilting their heads together, she immediately called Ching. "Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Jiang Meilin was in a state of urgency. She quickly summoned her assistant. "Xiaohui, procure me the fastest high-speed train ticket back to Jiangzhou." "But Jiangzhou, you have a meeting tomorrow afternoon," her assistant replied. "I will rush over tomorrow. Go buy the ticket now." "Understood." Meanwhile, in the bank office, Chen Hansong had been staring at a photograph for a full 10 minutes. He knew his daughter well. She had always been reticent, as Suyi had mentioned, lacking affection since childhood, which had rendered her as prickly as a hedgehog, extremely guarded, and devoid of friends, let alone male companions. Gazing at his daughter's smile in the photograph, alongside a boar rummaging through the vegetables, Chen Hansong's heart shattered. Where on earth did this imbecile come from? Unable to remain seated, Chen Hansong took the information Suyi had left at the bank and dialed his number. The reason he hadn't called his daughter was that he was certain she would not answer. In the cinema, the sudden vibration of a mobile phone jolted Suyi awake. He quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket, noticing an unrecognized number just as he was about to answer. Beside him, Chin commanded, "Hang up." "Huh?" "I said hang up." Suyi complied, disconnecting the call, his face a mask of confusion as he looked at her. Chin explained, "That was my father's number. If he calls you in the future, do not answer." "How does your father have my number?" "What were you doing at the bank this afternoon?" "Opening an account." Suyi suddenly realized, stunned. "Your father works at the bank?" Chin replied, "He is the president." "The president?" Suyi's emotions surged. He had suspected Chin came from a well-off family, but he never imagined her father held such a prestigious position. After a moment of contemplation, a smile broke across his face. Curious about his sudden joy, Chin asked, "What are you laughing about?" "I was just thinking. Will your father invite me to meet him privately and say, 'I will give you $1 million to stay away from my daughter'?" Chin turned her head, suppressing her laughter, and said, "What a ridiculous thought. Why don't you ask if I would agree? Would you?" "Of course. Don't say $1 million. Give me 10,000. And I would heed your father's words." "You rascal." Chapter 17. This is quite fair. After the movie, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Suyi rubbed his stomach. He had consumed an entire bucket of popcorn and soda, leaving him feeling somewhat bloated. "That photograph should suffice, right? If there's nothing else. I'll take my leave." Chin interjected, "Didn't we say we would go out for a meal? I'm full. I can't eat another bite." Chin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she stepped out of the cinema. The warmth of the outside air enveloped her, prompting her to retrieve a black hair tie from her pocket, which she bit down on while deftly gathering her hair into a ponytail. Dressed in a soft yellow sweatshirt paired with black trousers and white Converse sneakers, her high ponytail accentuated her graceful stature, rendering her a vision of beauty. Suyi, captivated, observed her every move with rapt attention. Feeling a tinge of shyness, he initiated a conversation, asking, Chin, "How old are you?" 18, she replied. "Just finished your college entrance examinations?" he inquired. "Yes," she confirmed. Suyi chuckled. "Which city do you plan to attend university in?" Chin regarded him with a hint of caution, remaining silent. Perceiving her reticence, Suyi shrugged nonchalantly. "If you prefer not to share, that's fine. Just a casual question. What about you? Which city are you headed to?" "Shanghai," he answered. At this, Chin fell silent for a moment. She was contemplating 2 institutions, the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and the Zhongyang Conservatory of Music, leaning more towards the former. As she had spent her entire life in the southern regions and feared she might struggle to adapt to the north. "Since you brought me here, could you ask your Aunt Wang to take me back?" she asked softly. Chin nodded gently. "I need to use the restroom first." "All right." Suyi, hands in his pockets, surveyed his surroundings and noticed a row of claw machines. After a brief hesitation, he approached and exchanged some coins for a chance to play. He had acquired a knack for these machines in his past life, often winning plush toys to delight Gu Mangyao. So it was long before he successfully retrieved a doryman from the machine. When Chin emerged from the restroom, Suyi presented her with the blue cat. She looked at the toy in his hands, her expression one of puzzlement. "Consider it a birthday gift from me," he said with a smile. Chin had received many extravagant birthday presents before from her parents and their colleagues, all of which she accepted without a second thought. However, this time, she hesitated. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Suyi sighed, "Forget it, if you don't want it." Just as he began to retract his hand, Chin swiftly snatched the toy from him. "I treated you to a movie, and you're giving me a toy. That seems fair," she declared. "All right then." The two departed the mall side by side. After Chin sent a message to Wang Rushue, a car soon arrived before them. "Aunt Wang, please take him back first," she instructed. Wang Rushue turned to Suyi and asked, "You're Suyi, right? Where do you live?" Suyi replied with a smile. "Just take me to the tavern. I have to work tonight." "I appreciate it." Half an hour later, Suyi alighted from the car at the tavern entrance, while Wang Rushue continued on her way back to Hongya Mountain Villa. "Your mother called me earlier. She'll be home tonight," Wang Rushue said, noticing Chin Ching's silence. "Your father might also come over this evening." Upon hearing these words, Chin laughed joyfully, surprised by the efficacy of that photograph, which managed to bring her parents, who prioritized work over family, rushing back home. She placed her doryman plush on her lap and opened her phone to locate the photo she had shared on her social media. After a brief moment of contemplation, she adjusted the settings and chose to set it as her wallpaper. Returning to her home screen, the default wallpaper transformed into the cherished picture of herself and Suyu. As night fell, The sound of a car pulling into the yard signaled her mother's return. Chen Qingqing lay motionless on the sofa. Jiang Meilin emerged from the vehicle, opening the passenger door to retrieve a beautifully crafted black forest cake, which she carried into the living room. Qingqing, Qingqing? Upon seeing her daughter lounging on the sofa engrossed in her phone, Jiang Meilin gently placed the cake on the coffee table and cautiously sat down beside her feet. With patience, she inquired, Qingqing, may I ask who Su Yi truly is? I told you he is my boyfriend, Chen Qingqing responded. Do not deceive me, my dear. I know you mentioned that to your father out of frustration for his absence on your birthday. You did it to provoke him. Chen Qingqing raised her Doraemon plush and declared, You're overthinking it. We have officially entered a relationship. We watched a movie together this afternoon and even went to win some toys. This is a gift from him. Jiang Meilin glanced at Wang Ruxue, who nodded in affirmation, causing Jiang Meilin's expression to darken. Must you provoke me so? She rose, her emotions heightened. Indeed, your father and I have not fulfilled our duties as parents. But we have never deprived you materially. If I did not work, would you reside in such a spacious home? If I did not work, what would you eat or drink daily? Chen Qingqing also sat up from the sofa, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yes, everything you do is for me. It is all my fault. If you had never given birth to me, none of this turmoil would exist. With that, she dashed upstairs. Qingqing. Jiang Meilin watched her daughter ascend the staircase, wiping away her tears, and immediately regretted her words. Before long, Chen Hasong arrived home, and upon entering, he eagerly inquired, Where is Qingqing? It's all your fault. You even forgot your own daughter's birthday. Are you even human? I simply forgot momentarily, Chen Hansong retorted swiftly. You knew today was Qingqing's birthday, yet left her alone at home. Yes, it is all my fault. You, as her father, bear no responsibility at all. Jiang Meilin. I do not wish to argue with you today. Where is Qingqing? I would like to speak with her. Jiang Meilin turned, picking up the plush toy from the sofa. Her voice trembling, she likely does not wish to see you or me right now. Have you clarified the nature of Su Yu's relationship with our Qingqing? Jiang Meilin picked up the phone left behind by Chen Qingqing downstairs. Upon illuminating the screen, she raised it in her hand and remarked, She has already set the photos as her wallpaper. What shall we do now? Sniffling, Jiang Meilin stood up and declared, I will go upstairs to call Qingqing down for cake. You must remain silent about this. As for her relationship with Su Yi, I will find the time to discuss it with him directly. You know your daughter's temperament. We cannot extract answers from her. Chen Hansong remained silent. Chapter 18. Have they become involved? Su Yi was filled with regret. The popcorn and cola were insufficient to satiate his hunger. He had barely spent 2 hours in the shop when his stomach began to growl. Leaning against the counter, he took out his phone and messaged Chen Qingqing. I regret not letting you treat me to dinner this evening. I am extremely hungry now. While enjoying cake with Chen Hansong and Jiang Meilin, Chen Qingqing heard her phone buzz and surmised it was likely Su Yi. In front of the two, she deliberately unlocked her phone and replied to him. Serves you right, Su Yi retorted angrily. Your boyfriend is hungry. Chen Qingqing's cheeks flushed. Be quiet. Chen Hansong, witnessing the expressions flitting across his daughter's face, felt as though his eyes might pop out. He had already imagined the exchange between Su Yi and Chen Qingqing. Dimwit, have you returned home, darling? Darling daughter, I'm eating cake. Dimwit, I'm hungry too. Darling daughter, do you want some? Dimwit, I don't want cake. Dimwit, I want you. Chen Hansong felt a shiver run down his spine. Chen Qingqing quickly typed back, Do you believe I could block you right now? Su Yi replied, Forget it. Guests have arrived. I won't chat with you anymore. Their conversation abruptly ceased. Seeing Chen Qingqing put down her phone, Chen Hansong inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Meilin noticed that there was still half a cake left on the table, so she said to Wang Ruxue, Ruxue, take this cake home with you. Wang Ruxue hesitated. President Jiang, I've been dieting lately. I fear that consuming something so sweet tonight will. Chen Qingqing interjected. Then could you help me deliver the remaining cake to that tavern we visited last time? Chen Hansong and Jiang Meilin were left bewildered. However, Wang Ruxue exclaimed in surprise, Do you want me to take it to Su Yi? Yes. Upon hearing this, Chen Hansong abruptly stood from the sofa, tightened his belt, and solemnly stated, I'll go to the restroom. Jiang Meilin glanced at Chen Qingqing and ultimately nodded at Wang Ruxue. Wang Ruxue wrapped the cake and drove to the tavern. Around 10 o'clock, Wang Ruxue entered the tavern with the cake. Pei Yue was taken aback to see Wang Ruxue, as she usually visited only occasionally. Ruxue, it seems you are not busy lately? Wang Ruxue shook her head with a wry smile. I'm here on a mission. A mission? Where is Su Yi? The young man was just here. Zhang Xiaowan beside her reminded, "Boss lady, he just went into the restroom." Pei Yue inquired curiously. "Do you need to find him for something?" Wang Ruxuan nodded, lifting the cake in her hand as she said, "Qingqing asked me to bring this cake to him." Pei Yue was momentarily taken aback. Women are forever intrigued by gossip, regardless of whether they are 18, 28, or 38. She swiftly exited the counter, her face alight with curiosity, and asked, "Are they together?" The situation was complicated. Just as Wang Ruxue was about to explain, Suyi emerged from the restroom. She stepped forward and handed him the cake. Suyi looked somewhat bewildered. "What is this?" Wang Ruxue succinctly replied, "Qingqing asked me to bring it to you." "Huh." Suyi hadn't anticipated this. He took the cake, and a smile quickly replaced his confusion. "Well, that is thoughtful of her." Wang Ruxue wished to inquire further, but restrained herself. Such matters were not hers to meddle in. Besides, Mr. Jiang was already aware and would handle it. With that thought, Wang Ruxue bid farewell to Pei Yue and turned to leave. Suyi approached the counter, discovering it was a Black Forest cake. Having never indulged in such an expensive cake, he promptly cut himself a sizable piece, eager to satiate his hunger. Just as he was about to take a bite, he looked up to find 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. "What is going on? Confess honestly, what is this about?" Suyi was thoroughly perplexed. "What is there to explain?" "The cake. Didn't you say dating was pointless? Why did Qingqing send you a cake?" "That is a long story." "Then make it short." Suyi sighed and explained, "I did her a favor. She owes me a debt of gratitude. I just sent you a message saying I was hungry, and she had Aunt Wang deliver the cake." "What favor?" "That is a secret for now." Pei Yue clicked her tongue, her eyes seeming to say, "Look at the mischief you've been up to." Starving and dizzy, Suyi chose not to elaborate further. He grabbed a fork and began to devour the cake. After consuming 2 pieces, he finally felt revitalized. "There is a bit left. Do you want some?" Zhou huffed, arms crossed. "This is a heartfelt dinner for someone special. I shall not partake." "Exactly." Suyi slapped his forehead. "You two really are something." It was 11:20. After work, Suyi sprinted home. By the time he finished showering and lay on his bed, it was past midnight. Despite the weariness of the day, Suyi did not sleep immediately. He first downloaded a stock trading application, registering, logging in, verifying his identity, and linking his bank card, completing a series of tasks until he finally possessed a stock account of his own. He transferred all the money he had on hand to his stock account. Precisely 900 yuan. 500 of those yuan were an allowance gifted by his mother, and in the afternoon, Suyi had already deposited the cash into his bank card. The remaining 400 were from a red envelope that Pei Yue had transferred to him. Though modest, it marked a significant beginning. Suyi had resolved that, aside from essential living expenses, he would temporarily allocate all other funds into his stock account. Currently, the stock market index hovered just above 2,000 points, a considerable distance from 5,000, indicating boundless potential for Suyi in the forthcoming year. Which stock should he purchase with this sum? The Belt and Road Initiative was proposed in September and October of the previous year. With this policy in place, many related sectors should experience growth. After casually browsing, he ultimately selected a trading stock priced at over 3 yuan and entrusted his entire 900 yuan to its purchase. Having completed this task, Suyi set his phone to charge on the bedside table, turned off the lights, and drifted into slumber. The following morning, shortly after 10, Qin Zhuwei, shirtless and seated before his computer, was vigorously typing as he exchanged insults with a top-lane stone character. The stone character was not one to back down, and they volleyed barbs back and forth on the public screen. The game reached the 20-minute mark before they surrendered on schedule. Upon review, the stone character's stats were 293, while Yasuo's were 175. Both players were evenly matched. Just as Qin Zhiwei was fuming and contemplating confronting the stone character, an icon in the bottom right corner of his screen began to pulse. It was a message from Gu Mingyao. "Rose Maiden, are you there?" Chapter 19. Do you like comics too? Qin Zhiwei felt a surge of excitement. Since the college entrance examination, this was the first time a girl had initiated a conversation with him. No one knew how Qin Zhiwei had spent the past 18 years. He hadn't even held a girl's hand, let alone been in a relationship. Surely, you understand this feeling. Autistic patient? Autistic patient. Is there something you need? Rose Maiden, do you have time this afternoon? I'd like to talk with you. Autistic patient, you want to talk to me? Are you sure? Rose Maiden, yes. Autistic patient, are you certain you don't mean I should call Suyi instead? Rose Maiden, I'll be waiting for you at the milk tea shop by the school gate at 3 o'clock. Autistic patient, all right then. Seeing that Gu Mingyao had not responded further, Qin Jiwei hesitated about whether to inform Su Yi of this development, but ultimately decided against it. He suspected that Gu Mingyao's sudden invitation was undoubtedly related to Su Yi. As for the subject of their conversation, he would discover it in the afternoon. With time still on his side, he decided to play another round. He clicked to start matching and, upon entering the hero selection screen, promptly chose Yasuo again, feeling that this newly released hero was tailor-made for him. On the second floor, a teammate exclaimed, "You're infuriating, stealing my Yasuo." Qin Jiwei retorted, "Quit your whining. I'll carry you." 30 minutes later, teammate 1 criticized, "Trash." Teammate 2 called out, "Foolish Yasuo." Teammate 3 lamented, with a score of 0106. "Is this something a human can achieve?" Teammate 4 added, "Useless waste, go play against bots." Qin Jiwei swiftly exited the game, as if none of it pertained to him. Yu awoke at 10 o'clock. After brushing his teeth and washing up, he found that Zhang Hong had prepared several dishes before leaving. Su Yi cooked some rice for himself and enjoyed a combined breakfast and lunch at 11. The temperature in mid-June was already quite high. Su Yi reclined on the sofa, setting the fan to its highest setting, directing its breeze towards himself. However, after a short while, he felt his underwear clinging uncomfortably, prompting him to lift himself to adjust it before changing his position to lie on his side. He completed the theoretical test for driving twice. The first attempt yielded a score of 93, while the second achieved 96. Su believed he could pass the test without issue now and planned to ask old Su for some money when he returned from work to enroll in a driving school. After finishing the 2 tests, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. He had deleted all the games on his phone, and at that time, short videos had not yet taken the world by storm. Douyin had yet to launch. He had no desire to chat. What was she up to? This question suddenly sprang to Su Ye's mind, prompting him to open WeChat. He glanced at his moments. The group photo from yesterday had not yet been deleted by Chen Qingqing. So he opened the chat with her and typed a message, "Thank you for the cake last night." At that moment, Chen Qingqing, also idly passing time at home, was engrossed in a comic. Hearing her phone alert, she picked it up to take a look. After a moment as contemplation, she replied, "I couldn't finish it. Intended to throw it away, but it seemed a pity, so I had Aunt Wang bring it to you." So you responded, "Chen Qingqing, don't you have any friends?" Chen Qingqing replied, "What is it to you?" So you noted, "It appears I struck a nerve." After a prolonged silence from her, he typed again, "In light of the cake from last night, I could reluctantly consider being your friend." Chen Qingqing responded, "Thanks, but I don't need that." So you replied, "Suit yourself. What are you up to now?" Chen Qingqing? So you clarified, "I mean no harm. I'm just curious how wealthy individuals spend their time. I'm dreadfully bored." Chen Qingqing, reading comics. Sui, you enjoy comics too? Upon seeing this, Chen Qingqing's interest was piqued, and she countered, "You do too?" Indeed, Sui typed, "I adore comics, though the ones I read are likely unfamiliar to you." Chen Qingqing, what do you read? Sui, Brave New World, Secret Teaching. At 3 in the afternoon, Qin Jiwei arrived punctually at the milk tea shop by the school gate. Initially, I believed that only Gu Mingyao was present, but to my surprise, the bothersome Lu Qian was also there. Lu Qian, during her time in class, was quite the chatterbox. Despite her unremarkable appearance, she managed to engage in conversations with everyone, incessantly gossiping within the female circles. Who from class 7 confessed to whom? Who from class 11 spent the night with whom? Who was whisked away after school in a BMW? Although we were all in the same class, distinct groups often formed. Those who excelled academically, those who enjoyed gaming, and those who indulged in romantic novels. Lu Qian endeavored to infiltrate every group. If she couldn't, she would still force her way in. Since Gu Mingyao was beautiful and attracted much attention, Lu Qian frequently accompanied her, whether to the restroom, the convenience store, or the dining hall. Each time they walked together, many eyes were drawn to Gu Mingyao, and in those moments, Lu Qian felt an overwhelming sense of pride, convinced that some of those gazing at Gu Mingyao were also secretly observing her. Qin Jiwei, over here. Upon spotting Lu Qian, Qin Jiwei approached with reluctant steps. He was aware that Gu Mingyao's summons was likely related to Su Yi. "What is it that you wanted to discuss?" he asked directly. "Please take a seat." Qin Jiwei opted not to sit immediately. Instead, he ordered a drink at the counter. Noticing that Gu Mingyao and Lu Qian hadn't ordered anything, he added, "Never mind. Let us get 3 drinks. Make mine with extra ice." Once Qin Jiwei settled down, Gu Mingyao finally spoke up. "Qin Jiwei, do you know what Su Yi has been up to lately?" "He has taken a summer job," he replied. "A summer job?" As soon as Qin Jiwei finished speaking, Lu Qian interjected excitedly, "Oh, I see. He must be short on cash, which is why he hasn't been in touch with you. After all, going out costs money." Qin Jiwei felt a twinge of annoyance at her words and retorted, "You might be overthinking things." Gu Mingyao's eyes narrowed as she pressed. "Then why is he working a summer job? How should I know? He has changed quite a bit since the college entrance exams. He doesn't even play games anymore or chat much. The day after the exams, he found a summer job, and he has been studying for the first subject lately." As Qin Jiwei took a sip of the juice handed to him by the waiter, he continued, "So you called me out just to ask about this?" "Well, mainly because he hasn't contacted me for several days," Gu Mingyao confessed. Qin Jiwei remarked bluntly, "When Suyi was always around you, you didn't seem particularly interested." Gu Mingyao was left speechless. Lu Qian quickly chimed in. "Do you think that if boys treat girls well, we are obliged to reciprocate?" Qin Jiwei responded, "If you like someone, be together. If not, reject them. If you don't like Suyi, why accept the breakfast he buys you from time to time?" Lu Qian articulated with conviction, "I accept and agree." Chapter 20, I am Qin Qingqing's mother. What sort of nonsensical logic is this? Although Qin Jiwei had never been in love, he found it impossible to accept such an unreasonable assertion, and he rose to leave. Gu Mingyao suddenly stood up and said, "Qin Jiwei, could you refrain from informing Su Yi that I saw you this afternoon? Rest assured, I am not so indiscreet." Lu Qian also exclaimed with agitation, "Who are you referring to?" Qin Jiwei, rendered speechless, replied, "I didn't mention you. Why are you getting so worked up?" Gu Mingyao grasped Lu Qian's arm and continued, "Could you at least tell me where Su Yi is working for the summer?" "At the Encounter Music Tavern." With that, Qin Jiwei strode out of the milk tea shop. The moment he stepped outside, he regretted his decision. "Damn it, I ventured out for no benefit, and ended up paying for 2 cups of milk tea. These two are quite something, inviting me out, yet they ordered nothing, clearly intending for me to foot the bill. Qin Jiwei, oh Qin Jiwei, if you do this again, you truly are a fool." After Qin Jiwei departed, in the milk tea shop, Gu Mingyao asked, "Mingyao, you're not considering seeking out Su Yu, are you?" Gu Mingyao gently shook her head. "I am still undecided. In my opinion, if he doesn't come looking for you, then just let it be. After all, we have graduated, and there are bound to be more outstanding young men in university. With your beauty, you will surely find someone even better." Gu Mingyao replied flatly, "I just want to understand why Su Yu has suddenly become so distant towards me. I have pondered this for several days without clarity." "Oh, don't overthink it. The news has reported that there are significantly more boys than girls now. In the future, we will be the ones choosing, not the other way around. Just wait and see, so you will surely regret it." Around 4 in the afternoon, Old Su returned from work. As a seasoned employee, he could complete his daily tasks in about 2 hours, with the rest of the time spent idly. Such is life within the system. If one has no ambition to ascend, it can be rather comfortable. "Dad, you're back?" Noticing his son still at home, Old Su inquired, "Why are you home today?" "I have something to discuss with you." "Surely, it's nothing good." Ziyi pulled Old Su to the sofa and cheerfully said, "I have finished reviewing the questions for the first part of the driving test, and I wish to enroll at the driving school tomorrow." Old Su leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and remarked, "For money matters, you should ask your mother. Are you not aware of my position at home? Mom won't be back until later tonight, and you get off work after I do. Could you front me the money?" Old Su firmly replied, "I have no money. Dad, there must be quite a bit of your savings stashed away in the bathroom ceiling and under the TV cabinet." Old Su immediately lost his composure, nearly dropping the cigarette from his hand in panic. "How did you discover that? What can possibly be hidden from me in this household? Please don't tell your mother. I have been saving for over half a year." Su smiled silently. Old Su discerned a hint of threat from his son's grin and coldly snorted, "You little rascal. Are you threatening me now? I will discuss your driving license matter with your mother tonight. If we reach an agreement, your mother and I will leave the money on the coffee table before we head to work tomorrow morning." Su patted Old Su on the shoulder and replied with a smile, "Old Su, you're quite generous. It's settled then. I'm off to work." Jiang Meilin had been utterly exhausted these past few days. After finishing her work yesterday, she rushed back from the neighboring province to celebrate her daughter's birthday. Early the next morning, before dawn broke, she hurried back, and after a long day's work, she didn't return to the hotel, but instead instructed her assistant to buy a ticket back to Jiangzhou. Upon exiting the train station, Jiang Meilin opened WeChat and sent a message to Wang Ruxue. "Ruxue, is Qingqing at home today?" Wang Ruxue replied, "She is." Jiang Meilin inquired further, Let me confirm with you again. The tavern you mentioned is called Encounter Music Tavern, correct? Wang Rushue affirmed. That's right. Shall I send you the address? Jiang Malin responded. Sure, I'll head there directly. If Qingqing plans to go out, please let me know in advance. I don't want her to know I'm looking for Suyi. Wang Rushue acknowledged. Understood. Soon, Wang Rushue sent the address. Upon seeing it, Jiang Malin handed her phone to the driver. Xiaowu, please drive to this location. Understood, General Jiang. The car drove from the station to the tavern's entrance. At this time, the sky had not yet fully darkened. Siyu sat idly on a chair outside the entrance, waiting for customers after tidying up. General Jiang. We have arrived. Please wait for me in the car. All right. Jiang Malin opened the car door, her long, smooth leg gracefully stepping out, adorned with red-soled high heels. She wore a shirt paired with a fitted blazer and a pencil skirt, her short hair neatly framing her face. Without any ostentatious jewelry. She only sported an exquisite lady's watch on her right wrist, presenting an overall image of professionalism. After alighting, she didn't proceed directly to the tavern, but walked to the trunk to change into a pair of flat sandals before stepping inside. Hello, welcome. Would you like to drink? The tavern was currently empty, with only Suyi present. Having seen Suyi's photograph, Jiang Malin recognized him immediately. You are Suyi. Indeed, Suyi replied, somewhat bewildered. Do you know me? Jiang Malin pulled out a chair and sat down, her expression inscrutable. I am Qingqing's mother. May I have a word with you? Suyi was taken aback internally, yet maintained a calm demeanor. He pulled out a chair and sat, bracing himself for Jiang Malin's inquiries. In truth, he had long been prepared for this encounter, though he hadn't anticipated her arrival would be so swift. Upon observing Jiang Malin's demeanor, Pei Yue immediately discerned her unfriendly intentions. Moreover, her aura was distinctly that of a formidable female leader. She had surmised that Jiang Malin was indeed the superior of her former middle school classmate, Wang Rushue. Hence, when Zhang Xiaowan and Xiao Ying attempted to eavesdrop, Pei Yue swiftly intervened. First, please share how you became acquainted with my daughter, Qingqing, she prompted. Suyi responded candidly. After listening, Jiang Malin remarked coolly, so, how many times have you met in total? 3 times. The first at the lakeside, the second here, and the third at the bank, followed by a trip to the mall. Jiang Malin firmly retained the upper hand in the conversation. Is there anything you wish to clarify regarding your relationship with Qingqing? Madam, you ought to understand your own daughter. Surely, you cannot genuinely believe that someone with her personality would fall for a boy after merely 3 encounters? Jiang Malin was taken aback by Su Ye's audacity to maintain eye contact throughout their exchange. In her experience, even department heads at the company would not dare to meet her gaze. Such a possibility does exist, Jiang Malin replied. I too had a whirlwind marriage with my ex-husband, and those around me at the time deemed me love-struck. Suppressing a smile, Su Yi replied, rest assured, Auntie, your daughter is far from being infatuated. Jiang Malin shifted the topic. How old are you? 18. Just finished your college entrance examination? Yes. Do you have a target university in mind? Su Yi stated. Shanghai Financial Academy. Jiang Malin raised an eyebrow. I am familiar with that institution. It ranks as a second-tier university in Shanghai. However, gaining admission requires scores exceeding those for first-tier schools. If you manage to enter that university, you could have even better options. My scores for the college entrance examination leave me with limited choices if I wish to study in Shanghai. So, your primary consideration is geographical location? Yes. As an elder, I wish to advise you that pursuing finance as an ordinary individual may not be the wisest decision. Su chuckled. I intend to become wealthy. Jiang Malin found herself perplexed by Su Ye's unwavering confidence, yet his assured demeanor stirred something within her. Su Yi possessed commendable attributes, height, appearance, and character. If he truly harbored ambition, he might indeed achieve great things. Realizing she had been overthinking, Jiang Malin quickly regained her composure. Glancing at her watch, she smiled at Su Yi. I did not come here to admonish you. In fact, I do not oppose your friendship with Qingqing. However, I hope you will not overstep certain boundaries. You are a clever young man and should grasp my meaning. Su Yi replied with a smile. You need not worry, Auntie. Such a situation will not arise. Thank you, Jiang Malin said, rising to leave. However, she suddenly turned back and asked, May I add you on WeChat? Of course. Su Yi took out his phone and prompted Jiang Malin to scan the code. After adding him, Jiang Malin casually remarked, My surname is Jiang. Very well. She replied with a slight smile and stepped out of the tavern. Once back in the car, she instructed the driver to take her home. Upon her return, Wang Ruxue approached her, saying, President Jiang, the noodles are ready in the pot. Qingqing is already eating. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Thank you for your hard work, Jiang Meilin responded. It's my duty, Wang Ruxue replied. As Jiang Meilin entered the living room, she noticed Qingqing delicately savoring her noodles. Having just been served from the pot, each bite required her to pucker her lips to cool the noodles first. Jiang Meilin smiled and approached, retrieving a hair tie from her bag. She deftly gathered Qingqing's long, silky black hair into a bun. She then proceeded to the kitchen to serve herself a bowl of noodles and sat down opposite Qingqing. Qingqing, my work for this phase has mostly concluded, and I can rest at home for a while. Oh, came the reply. Would you like to travel? I can take you out for a few days of fun. Qingqing shook her head, firmly declining. Jiang Meilin pivoted to a new topic, asking patiently, your college entrance exam results will be out in a few days. Have you decided which university you wish to apply to? Qingqing hesitated, putting down her chopsticks. After a long pause, she finally said, I will go to the Magic City. Though Jiang Meilin had anticipated her daughter would choose between the Music Academy of Seedling and the Music Academy of the Magic City, she felt a pang in her heart upon hearing Qingqing's decision for the latter. It was not merely a matter of preference. She recalled that the young man named Suyi had also stated his intention to go to the Magic City. Could it be that Qingqing chose it because of him? Jiang Meilin confirmed, You have made up your mind? Yes, came the assured response. For Suyi, Jiang Meilin's appearance was but a fleeting interlude. He still had summer work to attend to, and money needed to be earned gradually. The dramatic scenario of affluent individuals offering $1 million to persuade men to leave their daughters was something only found in novels and dramas. It could never happen in reality. After enduring yet another day, Suyi returned home, weary. Not wanting to disturb his sleeping parents, he deliberately slowed his pace. Upon noticing a pile of money on the living room table, he paused for a moment before smiling and taking the money back to his room. After a refreshing cold shower, he changed into a pair of shorts and a somewhat yellowed white shirt. He checked his stock account, finding little change in his funds, which left him feeling indifferent. Stock trading was not something to rush. If the market did not rise today, it simply meant it was not yet time. Suyi opened his messaging app and sent a message to Qin Jiwei. Brother Wei, are you asleep? Qin Jiwei was indeed awake. Having attended evening study sessions throughout high school, he had developed a habit of staying up late. Seeing Suyi's message, he assumed Gu Mingyao had visited Suyi that day and quickly replied, Not yet. Su, shall we go together to learn driving tomorrow? Autistic patient, learn to drive? Is it really necessary to rush? There is plenty of time to learn in college, isn't there? Su, I plan to register tomorrow. If you want to come, let us go together and finish the test early. We have to take it in college. Qin Jiwei is a person lacking in decisiveness. He has grown accustomed to accompanying Suyi in various endeavors. He quickly replied, I'll ask my parents tomorrow. If they agree, I'll join you for registration. All right, I'll come find you tomorrow. A night passed without incident. The next morning, after Suyi had a bowl of porridge, he set out for Qin Jiwei's home. Their houses were not far apart. It took about 15 minutes on foot, and even less on a bike. When Suyi arrived at the supermarket beneath Qin Jiwei's apartment, he greeted the woman busy organizing the shelves inside. Aunt Wang, it's Xiaoya. Oh, you're here to see Jiwei. You can go up. He might still be asleep. Qin Jiwei's family owned a small supermarket, slightly larger than a convenience store. Typically, Qin Jiwei's father, Qin Wenliang, handled inventory, while the day-to-day management was entrusted to Wang Mei. Suyi walked straight through the supermarket and up the stairs, finding Qin Jiwei still sound asleep in bed. Get up, you lazy bum, Suyi exclaimed, pulling the blanket off Qin Jiwei. Groggily waking, Qin Jiwei saw Suyi and yawned. Why are you here so early? Early? Did your dad agree to let you learn to drive? He did. Qin Jiwei got up, put on his shoes, and stretched. My dad said this expense is inevitable. He even knows a driving instructor and called this morning to inquire about the registration fee. How much? 2,800. Suyi was surprised at how inexpensive driving lessons were this year. He had spent over 3,000 when he learned to drive in college. His mother had left him 3,500 the previous night, allowing him to pocket 700, thus bringing him one step closer to becoming a millionaire. Qin Jiwei pointed to the computer. Play on the computer for a bit while I brush my teeth and grab a bite. We'll head to register soon. Hurry up. Play a round of Smash Brothers. I'll be ready in a jiffy. Suyi sat at the computer. He certainly wasn't playing games. His skills were so poor that he would likely struggle even against AI opponents. He opened the browser and casually browsed through the latest trending news. Meanwhile, Qin Jue finished brushing his teeth swiftly and was about to head to the kitchen when he heard Su Ye's voice from outside. Qin Jue, you rascal. You stayed up watching movies until 2 in the morning last night. Are you even human? Qin Jue dashed back to his room. How do you know? You forgot to clear your browser history. Damn it. The two set out from home just after 9 o'clock. The driving school is situated approximately 4 kilometers away. Qin Jue rode his family's small electric scooter, quickly arriving at the driving school with Su Yi. Upon reaching the school, Qin Jue sought out a friend of his father's. Under his guidance, the two swiftly registered for their classes, receiving an umbrella and a textbook for the first theoretical exam. Uncle, when can we take the first exam? In about a week. You young folks find it easy to pass the first exam. Just review the material over the next few days. I need to take a group for the second exam this afternoon. If all goes well, you can start practicing with me tomorrow. Rubbing his hands together with excitement, Qin Jue asked, Uncle, could we get behind the wheel now for a quick feel? Let's go. Coach Lu led them to his driving school vehicle, opened the driver's door, and said to Qin Jue, you can take a few turns on the steering wheel to get a feel for it. I will teach you the rest tomorrow. All right. Qin Jue turned the steering wheel a few times, intending to let Su Yi have a go as well. Unexpectedly, Su Yi shook his head and replied, I want to get in. Driving is quite simple for me. Don't be so boastful. Believe it or not. Coach Lu, hearing this exchange, chuckled in disbelief. Watching someone else drive and actually driving yourself are entirely different experiences. Don't assume that just because others find it easy, you will too. Su Yi smiled and said, Uncle, have you ever heard of launching off the line and drifting around corners? Chapter 22, Multiple Choice. Kid, enough talk. Here's the key. Do you dare to drive? Seeing Su Ye's bravado, Coach Lu pulled the key from his pocket and handed it to him. He had taught many students, and invariably, their first attempt at driving was filled with trepidation, hardly daring to press the accelerator. Su shrugged. What's there to fear? He took the key, and Coach Lu quickly settled into the passenger seat, knowing that the driving school vehicles are equipped with a brake on the passenger side, which gave him the confidence to let Su Yi take the wheel. Qin Jue scratched his head and cautioned, Su Yi, don't embarrass yourself. If you crash, it won't end well. Are you getting in or not? If not, move aside. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Jue took a seat in the back. Once a skill like driving is learned, it is not easily forgotten. Su Yi adjusted his seat expertly and fastened his seatbelt. Noticing his serious demeanor, Coach Lu refrained from speaking, eager to see if he would start the vehicle. Su Yi pressed the clutch and brake, inserted the key, and then cheerfully asked, Uncle, how about I show you a launch off the line first? Coach Lu chuckled in response, forget about launching. If you can reverse into the parking spot now, you can come practice whenever you like in the future. All right then. Releasing the clutch and easing off the brake, the vehicle gradually began to move. Su Yi felt the pace was a bit sluggish and thus pressed the accelerator, maintaining a speed of approximately 40 kilometers per hour. He adeptly maneuvered into the designated area for parking, shifted into reverse, and commenced backing into the garage. This entire sequence was executed with such fluidity that he effortlessly parked within the marked lines. Seated in the back, Qin Jue was taken aback. Wait, Su Yi, when did you learn to drive? Su Yi waved his hand, shifting the gear into neutral, and offered an excuse, just observing and learning. My dad taught me a few tricks. Coach Lu was both surprised and pleased. A newly enrolled student capable of reversing into a parking space was a clear indication that passing the driving test would be a mere formality, undoubtedly contributing to his performance metrics. He patted Su Yi on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, You've got some skills. Well done. Tomorrow, await my notification. And let us aim to secure your driving license during the summer break. Absolutely, Su Yi replied. After leaving the driving school, he and Qin Jue rode their electric scooter back along the same route. Along the way, Qin Jue expressed his frustration. You registered just now and can already reverse into a spot. If you pass the second subject and I fail, won't that be quite embarrassing for me? You'll get used to it. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to feel embarrassed in front of me. You bastard. Su Yi chuckled, feeling quite pleased. Just as they were nearing home, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and noticed there were no contacts saved. He answered it casually, placing the phone to his ear. Hello, who is this? The voice on the other end was direct. I am Qin Qingqing's father. You are Su Yi, correct? Su Yi immediately straightened up, responding, Yes, I am. Aunt Jiang has already spoken to me. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Chen Hansong paused at this revelation. He was unaware that Jiang Malin had consulted Su Yi about something. This was news to him. After a brief silence, Chen Hansong inquired, Do you have time this afternoon? Suyi replied honestly, I do, but I have work this evening. It won't take too long. I would like to have a word with you. Should I come to you? Chun Hansong commanded. Just tell me the location, and I will have my driver pick you up this afternoon. He will call you upon arrival. After considering this, Suyi agreed. All right. He shared his address with Chun Hansong before ending the call. Qin Jiwei, curious, asked, Who was that? You wouldn't know them. Nonsense. Who do you know that I don't? Suyi retorted, You genuinely wouldn't recognize this person. Qin Jiwei persisted, Just tell me who it is. Suyi boasted, It's my girlfriend's father. Suddenly, the electric scooter came to an abrupt halt. Qin Jiwei turned around, his eyes wide with surprise. Your girlfriend's father? Gu Mingyao's dad? Don't be ridiculous. I have nothing to do with Gu Mingyao anymore. Thus, you have found a new girlfriend, which explains your decision to abandon your pursuit of Gu Mingyao. Indeed, it makes perfect sense. You should have sought someone else to pursue. Gu Mingyao's behavior towards you is clearly intended to keep you in suspense. And that Lu Qian by her side is nothing but a meddlesome person. Upon hearing this, Suyi realized that Qin Jiwei had misunderstood the situation. He chose not to clarify, as this excuse was quite reasonable for him. Otherwise, the rapid changes in his circumstances would be inexplicable. What is your girlfriend's name? How old is she? Is she from our high school? No. Why does your mother always seem to be secretly dating? Enough of the nonsense. First, assist me with a multiple-choice question. A multiple-choice question? What kind of question? When visiting your father-in-law for the first time, what should one bring to make a good impression? An administrative jacket, a bottle of flying Moutai, a doctoral certificate and property, a heavily modified motorcycle, or a flashy car? If it were you, which would you choose? Qin Jiwei rolled his eyes and said, You currently have no house, no car, and no savings. You'd lose on all three options. No. Are you really going to meet her father this afternoon? It's a long story. I met her mother last time, and she was relatively easygoing. However, judging by her father's tone, he seems a bit difficult. If he speaks to me politely, I shall respond in kind. If he starts to berate me, then... Brother, do elaborate. What a trivial matter. I'm heading home now. We shall meet again tomorrow. So you got out of the car and returned home, while Qin Jiwei, feeling quite vexed, could only ride his little donkey back as mealtime approached. At 2 in the afternoon, an Audi A6 parked at the entrance of Su Ye's residential community. After receiving a phone call, Su emerged from his home shortly thereafter. Once he got into the car, the driver said nothing and directly took him to the bank. The branch manager is waiting for you upstairs. Su nodded, exited the vehicle, and as he stepped into the lobby, a staff member approached him inquiring, Are you Suyi? I am. Follow me. The staff member led Suyi to the door of Chen Hansong's office, knocked twice, and upon hearing a response from within, departed. Suyi hesitated not a moment, pushing the door open and stepping inside. The office contained only Chen Hansong, who, upon seeing Suyi, set aside his work, gestured to the chair opposite his desk, and said, Have a seat. Uncle Chun, I believe you have already been in touch with Aunt Jiang regarding the last matter, and I have conveyed everything clearly to her. Do not be anxious. Please take a seat. I am not anxious. I have a general understanding of the situation. I called you here to discuss another matter. What is it? I heard from Qingqing's mother that you plan to attend university in the Magic City? Yes. Chun Hansong crossed his legs and, with an air of authority, stated, It is this way. My daughter has also decided to attend the music conservatory in the Magic City. Once she makes a decision, her mother, and I find it impossible to persuade her otherwise. I actually wanted to discuss whether you could consider changing your target institution. I cannot. Suyi resolutely declined without hesitation. Chen Hansong furrowed his brow, quickly attempting to entice. Don't be so quick to refuse. I possess some connections in the financial sector, and if you agree, I could secure you a respectable job once you graduate from university. After all, isn't the purpose of attending university to find a good job in the future? With a loud scrape, Suyi stood up, the chair screeching against the tile floor. His expression turned icy as he retorted, Just because my university and your daughter-s are in the same city, you expect me to transfer? Uncle Chun, how much do you truly look down on me? I've only met your daughter 3 times, and it's quite likely we won't have any further contact. In the past, I did whatever others told me to, but now I wish to live differently. The more others dissuade me from something, the more inclined I am to pursue it. So you repositioned the chair and, before departing, could not help but add, Uncle Chin. Is this how you always speak to others, with such arrogance? Or is it only with someone of my humble stature that you adopt this tone? Chen Hansong was left speechless. Suyi did not afford him the opportunity to explain, turning on his heel and leaving. Chapter 23. If one day I become wealthy, as Suyi slammed the door behind him, the thought flashed through Chen Hansong's mind. He had mishandled the situation. He had not anticipated Suyi's refusal, nor did he foresee such a firm stance from the 18-year-old. What gave him the right? Chen Hansong was not angered. Had Suyi not had an ambiguous relationship with his daughter, he might have regarded him with newfound respect. After all, Suyi was the first to speak so boldly on his turf. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Chen Hansong was deeply concerned about the connection between Suyi and his daughter. Despite his divorce from Jiang Meilin, Chen Qingqing remained his cherished jewel. Otherwise, he would not have canceled a significant dinner to celebrate her birthday. This was not surprising. A father's affection for his daughter is irreplaceable. What was Suyi, after all? A mere university aspirant from an ordinary background, lacking any notable connections. If Chen Qingqing expressed a desire to date, Chen Hansong could introduce her to several promising young men from affluent families. Thus, upon learning from Jiang Meilin that both were planning to attend university in Shanghai, he had entertained the notion of persuading Suyi to switch universities. With a sigh, Chen Hansong took out his phone and dialed Jiang Meilin. I just spoke with that boy, and it seems I've messed things up. What did you say? Chen Hansong recounted their earlier conversation to Jiang Meilin, who, upon hearing it, became immediately incensed. I told you he is not like the average high school student. You had to be so firm, and now look, you've made things worse. Chen Hansong sighed in resignation, expressing his uncertainty about the rejection. With a decisive click, Jiang Meilin abruptly ended the call. Suyi exited the bank, feeling quite displeased as he recalled Chen Hansong's earlier demeanor. He took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Qingqing. Suyi, are you there? At that moment, Chen Qingqing was at home, attempting to compose her own music. When she heard her phone notification, she initially intended to ignore it, but after strumming her guitar a couple of times, she couldn't resist glancing at her phone. Upon seeing Suyi's message, she replied with a question mark. Suyi typed back, are you coming to the tavern tonight? Chen Qingqing, is there something going on? Suyi, nothing in particular, just feeling an itch to play the guitar. After a brief pause, Chen Qingqing inquired, what time? Suyi, I'll be there before 11. Chen Qingqing, all right. Suyi, I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. Chen Qingqing, I'm merely curious about what pieces you can play. Suyi, I know many, some of which you have never even heard. Chen Qingqing, I don't believe you. Suyi, if you doubt me, I'll play an original piece for you tonight. Suyi, it's settled then. I'll await your arrival. For some inexplicable reason, the phrase I'll await your arrival made Chen Qingqing feel a bit flustered. She turned off her phone and tossed it onto the sofa. After 5 minutes, she messaged back, okay. Later that night, after mother and daughter finished dinner, Jiang Meilin suggested, Qingqing, would you like to take a walk with me tonight? No, I have other plans. Other plans? Jiang Meilin raised an eyebrow. What plans do you have? Chen Qingqing, straightforward and unambiguous, replied, I'm going to the tavern to meet Suyi. Suyi. Jiang Meilin froze momentarily. Connecting the dots with the phone call she received from Chen Hansong earlier, she suspected that Suyi was retaliating against her ex-husband. It seemed Chen Hansong had concealed something from her. His demeanor that afternoon was likely more assertive than she had anticipated. Or else Suyi would not have acted in such a manner. Having been married to Chen Hansong for many years, Jiang Meilin understood him well. His inherent machismo was ever present. After a brief pause, she asked timidly, Qingqing, may I accompany you? If you wish to go, then go ahead. Chen Qingqing nonchalantly replied before rushing upstairs to change. To Jiang Meilin's surprise, her daughter, who typically shunned skirts, donned a creamy white dress before meeting Suyi. This was undoubtedly a troubling sign. At 7:50 in the evening, Jiang Meilin drove Chen Qingqing to the Encounter Music Tavern. She did not accompany her daughter inside but instead concocted an excuse to park, hoping to observe how Suyi and her daughter interacted when alone together. Upon seeing Chen Qingqing arrive so early, Suyi greeted her with a smile. Ah, you're here. Chen Qingqing replied with a gentle hum. Make yourself comfortable. I'll fetch you a glass of water. Rest assured, I won tea mix up the cups this time. With that, Suyi departed, completely oblivious to the shy expression that crossed Chen Qingqing's face after his words. The hour was still early, and the CAF was sparsely populated. After bringing a glass of water to the table, Suyi sat down opposite Chen Qingqing and candidly stated, Chen Qingqing, I must apologize to you first. Chen Qingqing blinked in confusion, gazing at Suyi. He continued, your father contacted me this afternoon and uttered some vexatious remarks. Essentially, he wishes for me to keep my distance from you. I was quite incensed after our conversation, which is why I messaged you and invited you here, to spite your father. It's all right. I don't mind, she replied. Why? Su Yi inquired, his curiosity piqued. He had always believed that everyone should heed his words, so he could surmise what her father must have said. Su Yi chuckled. However, I didn't expect you would choose to attend university in the Magic City as well. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing's heart raced. She averted her gaze, hastily muttering, You can't possibly think I chose it because of you. Before she could finish, Su Yi interrupted, Of course not. I'm not that self-absorbed. At least you possess self-awareness, he remarked. As Su Yi fell silent, the ambience in the CAF became tinged with a subtle tension. Chen Qingqing was aware that Pei Yue, Zhang Xiaowan, and Shou Ying were secretly observing her. And feeling the weight of the silence, she took the rare initiative to ask, Who taught you to play the guitar? I'm self-taught. Where did you find the time? Su Yi chuckled. Time, if one squeezes it, can always be found. Perhaps I'm a natural talent in music. Such bravado, Chen Qingqing teased. Su Yi extended his hand. Hand me the guitar. She retrieved the instrument from its case and passed it to him. Just as Su Yi took the guitar, Jiang Milan entered from outside. Seeing her, Su Yi did not flinch. Instead, he greeted her warmly, Hello, Aunt Jiang, before turning back to Chen Qingqing. After my discussion with your father this afternoon, I composed a song titled If One Day I Become Wealthy. Chen Qingqing couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Such a quaint title could only have been conceived by Su Yi. Nevertheless, her curiosity was piqued about the nature of this song. Could it be related to the afternoon's events? Holding the guitar, Su Yi sat across from the mother and daughter, strumming and singing to himself. His smile was carefree, and his voice unruly, as if he were lost in the embrace of his own music. The most pivotal aspect lies in the lyrics of this song. If one day I become wealthy, my first choice would not be to travel the world, but rather to recline on the largest, softest sofa, indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping. This song was unfamiliar to Chen Qingqing, a rarity in her experience, leading her to believe that it was an original composition by Su Yi. She was astonished to discover that Su Yi possessed not only the ability to play the guitar but also the talent to compose his own songs. Her attention instinctively shifted to his face, and she remained unaware that her gaze had not wavered from him until he completed the song. Typically, this piece would not be released for another 3 years, and thus, at present, it was unlikely that anyone had heard it before. Su Yi silently apologized to Mao Bai in his heart while pondering the potential repercussions of his actions. Would his rendition of this song lead to the emergence of another similar piece, or would this song henceforth belong solely to him, severing any ties with Mao Bai? At that moment, Su Yi had no way of knowing the outcome, nor did he dwell on it, choosing instead to remain detached. When he regained his awareness, he noticed that Jiang Miling and Chen Qingqing were both intently gazing at him. In Jiang Miling's eyes, there was merely astonishment, while Chen Qingqing's expression conveyed a blend of surprise, curiosity, admiration, and perhaps even a hint of infatuation. Chapter 24. The Collapse of Etiquette and Music. What do you think? I mentioned I am a genius, did I not? Chen Qingqing snapped back to reality, her lips moved, yet words eluded her. Observing her daughter's subtle expression, Jiang Miling felt a stirring within her. She sighed inwardly and earnestly addressed Su Yi, saying, Su Yi, I must apologize on behalf of Qingqing's father. Not at all. Su Yi replied, placing his guitar on the table with a smile. I can understand, if I were Uncle Chen, and my daughter was associating with a young man still working summer jobs in a tavern, I might very well intervene. Jiang Miling's eyes brightened with surprise. She had not anticipated that Su Yi could empathize with Chen Hansong's perspective. This young man exhibited remarkable maturity. I simply dislike the condescending manner in which Uncle Chen speaks to me. After all, I am young. Isn't there a saying about youthful exuberance? However, I suspect that after a night's sleep, I will likely forget about this matter, Su Yi remarked as he stood up. Auntie Jiang, allow me to fetch you a cup of hot water. Thank you, she replied. Su Yi returned with a cup of hot water for Jiang Miling, and thereafter, Chen Qingqing fell silent, leaving the conversation to flow between Jiang Miling and Su Yi. Eventually, their dialogue led to the topic of life aspirations. Su Yi, do you have any ambitions? I have yet to contemplate the distant future. My current goal is to earn money, substantial amounts of it. Jiang Miling did not perceive Su Yi as a miser. Rather, she inquired, what constitutes a significant amount? Su Yi pondered for a moment and replied with a smile. An amount sufficient for Uncle Chen to regard me without bias. Jiang Miling pursed her lips and laughed. Is money truly that pivotal for you? Indeed, for the impoverished. Most troubles arise from financial constraints, especially in this era of moral decay, where lacking wealth can even hinder one from securing a spouse. Moral decay? Oh, It refers to the collapse of traditional values, leading to merriment among onlookers when dowry negotiations fall through. Chen Qingqing let out a soft giggle, quickly lowering her head, feeling embarrassed to laugh aloud in such company. Jiang Meilin shook her head and remarked, I once shared that belief, thinking a man's ability to earn money defined his worth. However, I have since changed my perspective. While the ability to generate income is undoubtedly important, one should not solely evaluate a partner based on their financial prowess. Then, what should one consider? So you mused, I cannot say, for I am not a woman. Jiang Meilin was at a loss for words, but rephrased her question. What qualities do you believe a good man should possess? Suyi scratched his head, contemplating for a long while before responding, I am not entirely sure, but to illustrate, I think if a man desires to eat KFC and finds the single meal priced at 50 yuan too steep, he would not hesitate to buy it for his wife or children. Such a man, in my opinion, is likely commendable. In truth, Suyi was reflecting upon himself. During his university years, while dating Gu Mengyao, he scrimped and saved, deeming everything too expensive. Yet, whenever they dined out together, he never glanced at the price list. Now, he regretted his heartfelt devotion, feeling it had been squandered. Upon hearing Su Ye's perspective, Jiang Meilin's eyes brightened noticeably. As the clock approached 9, customers began to arrive at the establishment. Observing this, Su stood and said, Auntie, I apologize, but I must return to work. Jiang Meilin also rose, saying, Su Yi, it has been a pleasure conversing with you. I once again apologize for today's events. If, hypothetically, Qingqing wishes to see you again, I shall refrain from accompanying her. Su Yi discerned the implication in Jiang Meilin's words and chuckled, Rest assured, Auntie, I will honor my previous commitments. Goodbye, goodbye. Just as the mother and daughter were about to depart, Su Yi noticed the guitar left on the table and quickly called out, Qin Qingqing, your guitar. Qin Qingqing turned her head and quickly whispered, I'll borrow it for a few days. Remember to return it. Su Yi was taken aback before breaking into a silly grin. Pei Yue was unaware of when she had approached Su Yi, standing beside him as they observed the mother and daughter getting into their car. She rested her hand on Su Ye's shoulder and imitated his tone from that day, saying, I find dating rather meaningless. Su Yi recognized that the proprietress was subtly mocking him. He replied with unwavering confidence, it truly lacks significance. Pei Yue let out a playful hum, chuckling, You've met my mother-in-law twice already, and you still feel shy? What mother-in-law? I don't understand what you mean. Oh, come on. How could you not be fond of such a beautiful girl like Qin Qingqing? Su Yi linked his arm with Pei Yue's, grinning, if you insist on saying that. Then I must admit I like you too. Pei Yue playfully shoved Su Yi away, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and teased, Are you trying to flirt with me? Do you still want your wages for today? Boss lady, I was mistaken, he replied. On the first day, I thought you were a rather honest fellow, but it seems you're just another rogue. Su Yi responded earnestly, In this world, no one appreciates the honest person. Is that so? Haven't you heard the saying? Honest folks line up behind the dogs. Go on, take your guitar and sing your songs. Stop bantering with me. Su Yi stood at attention and saluted Pei Yue, exclaiming, At your command. Watching Su Yi walk away with his guitar to sing, Pei Yue could no longer suppress her laughter. Leaning against the doorframe, she gazed at the moon in the sky, her smile gradually fading as she recalled the man who had transformed into a star above. The following afternoon, Su Yi began practicing driving with Qin Jue at the driving school. However, due to Su Ye's significantly higher starting point, their practice sessions often involved Su Yi driving for 10 minutes while Qin Jue practiced for 50. After a day of lessons, when they returned the next day, Qin Jue still could not match Su Ye's skill. While Qin Jue's progress was considered normal, the constant comparison to Su Yi led Coach Lu to reprimand him daily. By the time they returned home after practice, Qin Jue felt utterly aggrieved. Su Yi, damn you. I will never again undertake a task simultaneously with you. What a pain. And you feel wronged? Coach Lu, that old fool, sees that I can drive and runs off to relax, leaving me to teach you how to park. Damn it. This is the first time I feel like I've wasted my money so badly. Once I obtain my license, my first act will be to treat old Lu to a meal. As soon as the dishes arrive, I'll sneak away and leave him to foot the bill. Now that's some spirit. So you inquired, What does your girlfriend look like, anyway? She is absolutely stunning. Chapter 25, directly filled to the brim. Su certainly would not divulge further details to Qin Jue. For now, he was merely boasting to him. If Qin Qingqing were to discover this, she would likely block and delete him that very day. Upon returning home and resting for a brief hour, Su Yi encountered his father, Lao Su, on his way to the shop. Xiao Yi, make sure to rise early tomorrow morning, Lao Su advised. Su Yi, bewildered, replied, Dad. What's the matter? The college entrance examination results are being released tomorrow morning. How could you have forgotten this? Indeed, after the exams. Su Yi had not given it a thought. He chuckled. Don't worry, Lao Su. Everything is well within my grasp. With that, he dashed off. Lao Su, caught between laughter and exasperation, pondered how his son, who had been so anxious during previous mock tests, could remain so composed now that the results of the college entrance examination were imminent. Could it be that this lad truly had a chance at a prestigious university? If so, the family would surely be blessed. Upon arriving at the tavern, it was still early. Siyu and Zhou Ying casually tidied up the shop before leaning against the counter, where Siyu took out his phone and sent a message to Qin Jiwei. Brother Wei, the scores are coming out tomorrow. Have you decided which university to apply to? Dude, can we not talk about that? Just thinking about it makes me anxious. Qin Jiwei replied. What is there to be anxious about? Didn't Ti tell you that you passed the second-tier line? Quit joking. Where are you planning to go to university? Shanghai. That's quite far, isn't it? Come along with me, Su Yi suggested. In the original narrative, Qin Jiwei ended up attending a university in the provincial capital where he met his future wife. To prevent Qin Jiwei from repeating that path, Siyu wished for him to accompany him to Shanghai, thereby shielding him from the woman who would betray him. Let us wait for the scores to be released first. Qin Jiwei replied. That works. So Yi could not recall Qin Jiwei's exact score, only that it was slightly higher than his own. While Su Yi chatted with Qin Jiwei, the classmates in their high school group were buzzing with excitement. In the current high school system, classes are divided into key and regular classes. For key classes, gaining admission to a university is relatively straightforward, while for regular classes, it is quite a challenge. At this moment, the group was discussing how many students from their class might gain admission to a university this year. Based on past experiences in Su Ye's class, typically no more than 10 students would qualify for university admission, and this merely referred to those who barely met the threshold. It is important to note that those who just surpass the line often end up in private universities, which charge tuition fees starting from tens of thousands, leading many to prefer enrolling in better vocational colleges instead. Li Nan, Gu Mingyao, Qin Jiwei, and Duan Qingjun seemed to have a higher likelihood of being admitted to a university, as their scores were relatively stable. According to Qin Jiwei, Su Yi had also performed well this year. He's like a dark horse. Even if he does well, he probably can't pass English. Indeed. After an engaging conversation with Su Yi, Qin Jiwei hurriedly took to the group chat to express his thoughts. Most of the English exam consists of multiple-choice questions, providing a 1 in 4 chance. What if one gets them all right? But what are the odds of that happening? Xiaohong interjected bluntly. If Su Yi manages to pass, I will literally crawl. Jiang Lei, who had previously spoken ill of Su Yi, also chimed in. Haha, I will eat a lump of something. Su Yi glanced at the group messages, finding their banter rather childish. He chose to exit the chat and open WeChat instead. Casually, he typed a few words to Chen Qingqing. The scores will be released tomorrow morning. Have you decided which university to apply to? Chen Qingqing replied, Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Su Yi responded, the conservatory? Are you intending to attend an art school? Chen Qingqing clarified, I am an art student, after all. Su Yi remarked, that explains it. Chen Qingqing added, just make sure not to damage the guitar. Su Yi assured her, rest easy. I treat it like a treasure, even hug it while I sleep. Chen Qingqing retorted, that's disgusting. Su Yi playfully replied, I'm not hugging you. So what is the disgust about? Chen Qingqing shot back, shut up. She then requested, could you send me the lyrics and melody of that song you wrote? Su Yi teased, are you planning to sing it? After a full minute of silence from Chen Qingqing, he joked, how about I sell you the copyright to this song? It can be yours. Chen Qingqing replied, sure. How much do you want? Su Yi casually typed a string of numbers and sent it. Chen Qingqing responded, deal. Su Yi was taken aback, wait. Do you actually have that much money? He further inquired, what if I ask for 50,000? Chen Qingqing replied, that is not expensive. Su Yi lamented, I have regrets now, can we renegotiate? Chen Qingqing insisted, no, the deal is done. Send me the lyrics and melody, and I will transfer the money to your account. Su Yi felt a sense of being duped. I can't shake the feeling that I've been scammed. Chen Qingqing prompted, send me your account number. Su Yi teased, what? Afraid I might change my mind? She affirmed, yes. Su Yi replied, the card is at home. I will send it after work. Later, Chen Qingqing mentioned, I searched for those 2 comics you mentioned last time online, but couldn't find them. Su Yi explained, those are from abroad. You want to find them domestically. Chen Qingqing responded, oh. Su Yi, feeling somewhat guilty, concluded, enough of this. I have work to do. by 11:30 that night. Su Yi returned home and sent his account number to Chen Qingqing, only to be astonished when she promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to him. He was taken aback, realizing that while he knew her family was well off, he hadn't expected her, a soon-to-be college student, to casually part with such a sum. She was not only poised and attractive but also affluent, a perfect trifecta. Upon receiving the payment notification, Su Yi sprang into action, swiftly writing down the lyrics and melody on a piece of white paper, then taking a photo to send to Chen Qingqing. He declared, "Young lady, cash for delivery." "We are settled." Chen Qingqing replied, "Understood. You may leave now." Su Yi, Chen Qingqing, upon seeing Su Ye's message, couldn't help but rolled joyfully on her bed for a couple of times. She saved the photo and began to hum along with the melody softly. As the third-ranked student in the entrance examination of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, Chen Qingqing possessed an exceptional vocal talent. After humming the tune just twice, she could seamlessly sing the entire song. Her voice was languid and mellifluous, imbued with a unique charm. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, Jiang Meilin, clad in her pajamas, was pressing her ear against the dividing wall of their adjoining rooms, eavesdropping on the sounds emanating from Chen Qingqing's space. Squinting her eyes, Jiang Meilin clasped her hands to her chest, murmuring to herself, "Could it be that she has truly developed feelings?" Chapter 26. Fearing for a brother's hardship, yet also for his luxurious ride on the 23rd, a Monday. Though it was a typical workday, both Lao Su and Zhang Hong had taken half a day off. For today marked the pivotal moment when the college entrance examination results would be released. "It's nearly 10 o'clock. Why is your son still not awake?" Lao Su inquired. "He returned home quite late last night." Zhang Hong waved her hand dismissively. "Go wake him up. We need to check the scores soon. We cannot afford any delay on such a crucial matter." The weight of the day loomed large, and Zhang Hong was now so anxious that she could hardly sit still. Lao Su hurried to his son's room, where he found Su Yi sprawled on the bed like a dead pig, deeply asleep. He approached and called out a couple of times, "Son, wake up." Su Yi was lost in dreams, showing no signs of stirring. Lao Su stepped closer and playfully slapped Su Ye's raised backside. "Son, get up. It's time to check your scores." Su Yi rubbed his rear and replied drowsily, "Leave me be. Let me sleep a bit longer. The admission ticket is on the desk. You can check it yourself." With no other option, Lao Su took the admission ticket and returned to the living room. "Not awake yet? Still asleep. The admission ticket is here. We can check it ourselves." "What is wrong with that little rascal? How can he still be sleeping at a time like this?" "I'm a bundle of nerves." Lao Su chuckled. His ability to sleep is a good sign. It indicates he feels confident. It's those who lack confidence that become anxious. "I'm not worried about the other subjects. But he must perform well in English. Just passing would suffice. Let us hope for the best." 20 minutes later, Lao Su exclaimed, "It's time. Hurry. Pass me the admission ticket. You need to log onto the website first. I can't get in. That's probably because too many people are trying to access it. Keep refreshing and see." While the couple outside was in a frenzy, Su Yi, after lying in his room for another half hour, realized he could no longer sleep. He decided to rise and join them. "Have you found it?" "Not yet. It keeps spinning in circles, and we can't get in. Is our home network faulty?" Su Yi stepped forward and took a seat between the two. He then retrieved his smartphone, accessed the score-checking website, entered his examination details, and upon clicking to query, a progress bar appeared on the browser. Initially, it stalled midway, but then the page suddenly refreshed. It was there. Su Yi had not prepared himself mentally, as he had anticipated a long wait to access the results. The page refreshed immediately. His gaze fixated on the English score section. 125 points. It seemed that all the answers he had memorized that day were indeed correct. "Ah!" Zhang Hong leaned in for a glance at the screen and suddenly exclaimed loudly, startling Su Yi, "What are you shouting about?" 558. 558. Fearing she might have misread the score, Zhang Hong leaned in for another look, and upon confirming her reading, she was so overwhelmed that she could not articulate her excitement. Su Yi approached with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. He frowned and asked, "Son, how did you manage to cheat in English? Cheating in the college entrance examination?" "I simply guessed on the questions I couldn't answer. Perhaps luck was on my side." "Damn." Su Yi stood up straight, his posture proud. "Our ancestors' graves must be smoking with joy. Based on last year's cutoff, this score qualifies for first-tier universities." Su Yi, quickly call Mom and Dad to share the good news. All right. Although he had somewhat anticipated this moment, seeing both his mother and Su Yi so elated brought him a sense of relief. He exhaled and sent a message to Qin Jiwei. "Su Yi, Wei Gu. Have the scores been released? Qin Jiwei. Still checking. Qin Jiwei. Did you get your results? Su Yi. Yes. Qin Jiwei. What score did you achieve? Su Yi. 558. Qin Jiwei. Get lost. Stop joking with me. Su Yi took a screenshot of the score-checking interface and sent it over. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Qin Jiwei called, and Su Yi answered, putting it on speakerphone. Su Yi. Damn it. You scored 558. Are you even human? You're a beast. If you were in front of me right now, I would definitely take you down. How on earth did you score 125 in English? Did you see the answers beforehand? Or did you cheat? I can't take this anymore. Qin Jiwei was a perfect example of someone who feared for his friend's struggles while simultaneously envying his success. Su Yi, finding his incessant chatter tiresome, chose to ignore it. Not long after, Aunt Wang's voice came through. Jiwei, I found out your score. You achieved 507. Hearing this score surprised Su Yi. He recalled that in his previous life, after checking their scores, Qin Jiwei had merely claimed to have done slightly better, leading Su Yi to believe he had only scored 10 points more than him. He had not expected him to surpass the 500 mark. Son, 507 should comfortably exceed the second-tier cutoff, right? Mom, that scoundrel Su Yi scored 558. He can get into a first-tier university. Individuals are distinct. You are you. And achieving a place in a second-tier university suffices for you. My mother has already found contentment with that. At this moment, Su Yi finally spoke up. Wei Gu. Shall we continue practicing driving this afternoon? I will come find you. Qin Jiwei replied, I do not wish to see you right now. Su Yi responded, then be gone. After hanging up the phone, just as Qin Jiwei was about to call back, the homeroom teacher rang to inquire about the exam results. Qin Jiwei's academic performance had remained consistently stable, marking him as a promising candidate for undergraduate studies. Hence the teacher's eagerness to know if he had indeed secured a place in college. If this year's admissions yield more students, perhaps the teacher might receive a bonus. Hello, teacher. Qin Jiwei, have you checked your scores? I have. Qin Jiwei's tone was somewhat despondent, leading the teacher to assume he had not performed well and to offer some words of comfort regarding retaking the exam. I scored 507. The teacher's tone instantly transformed into one of excitement. A score of 500 can secure a place in a public second-tier university. Excellent. Thus far, you are the highest scorer in our class, aside from Li Nan. Qin Jiwei, feeling frustrated, asked, Do you know what you scored? The teacher replied, He scored lower than you in all 3 mock exams. I estimate he is somewhere between 450 and 480, making his chances of reaching the second-tier line quite slim. Qin Jiwei countered, We just spoke on the phone. He scored 558. What? The teacher's face contorted with shock. It's true. He sent me a screenshot. What did he score in English? Over 120. He claimed he guessed on the questions he didn't know, and surprisingly, he got them all right. Goodness. It seems he has struck a stroke of luck. The teacher exclaimed with immense excitement. I will call to confirm this right away. The college entrance examination differs from regular school tests. In school assessments, if a student suddenly performs exceptionally well, teachers may suspect cheating or grading errors. However, the college entrance exam is distinct. If someone manages to achieve a high score through dishonest means, it is still a testament to their cunning. The final outcome is what matters. No one cares about the means by which it was attained. In the high school group chat, Li Nan, I just received a call from our old class teacher. I currently have a score of 509, the highest in the class. This year's second-tier line is 471. Is there anyone else who has surpassed the undergraduate line? Duan Xinjun, I scored 486. Gu Mingyao, I have 492. Li Nan, is that all? What about Qin Jiwei? What did you score? Qin Jiwei, 507. Li Nan, it seems I am the highest scorer in the class. We will be hosting a celebration at my house during the summer. You all are welcome to join. Xia Hong, looks like I was right. Jiang Lei, damn. I only scored in the 300s, and my English was just 65. Qin Jiwei, both of you, quiet down. Xia Hong? Jiang Lei? Qin Jiwei, see you scored 558, surpassing the first-tier line. Understanding that few would believe him, Qin Jiwei edited the screenshot Siyu sent him, obscuring the critical information, and promptly shared it in the group chat. Su Yi hung up on his homeroom teacher, and upon discovering that Qin Jiwei had revealed his college entrance examination score, he felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration. How dare he? Did I ask you to show off on my behalf? Chapter 27, however. It must be said that when the classmates observed Su Ye's examination results, an eerie silence enveloped the group chat. Had it not been for Qin Zhui's screenshot, no one would have believed that Su Yi had achieved a score of 558. Indeed, while his performance in other subjects was commendable, his English scores had consistently languished at the bottom of the class. How had he managed to secure over 120 points this time? Although many speculated that Su Yi might have peeked at someone else's answers, what difference did it make? Once the examination concluded, all that would matter were the scores. No one would inquire about the means by which those scores were attained. Among the many classmates, the one most astonished was not Qin Zhui, nor Li Nan, nor Xia Hong and Zhang Lei, but rather Gu Mingyao. She could hardly fathom that Su Yi had surpassed the threshold for first-tier universities. The college entrance examination serves as a watershed moment. Institutions such as 985, 211, first tier, second tier, and vocational colleges resemble a pyramid, the higher one scores, the greater their status and future opportunities. For some time, Gu Mingyao had refrained from contacting Su Yi, believing Lu Qian's words held merit. She thought that after entering university, she would encounter many more outstanding young men, so severing ties with Su Yi seemed inconsequential, merely losing someone who provided emotional support and occasionally covered expenses. Yet now, upon seeing Su Yi's total score, a wave of regret washed over her. She had initially thought that with the release of their examination results, the gap between herself and Su Yi would widen further, given that she had always ranked among the top students in class. Little did she anticipate that Su Yi would outperform her, and by no small margin. Her own scores would barely allow her entrance to a modest public university, while Su Yi was now eligible for a first-tier institution. This turn of events was difficult for Gu Mingyao to accept. She could not reconcile the idea that Su Yi might thrive after distancing himself from her. Old Su and Zhang Hong had been on the phone since 10:30, continuously making calls until noon, notifying relatives, colleagues, and acquaintances with whom they generally kept in touch. Remarkably, Su Yi remained the calmest member of the household. During lunch, he suddenly interjected, "Mom, isn't it time to fulfill the promise you made to me?" "What promise?" Zhang Hong asked. "The money. You promised that if I got into a first-tier university, you would give me some money." Zhang Hong shot Su Yi a glance and remarked to old Su, "Look at your son. He is just like you, already absorbed in thoughts of money." Today, Lao Su was particularly elated. Su Yi had performed exceptionally well in his exams, earning considerable prestige for his family. With a generous smile, he declared, "When one speaks, one must follow through. I shall take it upon myself to give you 5,000 yuan for a new computer and smartphone, both of which you will inevitably need for university. Furthermore, should your grandparents and aunts wish to bestow you with gifts, you may keep all of it for yourself." Su Yi replied, "Dad, about the graduation banquet. Could we forego it?" "Why? It seems too ostentatious. I would prefer if you simply gave me the funds for the banquet instead." He continued, "If we must have a celebration, let it be a modest meal with just our family." Lao Su and Zhang Hong exchanged glances, deeming this proposal acceptable, and readily acquiesced to Su Yi's request. Su Yi was overjoyed, feeling he had taken another step closer to becoming a millionaire. However, he was still in the phase of accumulating initial capital. With 2 months remaining, if he could amass 50,000 yuan, he would possess greater operational flexibility. Yet, he was aware that his parents' money ultimately belonged to them, and summer job earnings would yield only modest amounts. In this moment, Su Yi naturally thought of the affluent Qin Qingqing. After finishing his meal, Su Yi returned to his room and sent a message to Qin Qingqing. "Su Yi, have you checked your scores?" Qin Qingqing, "Yes." "Su Yi, does that mean you got accepted?" Qin Qingqing, "Indeed." "Su Yi, congratulations." Qin Qingqing, "It was expected. What about you?" "Su Yi, I did well enough to surpass the first-tier score." Qin Qingqing, "What do you need from me?" "Su Yi, actually, it's nothing significant." Qin Qingqing, "Don't you have any friends?" "Su Yi, not many." Qin Qingqing, "I'm heading to the studio this afternoon to record a song. Would you like to join?" "Su Yi, I'll go." Qin Qingqing, "Didn't you mention you were taking driving lessons?" "Su Yi, even if I go, it would be to work for the driving school." "What time are we leaving this afternoon?" Qin Qingqing, "Send me the address. I'll have Aunt Wang pick you up." Su Yi, Qin Qingqing, "What does that mean?" Su Yi, "It means I accidentally sent that." Qin Qingqing, "Oh, hey Wei Gu. Speak quickly if you have something to say. I won't be going to practice driving this afternoon." "Why not?" "My girlfriend suddenly asked me out." "What nonsense." "I said my girlfriend has asked me out. I have a date this afternoon." "You're unbelievable. Are you sick?" "Just because she is a tad more attractive than you, taller, performed better in the exam, and found a girlfriend faster. Why do you keep berating me today? Suyi sighed, reflecting on the frail resilience of today's youth. Around 3 in the afternoon, Wang Ruxue drove Chen Qingqing to the entrance of the community, where Suyi was already waiting. Upon seeing the car stop, he promptly boarded. It was an elegant business vehicle with 3 rows of seats. Wang Ruxue occupied the front seat, while Chen Qingqing sat in the second row. After Suyi joined them, he settled beside Chen Qingqing. Are you really going to the recording studio to record the song I gave you? Chen Qingqing remarked coldly. Otherwise, why would I buy it? Suyi replied, are you going to post it online after recording? Chen Qingqing responded, I haven't thought that far ahead. Suyi chuckled, then why the fuss? Chen Qingqing declared, because I want to. Suyi countered, but if this song goes viral online, will you share the profits with me? Chen Qingqing replied, no. Suyi exclaimed, why not? I wrote this song. Chen Qingqing asserted, I have already purchased it outright. Suyi exclaimed, you're ruthless. Their everyday banter, to Wang Ruxue's ears, resembled playful flirtation between a couple. She was unaware of the recent developments, but sensed that the dynamic between Suyi and Chen Qingqing had evolved beyond mere friendship. The car finally halted outside a professional recording studio. Chen Qingqing seemed familiar with the place, entering with ease while Suyi followed closely behind. Once inside the recording room, Chen Qingqing began to sing, If One Day I Become Rich with Abandon. The lyrics of the song were quite lively. The usually aloof Chen Qingqing appeared oddly endearing while performing it. Suyi, donning headphones, sat outside, propping his chin on one hand and tapping a rhythm with the other. As he listened, an involuntary smile spread across his face. A perfectionist, Chen Qingqing would re-record the song if even a single lyric was not to her satisfaction. Thus, she immersed herself in the recording, singing repeatedly. Suyi, enjoying the air conditioning and the music, found the time passing pleasantly. As evening approached, after transferring the recorded audio files onto a drive, Chen Qingqing and Suyi finally exited the studio. Suyi glanced at the time and remarked, there's no time to head home. It seems we'll have to settle for a meal out. Chen Qingqing hesitated and asked, shall we have barbecue? It's too heating. How about Heideleo? In truth, frequent visits to Heideleo weren't ideal. It was quite stimulating and not good for the skin, often leading to breakouts. Sensing Suyi's unspoken thoughts, Chen Qingqing interjected, my treat. Suyi quickly amended, but then again, having a meal out occasionally is fine. Qingqing, please don't misunderstand. I'm not someone who relies on others for meals. This time, you're treating, but I will definitely treat you next time. What did you just call me? Qingqing? Chen Qingqing lifted her foot and stepped directly onto Suyi's foot, causing him to yelp in pain. She wore a pair of black leather shoes with heels of 2 or 3 centimeters, and the weight of the step nearly brought tears to his eyes. Who told you to call me that? She exclaimed gleefully. You're crazy. Doesn't your mother call you that too? Chen Qingqing turned away, refusing to look at Suyi. My mother is my mother, and you are you. Without my consent, you are not allowed to call me that. Suyi sat down heavily on a stone pillar by the roadside, struggling to recover from the pain. Noticing his silence, Chen Qingqing stole a couple of glances back at him. She saw his features contorted in discomfort and realized that her earlier kick had indeed been rather forceful. Can you still walk? No. If you can't, then why shout? As Suyi opened his mouth to respond, an elderly man with a cane passed between them. He glanced at Suyi, then at Chen Qingqing, and began to offer sage advice. Don't argue. Don't argue. It's common for young couples to quarrel. Just be careful not to hurt each other's feelings. The old man, oblivious to the situation, continued to mediate, completely unaware that Chen Qingqing's face had turned crimson. Suyi deliberately chose to remain silent. Eventually, when Wang Ruxue parked her car at the roadside, Chen Qingqing hurriedly ran to the vehicle. Just as Suyi stood up to follow, Wang Ruxue unexpectedly drove off. Hey, I haven't gotten in yet. Wang Ruxue glanced at the flushed Chen Qingqing in the rearview mirror and then watched as Suyi ran alongside the car for a short distance before bending over. Hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Unable to contain herself, she finally asked, Qingqing, are you really going to ignore him? Yes. Wang Ruxue could only continue driving forward. Seeing the car distance itself, Suyi hobbled onward, limping as he walked. After a few minutes, he took out his phone, contemplating whether to send a message to the boss's wife to inform her that he would be late. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. He thought that purchasing a handheld pancake from a nearby vendor and then hailing a taxi to the shop would still leave him with enough time. Suyi tucked his phone back into his pocket and walked a few dozen meters before finding a spot to sit down. He removed his shoes and socks, glancing down to discover a small bruise forming on his left big toe. unbeknownst to him, as he settled down. The business car had turned around and parked back at the roadside. Ching pressed the car window and stared at Su Yi, momentarily lost in thought. A wave of regret washed over her. She regretted having stepped on his foot in a fit of anger. She understood that the root of the issue lay in her own sensitivity. After pondering for a couple of minutes in the car, Ching exited and walked over to Su Yi. It was then she noticed the small bruise on his foot, intensifying her guilt. "I'm sorry." These were the first 3 words she had ever uttered in apology to someone. Su Yi slowly lifted his gaze, and the sight of Ching's delicate face filled his vision. The anger he had felt moments ago dissipated, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. They shared a long, silent gaze until Su Yi finally broke the stillness. "Are you still inviting me to eat haitaleo?" Ching was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she turned slightly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear while nodding and saying, "Please." Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, her profile appeared almost ethereal, with her delicate earlobes turning a rosy hue in that moment. Su Yi slipped on his shoes and joined Ching in the car. They then ventured to the mall, where they indulged in an extravagant feast at haitaleo, the most sumptuous meal Su Yi had ever experienced. To alleviate her feelings of guilt, Ching generously encouraged Su Yi to order a plethora of dishes. Even though she sat across from him, Su Yi's manner of eating remained unabashedly wild. Ching, who typically ate very little in the evening, found herself captivated by Su Yi's voracious appetite, and before long, she couldn't help but smile. "What are you laughing at? You eat like a pig," Su Yi remarked, rolling his eyes as he continued to devour his meal. Once they had eaten their fill, and he had satisfied his hunger with a contented burp, he declared, "I have to go to work now. Do you need to go to the hospital for your foot?" She inquired. "No, a good night's sleep will suffice. I've often been stepped on while playing basketball, just not as forcefully as you did." Ching asked, "If I hadn't gone back to find you, would you have?" "Never," Su Yi interrupted, fully aware that Ching was concerned about whether this incident might lead to a rift between them. He took a tissue, shook his head with a smile, and added, "Heaven sent me to be your friend." After dropping Su Yi off at the tavern, Ching reflected on his last words during her journey home. Their first encounter by the lake, the second at the tavern, and the third at the bank. Was it truly mere coincidence? After Wang Rushu had dropped Ching off at her home, she drove back alone. The security in the villa district was impeccable. Not even delivery personnel could gain entry. Thus, even with Ching home alone, Jiang Meilin had no cause for concern, which was one of the reasons she had invested so heavily in this property. After changing into a pair of white flip-flops, Ching entered the living room and collapsed onto the sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling. After a long while, she retrieved her phone and opened WeChat. Hesitating for what felt like an eternity, she finally typed a message to Su Yi. Ching, I've made a decision." Not long after Su Yi had arrived at the shop, he quickly replied upon seeing her message. "What decision?" Ching lifted her phone, then set it down again, and finally mustered the courage to type a line and send it. Immediately after sending the message, she flipped the phone face down on the sofa, too anxious to look at her own words. Ching, I've decided to be friends with you." "Su Yi, are we friends now? What were we before?" After a lengthy pause, Ching slowly picked up her phone and, peering through her fingers, saw Su Yi's response. She quickly typed back, "I don't know." "Su Yi, am I a boy?" Ching, yes. "Su Yi, am I not your friend now?" Ching, yes. "Su Yi, then you can tell others that I am your boyfriend, and I will tell others that you are my girlfriend." Ching, absolutely not. Ching, no way. Ching, under no circumstances. "Su Yi, why so agitated?" Ching, "Su Yi, I must tell you, you are not permitted to do that." "Su Yi, understood." Ching, although we are friends now, you are not allowed to have feelings for me." "Su Yi, I refuse." Chapter 29, Ching, the Young Scholar. My heart is restless. After Su Yi replied to the message, the conversation halted. He was intentionally teasing Ching, who was indeed quite exasperated, kicking her legs while lying on the sofa, ultimately directing all her frustration towards the doryman that Su Yi had gifted her. By 9 o'clock in the evening, after spending half an hour in the bathroom, Ching emerged into her bedroom, clad in pajamas. Instead of lying down to sleep, she powered on her computer and listened to the song she had recorded earlier that afternoon several times. At that moment, she recalled Su Yi's earlier words and began to hesitate about whether to share this song online. Currently, there were numerous online singers who did not participate in events or were not celebrities, but simply uploaded their songs on the internet. Artists like Su Song, Wang Sulong, and Su Liang, who dominated the charts in previous years, belonged to this category. After much contemplation, Chen Qingqing accessed the creator's backend on NetEase Cloud and uploaded the song. But she refrained from using her real name. In the artist section, she entered the name Chen Ziqing. The phrase Qingqing, the young scholar. My heart is restless inspired her chosen name. Once the song was successfully uploaded, she shut down her computer and went straight to bed, leaving the light still on. She remained alone in the soft, spacious bed, though tonight was different. Cradled in her arms was a doryman she had won from a claw machine. Encounter at the music tavern. Upon arriving at the tavern, Pei Yue curiously inquired about Su Ye's college entrance examination results. Upon learning that he had exceeded the minimum score for first-tier universities, she jokingly remarked, "You did so well, should I reward you?" Su Yi quickly replied, "A red envelope will suffice. No need for 1,000 or 2,000. Just 300 to 500 would make me quite satisfied." Pei Yue rolled her eyes, saying, "Su Yi, what is wrong with you? At such a young age, why are you so focused on making money?" "There's no choice. I'm broke," Su Yi lamented. "I just had a meal outside, and it was all paid for by Chen Qingqing. It was quite embarrassing. The cashier looked at me oddly when I settled the bill." Pei Yue was surprised at how quickly their relationship had progressed. She curiously asked, "So where do you stand now?" "Just friends." "Just friends? What else could it be?" Pei Yue smiled mischievously, saying, "That girl is rather frigid. The fact that you can befriend her is already a commendable first step. Well done, keep it up." Just as Su Yi was about to respond, Pei Yue glanced at the entrance and remarked, "We have guests. Hurry and greet them." Su Yi turned around, and his expression immediately soured. The newcomers were none other than Gu Mingyao and Lu Qian. Upon seeing them, Su Yi realized that Qin Jiwei, that scoundrel, had divulged his whereabouts. His countenance fell as he reluctantly approached and asked, "What brings you here?" Before Gu Mingyao could speak, her close friend Lu Qian interjected, "We merely came for a drink." Gu Mingyao nodded in agreement. "Yes, we came for drinks." Su Yi, disinterested, exchanged a glance with Zhou Ying and then made his way to the restroom. Understanding Su Ye's intent, Zhou Ying stepped forward in his stead to inquire what the two ladies would like to drink. When Su Yi emerged and approached the counter, he noticed Pei Yue scrutinizing the situation and lowering her voice asked, "Do you know them?" "Classmates," he replied. "Aren't you going to chat with them?" Pei Yue inquired. Su Yi shook his head, not interested. Pei Yue chuckled. "What is the matter? An ex-girlfriend?" "Not quite. I prefer to avoid any association with her. I can't afford the trouble." Pei Yue smiled knowingly, the unspoken understanding between them palpable. When Gu Mingyao first appeared at the door, Pei Yue had sensed something amiss. It is often said that girls undergo significant transformations, especially during their first year of university. In high school, they are preoccupied with studies, bound by strict school regulations regarding hairstyles and uniforms, let alone makeup. Upon entering university, however, girls begin to prioritize their appearance, donning stylish attire, experimenting with cosmetics, and taking greater care with their hair. Gu Mingyao had already begun to invest effort in these three areas, and as someone with experience, Pei Yue recognized that such girls mature too quickly and possess a deeper cunning. The two girls had come to the tavern late at night, clearly with motives beyond mere drinking, leaving Pei Yue intrigued about their true intentions. Gu Mingyao and Lu Qian each ordered a cocktail while Su Yi stood at the counter, laughing and chatting with Zhang Xianwan and Zhou Ying. Observing that Su Yi showed no inclination to engage with her, Gu Mingyao felt a wave of frustration. Noticing her dismay, Lu Qian boldly asked Su Yi, "Which city are you planning to attend university in? Is it the provincial capital or somewhere else?" Su Yi was well aware of Lu Qian's character. She served as Gu Mingyao's self-appointed advisor, believing she possessed an understanding of men, yet, in truth, she knew very little. After 3 years of university, she seemed to have settled for a job as a cashier in a supermarket in Jiangzhou. Before turning 25, she dismissed all suitors due to her lofty standards, but once she reached that age, she became anxious, resorting to heavy makeup, only to find that by then, no one was interested in her anymore. In my recollection, she seemed to have remained unmarried until she approached her 30th year. Previously, in an attempt to please Gu Mingyao, Su Yi was reluctant to offend Lu Qian. "Now, does this concern you?" Su Ye's emotionless remark rendered Lu Qian utterly speechless. It was at this moment she realized that Gu Mingyao's words were indeed truthful. The Su Yi of now was no longer the same as before. "How could you speak to me in such a manner? After all, we are classmates." Lu Qian's own words lacked confidence. Su Yi scoffed dismissively, showing no interest in her. Gu Mingyao could no longer contain herself, She turned and asked, "Siyi, you once told me that you would go to the same city for university. Have you forgotten?" "Forgotten? Why must you act this way? Is there some misunderstanding between us?" Observing Gu Mingyao's pitiable expression, Siyi felt no sympathy, only annoyance. He believed it was time to bring this matter to a close. Thus, he stated plainly, "There is no misunderstanding. I already have a girlfriend. Please keep your distance from me in the future, as I fear she may misinterpret our interactions." "You have a girlfriend?" Gu Mingyao repeated in disbelief. Lu Qian immediately interjected. "Siyi, who are you trying to fool? We just finished our college entrance examination. When would you have found the time for a girlfriend?" Gu Mingyao added. "I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, then so be it. Siyi, you are nothing but a scoundrel." Lu Qian stood up indignantly, declaring, "Mingyao, let's go. Do not engage with him any further. He is simply a lunatic. What is there to boast about? Merely having passed into a prestigious university? Wait." At Suye's command, the two halted in their tracks. He pointed at the two cocktails on the table and remarked, "You have yet to settle the bill." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Gu Mingyao and Lu Qian shifted dramatically, one filled with disbelief, the other with panic. With reddened eyes, Gu Mingyao approached, settled the bill, and said to Suyi, "Suyi, do not regret this. Rest assured, I shall never regret it." Chapter 30. The wise do not fall into love. Not long after exiting the tavern, Gu Mingyao broke into tears. She had come to seek out Suyi this evening, but it had taken her considerable mental preparation. Previously, it was always Suyi who sought her out. This time, it was Gu Mingyao's first initiative to approach him. She felt she had compromised. The shift in their status and Suyi's earlier frosty demeanor were simply unacceptable to her. Lu Qian gently patted Gu Mingyao's back in consolation, saying, "Mingyao, do not be disheartened. Did you not initially intend to avoid dating him?" Gu Mingyao replied, "I merely stated that I would not pursue a relationship in high school, not that I would not in university. Do you truly harbor feelings for him?" Gu Mingyao sniffled, feeling aggrieved, and said, "I just feel a sudden absence of someone by my side, which leaves me feeling insecure." Lu Qian laughed, saying, "It's all right. Once you enter university, everything will be fine. There will be many handsome young men, far more attractive than Suyi, and surely many will pursue you." "Do you think what Suyi said was true?" "What is true? He has a girlfriend now. Surely it must be false. We have only just completed our college entrance examinations a mere half-month ago, and he has been occupied with a summer job, leaving him little time to seek a romantic partner." Gu Mingyao remarked, "I wish to confirm this." Lu Qian pondered for a moment and replied, "Why not ask Qin Jiwei? He is quite close with Suyi and must be privy to this matter." Gu Mingyao nodded and retrieved her phone to message Qin Jiwei. "Rose Maiden, are you there? Lonely patient, playing games. If there's something to say, hurry up, I'll be entering soon. Rose Maiden, has Suyi found a new girlfriend? Lonely patient, did you see it? Rose Maiden, is it true? Lonely patient, it should be. Suyi mentioned it to me a few days ago." Upon reading this, Gu Mingyao chose not to respond further. Lu Qian, after perusing their conversation, chuckled, "It's fine. I'm certain his girlfriend cannot compare to your beauty. When you eventually find a boyfriend who surpasses him in quality, Suyi will undoubtedly regret it." Gu Mingyao remained silent, her expression lost in thought. Just as they departed, Pei Yue casually draped her freshly manicured hand over Suye's shoulder and inquired cheerfully, "Come on, tell me what's going on? It's a long story." "No worries. The night is long. Take your time." Suyi surveyed Pei Yue from head to toe, but as his gaze reached her chest, he quickly averted his eyes and said, "Boss, why are you so nosy?" Pei Yue playfully tapped Suyi on the back and said, "Enough of the chatter. Spill the beans, or I'll dock your pay. The girl from earlier, I pursued her throughout high school, only to realize she was deliberately keeping me as a backup option. After the exams, I ceased my pursuit. It's as simple as that." Pei Yue responded, "So, did she approach you because of your excellent exam results?" "Perhaps, however. I suspect she may be accustomed to having someone around to fawn over her. Now that there is no one to adore her, she feels embarrassed." "You're impressive. You can dismiss someone with such confidence," Pei Yue remarked. Suyi chuckled. "A wise man does not fall into the trap of love." "And what about you and Qin Qingqing? What is the nature of that relationship?" "Just friends. Do you understand what that means?" "Honestly, I think you two are quite well matched." Suyi, wrapping his arm around Pei Yue, unabashedly asked, "Sister Xiaowan, Sister Shouing, do you think I match well with the boss? You're incorrigible. Daring to joke about me." Pei Yue pinched Siyu's waist, prompting him to feign pain and quickly slip away. Home, driving school, tavern, a monotonous routine persisted until the end of the month. On that particular morning, Suyi arrived early at Qin Jiwei's residence. As the two were to fill out their college applications that day, Suyi had long since resolved to enroll in the Shanghai Financial Academy. In recent days, Qin Jiwei had been in a quandary. If he remained within the province, his scores could secure him a place at a respectable undergraduate institution. However, should he venture to Shanghai, given the higher admission thresholds, he might only gain entry to a less prestigious university. Suyi, why do you wish to go to Shanghai? He inquired. Without hesitation, Suyi replied, Shanghai is a first-tier city in our country, brimming with opportunities for advancement. If I pursue my studies in the provincial capital, even upon graduation, I would likely find myself working in another province. Lacking any plans for the future, Qin Jiwei was not alone. Many of his peers shared the same uncertainty. They remained oblivious to the fact that their choice of university and field of study could profoundly influence the trajectory of their lives. Suyi, recommend a university for me, he requested. Suyi suggested, what about Shanghai Applied Technology Institute? He recommended this institution because, in 2 years, it would transition to being known as Shanghai Applied Technology University. Noticing Qin Jiwei's lingering hesitation, Suyi added, why don't you ask your parents for their opinion? They wouldn't understand. They just want me to figure it out myself, Qin Jiwei replied. Suyi patted him on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, then trust me. Following my lead will not lead you astray. All right, I'll trust you. If job prospects turn out to be poor, I'll prepare for civil service examinations in my junior and senior years. The two swiftly completed their applications. After finalizing their choices in the morning, they made their way to the Vehicle Administration Office in the afternoon to take the first subject exam. Suyi faced no challenges, and Qin Jiwei had been diligently practicing in recent days. Having just completed his college entrance examination, his mind was still sharp, making the subject one exam a mere formality. After the exam, they returned home separately. Upon opening the door, Suyi discovered guests in his home. Aunt, a woman named Zhang Lan, age 36, was seated on the sofa, laughing and chatting with Zhang Hong. Currently, she worked as a nurse at a public hospital in the city. Upon seeing Suyi, Zhang Lan smiled. Little Yi is back. Suyi Gij. A little girl, who was sitting beside Zhang Lan, quickly jumped up and bounded towards him. She was Wang Yusin, Suyi's cousin who was about to enter middle school. During her elementary years, Suyi had stayed at their grandmother's house for a while, and he had watched her grow up. Wang Yusin, you've grown so tall, Suyi remarked. Wang Yusin, who had been cheerful just moments ago, immediately crossed her arms and pouted upon hearing his comment, displaying her displeasure. Standing at only 1.5 meters, she barely reached Suyi's chest. Unlike boys, whose growth can continue into high school, girls typically cease growing by the age of 15. Observing Wang Yusin in her denim overalls, appearing quite miffed, Suyi playfully ruffled her hair, chuckling, what's the matter? Not happy? Wang Yusin directly complained, Mom, look at brother Suyi. Zhang Lan chuckled, he's just teasing you. If that smelly brother Suyi touches my head again, I want to grow any taller, Wang Yusin retorted before turning on her heel and leaving. Suyi approached and engaged in conversation with the elders. Once their chat had reached a natural conclusion, Zhang Lan prepared to leave and discreetly slipped a red envelope into Suyi's hands. Suyi accepted it without hesitation, for he found himself in dire need of money. Xiao Yi, I've noticed your audacity has grown considerably. When your aunt gives you money, you don't even attempt to be modest, she remarked. Oh, Mom. Once Yusin is admitted to university, I'll return the favor. By the way, Yusin, why are you still here? Zhang Hong explained. Your aunt is going to a hospital out of town for an exchange program, and Yusin will be staying with us for a while. Suyi, puzzled, asked. But we only have 2 rooms. Where will she sleep? Zhang Hong replied matter-of-factly, of course, she'll sleep in your room. Suyi immediately objected, Mom. Yusin is practically an adult now. You can't do that. It's inappropriate for boys and girls to share a room. What are you thinking? You'll sleep on the sofa in the living room. Mom, on such a hot day, with no air conditioning in the living room. How can you expect me to sleep there? Am I not your own son? Zhang Hong remained unmoved. In truth, she had merely spoken offhandedly. Having just enjoyed a small victory with her son's college entrance exam, she couldn't bear to let him sleep on the sofa. Seeing her indifference, Suyi firmly declared, I don't care. I'm sleeping in my own bed. If Yusin is to stay in my room, then she must share it with me. I'm not afraid of what others might say. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong playfully smacked Suyi on the back of his head. How did I raise such a shameless child? Yusin will sleep with me at night, and your father can make do on the floor. That is more like it. After the college entrance exam, Zhang Hong felt her son had become much more cheerful, which she considered a good thing, though she found it curious. Yet, why had he also begun to develop such a thick skin? The problem was that the Su family had never produced anyone with such audacity. At that moment, Wang Yusen proudly declared, "I don't want to sleep in your room anyway. Boys' rooms are always so smelly. My farts smell like roses," Yi retorted. "EW. That's disgusting." Wang Yusen pinched her nose in disdain. Su Yi, deliberately sitting beside her with a smile, inquired, "How did your final exams go?" "I ranked 4th in the class and 13th in the school. Do you want to hear my scores in each subject?" Su Yi was taken aback. He had forgotten that his little cousin excelled academically, consistently ranking at the top throughout elementary, middle, and high school, and eventually gaining admission to Zhejiang University, making her a rare academic star in the family. Su Yi had initially asked about her grades to unsettle Wang Yusen, but instead, he found himself at a loss for words. Noticing his silence, Wang Yusen leaned in to ingratiate herself. "Brother Su Yi, I heard from my aunt that you're working at a bar during the summer. It's a tavern. Can you take me there?" Su Yi firmly stated. "Of course not. You are just a child. Stay home and behave yourself." Wang Yusen clung to Su Ye's arm, softly pleading, "Brother Su Yi, I beg you." At her age, Wang Yusen was at the rebellious stage, yet she was relatively well-behaved, unlike some girls of 13 or 14 who had begun to associate with unruly peers. "Being spoiled won't work. I won't return until midnight, and your aunt would never allow me to take you out at night." Wang Yusen pouted. Her small nose wrinkled in a pitiful expression. Su Yi sighed in resignation. "How about this? Tomorrow, I'll take you out to the street." "Great." Wang Yusen immediately perked up, exclaiming, "I want to watch a movie, buy new clothes, and eat barbecued meat and crayfish." Hold on. I only mentioned taking you out to the street. I didn't say anything about movies. I have no money." Wang Yusen shot a sideways glance at Su Yi, her little eyes narrowing as she said, "You're so stingy." "I have no money. My mom just gave you a red envelope. That money is for another purpose." Wang Yusen was momentarily speechless, but eventually waved her small hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. I don't need your money. I have my own." Wang Yusen's father was a chief physician at a hospital, earning significantly more than Su Yi's father. Considering this, Su Yi wrapped his arm around Wang Yusen's shoulders and quietly asked, "Yusen, may I see how much money you have? What do you want to do? I can help you keep it safe." Just as Wang Yusen was about to respond, Zhang Hong, who had approached them unnoticed, suddenly yanked Su Yi's ear. "You're trying to swindle your cousin's money. Do you have no shame?" "Mom, it hurts." "Yusen, don't listen to your brother Su Yi. Keep the money your parents give you safe." Later that night, after returning from the tavern, Su Yi sat on his bed after a shower, glancing through the latest news and checking the stock market. The 5,000 yuan his mother had given him was already invested in stocks, along with the 10,000 yuan from Chen Qingqing, the affluent young lady who had gifted him songs, which Su Yi had transferred to his securities account. Now, Su Yi's stock account boasted nearly 18,000 yuan, a considerable sum for a prospective university student. Yet it fell short of his ambition to become a millionaire within a year. Su Yi sighed whenever he felt his finances were insufficient. Thoughts of Chen Qingqing would inevitably cross his mind. He opened WeChat and messaged her, "Are you asleep?" Seeing Su Yi's message, Chen Qingqing sat up from the sofa, her delicate fingers tapping away on her phone. "Not so early. Su Yi, why is it that if I don't initiate a conversation, you never reach out to me?" "Chen Qingqing, why should I?" "Su Yi, didn't you say we're friends?" "Chen Qingqing, do friends have to chat every day?" "Su Yi, of course." "Chen Qingqing, but I don't know what to talk about." "Su Yi, let us converse about our interests, our hobbies, the past, and the future. Let us reminisce about the individuals we have encountered and the landscapes we have witnessed, and occasionally, we may even delve into the essence of life itself." "Chen Qingqing, I do not wish to remain at home tomorrow. Allow me to treat you to a meal." "Su Yi, what prompts this unsolicited invitation to dine?" "Chen Qingqing, it is simply because your manner of eating resembles that of a pig." "Su Yi, I have already made a promise to my younger cousin to take her shopping tomorrow afternoon. Would you care to join us?" "Chen Qingqing, I prefer to avoid crowded places." "Su Yi, she is but a primary school student, still a child." "Chen Qingqing, very well." "Su Yi, tomorrow afternoon. Await my message." "Chen Qingqing, oh." "Su Yi, good night." "Su Yi, as friends, one must understand the importance of reciprocity." 2 minutes later. "Chen Qingqing, good night." The following morning. Su Yi, it was as if someone were calling his soul beside his ear. Su Yi, still in a state of confusion, awoke to find Wang Yusen standing beside him. Startled, he regained his composure and sighed in relief. "What are you doing?" Wang Yusin mumbled. Su Yi. It is already past 8 o'clock. Su Yi replied. I did not retire until midnight. I implore you to allow me a bit more rest. Wang Yusin obediently acknowledged with a soft sound. Half an hour later. In a fairy tale, a magical castle exudes a dreamlike essence, its enchanting power pervading the universe, guarding every smile and activating a barrier to foster dreams that aspired to flourish. In the living room, Wang Yusin's piercing voice resonated as she sang a song titled Magical Castle, a new release from March of this year. At that moment, the three of them had yet to achieve fame, but within a month, following the release of their song Left Hand, Right Hand, they would gradually ascend to the pinnacle of the entertainment realm. Listening to the song echoing from the living room, Su felt as though he were on the brink of madness. Disheveled, he emerged from his room, witnessing Wang Yusin bouncing on the sofa with her phone in hand. And he despondently retreated to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, as Su partook of his breakfast. Su, when shall we go shopping? In the afternoon. What time in the afternoon? Let us see. Su, what shall we have for lunch then? Let us consume excrement. Su, why do you ignore me? Su, will it be just the two of us shopping in the afternoon? There is another. Who might that be? An older sister. An older sister? Chapter 32. Boys care about their image at 2:15 in the afternoon, beneath a stone laurel tree at the entrance of the community. Wang Yusin continued her incessant chatter, while Su felt a sense of melancholy envelop him. Having had a restless night, he awoke to a small girl incessantly prattling in his ear, and irritated by the sun's glare, he covered Wang Yusin's mouth with his hand. Silence. If you continue to speak, I will leave you alone at home. Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed, her words tangled as she attempted to speak. But her mouth was obstructed by Su, producing only muffled sounds. Be quiet, Su exclaimed, and at once, Wang Yusin, feeling aggrieved, ceased her fussing, her bright, expressive eyes fixed intently upon him. Su could hardly withstand the sight of a girl with tear-filled eyes, especially when it was Wang Yusin, still a young girl. His heart softened, and he released his grip. However, the very next moment, Wang Yusin raised her small fist and swung it at Su. Quick-witted, he stepped back and placed his hand firmly on her forehead. Naughty brother. Bad brother. Wang Yusin unleashed a flurry of playful punches, leaving Su unscathed. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Chen Qingqing, who was seated in the car nearby. As the vehicle halted beside them, Su promptly called out, "The car has arrived." Wang Yusin, stand still. Upon noticing the car, Wang Yusin shot Su an angry glance before turning her head toward the business vehicle by the roadside. The window slowly descended, revealing a flawless visage before them. Just as Su was about to speak, Wang Yusin quickly composed her expression and exclaimed, "Brother Su, this sister is so beautiful. Such a lack of perception. With such beauty, why call her sister? Just call her sister-in-law." Chen Qingqing, not accustomed to such direct compliments, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Su gently tugged at Wang Yusin's hair, pulling her behind him before opening the car door. "Allow me to introduce my cousin, Wang Yusin, who has just graduated from elementary school." "6th grade is not elementary school," Wang Yusin interjected. "I say it is," Chen Qingqing responded with a hum before saying, "Get in the car." Su rubbed his hands together, already sensing the cool air conditioning wafting from inside. "Make some room," Chen Qingqing retorted coolly. "You sit in the passenger seat." Su protested, "Let my cousin sit in front. She gets carsick." "I do not get carsick," Wang Yusin declared. Chen Qingqing reiterated firmly, "You will sit in the passenger seat. Your cousin will sit with me." Before Su could respond, Wang Yusin pushed him aside and quickly climbed into the car, with Chen Qingqing making space for her. Su felt a surge of frustration, thinking to himself that he would never bring such a troublesome companion along again. When he opened the passenger door, he found Wang Rushua seated in the driver's seat and forced a smile, calling out, "Aunt Wang." Wang Rushua inquired directly, "Where are we going?" "To the pedestrian street," Su replied. Chen Qingqing interjected, "Why not go to the mall?" Su explained, "Malls only carry brands, which I cannot afford. The pedestrian street has cheaper clothes." Chen Qingqing, seeking merely a breath of fresh air and lacking for clothes, did not pursue the argument further. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Rushua drove towards the pedestrian street. "Sister, your skin is so fair. Sister, your legs are so long. You must be around 1.7 meters tall, right? Sister, how did you come to know my foolish brother?" Su inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger as he replied, "Wang Yusin, if you utter another word, I shall unceremoniously toss you out of the vehicle. This isn't even your car. Why should you care?" Su found himself at a loss for words. Chen Qingqing observed the expression of frustration on Suye's face, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she inquired, "How old are you?" 13. Chen Qingqing and Wang Yusin, one a chatterbox and the other taciturn, surprisingly did not create the awkwardness Siyu feared. Instead, they complemented each other. And under Wang Yusin's relentless questioning, Chen Qingqing found herself engaging in a lively exchange. Siyu shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting that this little girl was proving to be somewhat useful. Wang Rushua silently took in the entire interaction while driving. When night fell, she would report all of Chen Qingqing's activities throughout the day to Jiang Meilin, as it was part of her work duties. Before long, the business street came to a halt near the pedestrian zone. Siyu opened the car door and stepped out, followed by Chen Qingqing and Wang Yusin. Siyu pointed to a nearby barber shop and said, "I would like to get a haircut first." Just as Chen Qingqing was about to speak, Wang Yusin took her hand and said, "You go get your haircut. My sister and I will go shopping first." "Sister, let's go." Chen Qingqing was led away by Wang Yusin, the two of them quickly bonding, chatting and laughing as if Siyu were an unnecessary third wheel. With no other choice, Siyu entered the barber shop. The barber, Tony, approached him swiftly, saying, "Hey there, looking to get a haircut?" The term handsome guy in a barber shop holds little credibility. Every male is dubbed handsome, and every female is considered a beauty. Siyu nodded and rinsed his hair before sitting in front of the mirror, where Tony immediately picked up the clippers. "Wait, what do you intend to do?" Siyu asked. "Cut your hair," was the reply. "You're starting with the clippers without even asking how I want it?" Tony thought to himself that the usual procedure was to shave the sides and trim the top, leaving the bangs untouched. However, noticing Suyu's agitation, he asked, "How would you like it cut?" "Give me a textured crop." "Textured crop?" Seeing the bewildered expression on Tony's face, Siyu realized that this hairstyle had yet to gain popularity in the country. He sighed softly and said, "Never mind. Just cut it as I described, but first, put the clippers down." Siyu felt a twinge of fear at the sight of the clippers. If he ended up with a bowl cut, how could he ever face anyone? First, trim the sides, gather the top hair up, and keep the sides about 3 centimeters long. The transition should be natural. The back of the head should have a similar length, preferably with a rounded shape to give a fuller appearance. The hair on the top of his head and bangs should be left at about 12 to 13 centimeters, with a touch of volume on top and a slightly fragmented fringe. Siyu, resembling a teacher, began to direct the hairdresser. What should have been a 5-minute trim extended to a full 15 minutes. After the cut, he washed his hair and took up a hairdryer, styling it into a simple side part. The stylist, Tony, was left in utter astonishment. This hairstyle seemed rather dapper. "What do you call this style?" he asked. "Microfragmented coverage," Siyu replied, putting down the hairdryer. After settling the payment, he strolled out with nonchalance. Unbeknownst to him, from that day forward, he had inadvertently propelled the domestic hairdressing industry forward by leaps and bounds. At this very moment, in a women's clothing store, a conversation unfolded. "Boss, how much is this piece of clothing?" 100. 50, I'll buy it for 50. "Hey, young lady, how can you slash the price in half right away? Are you selling it or not? If not, I'll leave." All right, don't go. Here is your money." "Young lady, how old are you? What grade are you in?" "I'll be in the first year of junior high when school starts." "Small but crafty. If you keep talking like that, I want tea by it." "I was complimenting you." Chen Qingqing witnessed Wang Yusin deftly negotiate a shirt originally priced at 100 down to 50. The entire process flowed seamlessly. She had never imagined that one could haggle while shopping for clothes, let alone that Wang Yusin, at such a young age, had mastered this skill. Suddenly, she felt a surge of admiration for her. "Sister, let us go." Chen Qingqing was puzzled. "Are we only buying one?" Wang Yusin smiled, "Yes. I don't lack clothes. I want to save some money to buy clothes for Siyu Gage." "Buy for him?" Wang Yusin nodded obediently, then tiptoed to whisper in Chen Qingqing's ear. "He is so stingy. This morning, I saw that his underwear hanging on the balcony had a hole in it. Please don't tell anyone. Boys care about their image." Chapter 33. "Come here and let me give you a kiss." A hole in his underwear? For some reason, after Wang Yusin spoke those words, an image flashed in Chen Qingqing's mind. Embarrassment. Awkwardness. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Just as they exited the clothing store, Siyu, freshly coiffed and searching for the two, spotted them instantly, largely due to Chen Qingqing's striking presence. Standing at 171 centimeters, she was already tall amongst southern women, and with her skin akin to the smoothness of jade, she shone brilliantly under the sun. "Siyu Gage, you look even more handsome with your new haircut." "I've always been handsome." Previously, Suyu's hairstyle was quite similar to Qin Jiwei's. with long hair that occasionally gave off a somewhat flamboyant vibe. Having recently adopted a refreshing hairstyle, Suyi appeared significantly more radiant. At first glance, Chen Qingqing thought she must be mistaken. She had not even realized how long her gaze had lingered upon Suyi's face. I know I am handsome, but there is really no need for you to stare so intently, he teased. Flustered, Chen Qingqing quickly averted her eyes, retorting, who is staring at you? Don't make baseless claims. Qingqing, your ears are a bit flushed, he observed. It's just a little warm, she replied. Retrieving a bottle of foreign-brand sunscreen spray from her small handbag, she tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and evenly sprayed the sunscreen on her face, neck, arms, and her delicate, fair calves. As she bent to apply the spray on her legs, she noticed Suyu's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, more specifically. It was her legs that captivated him. In a moment of impulse, she directed the sunscreen spray at him, as if it were a defensive weapon. Suyu waved his hand dismissively. What are you doing? Who told you to look so much? Just a glance won't cost you anything, he added. As the tension between them escalated. Just then, Wang Yusin stepped in between them, smiling as she inquired, Sister Qingqing, is that sunscreen spray? Yes, she affirmed. Could you spray a little on me too? Wang Yusin requested. Chen Qingqing smiled warmly, of course. Wang Yusin effortlessly diffused the tension and proceeded to pull Suyi along to continue their stroll down the pedestrian street. Before long, Wang Yusin turned into a menswear store. Suyi glanced at the sign outside and then at the clothes within, exclaiming, Wang Yusin, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? This is a menswear store. I'm not mistaken. Your jeans are practically white now. Don't you want to buy some clothes? I have no money, Suyi replied. With a bright smile, Wang Yusin said, I have some. You want to use your money to buy me clothes? He questioned. Yes. Suyi paused, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea as he wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, exclaiming, I am so touched, Wang Yusin. From this day forth, you shall be my beloved sister. Come here for a kiss. Wang Yusin rolled her eyes, uninterested in his antics, and began selecting clothes for herself. Chen Qingqing cast a glance at Suyi, remarking coldly, Stop pretending. Your smile gives you away. Stepping into the store, Suyi observed Wang Yusin diligently picking out clothes, and he felt a genuine warmth in his heart. In their university days, he and Wang Yusin had maintained close contact, but after graduation, as work took precedence, their communication dwindled. Following his marriage to Gu Mingyao, an incident occurred where Wang Yusin visited his home after merely a brief conversation with her. Gu Mingyao grew jealous of Su Ye's cousin, leading him to refrain from inviting Wang Yusin over again, and gradually, their bond had faded. Seated in the store's waiting area, Suyi watched as Wang Yusin and Chen Qingqing debated which outfit was most appealing, a tender smile reminiscent of a father's affection gracing his face. Brother Suyi, what do you think of this one? As long as it isn't too gaudy, I'm fine with anything. Then why not try this on first? With a smile, Suyi stepped forward and ran to try on some clothes. He selected an utterly ordinary white shirt and a pair of black summer casual trousers, an exceptionally simple black and white combination. Yet, upon wearing them, it appeared as though these garments had been tailored specifically for him. Wang Yusin circled around him, her hands clasped over her chest, one hand resting on her chin as she asked, Sister Qingqing, what do you think? It's passable, came the reply. I think he looks quite handsome. Wang Yusin exclaimed with a grin. You think so too, right, Sister Qingqing? Chen Qingqing murmured in almost inaudible agreement. Then came the moment of haggling between Wang Yusin and the shopkeeper. However, with Su Ye's presence, the bargaining became even more vigorous. Wang Yusin managed to negotiate down to half the price. Prior to Su Ye's arrival, she had been aiming for a third off. For a shirt priced at 100 yuan, he boldly proposed 30. For trousers worth 160, he dared to suggest 60. To Chen Qingqing's astonishment, he succeeded in his negotiations. Goodness, would the shopkeeper not incur a loss by conducting business this way? In the end, Wang Yusin spent just over 200 yuan to purchase 2 shirts and a pair of trousers for Su Yi. After changing his outfit and hairstyle, he appeared transformed. As the saying goes in northeast China, the young man now looked remarkably appealing. What shall we do now? Let us go indulge in some delicious food. Brother Su Yi, my pockets are shallow. Could you help me hold my phone? And the clothes I just bought as well? Su Yi felt unable to refuse, as the saying goes. One should not bite the hand that feeds. Chen Qingqing glanced over and handed her bag to Su Yi as well. What are you doing? Holding this? No. What do you think we are, your servants? Chen Qingqing replied, I'll treat you tonight. Su Yi responded, Miss Chen, if you have any further requests, please feel free to command me. I assure you I shall be at your service for 12 hours. Chen Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Why not 24 hours? Su Yi retorted. If you wish for me to keep you company at night, that would be an entirely different price. For now, I am merely working hard, not selling myself. Women have an innate fondness for shopping, and Wang Yusin is a living testament to this. Initially, one might have thought Chen Qingqing would be an exception. Yet she and Wang Yusin ended up shopping together for an entire afternoon. Little did Su Yi know that Chen Qingqing's reluctance to go out stemmed not from being a homebody, but from her uncertainty about where to go and what to do. Thus, when alone, she preferred the comfort of her home. This afternoon, although Chen Qingqing did not purchase a single item nor spend a penny, she found herself immensely joyful. Su Yi played the role of a devoted follower throughout, trailing behind the two as they explored various shops. This left Su Yi feeling even more exhausted than working a summer job in a tavern. Trailing behind the two, Su Yi lamented, "May I pose a question to you?" "Go ahead," they responded. "Do you know why women in the past bound their feet?" "Why?" Chen Qingqing and Wang Yusin asked in unison. Su Yi expressed his frustration, saying he was particularly wary of them going shopping. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing and Wang Yusin immediately understood that Su Yi was indirectly criticizing them. The two turned away in unison, choosing to ignore him. "You all go ahead." "I can't keep up," Su Yi lamented. "Brother Su Yi, you are truly useless," Wang Yusin retorted, returning to forcibly pull Su Yi up from his seat. Catching up with Chen Qingqing, Wang Yusin seemed to believe that the three of them should synchronize their pace while shopping together, akin to good friends holding hands to visit the restroom after class. Thus, she swiftly reached out to take Chen Qingqing's hand again. Three figures emerged, 2 adults and 1 child. Onlookers behind them regarded this scene with warmth. Chapter 34. The Rascals in the Evening. Chen Qingqing treated her companions to dinner at a restaurant with an average expenditure of 299 per person, as the dishes were served one after another. Noticing Su Yi and Wang Yusin gazing longingly at the food on the table, occasionally licking their lips, Chen Qingqing chuckled. "Go ahead and eat." Wang Yusin, feigning modesty, replied, "Sister Qingqing, that's too kind of you." By the time she spoke, Su Yi had already begun his culinary endeavor. Chen Qingqing laughed in disbelief. "Look at your brother. Is he the least bit embarrassed?" Wang Yusin glanced back, sighed dramatically, and then picked up her chopsticks to join in. Despite being cousins, their eating mannerisms were strikingly similar. Witnessing the two of them simultaneously grab a piece of sweet and sour pork, vying for it, Chen Qingqing nearly burst into laughter. "Su Yi, could you show a bit of decorum?" Unbeknownst to her, while she chuckled, a middle-aged man of around 40 at another table captured a photograph of them dining together. The woman seated beside him furrowed her brow and inquired, "What are you taking pictures of?" The man replied with a grin, "That's the daughter of our bank manager. Last time, he had significant objections when she was with that boy. Now they are eating together. I must inform the manager." The woman glanced back and muttered, "They seem well matched. They are indeed too young for early romance, I suppose. You don't understand. Our manager has only this precious daughter. And that boy comes from a family without any notable background. How could he possibly be interested?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man sent the photograph to Chen Hansong. At that moment, Chen Hansong, who was dining with clients, heard his phone ring. He picked it up to glance at the message. And upon seeing the photograph sent by the bank's client manager, he was momentarily stunned. After 5 seconds, he stood up and said, "Excuse me. I need to take a call." Chen Hansong stepped outside and dialed Jiang Meilin's number. "Chen Hansong, could you refrain from calling me all the time? I'm busy. I just sent you a photo. Did you see it?" Jiang Meilin opened WeChat for a quick look. Chen Hansong followed up, saying, "What is going on? Why is Qingqing still with him?" Jiang Meilin gazed at the photograph and replied, "Is there a problem?" Chen Hansong, in a low voice, retorted, "They are having dinner together. And you still ask me if there is a problem? Has she ever smiled like that when she is with you? What is wrong with friends dining together? Did you not notice the young girl beside them?" The barrage of questions left Chen Hansong momentarily speechless. In the photograph, Chen Qingqing wore a joyful smile, one Jiang Meilin had never witnessed even at home. She had previously worried that Chen Qingqing's prolonged stay at home might lead to psychological issues, even fearing she might fall into depression. Thus, upon seeing the photograph for the first time, Jiang Meilin felt no anger. Instead, a sense of relief washed over her. She believed her daughter was gradually becoming more cheerful, and she attributed this transformation to Su Yi. Jiang Meilin's impression of Su Yi was also quite favorable. Their two conversations had led her to perceive him as a rather mature young man. Moreover, in the photograph, it was not just her daughter and Su Yi dining together. There was also a much younger girl present. If they were truly in a romantic relationship, why would they have a third wheel accompanying them? After a prolonged silence, Shin Hansong calmed down and said, "So you are in agreement with their relationship progressing, correct?" Jiang Meilin responded, "Do not forget that your daughter is already an adult. She is now capable of making her own decisions." Shin Hansong's tone softened significantly. "Meilin, you know my concerns. I am merely worried about her being deceived. Suyi is far more mature than you might think. At times, I even feel that with Suyi around, I can be more at ease with Qingqing attending university in Shanghai. If that is how you feel, then let us pretend I said nothing." Shin Hansong hung up, his expression somewhat grave. After dinner, as dusk approached, they first took Wang Yusin home before Wang Ruxiu drove to the tavern. Suyi took out his phone and sent his number to Chen Qingqing. Upon glancing at her phone, Chen Qingqing looked up at Suyi, perplexed by his intentions. "This is my phone number," Suyi stated, opening the car door and adding, "If you find yourself unable to sleep tonight, feel free to call me." With that, he smiled and walked away. Chen Qingqing stood in a daze for a while before realizing Suyi had walked far off. She could only grip her phone tightly and mutter under her breath, "Rogue." After dropping Chen Qingqing off at home, Wang Ruxue returned to her own residence. She texted Jiang Meilin about the outing that afternoon when Chen Qingqing, Suyi, and Wang Yusin had gone shopping and dining together. As the clock approached 10, Jiang Meilin inquired, "Ruxue, how do you think Qingqing has been doing lately?" Wang Ruxue replied, "Pretty well. She was very happy this afternoon." Jiang Meilin shifted the conversation, asking, "What do you think of Suyi?" Wang Ruxue, "I am at a loss for words. Things seem to be going well at the moment. Although he occasionally acts like a rogue, he possesses a certain restraint." Jiang Meilin, "All right, I understand." A few days later, Suyi and Chen Qingqing maintained their communication over WeChat. Suyi had a full schedule, sleeping in the morning, accompanying Qin Jiwei for driving practice in the afternoon, and working part-time at a tavern in the evening, leaving little time for lengthy conversations. On the 7th, Suyi and Qin Jiwei sat for their second driving test. And naturally, Suyi passed with flying colors. Qin Jiwei, however, failed on his first attempt and only managed to score 10 points on the second due to a mishap on the slope. "So, how does it feel to have passed the second test? I've been berated by that foolish dog, Lao Lu, these past few days. I won't practice for the third test with you anymore. The pressure is greater than that of the college entrance examination. Only under pressure can one find motivation. I plan to practice for just a week before taking the test, aiming to secure my driver's license by July. What is the rush? You don't even own a car." Suyi shrugged. "I'll buy one when I get to university. It will make things more convenient." "Wei Gu, do you think I should go for a Mercedes, BMW, or Audi?" "Audi. Can you even afford a Yachty?" The two continued their banter as they made their way home. As Suyi inserted the key into the door, Wang Yusin came running towards him barefoot, but in her haste, she bumped her little head right into Suyi's abdomen. Rubbing her head, Wang Yusin exclaimed excitedly, "Suyi Gij, Qingqing Jijia invited us to her house tomorrow. What did you say?" Chapter 35, She is Still a Child. "It was Qingqing Jijia who personally invited me." Suyi furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Chen Qingqing would extend an invitation to a stranger. From their previous interactions, she seemed to be quite guarded. The first time they held hands at the bank, her palms had been clammy, and when he first called her Qingqing, she had been so flustered that she accidentally stepped on her own foot. Based on these two instances, it was evident that she had not yet lowered her defenses. How could she now be calling him Suyi Gij? "Suyi Gij, what is it? Do you like Qingqing Jijia?" Wang Yusin inquired, her curiosity piqued. Suyi, feeling a bit guilty, pushed her away, exclaiming, "This is adult business. Children should not meddle." "Humph." Suyi poured himself a glass of water and was about to drink when he suddenly turned and asked, "Have you been chatting with her these past few days?" "Yes. There's no one at home during the day, and I get so bored by myself. Let me see what you two have been discussing." "No way. Show me." "No." Suyi rushed over, attempting to snatch the phone, but Wang Yusin quickly lay on the couch, pressing the phone beneath her. "Suyi, are you talking bad about me?" Wang Yusin, "I am not." "Suyi, let me see." Wang Yusin, "No." "Suyi, get up." Suyi abruptly lifted Wang Yusin from the sofa just as the security door swung open, revealing Lao Su and Zhang Hong at the entrance. They were taken aback at the sight of Suyi hoisting Wang Yusin, who squirmed like an eel. Wang Yusin quickly feigned innocence, exclaiming, "Auntie, Suyi brother is stealing my phone. How shameless. Your cousin has finally managed to stay at home for a while, and you dare to bully her?" Zhang Hong picked up a broom from the doorway. "Mom, let's talk this through. No need for violence." That night, On with chat. See, you messaged. You expect me to take Yusin to your house? Chen Qingqing replied, I merely invited Wang Yusin. She mentioned that she is currently residing at your place and needs company to go out. Siyu chuckled. It was undoubtedly a fabricated excuse by Wang Yusin to get him to come over. What a clever little girl. Suyi responded, of course. I have no desire to go. I work at night and have to study for my driving test during the day. I am quite busy. Chen Qingqing countered. You could get off midway. In the evening, I'll have Aunt Wang drop Yusin directly at your building. Suyi asked, get off midway? Where am I supposed to go? Chen Qingqing replied, that's not my concern. Suyi retorted, could you be a tad more amiable towards your only friend? Chen Qingqing responded, you are no longer my only friend. Wang Yusin is now included, she added. But she is still just a child. Chen Qingqing chuckled and typed back. I do enjoy children. Suyi jested, if you like children, perhaps we could have one in the future. A minute later, Suyi inquired, where are you? 5 minutes later, he followed up, I was just joking. 20 minutes later, he concluded, if you're not going to reply, then fine, I'm off to sleep. Good night. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Upon waking, Suyi's first action was to reach under his pillow for his phone to check if Chen Qingqing had replied. Fortunately, she had. Her message was from the early hours of the previous night. If you keep this up, I won't bother with you anymore. What was this? A reprimand? Yet, there was an undertone of playfulness. Siyu chuckled, got up, and began his morning routine. To his surprise, he found Wang Yusin diligently working on her summer homework in the living room. Siyu brother, you're awake? She chirped. Siyu brother. I have a math problem I can't solve. Could you help me? I can't. Wang Yusin pouted and retorted, this is a 6th grade problem. Siyu shrugged. Math makes my head hurt now. You can search for it on your phone. Wang Yusin huffed. You just don't want to help me. That is not true. He insisted. A common person navigating life post-graduation might not necessarily solve 6th grade math problems with ease. Suyi explained, after the college entrance examination. My mind has not been functioning well. I certainly cannot teach you mathematics, but perhaps I could impart some wisdom on other matters. What could you teach me? Wang Yusin inquired. The intricacies of human relationships, he replied with a smirk. Or perhaps I could enlighten you on how to discern whether a man is virtuous or nefarious. Wang Yusin tilted her head, curiosity evident in her expression. How can one discern? Siyi extended his finger, placing it beneath her nose. Simply position your finger beneath his nose. Any man who can still breathe is not a good person, except for me, of course. Wang Yusin opened her mouth, mimicking a biting action, prompting Siyu to hastily retract his hand. Throughout the morning, Siyu immersed himself in stock market news while Wang Yusin diligently worked on her summer assignments. As midday approached, Siyu ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal. Sought a couple of dishes in the process. It smells delightful, Suyu. When did you learn to cook? She exclaimed. If one wishes to learn, they will surely succeed. Those who cannot cook at their age are either being catered to or simply lazy, he replied. Wang Yusin enthusiastically filled her bowl with rice. And after the siblings had satisfied their hunger, they sprawled out on the sofa to rest. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Wang Yusin suddenly pulled the drowsy Suyu up from the sofa. Brother Suyi, wake up. Sister Qingqing has sent Aunt Wang to pick us up. So soon? Suyi sprang from the sofa, rushed to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face, grabbed the house keys, and tucked his phone into his pocket before quickly ushering Wang Yusin out the door. At the entrance of their community, Wang Rushue welcomed the siblings into the car and set off towards Hongya Villa. On the way, she had informed Jiang Meilin about Chen Qingqing inviting them to her home. And after a moment's hesitation, Jiang Meilin had agreed. Throughout the journey, Wang Rushue remained silent. As the business vehicle entered Hongya Villa, the 2 security guards standing at the entrance saluted the occupants of the car. Lush green maple trees lined the spacious asphalt road, their leaves destined to turn crimson with the arrival of autumn, which inspired the name of Hongya Villa. This is incredibly beautiful. The community resembles a park, Wang Yusin remarked, blinking in wonder. Although Suyi had anticipated such opulence, his heart still stirred upon arriving at this affluent neighborhood. Wealth is indeed a blessing. The business vehicle finally rolled into the villa's courtyard. While there was no swimming pool in the yard, the community offered a large pool exclusively for residents, open every Tuesday. The garden was adorned with a variety of flowers and plants, tended to regularly by landscaping professionals. As Wang Yusin stepped out of the car, she curiously surveyed her surroundings, while Suyi raised his hand in greeting to Chen Qingqing at the entrance. Please, come in. As Suyi entered the living room, Wang Rushue understood that from that moment onward, their relationship could no longer remain that of merely ordinary friends. Chapter 36. Has our boss lady actually tied the knot? The living room exuded an air of opulence, adorned with an imported genuine leather sofa and a carpet woven from pure wool. A stunning crystal chandelier, valued in the six figures, hung gracefully from the soaring ceiling. Wang Yusen, despite her relatively privileged background, felt as though she had wandered into a grand city abode, her eyes flitting about in wonder. Yi, however, maintained a composed demeanor, settling comfortably onto the sofa. Qin approached the refrigerator, inquiring, "What flavor of ice cream do you fancy?" "Little pudding," replied Su Yi in unison with Wang Yusen. Qin, perplexed, opened the freezer compartment and informed them, "Unfortunately, we have neither of those. All that's available are Magnum and Häagen-Dazs." "Then I shall have whatever," she decided, retrieving 2 Magnum ice creams and presenting them to her guests. Wang Yusen, her curiosity piqued, asked, "Sister Qing, does your family own the entire building?" "Indeed," Qin confirmed. "That is simply immense. Your room must be quite spacious, then." "It's decent," Qin replied. In truth, the entire second floor constituted her living quarters, complete with a personal dressing room and an exceedingly large bathroom. Its bathtub alone took up more space than an average family's entire restroom. Wang Yusen felt a pang of envy upon hearing this. The 2 girls engaged in lively conversation until Wang Yusen finally turned to Su Yi and exclaimed, "Brother Su Yi, why have you been so quiet?" "You two carry on. I am merely an observer," he retorted. Wang Yusen shot him an exasperated glance before turning back to Qin with a smile. "Sister Qing, may I see your room?" "Of course," Qin acquiesced, leading Wang Yusen upstairs while Su Yi remained seated on the sofa. As a girl, Wang Yusen's visit to Qin's room posed no issue, but for Su Yi, the situation was different. He was a boy, and this was his first visit to Qin's home, prompting him to respect certain boundaries he was reluctant to cross. Unbeknownst to him, a camera discreetly mounted on the ceiling corner of the living room was trained upon him, while Jiang Melon observed the scene through her phone. Seeing Su Yi merely seated on the sofa brought her relief, yet it also sparked her curiosity regarding his thoughts at that moment. In their previous encounters, Su Yi had struck her as a charming conversationalist, yet today, he had scarcely spoken since entering her home. Jiang Melon pondered whether Su Yi, upon witnessing the grandeur of her household, had developed a sense of inferiority regarding the disparity between himself and her daughter. Qin, lacking social acumen, would certainly not perceive this nuance. Jiang Melon hesitated, contemplating whether to subtly alert her daughter to the situation, but ultimately refrained. Since Su Yi had already arrived, there was no turning back. She resolved to let events unfold naturally. Meanwhile, upstairs, after Qin brought Wang Yusen into the room, she immediately felt a pang of regret, for the plush Doraemon gifted by Su Yi lay upon her bed. However, Wang Yusen did not dwell on the plush toy. Instead, she wandered straight into Qin's dressing room, her face alight with envy as she gazed upon the splendid array of clothing and shoes within the wardrobe. Qin realized that Wang Yusen was unaware that the Doraemon belonged to Su Yi, and her anxious heart finally settled. "Sister Qing, you are truly fortunate to possess a dressing room of your own," Wang Yusen exclaimed, her smile causing Qin to momentarily lose her train of thought. Could it be that having a dedicated space for clothes equated to happiness? "My brother Su Ye's room is probably not even as spacious as your dressing room, but he is quite good in his own right, though a bit foolish, somewhat clumsy, and rather thick-skinned, wouldn't you agree? Also a tad dim-witted." "Indeed," Qin replied. The two spent a little over 10 minutes upstairs before descending together. Shortly thereafter, the 3 settled onto the sofa to enjoy a comedy film, an old classic by Stephen Chow. Watching it on a 100-inch screen was a dramatically different experience from viewing it on a mobile phone. As the clock approached 5, Su Yi finally stood and announced, "It's getting late, rainy, and I should head back. I'll have Aunt drive you." "Thanks," Wang Yusen replied with a bright smile. "Sister Qing, can I come over to play again sometime?" "Of course," Qin nodded, her smile warm. At 5 o'clock, the sun still hung high in the sky. While seated in the car, Wang Yusen resumed her chatter, her words brimming with envy. Su Yi chuckled and gently patted her head, saying, "Don't be so disheartened. If you strive to excel in your studies and earn a good income, you too can afford such a splendid home." Suddenly, Wang Yusen inquired, "Brother Su Yi, you hardly spoke to Sister Qing this afternoon. Do you feel there is too great a disparity between you and her?" Wang Rushue, overhearing, was curious to see how Su Yi would respond. "Not at all. I merely feel that my previous goals were somewhat modest, and now I must set higher aspirations." "What goals?" Su Yi playfully flicked Wang Yusen's forehead and laughed. "Little girl, Are you now overseeing me? Off you go. With a playful pout. Wang Yusin stuck out her tongue and rolled down the car window to admire the scenery outside. That evening, upon arriving at the shop, Zhang Xiaowan handed Siyu last month's wages. The moment Siyu reached out, he sensed that the amount was likely higher than usual. Frowning, he remarked, I didn't even work a full month last month and took a day off. Did you give me too much? Zhang Xiaowan smiled. The boss lady has instructed that part of this is your singing fee, and there's a 200 yuan bonus. In total, it's 3,300. You can count it if you wish. There's no need to count. I trust you. So he tucked the money into his pocket and looked around, asking, By the way, where's the boss lady? She has something to attend to. Something to attend to? Yes. Zhang Xiaowan took out a wet wipe, cleaning the cash register screen as she spoke. I don't think she'll come tonight. Su Yi then inquired, Sister Xiaowan, you've been here the longest. Has our boss lady ever been married? Yes and no, she replied. Huh? Zhang Xiaowan glanced at Su Yi, ensuring the store was empty before lowering her voice. First, you must swear not to tell anyone. Su Yi quickly raised his hand. I swear, Sister Xiaowan. Rest assured, I am very tight-lipped. The boss lady has a fiancé whom she has been with for 7 years. They were engaged, but right before the wedding, her fiancé was involved in a car accident, and he couldn't be saved. Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt a deep sense of loss. No wonder the boss lady often went outside late at night to gaze at the stars and the moon. She had endured such a story. Today marked the anniversary of her fiancé's passing. Hence, she would likely not be coming tonight. So that was the reason. Chapter 37. The World Cup of the year. Since the end of last month, the tavern's business had significantly improved compared to when Su Yi first arrived. Today was no exception. Starting from 8 o'clock, a steady stream of customers began to fill the establishment. Su Yi and Zhou Ying were overwhelmed with work, but fortunately, after 10:30, the crowd stabilized. Just as Su Yi thought he could take a breather, Qin Jiwei walked in. Why the hell are you here? Su Yi exclaimed. Qin Jiwei replied, somewhat speechless, I came here to enjoy myself. Is that a problem? Bring me a bottle of cold beer. Su Yi responded. There's plenty in the fridge, help yourself. You're the server, I'm the customer. Do you understand what the customer is king means? Su Yi then playfully wrapped his arm around Qin Jiwei, playfully trapping him under his armpit. Bark, go on, bark. Seeing their antics, Zhou Ying realized they were classmates. While they were joking around, she had already retrieved a bottle of cold beer from the fridge and handed it to Qin Jiwei. Thank you, Qin Jiwei said shyly. And as soon as Zhou Ying walked away, he leaned in and asked, which one is your boss lady? On his first day looking for a job, Su Yi had told Qin Jiwei that the boss lady was stunning, and he had kept that in mind ever since. He had long wanted to see if the voluptuous, slender, and sweet-voiced beauty with long legs that Su Yi described was indeed real. Su Yi chuckled. The boss lady has been around recently, but she is not here today. This means you simply lack the fortune to see her. Is that true? Would I lie to you? Qin Jiwei immediately lost interest and found a seat. Seeing the tavern was not busy, Su Yi fetched 2 cups and joined Qin Jiwei for a drink. Why are you out so late? Doesn't your mom care? My mom went to my grandma's, and my dad is pulling an all-nighter tonight. All-nighter? Qin Jiwei said, there's a football match at midnight. You know how my dad is. He has no hobbies other than watching football. Su Yi chuckled. The shop has been rather busy these past few days. I will likely be working until 11. Would you care to wait for me so we can leave together? Sure, since my mother is away. No one is keeping tabs on me. Qin Jiwei pulled out his phone with a grin, saying, I just joined our school's freshman group. And someone posted a picture of the campus beauty. Let me show you. He opened his gallery and handed Su Yi the photo of their school's flower. Su Yi took a glance and remarked, Is this it? What do you mean, is this it? Isn't she pretty? Mediocre at best. She can't compare to my girlfriend. Come on now. Su Yi, unfazed, shifted the topic. When did you change your phone? What brand is it? It was just released in May. Snapdragon 801 flagship processor. Impressive. Isn't it? It's acceptable. Have you gotten a new phone? No. Qin Jiwei, perplexed, asked, You did so well on your exams. Didn't your parents give you money for a new phone? They did, but I simply chose not to buy one. As long as my phone works, I see no need for a new one. To me, all current phones are rubbish. Come on, you're just boasting now. What good phone have you even used? A 120 Hz high refresh rate display, a battery that charges in 15 minutes, and 5G speeds exceeding hundreds of megabits per second. After using such a phone, going back to one from 2014 would be nothing short of trash. So you merely smiled and did not respond. The two continued to boast and dream about university life while sipping their drinks. and before they knew it, time had swiftly passed. As 11 approached, the last two customers in the shop prepared to leave. Just as Suyu was about to clear the table, he overheard their conversation and froze. Today, Germany is playing against Brazil. Which team do you think will win? It has to be Brazil. They are incredibly strong this year and have the advantage of playing at home. How can Germany compete? You never know, Germany is strong as well. They even defeated France in the quarterfinals. Germany versus Brazil. 2014. The World Cup of 2014. How could I have forgotten this lucrative opportunity? At that moment, you recalled the semi-final match from the 2014 World Cup, where Germany triumphed over the host nation Brazil with a staggering score of 7-1. Before the match, no one would have anticipated such a result. Brazil was a formidable team and had the home field advantage. Even if Germany were to win, no one would have expected such a lopsided score. Consequently, throughout Europe, there was only one Dutchman who, after a night of revelry, wagered €200 on that scoreline and ultimately won 11 million yuan based on the 6,500 odds. This incident had made headlines back then. How could I have forgotten this? You stood dazed for a moment before suddenly grabbing Qin Jiwei and asking, "How did you get here?" "I rode my electric scooter." "Give me the keys." "What do you intend to do?" "I stepped out for a moment. Please hurry." Qin Jiwei had no idea why Suyi was so agitated. Yet he handed over the car keys. Suyi promptly turned to Zhang Xiaowan and Zhou Ying, saying, "Sister Xiaowan, Sister Zhou Ying, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back shortly." With urgency, Suyi dashed outside, riding his electric scooter straight to the lottery sales point. Fortunately, due to the World Cup, the lottery shop remained open until midnight. Upon arriving, he hurried inside the store. "Boss, can I still place a bet on the Germany versus Brazil match?" The proprietor responded leisurely, "Yes, you can." "What about the score? Can I bet on the score?" "Yes, betting on the score has higher odds." "What score do you want to place a bet on?" 7-1. "Young man, I take it you haven't bet before?" "For the lottery, if the score margin exceeds 5, you can only bet on other outcomes. Domestic and international rules differ, unless you go for off-book betting, which is illegal." "What?" Suyi was bewildered. "Do you want to bet on another outcome? The odds are quite favorable." "Yes." "Brazil to win?" "Germany." "You wish to bet on Germany winning against Brazil?" "Yes." "Are you certain?" "Germany must score at least 5 goals to win, which is nearly impossible." Suyi nodded resolutely. "Just place the bet." "What are the odds?" 150-1. "Only 150? Suyi exclaimed. "If I could gather all my money, this could lead to fortune." However, his previous cash had already been invested in the stock market, and he only had the 300 yuan salary Zhang Xiaowan had given him that evening. Transferring money from stocks would take too long, and he would certainly run out of time. Suyi emptied his pockets, handing the proprietor the 300 yuan. "Here is 300. Please place the bet for Germany to win against Brazil, with a score margin exceeding 5. 300? "Young man, are you certain?" "Don't act impulsively just because you've had a bit to drink," the boss remarked, having caught the scent of alcohol on Suyu. "I'm sure." "All right then. I'll place the bet, but this money is non-refundable." "Go ahead." The proprietor complied with Suyu's request, issuing a lottery ticket and handing it over. Once Suyi confirmed that he had not made a mistake in his purchase, he carefully tucked the ticket away and swiftly departed the lottery shop. As soon as he left, the owner shook his head, muttering to himself, "He looks so young, yet after a little drinking, he is so reckless. Betting on Germany to win by scoring more than 5 goals against Brazil? That is sheer madness." Chapter 38. WeChat chat pinning. "Damn it. I completely forgot about this football match." Suyi lamented, filled with regret. Of course, it was entirely his fault. He was a football enthusiast and never watched matches. If it had been for this particular match trending on the headlines back in 2014, he wouldn't have remembered it at all. 300 yuan, at odds of 150-1, the prize would be less than 500,000, and after a 20 tax, he would only receive 400,000. Suyi sat on his electric scooter and noticed that the proprietor of the lottery shop had already pulled the shutter halfway down. He sighed deeply and muttered to himself, "Well, one must learn to be content. At least I managed to catch the opportunity. Investing 400,000 in the stock market could yield a tenfold or even a hundredfold return if fortune favors me." Comforting himself with this thought, he pedaled his scooter back home. In the tavern, Zhang Xiaowan and Zhou Ying had already tidied up the premises. Upon seeing Suyu's return, Qin Jiwei hurriedly approached him and inquired, "Where have you been?" "A secret," Suyi replied. "Curse it." "Of course. Siyi had no intention of divulging his visit to the lottery shop. This matter needed to remain confidential, after all. He couldn't very well tell Qin Jiwei that he possessed the ability to foresee the future once the results of the match were announced. Reflecting on it, spending 3,300 on this lottery ticket seemed quite reasonable. Had he invested 10 or 20,000 and won, he would likely become a household name across the nation. Sister Zhou, I will handle the cleaning tomorrow evening. Thank you for today, Siyu said. Zhou waved her hand with a smile. No worries. It's getting late. You and your classmates should head back. I'll take Xiaowan's car later. All right. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Upon returning home, the first thing Suyi did was to place the lottery ticket between the pages of a book. Then he took a shower. Lying in bed, the thought of his savings potentially skyrocketing from 20,000 to over 400,000 filled him with excitement. That night, Suyi fell asleep with a restless heart. The next morning, as soon as Suyi awoke, his phone began to ring incessantly. He picked it up to see a message from his friend. Autistic patient. Oh my God. Suyi. This morning, the match between Germany and Brazil ended with a score of 7-1. Autistic patient. Do you grasp the significance of this? It's akin to a wild card team defeating the Korean team, and they even went bald. Autistic patient. I heard from my father that chaos reigns in Brazil. There are already criminal factions threatening to hunt down the Brazilian players. Autistic patient. Whatever. Why am I telling you all this? You wouldn't understand. Autistic patient. Are you practicing for the driving test today? Suyi quickly typed back. Not going. You go ahead. I have matters to attend to today. All right then. Suyi swiftly got out of bed, flipped open the book to check that the lottery ticket was still there, and dashed off to the bathroom to freshen up. Wang Yusin, with an inquisitive expression, asked, Brother Suyi, why are you up so early today? While brushing his teeth, Suyi poked his head out of the bathroom and replied, Yusin, I have some things to do this morning. Stay at home. I might not return until noon. Can you wash rice? Yes. Then please rinse some rice around 11 o'clock. Just a scoop will suffice. And don't add too much water. Only enough to cover the first knuckle. Wang Yusin obediently responded, okay. Suyi quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face. Took his lottery ticket and relevant documents, donned his mask, and slipped on his shoes before heading to the lottery center. Prizes exceeding 500,000 require a visit to the Provincial Sports Lottery Center. Siyu had spent 3,300 yesterday, with a multiplier of 150, resulting in a total of 495,000. Thus, he only needed to visit the Municipal Lottery Center for his claim. Upon arriving at the lottery center by taxi, he was promptly guided by the staff upon entering. Expecting a crowd during the prize collection, he was surprised to find the staff remarkably composed. Please sign your name, phone number, and ID number on the reverse side, one of them instructed. Following this format, he pinned a declaration on the photocopy of his ID. After completing the form, the staff member said, please hold on a moment. Check your bank messages. The funds should have arrived. Suyi took out his phone just as the message came through. Confirming the figures, he nodded with a smile. I received the message. Thank you. Exiting the lottery center, he noticed it was nearly 11 o'clock. Stretching his limbs, he felt invigorated and filled with anticipation for the future. Life seemed increasingly promising. On the way home, he stopped by Xian Baiwei Chicken to purchase a poached chicken as a reward for himself. When Wang Yusin saw Siyu return with the chicken, she was astonished and asked, Brother, have you struck it rich? Buying a poached chicken is a sign of wealth? Suyi, somewhat speechless, replied, Go. Tidy up the table and wash your hands. It's time for dinner. In the afternoon, Suyi chose to stay home, transferring the entirety of his 400,000 into his securities account. Trusting his instincts, he selected several stocks with potential and purchased them all. At this juncture, the stocks were already showing signs of an upswing. Those attuned to the stock market would note that since the third quarter of 2014, it began a rapid ascent, continuing to soar for 4 consecutive quarters. Receiving this 400,000 at such a pivotal moment felt like a timely blessing to Suyi, akin to finding warmth in the coldest of winters. Meanwhile, at Hongya Mountain Villa, Chen Qingqing sat idly on the sofa, flipping through a comic book, usually unfazed by solitude. She soon found the comic utterly tedious. Deciding against it, she closed the book and took out her phone, opening WeChat. With only a few contacts, she pondered briefly before clicking on the chat with Wang Yusin, sending a message, Are you at home? Wang Yusin replied swiftly, Yes. Chen Qingqing inquired, Are you alone? Wang Yusin responded, Suyi is here too. Curious, Chen Qingqing asked, What is he doing? Wang Yusin replied, I'm not sure. He went out this morning. And after returning for lunch, he has been staring at his phone laughing foolishly. I suspect he found money on the road. Wang Yusin. Image, Wang Yusin, sister Qingqing. Do you think he looks foolish? Chen Qingqing opened the photo that Wang Yusin had secretly taken of Su Yi and saw him sitting on the sofa. Grinning like a simpleton, she couldn't help but smile. Chen Qingqing. He does. Wang Yusin, sister Qingqing. My brother will be going to university in Modu at the end of August. Which university will you attend? Chen Qingqing felt a bit shy to respond, but thought it impolite not to reply, so she hesitantly said, I will also be going to Modu. Wang Yusin exclaimed, Are you both going to university in Modu? Wang Yusin, how wonderful. Chen Qingqing, to be honest, I am quite afraid of university. Wang Yusin, why? Chen Qingqing, attending university means interacting with many people, and I have read online that the relationships in dormitories can be quite complicated. Wang Yusin, don't worry. If you encounter any issues, just reach out to my brother. He is quite reliable. Wang Yusin, I also have a secret to share with you. Chen Qingqing, what secret? Wang Yusin, my brother has pinned your WeChat chat at the top, indicating his special concern for you. Chen Qingqing's heart raced. Chapter 39. Mom, we are still just friends. The matter with the lottery was merely a small interlude. After 2 days of excitement, Siyu returned to his mundane routine. Time flew by. And over half a month passed. Siyu completed his third driving test and took Wang Yusin to Chen Qingqing's house twice, both times finding her home alone. By the end of July, Zhang Lan returned from a study exchange at another hospital, and naturally, Wang Yusin had to return to her own home. However, this girl was quite loyal. Before leaving, she earnestly advised Su Yi, Sister Qingqing is a girl who lacks a sense of security, so you must protect her well while at university. Su Yi found it amusing and pinched Wang Yusin's cheek, saying, Little girl, do you even know what a sense of security is? Annoying. Wang Yusin pushed Su Yi away, pouting and putting her hands on her hips. Can you please stop pinching my face? All right, enough. I don't need your advice. Hurry back with your mom before it gets dark. Su Yi accompanied Zhang Hong to send Zhang Lan and Wang Yusin downstairs. After watching them get into the car, Zhang Hong curiously asked, Who is this sister Qingqing that Yusin mentioned? Su Yi was taken aback and quickly explained, A friend of mine. You liked a girl named Gu Mingyao in high school, right? Huh. Su Yi was startled. You know about that? Zhang Hong proudly huffed. What can you possibly hide from me? Mom, I am no longer involved with Gu Mingyao. Zhang Hong sarcastically remarked, Oh, during high school. You frequently bought her breakfast and even gifted her those expensive boxes of chocolates, and now you say there is no relationship? Su Yi was genuinely unaware that Zhang Hong was privy to the matters between him and Gu Mingyao. With a hint of embarrassment, he explained, It's truly nothing, Mom. You must have faith in me. Wasn't it she who rejected you? Nonsense. I've seen through her. Not even 10 Gu Mingyaos combined could match my worth. Rest assured, this time I shall certainly find a reliable daughter-in-law for you. What do you mean this time? Never mind. I have it all under control. When will you invite that friend of yours over? Which friend? The one you mentioned earlier, Sister Qingqing. Mom, we're merely friends for now. Haha. A sudden sneeze interrupted the conversation as Chen Qingqing, seated on the sofa, suddenly exclaimed, Achoo. At that moment, Jiang Meilin expressed her concern, asking, Qingqing, have you received your admission notice? Yes. When do you report to school? On the 27th, Jiang Meilin hesitated for a moment before saying, I will try my best to carve out some time to accompany you to the bustling metropolis. Chen Qingqing remained silent. For Jiang Meilin often spoke of intentions that never materialized. She stood up and ascended the stairs, settling on her bed, where she strummed a few familiar tunes on her guitar. Suddenly, she recalled a song she had released some time ago and felt curious about its reception. Thus, Chen Qingqing set aside her guitar, approached her seldom used computer, and turned it on. Upon logging into the NetEase Cloud Creators backend, she was greeted by a red notification that displaying a tantalizing 99. Surprised, she quickly clicked to open the comments section for her song. Fox Not Too Fuzzy. This song is delightful. You're amazing, sister. I am Xiao Ran. A friend recommended this. After listening, all I can think of is becoming rich. Cat, you seem to harbor a slight envy of the wealthy, haha, but this song is truly beautiful. Sugar, the line about all wicked people no longer holding the power of discourse is beautifully penned. This song is exceptional. Chen Qingqing scrolled down endlessly, unable to reach the end, when she spotted the platform's notification indicating that her song had ascended to the new song chart on NetEase Cloud. Her mind went blank. At the time of uploading, she had never anticipated such success. The most crucial aspect was that copyright laws mandated all streaming music platforms to compensate the recording rights holders with royalties, and each platform had its unique welfare rules. To her astonishment, the song had already yielded over 2,000 in earnings for Chen Qingqing. She sat in front of her computer in a daze for a considerable time. Once she regained her senses, she promptly sent a message to Su Yi on WeChat. Chen Qingqing, are you there? Su Yi, yes. Chen Qingqing, it seems your song has become popular. See you. Huh? Chen Qingqing, if one day I become rich. It's currently ranked 21st on the new song chart of NetEase Cloud. Su Yi, are you serious? Chen Qingqing, really? Su Yi, I'll go take a look. 5 minutes later. Su Yi, Chen Zijing? Did you release a song under this name? Chen Qingqing, yes. Su Yi, what are your thoughts on it now? Chen Qingqing, I don't know. Su Yi, do you want to be a singer? Chen Qingqing, Su Yi, I was thinking, with my talent, if I could help you write a few more songs, you might just become the next Wang Fei. Chen Qingqing, stop dreaming. I have no desire to enter the entertainment industry. Su Yi, aren't you an art student? Don't art students aspire to become stars? Chen Qingqing, not me. Su Yi quickly realized that for someone as socially anxious as Chen Qingqing, stepping into the limelight was an utterly impossible feat. He swiftly changed the subject. UXIN has already returned home. Chen Qingqing, I know. Su Yi, if Wang UXIN weren't around, would you still let me come to your house? Chen Qingqing, you can come over anytime. Su Yi was about to feel elated. But Chen Qingqing quickly doused his excitement. My mom is at home right now. Su Yi, are you kidding me? I was ready to ask for leave from the boss. Chen Qingqing chuckled softly. She quickly replied, I can't talk to you anymore. I need to take a shower. Su Yi, let us video call then. Chen Qingqing. Su Yi, just kidding. I have things to do too. Chen Qingqing tossed her phone onto the bed, pouted, and muttered, jerk. If one day the song If I Become Rich becomes popular, so you wouldn't have anticipated it, but he never considered stepping into the entertainment industry. He knew many songs, yet most were incomplete. Due to the rise of Douyin, he only remembered the chorus of most songs. After 2014, he could recall no more than 20 complete songs, which was insufficient for him to make a significant mark in the entertainment world, and he knew there would eventually come a day when his talent would run dry. Now that the song had gained popularity, he felt somewhat guilty towards Mao Buyi, but it should not be a major issue, as Mao Buyi's truly successful songs were Xiaoqiu, Yu, and Northeast folk songs. If he wanted to make money, he had better avenues. The bull market of 2014 and 2015, the boom of live streaming in 2016, the rise of shared economy in 2017, and the short video trend in 2018. Along with gaming, artificial intelligence, and new energy, he had grasped the trends that would dominate the next decade. What could be better than earning through investment? Chapter 40. Little Su. August passed more swiftly. Notably, during this month, 2 of the stocks Su Yi purchased had been on a continuous rise for a week. By mid-August, the assets in Su Ye's securities account had reached 570,000, and the plan he devised to become a millionaire was already more than halfway accomplished. The orientation for new university students typically occurs at the end of August, marking the conclusion of summer employment for Su Yi. On the evening of the 24th, after a long day's work, Pei Yue instructed Zhou Ying to close the shop. Once the 4 of them were seated at a table, Pei Yue presented Su Yi with his final month's wages in the form of a red envelope. Isn't this a bit excessive, boss lady? Su Yi weighed the envelope in his hands, realizing that the amount likely exceeded his earnings. Pei Yue smiled. Part of this is my personal gift to you for your upcoming school year. You can use this money to purchase some stylish outfits for university. Oh, I feel a bit embarrassed, boss lady. Zhang Xianwan interjected with a playful eye roll. Oh please, with your thick skin, what is there to be embarrassed about? Sister Xianwan. That remark is rather hurtful. All right, I misspoke. Is that better? Xi then fetched a bottle of beer and 4 glasses. After pouring a drink for each person, he raised his glass and said, Thank you, boss lady and my 2 sisters, for your care over these past 2 months. I will definitely come back to visit everyone when I have the time. At least you have a conscience. They all toasted together, lamenting how swiftly time had passed. None of them, Pei Yue, Zhang Xianwan, or Zhou Ying, truly wished for Su Yi to leave. His presence had significantly enhanced the atmosphere of the shop. However, all gatherings must eventually conclude, especially since Su Ye's departure was for the pursuit of his higher education. As the clock struck midnight, Pei Yue finally waved her hand. All right. It's getting late. Let us call it a night. Su Yi stood and extended his arms toward Zhou Ying. Sister Zhou Ying, let us have a hug. With no hesitation, she stepped forward and embraced him warmly. Sister Xiaowan smiled and joined in for a quick hug as well. And how could I forget my dearest boss lady? No, my most beloved boss lady. Su Yi and Pei Yue shared a heartfelt embrace. Noticing that Su Yi lingered in the hug, Zhouing remarked, I can't help but feel he is only hugging the boss lady and has us two merely as an afterthought. Zhang Xiaonan chuckled, you needn't doubt. That's exactly his intention. Although Pei Yue initially felt a twinge of sadness, Su Yi's reluctance to let go prompted her to roll her eyes. Are you planning to hold on all night? Finally releasing her, Su Yi grinned. I just can't bear to part with you all. Pei Yue gave him another eye roll and waved him off. All right, enough. Go on. Don't act as if this is the last time we'll see each other. With a smile, Su Yi took one last glance at the tavern before waving goodbye and departing. Zhang Xiaonan and Zhouing followed suit. Pei Yue settled down. Resting her chin on her hand as she gazed out at the nightscape, her expression gradually reflecting a sense of melancholy. In her 30s, she had grown weary of farewells. Returning home, she enjoyed a restful night's sleep. The following morning, upon awakening, Su Yi promptly dialed Chen Qingqing. As Chen Qingqing was about to move about, her phone lay on the sofa in the living room. Jiang Meilin, hearing the phone ring, picked it up and glanced at the screen. The caller ID read, a clumsy pig. Instantly, Jiang Meilin thought of Su Yi. She hesitated to answer. Upon hearing footsteps, she swiftly returned the phone to its place. Chen Qingqing approached, took the phone, and upon seeing it was Su Yi calling, she ascended the stairs with the device in hand. Why not just send a message instead of calling? Chen Qingqing inquired. Su Yi explained, my home internet is not functioning well. Get to the point, Chen Qingqing urged. The work at the tavern has concluded. Shall we visit the mall together this afternoon? Su Yi proposed. Shopping? Chen Qingqing responded. Yes, there isn't even a suitcase at home. Since you are soon heading to the magical city, shouldn't you prepare some essentials in advance? Chen Qingqing glanced at the mountain of supplies piled in her room, all of which had been purchased for her by Wang Ruxue just days prior. She lacked for nothing. After a moment's silence, she replied, all right. Shall we meet then in the afternoon? Good. With that, the call ended. After descending the stairs, Jiang Meilin cautiously inquired, who was it? Su Yi. Chen Qingqing responded with candor. Had it not been for her acquaintance with Su Yi, her phone might not have rung for days. Jiang Meilin would have found it hard to believe if it were anyone else. He asked you out. Jiang Meilin pressed. Yes. Qingqing, I have something to tell you. Jiang Meilin took Chen Qingqing's hand and smiled. Aren't you heading to the magical city for university in 2 days? Mother is leaving early tomorrow, but I have already spoken to your father. He has agreed to take you to the magical city on the 27th. Chen Qingqing's expression turned icy as she replied. I do not want him to take me. Jiang Meilin quickly countered. Your father rarely agrees to such things. You should let him take you. No. Chen Qingqing yanked her hand away and ascended the stairs with her phone. Jiang Meilin sighed and pulled out her phone to message Chen Hansong. Jiang Meilin, your daughter does not wish for you to take her to the magical city. Chen Hansong, for her first trip to university. If you and I do not take her, how will she go? Jiang Meilin, she is quite adamant. Chen Hansong, I will come by tonight. Please prepare an extra meal for one. Jiang Meilin hesitated for a moment, but eventually replied with an okay. In the afternoon, Su Yi took a taxi directly to the entrance of Hongye Mountain Villa community. However, as he was not a resident there, he was stopped by the security guard at the gate. With no other option, Su Yi sent 2 messages to Chen Qingqing. Upon receiving them, Chen Qingqing promptly left her home, walked to the entrance of the community, and brought Su Yi inside. Why did you come directly here? Chen Qingqing asked. Su Yi shrugged. It feels a bit awkward to keep troubling Aunt Wang to drive me. Chen Qingqing let out a cold snort. Are you still embarrassed? Su Yi replied, of course. Chen Qingqing remarked, just a reminder, my mother is at home. Su Yi chuckled. I'm not scared. Your mother won't chase me away with a broom, will she? As they conversed, they had already stepped into the courtyard. Just as Su Yi reached the entrance, Jiang Meilin emerged from inside, smiling. Young Su has arrived? Su Yi was taken aback by the warm reception and quickly responded, hello, Aunt Jiang. Please come in. Chen Qingqing was puzzled by her mother's sudden friendliness towards Su Yi. Hadn't she always addressed him directly before? Now she was calling him Young Su? As Su Yi changed his shoes, Jiang Meilin said with a smile, please, have a seat. Would you like some water? He declined. Chen Qingqing replied on his behalf, we're about to head out. Jiang Meilin inquired, should I call Ruxue to come over and give you a ride? Just as Chen Qingqing was about to respond, Su Yi interjected, Aunt, if you trust me, I can drive. You? Yes, I completed my driving test during the summer vacation. Jiang Meilin frowned. Weren't you busy with your summer job? Did you really have time to get your license? Su Yi grinned. There's always time if you make an effort. I passed both the second and third driving tests on my first attempt, and my driving instructor praised my skills. Upon hearing this, Jiang Meilin's impression of Su Yi improved a bit. A student who manages to study for a driving license during the day and work at night is indeed quite rare. Chen Qingqing, however, had complete faith in Su Yi. She directly handed him the car keys and went to change her shoes. Noticing Jiang Meilin's lingering concern, Su Yi reassured her, "Aunt Jiang, rest assured, I won't take any risks." Jiang Meilin nodded, and just as the two were about to leave, she called out to Su Yi, "Young Su, could you bring Qingqing back before 6 this evening? Our family would like to have dinner together, especially since Qingqing will be heading to the Magic City for university in a couple of days." "No problem." Chapter 41. There's a thief in the house. "Have you noticed how much kinder your mother has been towards me?" "No," Chen Qingqing denied vehemently. Su Yi chuckled. "She used to call me by my name, but just now, she referred to me as Young Su." Chen Qingqing was unwilling to discuss this topic and interrupted. "That doesn't mean anything. Just drive properly." "Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver," he said with a laugh. Su Yi drove straight to the mall, first purchasing a suitcase at a luggage store, followed by some essential supplies at the supermarket. This took less than half an hour. Upon exiting the supermarket, Su Yi remarked with a smile, "I had initially invited you out for a meal today, but since your mother wants me to bring you back tonight, it makes things a bit awkward." Chen Qingqing, of course, did not believe him. In her mind, Su Yi had always been a silly, stingy, and somewhat rogue figure. The idea of him treating her to a meal? She found it utterly unbelievable. Su Yi trailed behind Chen Qingqing, dragging his suitcase as he remarked, "You must believe me. I've made a modest fortune over the past 2 months. I am no longer destitute. There's a Starbucks on the first floor. You shall treat me." "No problem." Su Yi was unusually agreeable this time. After 5 o'clock, Chen Hasong left the bank and drove to Hongye Villa. Once, he had been the master of that very villa. Yet now he found himself without even a key to the front door, reduced to ringing the bell. Jiang Meilin opened the door, and upon seeing Chen Hasong, she turned and sank back onto the sofa. Chen Hasong retrieved a pair of slippers and, casting a glance around the living room, raised an eyebrow. "Is Qingqing upstairs?" "She went out. If you're home, why allow Rushua to take her out? Your time with her is already limited." Jiang Meilin replied succinctly. "She went out with Su Yi." "What?" Chen Hansong's eyes widened as he hurried forward. "You agreed to this?" "Yes." "Jiang Meilin, have you lost your mind? Have you considered what might transpire with their relationship?" Observing Chen Hansong's exasperation, Jiang Meilin felt an unexpected surge of delight. She calmly replied, "As long as Qingqing is happy." "You." Chen Hasong pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Meilin, fuming, "You are utterly unreasonable." Jiang Meilin let out a cold laugh, dismissing him entirely. The atmosphere in the living room grew heavy with tension, and after a prolonged silence, Chen Hasong could no longer restrain himself. He glanced at his watch and inquired, "When will Qingqing return?" "Soon. If Rushua is not here, how did they go out?" "So you drove." "He can drive?" "Isn't he just a recent high school graduate? He has already obtained his driver's license." Chen Hansong felt a wave of dread, just having gotten his license. "And you allow him to take your daughter out? You must be out of your mind." As his words faded, the sound of a car horn echoed from the courtyard. Chen Hansong immediately rushed to the door, flinging it open just as Chen Qingqing and Su Yi emerged from the vehicle. "If you have time, I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Let us go for seafood tomorrow, king crab and the finest lobster, a feast worth thousands." "Is that so? Do you truly wish to render me bankrupt?" "TCH, I know you're reluctant. Give me a little more time. Once I become a millionaire, I'll procure panda meat for you if that's what you desire." "Ha, forget it." As Chen Qingqing prepared to head inside, she looked up and spotted Chen Hasong standing at the entrance. The smile on her face vanished in an instant. Su Yi, noticing him as well, perhaps still harboring resentment from their previous encounter, did not even utter a greeting. Su Yi, almost defiantly, told Chen Qingqing, "I'll take my leave now. We shall talk later tonight." Chen Qingqing nodded slightly. Su Yi returned the car keys to her, and just as he was about to leave, Jiang Meilin approached the door. With a beaming smile, she pushed aside Chen Hasong and said, "Xiao Su, why not stay for a meal with us?" Su Yi, Chen Hasong, Chen Qingqing. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously fell upon Jiang Meilin, each reflecting a semblance of surprise. Su Yi scratched his head and chuckled. "Isn't that a bit awkward?" Chen Qingqing glanced at Chen Hansong, then turned her head and remarked, "Stop pretending. You wouldn't feel awkward, would you?" With that, she strode inside. Su Yi lingered for a moment, feeling awkward, before he too followed her in, brushing past Chen Hansong, who stood at the doorway like a statue. The dishes are ready. I'll go serve the soup. You all take a seat, he announced. Siyu leaned in and quietly asked, where's the restroom? I need to wash my hands. Chen Qingqing responded just as softly, follow me. As they entered the restroom together, their father Chen Hansong, witnessing this scene, nearly bulged his eyes in disbelief, his heart bleeding internally. How could it be that after just one summer vacation, a thief has broken into my home? Inside the restroom, Su Yi remarked, your father looks at me with murderous intent. Are you scared? Why would I be afraid? As long as your mother finds me agreeable, that's enough. Try to speak less later. Sure, you silly pig. Once they finished washing their hands, they took their seats at the dining table. Jiang Meilin brought over the last dish of rib soup, while Chen Qingqing went to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks. She picked up a bowl and prepared to serve rice. Seeing this, Chen Hansong stood up, saying, I'll do it myself. Chen Qingqing completely ignored him. After filling a bowl with rice, she handed it directly to Su Yi in front of Chen Hansong. Su Yi was somewhat taken aback, but still thanked her as he accepted it. Chen Hansong felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Chen Qingqing was certainly doing this on purpose. Had Chen Hansong not been present, she would never have helped Su Yi with his meal. As she caught a glimpse of the dark expression on Chen Hansong's face, she felt a flicker of joy, though her demeanor remained icy, struggling to contain his emotions. Chen Hansong spoke up, Qingqing, your mother and I have discussed it. The day after tomorrow, I'll take you to school. I've arranged everything. We'll head over early in the morning, and we should complete the paperwork by noon. In the afternoon, we can tour the campus. If you find the dormitory too crowded and uncomfortable, I'll have someone help you find a place nearby. Chen Qingqing maintained her silence. Observing this, Jiang Meilin intervened. Qingqing, feel free to express your thoughts. If you truly do not want your father to take you to the city, I can take a leave of absence. Or I can have Rushua accompany you. Chen Qingqing retorted defiantly, no need. I can go by myself. Immediately, Chen Hansong exclaimed, what first-year student goes to check in alone? Qingqing, stop this nonsense. Let your father handle it, all right? Seeing that Chen Qingqing remained silent, Chen Hansong grew increasingly anxious, and Jiang Meilin felt utterly helpless. Upon observing the situation, Su Yi timidly suggested, Chen Qingqing, perhaps you could accompany me to the Magic City. I can. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Qingqing interjected, all right. Chen Hansong clutched his chest, feeling a slight difficulty in breathing. In Chapter 42, making such a toxic oath, Su Yi remarked, I originally planned to head to the Magic City on the 28th, but leaving a day earlier poses no issue. My close friend, who is also studying at university there, will be joining us. Jiang Meilin inquired, aren't your parents accompanying you? I advised them against coming. It's merely a matter of registration, no need for such fanfare. Considering the distance from Jiangzhou to the Magic City, sensing Jiang Meilin's concern, Su Yi added, rest assured, and Jiang, I will first ensure that Chen Qingqing is settled in at her school before I proceed to mine. With a loud thud, Chen Hansong slammed the bowl onto the table and silently retreated to the sofa, unable to utter a single word. In the bank, everyone respectfully referred to him as President Chun, yet at this moment, he felt utterly constrained. Noticing this atmosphere, Su Yi hastily finished his meal and stood up, stating, Aunt Jiang, it's getting late. I shall take my leave. Jiang Meilin stood as well, offering, allow me to see you off. No need. I can manage on my own, Su Yi replied. However, Jiang Meilin insisted, I still wish to converse further with you. Su Yi conceded, very well then. Soon after, Jiang Meilin and Su Yi departed the villa, leaving only the father and daughter behind. Chen Hansong eagerly pressed, Qingqing, do tell me, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Or have you genuinely developed feelings for Su Yi? Chen Qingqing froze momentarily, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the car was distinctly different. Xiao Su, would you like to drive? Sure. Your movements suggest you are not a novice driver, Su Yi chuckled. Perhaps I possess a certain aptitude for it. Jiang Meilin continued the conversation, asking, why didn't you obtain your license during university? Juggling summer work and driving lessons must be exhausting. Not really. I have my own plans for university. I believe in resolving matters ahead of time whenever possible. Jiang Meilin smiled. You've already mapped out your university endeavors. It appears you are indeed more mature than your peers. Su Yi, unsure of how to respond, simply smiled in return, having laid the groundwork. Jiang Meilin perceived the opportune moment to inquire. Xiao Su, I am curious about the current status of your relationship with my daughter. We started as friends, and now, I suppose we are good friends. And what comes next? Su Yi replied, I understand what you are implying, but I must say it is not without possibility. Jiang Meilin laughed. You are quite candid. Su Yi sighed. Primarily, if I were to say otherwise, Aunt Jiang, you would not believe me. You should be aware that Qingqing has had few friends throughout her life. Your presence, to me, brings both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that at least Qingqing has a friend now, but the disadvantage is, as Su Yi interjected, that one cannot be certain of my intentions in engaging with your daughter, correct? Jiang Meilin paused momentarily, then slowly nodded her head. Rest assured, Auntie. I am a man of my word. Even if I go to the Magic City, my previous promises remain valid. I will not engage in activities unsuitable for my age. So you took a brief pause before continuing. In truth, prior to my visit to your home, I had never felt inferior. However, after that visit, I realized the vast gulf between myself and your daughter. That said, I wish to express that I am still young, with boundless possibilities ahead. I will wait until I possess the capability, confidence, and assurance to pursue a relationship with your daughter. Until then, we shall remain good friends, Auntie. Does this reassure you? Jiang Meilin was taken aback by Su Ye's candidness. Having navigated the complexities of the workplace for many years, she had encountered all types of individuals and could usually discern the authenticity of their words. Su Ye's remark struck her as sincere and persuasive. It was as if a knot in her heart had been untied, and she smiled, saying, Little Su, when that day arrives, I will support you. Perhaps that day will come sooner than we think. Su Yi turned to glance at Jiang Meilin, his face adorned with a carefree smile. Jiang Meilin's lips curled upwards. She seemed to understand the reason behind Su Ye's friendship with her daughter. That very evening, Su Yi asked Chen Qingqing to send him her ID number, as he intended to purchase tickets in advance. After sending her ID, Chen Qingqing curiously inquired, What did you discuss with my mom tonight? Nothing much. Your mother merely asked me to take care of you in the Magic City, Su Yi replied. Liar. Stop making things up. What am I fabricating? There are plenty of high-speed train tickets available. We should be able to secure seats together. We'll meet the day after tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. Aunt Wang will see you off, right? Sure. After a brief exchange, Su Yi made a call to Qin Jiwei. As soon as the call connected, Su Yi said, Brother Wei, plans have changed. We are going to the Magic City on the 27th. Qin Jiwei responded incredulously. What the hell? Didn't we agree on the 28th? Su Yi replied, My girlfriend is joining us on the 27th. Bullshit. I don't believe you. Honestly, I swear, if I am lying, I will never watch another film again. Damn you, that is quite the oath. Send me your ID number. I will buy the ticket shortly. We'll gather at my house before 8 the day after tomorrow. How will we get to the station? Don't worry, I'll arrange everything properly. The following day, Su Yi, along with old Su and Zhang Hong, returned to the countryside to visit their grandparents. It was long overdue, but due to prior commitments, it had been postponed until now. Upon learning that Su Yi would be heading to the bustling metropolis tomorrow, both grandmother and maternal grandmother prepared a red envelope for him. Su Yi felt hesitant to accept the money from his aunt, but he was certainly too shy to take from his grandmother's. However, both elderly ladies, with their stubbornness, insisted on pressing the envelope into his hands. In the end, Zhang Hong could no longer bear to watch and accepted the red envelope on his behalf, exclaiming, Once you start working and earning, do remember to show your filial piety towards your grandparents. Indeed, that evening, upon returning home, Su Yi began to pack his suitcase. Zhang Hong, uneasy, checked it several times. Son, do you want your father to drive you to the station tomorrow? No need, I've arranged for a ride. Clothes worn today must be washed today. In this heat, leaving them out for a day will make them smell. I know. You were a day student in high school. I wonder if you will adjust to university life. I will adapt. Once you arrive at school, remember to message me to let me know you're safe. I wonder if the food there suits your taste. The school cafeteria has a variety of options. If you run short on money, remember to reach out to me. Okay. Mom, enough already. If you keep going, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Put your mind at ease. I'm not a 3-year-old. Now you think I'm nagging. Do you? Su Yi playfully pushed Zhang Hong out of the room, cupping her face and planting a kiss on her forehead. Good night, Mom. Love you. You little rascal. Chapter 43. But he has no money, a mother's worries stretch across 1,000 miles. Zhang Hong felt this deeply, having scarcely slept the previous night. Nevertheless, she woke early the next day to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Su Yi. At 8 o'clock, Qin Jiwei arrived punctually, dragging a large black suitcase and carrying an oversized backpack. Su Yi glanced at the time and said to Lao Su and Zhang Hong, Mom, Dad, you should head to work. There's no need to wait for me. I'll lock the door behind me. Don't forget your things. Rest assured, I have everything. I'll check again before I leave. Remember to message me once you arrive in the metropolis. Understood. Lao Su, seeing Zhang Hong's reluctance, chuckled helplessly. Your son is already 18. Why are you still worrying so much? Let's go. Qin Jiwei placed his backpack on the sofa and, upon seeing Lao Su and Zhang Hong leave, swiftly inquired, Su Yi, where's your girlfriend? Just wait a moment. She'll be here shortly. Originally, Qin Jiwei's parents intended to accompany him to the metropolis. But upon hearing that Su Yi would be going alone, he opted to go independently for his school registration, wanting to assert his maturity and not to be outdone by Su Yi. Hearing Su Yi's words, Qin Jiwei grew curious about the identity of Su Yi's girlfriend. Having spent 3 years together in high school, Su Yi, even with a mere fart, is acutely aware of what he had for his last meal. Qin Jiwei surmised that if she were a high school classmate or an alumnus, he would undoubtedly recognize Su Yi's girlfriend. At 8:25, Su Yi's phone chimed, and upon glancing at the message, he promptly announced, she has arrived. Let us proceed downstairs. After gathering his belongings and ensuring he had his phone, wallet, ID, and admission notice, he followed Qin Jiwei down the stairs. At the entrance of the community, Qin Jiwei craned his neck, glancing left and right in confusion, exclaiming, where is she? Quit dawdling and get in the car, came the swift retort. Wang Ruxue, upon spotting Su Yi and Qin Jiwei approaching with their suitcases, exited the vehicle to assist in opening the trunk. As Su Yi made his way to the car, Qin Jiwei hurriedly followed suit. The trunk of the business vehicle was quite spacious, easily accommodating the luggage of 3 individuals. Wei Ge, you shall sit in the front passenger seat. Oh, Su Yi replied, opening the door and settling into the vehicle. Chen Qingqing, wearing a light blue cap, instinctively lowered her head as she noticed Su Yi and Qin Jiwei getting in. Although Qin Jiwei was a good friend of Su Yi, to her, he remained a stranger. Nonetheless, Su Yi took it upon himself to introduce them. Chen Qingqing, allow me to introduce you to my best mate in the front seat, though we haven't quite grown up together in the same manner. We have been classmates from elementary through middle school, and our bond is quite strong. Only then did Qin Jiwei glance at Chen Qingqing. But he barely caught a glimpse of her face before inwardly cursing. Damn Su Yi, what kind of luck has he struck to land such an attractive girlfriend? This is utterly infuriating. Chen Qingqing merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Embarrassed to speak directly, Qin Jiwei opted to text Su Yi instead. Are you even human? Su Yi responded with confusion. Qin Jiwei persisted. Come clean. How did you two get together? Su Yi retorted, none of your business. As Qin Jiwei continued typing away, Su Yi had already switched off his phone. He turned to Chen Qingqing and said, it will take us about 5 hours by high-speed train to reach our destination. We should arrive around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Qingqing replied, yawning and gently patting her mouth before slowly closing her eyes. Before long, the business vehicle came to a halt at the train station's entrance. Su Yi's luggage was minimal compared to Qin Jiwei's. He carried only a suitcase and a crossbody bag, the suitcase containing clothing and daily necessities, while the more valuable items were secured in the crossbody bag. After the 3 disembarked, Qin Jiwei realized with surprise that Chen Qingqing stood at a height of 1.70 meters, not much shorter than himself, and her physique, beauty, and fashion sense were all impeccable. He was tempted to ask her, beautiful lady, what do you see in Su Yi? Is it his height of 1.78 meters? His handsome looks? His sense of humor? But he has no money. Apart from her handbag, Chen Qingqing was accompanied by 2 suitcases, one large and one small. The larger suitcase was filled with clothes, while the smaller contained essential personal items. After retrieving his own suitcase, Su Yi proceeded to collect Chen Qingqing's 2 suitcases from the vehicle with ease, naturally stating, I'll carry the larger one. You can manage the smaller. Without hesitation, Chen Qingqing grasped the smaller suitcase and headed towards the train station. As the university term commenced around this time, the train station was bustling with activity. Although this was not Chen Qingqing's first journey away from home, it was the first time she traveled without adult supervision. Qin Jiwei, on the other hand, had never ventured beyond the province. Without Su Yi's guidance, he would have been lost. Su Yi, adept and confident, quickly led them to the ticket machine at the station. Hand me your identification cards. I'll retrieve the tickets while you keep an eye on the luggage, he instructed. As he stood in line, Su Yi noted the year was 2014, a time when passengers were required to obtain physical train tickets from machines. In the coming years, electronic tickets would be implemented, allowing passengers to enter the station simply by scanning their IDs. The line progressed steadily, and soon it would be Su Yi's turn. However, Two middle-aged men behind him were engaged in an incessant and raucous conversation. "Why are there so many people today?" one remarked. "The university is starting. These are all students." "What is so special about university students?" "My nephew dropped out after middle school and now earns a casual 200,000 to 300,000 a year working with me." "With so many graduates today, how many actually earn over 300,000 annually?" "That's a different matter altogether." What is the point of education?" "Perhaps they end up working for someone like me, who never even attended school." Suyi, expressionless, retrieved 3 tickets from the machine after hearing their conversation. Silently, he adjusted the settings, changing the language of the ticket machine. "Let us go. I've got the tickets," he said, swiftly leading Chen Xingxing and Qin Jiwei into the station. "Is this machine broken?" "I can't make heads or tails of it," one of the men complained. "It seems to be in English. Can you understand it?" "How could I? I never went to school." Hey, someone come help me out here." A nearby group of prospective university students feigned ignorance, taking pleasure in watching the 2 men shuffle back to the ticket machine to join the queue. Chapter 44. A man of dignity just in time. "Let us go. It's time to queue for ticket inspection." As they reached the waiting hall, they noticed the large screen displaying their high-speed train's boarding call. The trio joined the queue, and Suyi informed them, "Our seats are all together. Wei Gu, you'll sit by the aisle, and I'll take the middle seat." Qin Jiwei protested with a frown. "Why'd I have to sit by the aisle?" It was well known that the most coveted seats on a train were those by the window, while the least desirable were those adjacent to the aisle. So you shot him a glare and retorted, "If you don't sit by the aisle, who will?" Among the 3 of them, there was only one girl, and Chen Xingxing would undoubtedly claim the window seat. With her settled by the window, Suyi, as her boyfriend, naturally took the middle seat, leaving Qin Jiwei to swallow his indignation. As the queue moved forward, the trio sequentially presented their tickets and boarded the train. Familiar with the route, Suyi led the 2 onto the high-speed train with ease. Once their luggage was stowed above, they settled into their seats, and Suyi, assuming the role of a responsible older brother, instructed, "Send a message to your parents, just to let them know we've boarded." Qin Jiwei obediently took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to his parents. Suyi also pulled out his phone and messaged his father, "Dad, I've boarded the train." At that moment, his father, leisurely enjoying his morning tea, quickly replied upon receiving the message, "All right, noted." Suyi added, "Dad, I've been hearing you cough at home. Since I'm not there, please take care of yourself and try to smoke less." Reading those words warmed old Su's heart, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. He typed back, "My son has grown up. I'm very proud. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Suyi responded, "I've taken 3 packs of Furong Wang with me, just to keep you from overindulging." Old Su replied with a voice message of 60 seconds. Suyi hesitated to listen to it. Next, he sent 2 messages to his mother, Zhang Hong. Noticing her delayed response, Suyi shifted his attention back to Chen Xingxing. "Why aren't you sending any messages?" he inquired. "I don't feel like it," she replied. Suyi, with a sigh, offered, "Shall I send one for you?" He raised his phone once more, aiming the camera at himself and Chen Xingxing. Seeing him prepare to take a photo, Chen Xingxing deliberately turned her head toward the window. "Could you cooperate for a moment?" he urged. "No. If you refuse, I'll stand up and announce that Chen Xingxing is my girlfriend." Chen Xingxing retorted coldly, "If you dare do that, you'll be in big trouble." "All right, 3, 2, 1, look at the camera." Fearing that Suyi might truly follow through on his threat, Chen Xingxing finally glanced at the camera, and the photo was taken. Suyi sent it to Aunt Jiang Mailin. "Auntie, we've boarded the train." Jiang Mailin replied instantly, "Okay." Suyi added, "I'll update you again once we disembark." Jiang Mailin responded with a smile, then exited the chat. She noticed that Chen Hansong had sent several messages early in the morning, asking about her. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to share the screenshot of her conversation with Suyi. Once the high-speed train was in motion, Chen Xingxing closed her eyes to rest. Qin Jiwei, exhilarated by his first journey away from home, could hardly sleep. Observing Suyi engrossed in his phone, he leaned over for a glimpse and inquired, "Suyi, what are you looking at?" "Stock market news. It's beyond your understanding. You're just showing off in front of me." Qin Jiwei lowered his voice and inquired, "Pray tell, how did you 2 come to know each other?" The journey stretched long and tedious, and sitting idly was rather dull. Suyi, with a flair for the dramatic, began to weave a tale. That is a long story. Do you recall our class reunion?" "Yes, you left early that day." "Indeed. After my departure, I did not return home immediately. I sought to dissipate the sin of alcohol first. It was a moonless night with a gusty wind. As I strolled along the pavement towards home, suddenly, I was enchanted by the melodious strumming of a guitar. The scene was reminiscent of a passage from the Pipa song, in drunken revelry, sorrowful farewells, as the river absorbs the moon. I hear the guitar upon the water. Qin Jiwei rolled his eyes. Can you get to the point? So you continued. I followed the sound of the lakeshore, where she sat alone playing the guitar. I took a seat beside her, quite inebriated and dazed at first, paying little heed to her appearance. It was only after the breeze cleared my mind that I recognized her beauty. However, being a man of pride, I could not muster the courage to approach her. It was only when I staggered to the trash bin to vomit that she graciously offered me a tissue. Perhaps she thought I was somewhat handsome, for she later asked for my WeChat. Chen Qingqing, seated nearby, felt the urge to further chastise Su Yi for his fabrications. This scoundrel was spinning nonsense. Beneath her duck-billed cap, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Fortunately, Qin Jiwei, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. You must be joking. She asked for your WeChat? You must be dreaming. Believe it or not, Qin Jiwei retorted, I am indeed a fool. So you quickly added, she has several attractive friends. Would you like me to have her share their WeChat with you? Qin Jiwei's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. Are you serious? Prove it. Behave yourself. Qin Jiwei sprang to his feet. I shall excuse myself to the restroom and see if there are any places ahead that sell drinks. As Su Yi watched Qin Jiwei stumble away, a chuckle nearly escaped him, but then a sharp pain surged through his waist. Chen Qingqing had seized a chunk of flesh at Su Ye's side and twisted it fiercely. Ouch! Su Yi stifled his pain and glared at the instigator. What are you doing? Chen Qingqing raised her chin slightly, fixing a fierce gaze upon Su Yi. If you keep babbling nonsense, you are as good as dead. Su Yi rubbed the spot where he had been pinched and said, Could you not pretend you didn't hear me? I cannot. Chen Qingqing pressed on. And where are these friends of mine you speak of? I was merely teasing him. Seeing Qin Jiwei seemingly returning, she quickly pulled down her cap and feigned sleep. Qin Jiwei approached, cradling 3 bottles of nutritional drink, and after handing 2 to Su Yi, he cheerfully asked, When do you plan to introduce me to her friends? This matter cannot be rushed. We must create opportunities for serendipitous encounters. School has yet to commence, so there is no need to hurry. True enough, Qin Jiwei sighed. By the way, I forgot to ask you, what does fast train mean? And what does high-speed train denote? What about special express? That means very fast. And what of thief fast? Chapter 45. The 3 rules as expected by Su Yi. The high-speed train arrived in the bustling metropolis just past 2 in the afternoon. Stepping off the train, the crowd was overwhelming. Qin Jiwei remarked, I can't help but feel that aside from the sheer number of people, this place isn't much different from Jiangzhou. Yang Chaiwe once mentioned that arriving in the magical city with a multitude of heavy bags via long-distance bus is a vastly different experience than arriving with a single suitcase from the international terminal. The high-speed train station is merely the tip of the iceberg of this enchanting city. So you playfully nudged Qin Jiwei with his knee, chiding him, Stop dawdling. Let us get out of the station first. The trio followed the throng out of the high-speed train station, gazing at the towering skyscrapers and the bustling asphalt roads. So you felt a surge of excitement, entirely contrasting with the sentiments of Qin Jiwei and Chen Qingqing. While Qin Jiwei was engulfed in confusion at the prospect of the big city, Chen Qingqing was apprehensive about her ability to adapt to the impending university life. In stark contrast, Su Yi was neither confused nor worried about fitting into university life. In fact, he had long awaited this day, with dreams of independence and self-sufficiency. Su Yi had spent the 2 months following the college entrance examination envisioning his journey on this magnificent land, yearning to carve out his own niche. At last, that day had arrived. Both Chen Qingqing and Qin Jiwei attended schools in Suwei district, only requiring a half-hour subway ride. Meanwhile, Su Ye's institution was located in Pudong. Regardless of whether he was heading to Chen Qingqing's or Qin Jiwei's school, it would take approximately an hour by subway. However, if he drove, it would only take around 40 minutes. My school doesn't start registration until tomorrow, so I'll accompany you 2 first. Wait good. You'll need to transfer to line 12 at Gillen Park Station. Once you exit the subway, your school will be right there. I won't be following you any further, so if you have any questions, just give me a call. All right, let us go catch the subway, Qin Jiwei replied. The subway in the magical city was perpetually crowded, especially during the new student enrollment period, filled with prospective university students heading to their respective institutions. After boarding the train, so you found a corner to stand in. Noticing Chen Qingqing swaying unsteadily in the corner, he gently patted his arm and said, You can hold on here. No sooner had he spoken than the train jolted again, nearly causing Chun Qingqing to collide with him. She looked up at Su Yi, lowered her cap, and placed her hand on his arm for support. After a steadying journey, they finally arrived at their stop, with Su Yi leading Chun Qingqing directly to the entrance of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Chun Qingqing was notoriously directionally challenged. If left to her own devices, she might struggle to discern east from west. Thus, she followed Su Yi without hesitation. After approximately 10 minutes of walking post-subway, they finally stood before the gates of the conservatory. Art schools typically have smaller enrollments, and the Shanghai Conservatory of Music boasted around 3,000 students, fewer than many high schools, resulting in a relatively compact campus. To the left of the main entrance stands the enchanting Melody Opera House, while to the right lies the vast sea of Knowledge Building, the Administrative Building, and the Rehearsal Hall, among others. A mere few dozen steps inward reveals an impressive 18-story teaching building, one of the distinctive architectural features of Melody. Further ahead, one encounters the Old Dean's Building, the Doctor's Building, and the Expert's Building. Though the campus is modest in size, it boasts a splendid landscape. At the far end are the student dormitories, cafeteria, and playground. Su Yi, as though he were familiar with the surroundings, swiftly guided Chun Qingqing into the campus. Along the way, numerous banners welcoming new students adorn the path. Several volunteers, senior students eager to assist newcomers, spotted Su Yi and Chun Qingqing from a distance. Had Chun Qingqing arrived alone, she would undoubtedly have been surrounded by several seniors, enthusiastically offering to carry her luggage and escort her to the payment area. However, as Su Yi and Chun Qingqing walked together, none approached them. This was one of Su Ye's reasons for offering to accompany Chun Qingqing for her registration. He wished to convey to others that Chun Qingqing was already taken, hoping to deter any future advances. Oblivious to Su Ye's subtle intentions, Chun Qingqing, who already grappled with social anxiety, noticed the gazes of several passers-by and hurried to keep pace with Su Yi. Their side-by-side stride resembled that of a couple more than mere acquaintances. Su Yi first led Chun Qingqing to complete her tuition payment, followed by collecting essentials such as blankets, pillows, and military training uniforms. Once all the formalities were concluded, Su Yi brought Chun Qingqing to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. At that moment, the dormitory supervisor had yet to arrive, indicating that if Su Yi chose to accompany her upstairs, he would face no obstacles. Yet, he hesitated, glancing down at Chun Qingqing and softly asking, "Do you need me to accompany you upstairs?" Before she could respond, Su Yi added, "If I go up with you, your roommates will undoubtedly assume I am your boyfriend. And no matter how you explain, it will seem unconvincing. However, this could work to your advantage. There might be fewer boys pursuing or bothering you at school." Whether it was the heat of the day or another reason, Chun Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson. After a brief pause, she said to Su Yi, "But we must establish some ground rules. First, you can only pretend to be my boyfriend today. Second, you must refrain from speaking out of turn. Not a single inappropriate word. Third, if I message you, you must reply instantly. And on weekends, you must be available at my beck and call." Su Yi chuckled, replying, "The first two rules are fine by me. I can also respond to your messages promptly, but being available on weekends seems a bit excessive." Chun Qingqing, having Su Yi as her sole friend, felt a sense of security only when they were together. Thus, she hoped to maintain their connection as they transitioned into university life, meeting periodically as they had before. "You promised my mother that you would take good care of me." Chun Qingqing tilted her head back, mustering her courage to utter these words, her flushed cheeks seemingly capable of yielding droplets of water. Su Yi quickly responded, "I will do my best. I will do my utmost, all right?" Chun Qingqing pursed her lips, preparing to haul her suitcase upstairs, but 2 steps obstructed her path. She exerted considerable effort in lifting it. Upon noticing her struggle, Su Yi promptly stepped forward and said, "Let me take care of that for you. You can just carry the woven bag provided by the school." Chun Qingqing decisively released her grip. Su Yi placed his own suitcase in the lobby on the first floor, then took hold of Chun Qingqing's 2 suitcases, following her to the second floor like a devoted attendant. Standing at the door, Chun Qingqing hesitated for a moment before knocking. She had already heard voices inside, and not just one, indicating that her roommates had likely all arrived, leaving her as the last. The thought of soon meeting 3 unfamiliar roommates made her heart race like a drum. However, Su Yi boldly approached and knocked twice on the door. Inside the room, a girl with short hair quickly rose and said, "It must be our final roommate. I'll go answer the door." The girl opened the door and, upon seeing Su Yi and Chun Qingqing, paused for a moment before turning to Su Yi and asking, "Who are you?" Su Yi beamed a warm smile. gently grasping Chun Qingqing's small hand, and replied, "I've brought my girlfriend to school for registration. May I come in, lovely lady?" Chun Qingqing looked up in surprise, her heart fluttering. "Yue, Cindy, quickly, a handsome guy has arrived. Tidy yourselves up." The short-haired girl promptly closed the door, addressing the other two girls inside. Mere 10 seconds later, the dormitory door swung open once more. The short-haired girl gestured for them to enter, smiling brightly. "Handsome, please come in." In the music academy, where females outnumber males, boys are already a rare commodity, and handsome boys are even more coveted. It just so happens that Siyu fits the bill. As soon as the door opened, he was greeted by a delicate fragrance, likely a hint of osmanthus incense, pleasant and not overpowering. Inside the dormitory, besides the short-haired girl, there were two other girls sitting together, all eyes drawn to Suyi. All three roommates were strikingly beautiful. Students at art schools typically hail from well-off families, allowing them to dress fashionably. "Hello, ladies," Suyi greeted them with confidence, and then pulled Chun Qingqing closer, saying, "This is my girlfriend, Chun Qingqing. She can be a bit shy, so I hope you all will look after her." The short-haired girl was the first to introduce herself. "Hello, I'm Jiang Yu." The girl sitting on the left of the bed sported a daring outfit, a beige camisole revealing both her décolletage and slim waist, paired with a black miniskirt, exuding a vibe that was both sultry and audacious. "I'm Zhang Ruowei, a local from the bustling city." Sitting beside Zhang Ruowei was a seemingly quiet young girl, petite and delicate, barely surpassing 160 centimeters in height. With a sweet smile, she introduced herself, saying, "My name is Shinsini Suyi." Having navigated the complexities of society for many years, possessed a discerning eye. By merely observing the subtle expressions and dialogues of Chun Qingqing's three roommates, he could approximately deduce their personalities. Jiang Yu, vivacious and extroverted, her accent suggesting she hailed from the northeast, embodying the warmth characteristic of spirited girls. Shinsini, a picture of grace, likely from an affluent background, her speech soft and melodic, indicative of someone from the Suzhou-Hangzhou region. Zhang Ruowei, an ethereal presence. Overall, Chun Qingqing's three roommates appeared to be delightful individuals. Siyu placed his luggage beneath the only unoccupied bed and, with a smile, introduced himself, "I'm Suyi, also a university student in Shanghai. I might frequently visit your school in the future." Zhang Ruowei replied with a smile, "Handsome. I've seen parents escorting their children to university, and even grandparents doing so, but this is the first time I've witnessed a boy bringing his girlfriend to university. You must have been together for quite some time, right?" Siyi, weaving a tale, responded, "You've caught me with your beauty. I imagine you've had your fair share of suitors?" Zhang Ruowei, not one to back down, retorted, "True, I have had many suitors, but none as handsome as you." Their playful banter elicited giggles from Jiang Yu and Shinsini. Standing beside Suyi, Chun Qingqing discreetly tugged at the hem of his shirt. Suyi glanced at the empty bed above and shifted his attention, asking, "Will you make the bed?" Chun Qingqing shook her head. Swiftly, Suyi opened his woven bag, retrieving the mattress, blanket, and bedding set provided by the school, and proceeded to help Chun Qingqing make her bed. Subsequently, he went above and beyond, cleaning the desk, chair, and cabinet for her. Feeling somewhat awkward standing idly, Chun Qingqing opened her suitcase, hanging her clothes in the wardrobe and methodically unpacking her personal items. "Why did you bring this?" Suyi inquired, noticing the Doraemon plush he had gifted her nestled within her suitcase, surprise evident in his voice. Chun Qingqing quickly countered, "It must have been my mother who accidentally packed it." She swiftly closed the suitcase, diverting the conversation. After toiling for over half an hour, everything was finally in order. The three roommates observed silently, yet their eyes shimmered with envy. To them, Siyu was exceedingly considerate, treating Chun Qingqing with the affection of a father, meticulously arranging everything. Whenever Chun Qingqing spoke softly, Siyu instinctively leaned closer, straining to hear her words. It was a sight filled with warmth and affection. At this moment, Suyu's stomach was growling, prompting him to take out his phone and capture a photograph of the dormitory. He then addressed Chun Qingqing's three roommates, saying, "We haven't had lunch yet. Shall we go out for a bite?" "We've already eaten," Suyi replied. "Then I shall bid you farewell until next time. Goodbye, lovely ladies." "Goodbye, handsome," they chimed in unison. As Suyi took Chun Qingqing's hand and departed the dormitory, the voice of Jiang Yu echoed from within, exclaiming, "Heaven, please bless me with such a considerate boyfriend. I adore him." "Jiang Yu, do exercise some restraint. They can hear you outside." Suyi, in high spirits, elegantly led Chun Qingqing down the stairs. Once outside the dormitory, Chun Qingqing halted and inquired, "How long do you intend to hold my hand?" It was only then that Suyu realized he had been clasping her delicate hand for a while. He released her hand, a sheepish smile adorning his face as he remarked, "One must act the part convincingly." Chen Qingqing replied, "I've noticed you seem quite at ease with everyone." "Not at all," he countered. "You were having such a lively conversation with my roommates just now. You remained silent. If I hadn't spoken, wouldn't the atmosphere have been rather awkward?" She chuckled. "Logically speaking, shouldn't you be the one treating us to this meal?" So you darted ahead of Chen Qingqing. His back turned to her as he declared, "Look, I'm drenched in sweat." Chen Qingqing playfully pushed him away. "If I'm treating, then I'm treating." The pair strolled towards a restaurant on campus. After the owner presented the menu, Suyi unceremoniously began ordering dishes. After circling 3 dishes and a soup, he handed the menu back to the owner, saying, "Could you please expedite the order? I feel as though I might starve to death." This remark elicited laughter from the owner's wife, who promptly served a small plate of peanuts and a small plate of cucumber salad, saying, "Here, have a little something to tide you over. It's on the house." "You are truly kind. Thank you," Suyu responded. Chen Qingqing secretly envied Suyu's audacity. He could effortlessly engage in cheerful banter with strangers, a skill she lacked. Although Suyi had already taken the first step for her, she remained anxious about her ability to get along with those 3 roommates. After devouring a few pieces of cucumber, Suyu pulled out his phone once more and captured another photograph. He sent it, along with the previous dormitory photo, to Jiang Meilin. "Auntie, I've delivered Qingqing to school and now we're having lunch." Jiang Meilin had been eagerly awaiting this news. Upon receiving it, she sighed in relief and promptly sent a voice message, "Xiao Su, you've worked hard." Suyu typed back, "It's no trouble. I always keep my promises." Jiang Meilin inquired, "Is this Qingqing's bed? Did you make it for her?" Suyu replied, "Yes." Jiang Meilin continued, "How is Qingqing getting along with her roommates?" Suyi reassured her, "It's only their first meeting. They've exchanged greetings. I'll teach her how to interact with her roommates, so you need not worry, Annie." Jiang Meilin concluded, "Then please take good care of Qingqing for me." Suyi affirmed, "Certainly, no problem." Upon observing Suyi put away his phone, Chen Qingqing inquired, "What were you discussing with my mother?" "Nothing of great significance, merely a brief update," Suyi replied with a smile. "Do you wish to swiftly integrate with your 3 roommates?" After a moment's hesitation, Chen Qingqing nodded. "Next comes a university friendship guide, specially tailored for you by your boyfriend. Pay close attention." Chapter 47. Not a sea king, just a scoundrel typically. The initial 2 days of university present the most opportune moments for forging deeper connections with your roommates. I have just encountered your 3 roommates. Firstly, Zhang Ruowei is undoubtedly the most mature among the 4 of you. She possesses exceptional social skills and is discerning in her judgments. If she disapproves of someone, she deems any interaction a waste of time. Next is Jiangyu, whose outgoing nature aligns with that of a natural leader. Although she likely has no romantic experience, she eagerly anticipates embarking on a relationship during her university years. If you cultivate a good rapport with her, she will look out for you in the future. Lastly, there is Shinsini, a quintessential gentlewoman, likely raised in a strict household, resulting in her demure and composed demeanor. She bears the closest resemblance to you, and it is probable that you will develop the strongest bond with her. It is highly likely that someone in your dormitory will propose a gathering tonight, marking your first communal meal. Regardless of your reasons, attendance is imperative. After tonight, you will transition from strangers to roommates. Should they pose questions to you, it is advisable to speak minimally, yet remain communicative. I recommend sharing the fact that your parents are divorced. This will provide a rationale for your reserved nature. Once they understand this, they are less likely to perceive you as inherently introverted, but rather as a product of your upbringing, thereby fostering a sense of understanding. The inaugural gathering will be rather informal. You need not treat. You may take the opportunity to add her on WeChat, but in the future, mutual exchanges of meals or beverages will inevitably occur. There is no need to meticulously account for these transactions. Simply remember the principle of reciprocity. It is not necessary for you to always foot the bill, as this will not necessarily enhance your relationships. Your roommates will be the individuals you interact with most frequently during your university years. If you maintain harmonious relations with them, you are unlikely to encounter significant troubles. As for other classmates, you may navigate those relationships as you see fit, but if any male classmates approach you, you must firmly decline. Chen Qingqing finally interjected. "Why is that?" Suyi responded with utmost seriousness, "Because, aside from me, no other man is worth your time, especially not those engaged in the arts. Each one is either a sea king or a scoundrel." Chen Qingqing was left speechless. So you quickly added, moreover, you already have a boyfriend. Why entertain the advances of other male classmates? Silence. Suyi chuckled awkwardly and began to devour his meal, filling his stomach. Noticing that Chen Qingqing had nearly finished, he asked, do you know how to get back? Yes, she replied. The restaurant and the dormitory were in close proximity, even if Chen Qingqing were directionally challenged. It would be improbable for her to forget the way back to her residence. She remarked, you must remember our agreement. Rest assured, I shall not forget, came the reply. Upon exiting the restaurant, Chen Qingqing made her way alone towards the girls' dormitory, her heart fluttering with uncertainty, for from this moment onward, she would be on her own. She approached the entrance of the dormitory, then curiously turned around. To her surprise, she spotted Suyu standing 100 meters behind her, momentarily taken aback. A faint sweet smile graced her delicate features as she noticed Suyu waving at her. In response, Chen Qingqing slowly lifted her hand and waved back before stepping into the dormitory. Upon her return, her 3 roommates were engaged in lively discussions about their high school experiences. Noticing Chen Qingqing's arrival, the short-haired Jiang Yu immediately rose to pull her into a chair, asking, Chen Qingqing, from now on, we shall call you Qingqing. Is that all right? Chen Qingqing, seemingly unaccustomed to such warmth, shyly nodded. Qingqing, do tell us how you met your boyfriend. How long have you been together? Why did he bring you to university today? Feeling somewhat flustered, she suddenly recalled the story Suyu had shared with Qin Jiwei on the train. She quickly recounted that tale to her 3 roommates, though the parts about passing tissues and proactively adding each other on WeChat differed from Su Ye's version. By the lakeside, with a girl strumming a guitar and a handsome lad inebriated, her roommates imagined an entire episode of a romantic drama. Zhang Ruowei pressed further. So why did he bring you to university? Chen Qingqing blurted out. He made a promise to my mom. Zhang Ruowei. Shinsini. Jiangyu? He made a promise to your mother? Have you both already met each other's parents? Just as Chen Qingqing was about to explain, she found herself at a loss for words. Upon seeing the envious expressions on her roommates' faces, she decided to forego any further explanation. In a manner of speaking, Suyi had indeed met her parents. My goodness, your parents are so open-minded. If I had dared to date in high school, my parents would have undoubtedly broken my legs, Jiangyu remarked wistfully. Shinsini nodded fervently in agreement. Although there was merely a year's difference between senior year in high school and freshman year in college, dating in high school was considered premature, while it was perfectly normal in college. With this encouraging beginning, Chen Qingqing felt her tension dissipate. The 4 of them engaged in a delightful exchange, their conversation flowing freely from one topic to another, discussing favorite singers, sharing amusing anecdotes from their lives, and when the subject turned to family, Jiang Yu noticed Chen Qingqing's silence and inquired, Qingqing, what do your parents do? My father works at a bank, and my mother is employed at a foreign enterprise. Upon concluding her statement, she recalled Su Ye's earlier admonition during their meal and added, they divorced when I was in middle school. Indeed, upon hearing this, the expressions of her 3 roommates shifted noticeably. Initially perceiving Chen Qingqing as aloof, they now felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Jiang Yu quietly murmured an apology, to which Chen Qingqing promptly replied, it's fine, I've grown accustomed to it. The conversation swiftly transitioned away from this topic. The 4 of them began to dreamily discuss their forthcoming university life, exchanging tales about the school's history, gossip concerning a particular teacher, and stories of hauntings in one of the buildings. As they chatted, nightfall descended upon them. Zhang Ruowei glanced at the time and suggested, shall we go out for dinner tonight? I know a place renowned for its delectable barbecue. Sounds great, came the swift agreement from Jiang Yu and Shinsini. What about you, Qingqing? Chen Qingqing hesitated momentarily before nodding. I'm fine with it. She pondered how Suyi had anticipated all of this. Her 3 roommates' personalities matched his analysis perfectly, and someone had indeed proposed an evening outing for dinner. Despite their brief acquaintance, how could he have deduced this? Could it be that he possessed the gift of foresight? Chapter 48. Dormitory Su Ye's school would not commence new student registration until the following day. After escorting Chen Qingqing to her school, he took the subway to find a hotel near his own institution and subsequently called Lao Su and Zhang Hong to inform them of his safe arrival. Later that evening, Wang Yusin messaged Su Yi to inquire if he had safely delivered Qingqing to the school, prompting him to engage in further conversation with her. Qin Jiwei had not sent any messages, presumably still enjoying dinner with his new roommates. Typically, relationships in male dormitories are far simpler than those in female dormitories, which often feature multiple WeChat groups within a single dorm. After taking a shower, Su Yi lay on his bed, idly observing the stock market. The stocks had begun to rise, and his portfolio was increasing in value day by day. If this trend continued, by the end of this bullish market, a return of 1 to 200 times on his assets would not be implausible. However, Sia did not place all his hopes of wealth solely on the stock market. Since the onset of the 14-15 bull market, stocks had not shown significant improvement, lingering around the 3,000-point mark, which meant that to achieve sustained gains, he needed to explore other business ventures. At this stage, investment felt premature and his funds were insufficient. Thus, Sia aimed to engage in some low-risk, small-scale trades during his freshman year, both to accumulate capital and to hone his skills and gain experience. Around 9:30, nearing 10, Chun Ching finally sent Sui a message. Chun Ching, are you asleep? Sui, not yet. I'm waiting for you. Sui, did the dinner go well? Chun Ching, yes, it went smoother than I expected. Sui, that is good. The military training is approaching. Make sure to prepare in advance, eat on time, and rest adequately. Chun Ching, why do you sound increasingly like my mother? Sui, I am merely expressing my concern for you. Chun Ching, silly pig. Chun Ching, I am going to take a shower now. I shall not converse with you any longer. Sui, all right. Half an hour later. Chun Ching, good night. Sui, good night. The night passed uneventfully, and the following morning, Sui casually enjoyed breakfast downstairs at the hotel before dragging his suitcase directly to the school. The sun had already risen high in the sky. Upon entering the school, Sui was immediately enveloped by a vibrant atmosphere of youthful exuberance. The crowd was overwhelming, and many senior girls were dressed in particularly mature attire, spaghetti straps, ultra-short skirts, while some wore white shirts, through which the colors of their undergarments were clearly visible under the sunlight, an occurrence undoubtedly unseen in a high school setting. Sui first proceeded to the payment counter to settle his tuition and accommodation fees, then made his way to the registration area. Students from the School of Finance, majoring in finance, gathered here for registration. At the entrance of the teaching building stood a long row of tables, behind which sat the counselors of various classes, each accompanied by a small assistant, most of whom were also freshmen this year. Their motivation for braving the scorching sun to assist was merely a desire to secure the position of class leader for themselves. Are you a finance major? Yes. A bespectacled boy adjusted his frameless glasses and nodded. This is our counselor, Su Tong. We are classmates. My name is Zhang Yang. Hello. Hello. In university, class leaders are typically elected through a vote. Zhang Yang eagerly volunteered to assist the counselor, likely aiming to foster good relations with his classmates early on. He warmly suggested, please fill out the form, and then hand me your admission notice and files. I will take you to collect your bedding and military training attire. Sui understood Zhang Yang's intentions well. He held no particular interest in the class leader position. Thus, after promptly completing the necessary paperwork, he followed Zhang Yang to retrieve his belongings. Everything is here. Let us add each other as friends. I will announce the military training schedule in the group later. All right. Continue straight ahead to the dormitory building, take the first right at the intersection, and proceed forward. Your dormitory is next to the sports field. Thank you. You are welcome. As Sui watched the distant figure of Zhang Yang fade away, he exhaled in relief. Upon noticing a queue at the registration desk once more, he hastened over, a warm smile returning to his face. In the realm of campus life, he encountered enticing promotions, a mobile campus card offering 2 gigabytes of data for a mere 28 yuan each month, and a telecommunications broadband service bound to a phone card, costing only 198 yuan per semester. The electronic reading room had a promotion of 300 yuan, with an additional 300 yuan complimentary. The cafeteria was also seeking part-time workers, while the street dance club welcomed newcomers, inviting all dance enthusiasts among the freshmen to join. Finally, Sui, dragging his suitcase, arrived at the dormitory building. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and, after ascending the 3 steps, headed straight for the 2nd floor. His dormitory was also located on this floor, specifically the first room on the left, room 201. The door stood ajar, and upon approaching, he found the room empty. Adhering to the principle of first come, first served, he promptly selected a bunk, tidied up, and organized his belongings. Once he had set up both the upper and lower bunks, he noticed that no roommates had yet arrived. So he took the initiative to clean the dormitory. However, before he could complete the cleaning, Sui discovered several treasures left behind by the previous senior while rummaging beneath the desk and inside the drawers. There were stacks of cigarette boxes, old books, and even a poster of Louis Fei. He also unearthed an unopened item from the drawer. Once he had finished tidying up, he exited the dormitory. carrying a hefty bag of trash. With ample time remaining and no sign of his roommates, Siyu decided to explore the campus. There were 3 cafeterias in total. The first was adjacent to the first and second teaching buildings, while the second and third were located near the dormitories. At noon, Siyu enjoyed a delightful meal of stone pot bibimbap at the first cafeteria. Upon returning to the dormitory after his meal, he found that all 3 of his roommates had already arrived. As he stepped through the door and glanced around, he cheerfully introduced himself. I am Su Yi, hailing from Jiangzhou in Jiangxi province. Where do you esteemed gentlemen come from? The first to respond was a young man clad in a short-sleeved shirt, whose bunk was adjacent to Su Ye's. I am Yang Fei, a native of Shanghai. Next to speak was the boy across from Su Yi, pausing his activity to say, I am Zhang Xinzhou from Shenzhen. Finally, all eyes turned to the most slender individual in the room, who stood at approximately 1.72 meters tall, weighing perhaps no more than 50 kilograms. A fitting description of him would be skin and bones. He shyly smiled and introduced himself. I am Li Tongwen, from Hunan province. From now on, we shall be roommates. We are all of similar age, yet we must designate a leader based on our birth months. I was born in April. How about you all? I was born in July. I am a September child. Zhang Xinzhou interjected with a grin. I am a December baby. But I should be a year older than you. Ah, I thought I was the eldest. Yang Fei responded, quickly adding, Then Zhang Xinzhou shall be our leader, Su Yi. You will be our second. I will take the role of third, and Li Tongwen will be the fourth. Does second sound good? Henceforth, you shall all address me as second brother. Especially you. Yang Fei, if you call me second brother, I shall refer to you as little third, and we shall be equal in our fates. In the dormitory, while others were still navigating the awkward phase of new acquaintances, room 201 was already filled with laughter. Chapter 49, The Charming Roommates. Siyu quickly gleaned their individual characteristics from their conversations. The leader, Zhang Xinzhou, was carefree, generous, and magnanimous. The third member, Yang Fei, was a mix of introversion and bravado, boasting about his countless romantic encounters. Yet in truth, he was an 18-year-old singleton. The fourth, Li Tongwen, was reserved, cultured, and honest. After an afternoon of engaging discussions, Su Ye's rapport with the trio flourished. As the sun began to set around 6 o'clock, Su Yi glanced at the time and suggested, Shall we go out for dinner this evening? Sure. We ought to enjoy a good meal for our first dinner of the semester, right? Absolutely. However, Li Tongwen hesitated upon hearing this. Su Yi had noticed earlier that Li Tongwen's background seemed modest. On the first day of university, while most students donned new attire, Li Tongwen wore a shirt with a rolled collar, and Su Yi had seen him bring his high school uniform along when organizing his wardrobe. This alone indicated that Li Tongwen's family circumstances were rather ordinary, perhaps even somewhat impoverished. Just as Su Yi was about to offer to treat them, Zhang Xinzhou interjected. We can enjoy a meal together, but let us make it clear that I will cover the bill tonight. None of you are allowed to contest this. Boss, could it be that you are a second-generation wealthy heir? Yang Fei asked curiously while putting an arm around Zhang Xinzhao's shoulder. Zhang Xinzhao shrugged nonchalantly. Not quite a rich heir, more like a demolisher-esque descendant. Does your family own multiple properties? In this era, with the real estate market booming, owning a home in a first-tier city already placed one above 80% of the population. Zhang Xinzhao nodded and held up 3 fingers. Yang Fei laughed. 3 properties? That's just one more than my family has. Zhang Xinzhao quickly clarified. 3 buildings. What? Yang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 buildings? Wow. Big brother. No. I mean father. Zhang Xinzhao chuckled. My father has long made it clear that he doesn't expect me to learn much during these 4 years of university. He just wants me to enjoy my time here. After graduation, I'll return home to collect rent. By the way, I'll cover all the utilities for the dormitory. But I want to be responsible for the cleaning. Su Yi was taken aback. He had suspected that Zhang Xinzhao's family was well off, but he had not anticipated such affluence. 3 buildings in Pengcheng? The rental income from that alone might surpass the annual earnings of a publicly traded company. I'll take charge of the dormitory cleaning. Leave that to me. So you could no longer contain himself. He pulled Yang Fei aside, playfully exclaiming, Were you a courtier in your past life? Can you refrain from being so obsequious? Yang Fei chuckled and continued. Su Yi, your family doesn't happen to be involved in big business, do they? My father works at his company, while my mother is a modest accountant engaged in trivial business matters. Come, let us dine. Li Tongwen, why are you still dawdling? The boss is treating us. Should you not join us? Without awaiting Li Tongwen's response, Siyu pulled him out of the dormitory. It was the first day of orientation for the freshmen. The campus was bustling with activity. Yang Fei, with a prideful demeanor, asked while cradling his head, "Do you know the ratio of boys to girls at our school? How much is it?" 3 to 7, on average, among 3 individuals. 2 are female. Zhang Xinzhou, playing along, inquired, "What relevance does this have to you?" Yang Fei replied, "I plan to find a girlfriend in my freshman year. After all, our family has had only one son for 2 generations. I am now expected to carry on the family line. And my parents support my pursuit of romance while at school. Good luck with that," Zhang Xinzhou remarked. "Given your family's wealth, I presume you've had a girlfriend in high school?" Zhang Xinzhou shook his head. "No, my father was quite strict. If I had pursued a relationship early, he would have broken my legs." Li Tengwen, "I bet you've never been in a relationship, have you?" Li Tengwen quickly shook his head. "And you, Suyi?" Suyi decisively shook his head. "I have not either." Suyi spoke the truth. He had pursued Gu Mingyao in high school, but she had refused him. And he met Shen Qingqing only after the college entrance examination. Upon hearing that none of his 3 roommates had experienced romance, Yang Fei's pride swelled. "It seems that I am the only one among us who has dated in high school. Let me tell you, there are methods to dating. And I can gradually teach you all." Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xinzhou's iPhone rang. He answered the call, holding it to his ear. "Hello. It's all settled." "Yes, we are about to go eat." The crowd was too noisy for a clear conversation, so Zhang Xinzhou switched to speaker mode. A girl's voice soon filled the air. "When does your school have military training?" "I'm not quite sure. It's either tomorrow afternoon or the day after in the morning." "All right, you enjoy your meal, and we'll chat later." "Okay." Zhang Xinzhou ended the call. Immediately after, Li Tengwen's phone rang as well. He switched to speaker mode, and the voice on the other end was also a girl, speaking in their native dialect, which the 3 roommates could not comprehend. Li Tengwen exchanged a few words before hanging up. Just as Yang Fei was about to speak, Suyi's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, then at Yang Fei, answered, and turned on speaker mode without hesitation. "Suyi, hello?" "Shen Qingqing. Silly pig. Have you eaten yet?" "Suyi, not yet. I'm on my way." "Have you eaten?" "Shen Qingqing. Yes." "Suyi, how is the food at the school cafeteria?" "Shen Qingqing. It's all right. By the way, our school is having a meeting for military training tomorrow. I'm a bit worried." "Suyi, don't worry. Military training at your school should be quite easy." "Shen Qingqing. But we have to train for 2 weeks. And I'm afraid I won't be able to endure it." "Suyi, come on. If you're tired, just report it and take a break. You're so attractive, the instructor will certainly agree." "Shen Qingqing. They all called their families after returning to the dormitory last night. I felt so bored alone." "Suyi, well, after my dinner gathering tonight, I'll call you." "Shen Qingqing. Oh. Suyi, let us leave it at that for now. We'll chat tonight." "Shen Qingqing. Okay." As Suyi set down his phone, Yang Fei's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. In a fit of frustration, he pointed at Zhang Xinzhou, Li Tengwen, and Suyi, exclaiming, "Didn't you all say you've never been in a relationship?" "Zhang Xinzhou, I've always regarded her as a sister." "Li Tengwen, the one I just called was my sister." "Suyi, we're still just good friends." "Bah." Yang Fei's face flushed red with indignation as he shouted, "You're even using such endearing nicknames. How can you still claim to be just friends? You're being utterly ridiculous." Suyi and Zhang Xinzhou exchanged amused glances, then simultaneously stepped forward, throwing an arm around Yang Fei's shoulders. "Yang Fei, don't be disheartened. Think of it this way. If Zhang Xinzhou and I both had girlfriends, you'd have 2 fewer competitors. You may not have Zhang Xinzhou's wealth or my looks, but with your charm, you might just win over even the school's belle." Yang Fei retorted defiantly, "I'm not lacking in qualities either, you know?" "Indeed. You are quite impressive," Suyi responded with a grin. Turning to Li Tengwen, Suyi added, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Tonight, let us feast lavishly on this second-generation heir." Li Tengwen nodded with a smile and quickly followed suit. The 4 of them lined up neatly and exited the school gate. Chapter 50. Great minds think alike. A 20-minute walk from the school leads to Baolong Plaza, a colossal shopping complex featuring a myriad of brand stores and various chain restaurants. This was Li Tengwen's first visit to such a place. His small county, situated at the periphery, lacked such establishments. The farthest he had traveled was to the city center, a trip made solely to care for his mother during her hospitalization. Inside the mall, vibrant colors and dazzling lights created a fashionable, energetic atmosphere. The bustling crowd, accompanied by the cacophony of commerce, presented a bewildering array of goods that dazzled the senses. As Li Tengwen surveyed his surroundings, everything seemed novel and intriguing. However, soon after, A wave of inadequacy washed over him. While Zhang Xinju, Yang Fei, and Su Yi debated where to dine that evening, he stood aside, his head lowered, lost in thought. How about this place? It combines barbecue with hot pot. Su Yi, what do you think? I'm fine with anything. Zhang Xinju ultimately decided, then let us go to this one. Four individuals made their way towards the escalator. Li Tongwen observed as his three roommates ascended, and only then did he cautiously step onto the escalator. However, as it was his inaugural experience with such a mechanism, his upper body swayed precariously, nearly causing him to stumble. Fearing the embarrassment of being discovered in such a clumsy state, Li Tongwen quickly feigned composure, taking 2 steps at a time to catch up to Su Yi's side. Su Yi, with a hand around his shoulder, cheerfully remarked, Li Tongwen, let us indulge in meat and forego the vegetables. If we can avoid drinks, all the better. Let us eat heartily, for once we leave this village, there shall be no more such establishment. Zhang Xinzhou, upon hearing this, turned back with a grin. Su Yi, if you insist, I shall treat you all to a buffet next time we go out. To hell with it. The four soon located the barbecue hot pot establishment advertised on the flyer. Given the back-to-school season, the place was bustling. Zhang Xinzhou led the trio inside, promptly securing a table. The waiter swiftly brought over the menu, handing it to Su Yi. Without hesitation, Su Yi grabbed a pencil and began marking selections on the menu. Come, take a look. What else should we add? Yang Fei waved his hand dismissively. Just choose wisely. I'm not picky. Li Tongwen quickly chimed in. Neither am I. If you insist, I shall order according to my own taste, Su Yi declared, continuing to mark numerous selections before handing the menu back to the waiter. The four then resumed their light-hearted banter. Li Tongwen found it challenging to contribute to the conversation, only managing to agree occasionally. He noticed a piece of paper atop the meat platter and, having never partaken in barbecue before, instinctively reached to remove it, intending to discard it. Just then, a waiter approached with a cart and, witnessing this, promptly inquired, What are you doing? Li Tongwen's hand froze midair as he sensed from the waiter's gaze that his action was unnecessary. Su Yi glanced over and chuckled. My roommate is particularly fastidious. This greaseproof paper has been here too long, and we wish to replace it with a fresh one. The waiter acquiesced. All right. Su Yi offered Li Tongwen a reassuring glance, and Li Tongwen naturally disposed of the removed paper into the trash. For Su Yi, this was merely a trivial matter, but unbeknownst to him, many years later, Li Tongwen would still vividly recall this moment. He would forever remember the beginning of his freshman year, when a roommate named Su Yi safeguarded his dignity. Come now. Don't just stand there, let us eat. With the barbecue sizzling and the hot pot bubbling, Su Yi raised his glass filled with drink and cheekily declared, Thanks to Boss Zhang for treating us. May Boss Zhang continue this generosity in the future. Yang Fei and Li Tongwen quickly lifted their glasses as well. Zhang Xinzhou could only shake his head with a bemused smile. You all really are something. Inviting someone to dinner is a mere trifle for Zhang Xinzhou. He has never been short of money throughout his life. Despite his father's strictness, the family has never skimped on living conditions. Before coming to Shanghai for his studies, his father repeatedly cautioned him to be generous when treating friends to meals and drinks, but he must never squander money on women. His father established 3 family rules early on. First, no entrepreneurship is permitted. Second, he must not associate with dubious women. Third, he must never engage in gambling or drugs. Yang Fei took the initiative to broach the subject and inquired, Did you add any freshman groups before the semester began? All 3 shook their heads. Yang Fei, exasperated, remarked, How could you not even join the freshman group? Does that mean you know nothing about our school? It appeared that he was quite knowledgeable. Why don't you enlighten us? Yang Fei's interest was piqued as he animatedly asked, Do you know who our campus belle is? Who? Jiang Wei, a sophomore in the law school, specializing in economic law. She stands at 1.66 meters, weight undisclosed, measurements 89-61-88. She is talented in both singing and dancing, and it is said that she is trained in Taekwondo. She is quite a sight to behold. Su Yi interjected, Is there no picture to support this? Yang Fei, slightly agitated, quickly retrieved his phone and displayed a photo of Jiang Wei that he had saved from the freshman group. Zhang Xinzhou glanced at it, then passed it to Su Yi, who assessed it and declared, Appearance, 93 points, figure, 95 points, outfit, 96 points. No, she wore black stockings. At another point, Zhang Xinzhou gave a thumbs up. Great minds think alike. Su Yi handed the phone to Li Tongwen, who, however, showed no interest, knowing that he was worlds apart from the campus belle. Yang Fei commented, 93 points for appearance seems a bit low. Su Yi shrugged, Her makeup is well done, and the photo was taken from below, enhancing her proportions. She might even lose a point or two in person. You really have a lot to say, Yang Fei retorted, retrieving his phone just as a new message popped up in the group chat. He opened it and exclaimed, "Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Gather in classroom 402 of the 5th teaching building." Oh no, could military training commence tomorrow? It won't. Su Yi shook his head. If military training were to start tomorrow morning, we would be required to wear camouflage uniforms. Gathering tomorrow morning is likely just for a class introduction, where the counselor and class guide will meet us, followed by self-introductions. That makes sense. Military training will either start tomorrow afternoon or the day after tomorrow morning. In any case, it lasts for 2 weeks and will pass in the blink of an eye. Yang Fei laughed. Li Tengwen, can your little frame withstand military training? Li Tengwen, slightly embarrassed, replied, I will do my best. This Zhang Yang should be familiar to you all, right? I heard he is in the same cohort as us. Why do you think he decided to assist the counselor on the very first day of school? Is that hard for you to comprehend? What do you mean? Desiring to assume the role of class monitor, one contemplates assisting the counselor, leaving a lasting impression on everyone. Following the military training, the first undertaking will be to run for the positions of class leader, youth league secretary, and academic representative. At this stage, it is evident that those who possess the highest presence among their peers are most likely to be appointed as class monitor. Ah, so it is quite impressive, Su Yi. It seems you possess an abundance of knowledge. If admiration is to be expressed, simply call you father. Let us go. In chapter 51, Father. Quickly share her WeChat with me. Merely 10 minutes had passed, and the number of patrons in the establishment began to swell. With 3 universities in the vicinity, it was the beginning of a new semester, thus the mall was predominantly filled with university students, while Su Yi and his 3 roommates engaged in light banter. 4 young women entered the barbecue and hot pot restaurant, their attire suggesting they too were freshmen. The leader, adorned with round glasses, turned heads as she walked, her twin high ponytail swaying adorably. Yang Fei, upon noticing, nudged Zhang Xinju beside him and whistled at Su Yi. Su Yi glanced back and observed the 4 young women settling at a nearby table. Retracting his gaze, he chuckled. Why do I feel slightly embarrassed going out with Yang Fei? Zhang Xinju wholeheartedly agreed. I feel the same. Yang Fei pouted, contemplating a retort, but fearing the girls at the adjacent table might overhear, he reluctantly held his tongue. Zhang Xinju and Su Yi continued their dialogue, while Li Tengwen quietly indulged in his meal. Yang Fei, however, frequently stole glances at the charming girl in a short skirt with twin ponytails at the neighboring table. The 4 girls at the adjacent table, after placing their orders, engaged in lively conversation, initially expressing grievances about their dormitory conditions, before shifting to discussions about military training experiences. By the time the server brought their dishes, their conversation had gracefully transitioned to topics of astrology and idols. As Su Yi and Zhang Xinju immersed themselves in a spirited discussion, someone suddenly tapped Su Yi's shoulder from behind. Turning to see the ponytailed girl from the neighboring table, he furrowed his brow in curiosity. Is there something you need? Hey, handsome, we've run out of napkins at our table. Could you possibly share some with us? Su Yi promptly handed her a napkin. With a radiant smile, she replied, Thank you, handsome. Yang Fei was nearly beside himself with frustration. If only he had known the seating arrangement beforehand. He lamented that he should have taken Su Yi's place. Nevertheless, Su Yi remained unfazed, continuing his conversation with Zhang Xinju. The ponytailed girl was indeed charming, and the campus beauty, Jiang Wei, was undeniably attractive, yet they could not compare to Chen Qingqing. Once one has tasted the finer grains, how could one still be interested in coarser ones? As Su Yi and Zhang Xinju transitioned their conversation from the romance of the 3 kingdoms to the current economic landscape of the nation, the 4 girls at the adjacent table had already begun a game of truth or dare. I need to use the restroom. Su Yi rose from his seat and made his way to the restroom. Upon his return, the girl with a ponytail at the adjacent table suddenly stood up to block his path. She was wearing platform dad shoes, yet she still had to look up to meet his gaze. Su Yi stared at her in confusion, unable to comprehend her intentions. With a cheerful smile, the ponytail girl said, Hey handsome, I lost a dare. Could I add you on WeChat? Caught off guard, Su Yi simply replied, Sure. He took out his phone and exchanged WeChat details with her, noting that she had added a remark. Her name was Wang Xiyu. Wang Xiyu then inquired, What is your name, handsome? Su Yi, he responded. Got it, she said before stepping aside and returning to her seat. Her 2 roommates quickly leaned in, giggling as they whispered among themselves. Not paying much attention, Su Yi sat back down next to Li Tengwen. Yang Fei, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, muttered under his breath, Suyi, you truly deserve it. Suyi, bewildered, asked, what did I do to deserve that? Zhang Xinju interjected to explain. You just stole someone else's love. Realizing the situation, Suyi retorted, you scoundrel, I was just thinking of passing her WeChat to you tonight. Now you're cursing me. Dad, I was wrong. Yang Fei's apology was sincere, causing Zhang Xinju to chuckle in disbelief. All right, if everyone is full, let us head back, Li Tengwen suggested, glancing at the remnants of food on the table. Feeling a sense of regret, but knowing he couldn't eat anymore, he wished they could take it to go. However, fearing further embarrassment, he ultimately stood up with his 3 roommates. Zhang Xinju settled the bill, and as they exited the restaurant, Yang Fei eagerly took out his phone, saying, Dad, quickly give me her WeChat. Why the rush? So you replied, No, I genuinely like her. The moment she appeared, I even thought of names for our future children. Get lost. Yang Fei pondered whether she was from their school. Suyi placed an arm around Yang Fei and spoke earnestly, as someone who has been through it. I wouldn't recommend adding her on WeChat. Why not? Yang Fei asked. Girls who talk about zodiac signs for a long time are best avoided, Zhang Xinju added quickly. Also, girls with younger brothers should be avoided, Suyi remarked. And girls who are obsessed with celebrity culture, Zhang Xinju chimed in. After graduation, stay away from those who are attractive within the system. Why? Yang Fei inquired. Because if she is beautiful, you never know who her sugar daddy might be. And what about the unattractive ones? Yang Fei asked again. You never know who her biological father is, Suyi concluded. Yang Fei, unable to grasp their reasoning, rolled his eyes and said, You too, stop trying to deceive me. I've read at least 10 romance novels this summer. If you give me her WeChat, I promise to win her over within a month. Suyi chose to remain silent, refraining from saying anything further. For Yang Fei, love is both sacred and beautiful. At present, he is utterly impervious to such counsel, prompting Suyi to refrain from wasting his breath. They walked back to the school. The 4 of them took turns showering, and upon Suyi's emergence from the bathroom, he promptly ascended to his bed. Accustomed to the comfort of a spacious soft bed at home, he found the narrow and hard upper bunk somewhat disconcerting. Considering that Chen Qingqing might be even less accustomed to it, Suyi decided to give her a call. Chen Qingqing answered instantly. Suyi, did you sleep well last night? The dormitory bed must be uncomfortable, right? Chen Qingqing, yes, I went to bed quite late. Suyi, I also lay down. It felt rather uncomfortable. Chen Qingqing, how's your roommate? Suyi, quite well. One is a wealthy second-generation demolisher. Another is a reserved and quiet gentleman. And the last is quite the character. Chen Qingqing, oh? Suyi, just a jokester. Let us not dwell on him. What did you do all day? Chen Qingqing, I strolled around the school in the morning. In the afternoon, they mentioned we need to wear breathable underwear for military training. So Suyi, I'll probably start military training the day after tomorrow. I wonder if I'll be able to use my phone during breaks. If I don't reply to your messages, I'll surely be in training. Chen Qingqing, oh, Chen Qingqing, are you also undergoing military training for half a month? Suyi, about 14 days. Suyi, I'll come to see you the weekend after training concludes. Suyi, alas, my phone has run out of battery again. Chen Qingqing, can't you get a new phone? Suyi, I will. I plan to replace this old phone in a few days. Chen Qingqing, my mom is calling. Suyi, then you should answer. I'll hang up for now, and we can chat on WeChat later. Chen Qingqing, all right. Jiang Meilin, Qingqing, have you started military training yet? Chen Qingqing, not yet. Jiang Meilin, are you getting used to living in the dormitory? Should I ask your father to find you a place near the school? Chen Qingqing, no need. Jiang Meilin, how are you getting along with your roommates? Chen Qingqing, it's fine. Jiang Meilin fell silent. Faced with her daughter's terse responses, she found herself at a loss for words. However, Chen Qingqing soon took the initiative to speak. Mom, I want to change my phone. Jiang Meilin quickly responded with a smile. Change it. The new Apple model is about to be released. As soon as it drops, I'll place an order. Chen Qingqing, can we buy 2? Jiang Meilin paused for a moment, then replied, Yes, both can be sent to you or to Sue. Before Jiang Meilin could finish her sentence, Chen Qingqing interrupted, Just send it to me. Jiang Meilin, all right, understood. Chapter 52. Su Ye's self-introduction. The following morning at 9 o'clock. The 4 roommates gradually rose from their beds. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, they proceeded together to classroom 402 in the 5th teaching building. The entire class of finance comprises a total of 45 students, with 25 females and 20 males, reflecting a relatively balanced gender ratio. However, in faculties such as accounting, law, and foreign languages, the disparity may be exaggerated to a staggering 1.9. Su Yi and Zhang Xinju arrived neither early nor late. Both stood tall at 1.8 meters, naturally gravitating towards seats at the back rows of the classroom. Observing this, Yang Fei felt that members of the same dormitory should sit together and promptly took a seat beside Su Yi, while Li Tungwen chose a spot at the front. Yang Fei queried, "Why isn't Li Tungwen sitting with us?" Zhang Xinju replied, "He isn't tall enough to see the blackboard and screen clearly from the back. And unlike us, who are merely coasting through university, he is genuinely committed to his studies." Yang Fei retorted, "Who is coasting? I'm an exemplary student." Su Yi glanced at Li Tungwen and sighed softly. He shouldn't have enrolled in this university. A puzzled Zhang Xinju asked, "Why not?" Su Yi explained, "In the field of finance, an ordinary person without connection struggles to stand out. It's evident that Li Tungwen comes from a modest background. His aim in attending university is likely to secure a good job afterward. This major is not suitable for him." Zhang Xinju fell silent, reflecting on Su Yi's words. Indeed. According to Su Yi, Li Tungwen should not have pursued this field of study. In fact, many in the class were ill-suited for it. In 2014, there existed a significant information gap, and individuals like Zhang Xiefeng were absent to guide the bewildered high school seniors, leading many to enroll here without a clear understanding. As the clock edged closer to 10, the classroom became increasingly populated. The last to enter was none other than Zhang Yang, who had been seen alongside the counselor on registration day. He strutted in with the demeanor of a class leader, ascended the podium, and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, please settle down. Our class advisor and counselor will be arriving shortly. Soon, each of you will need to introduce yourselves, so it would be wise to prepare in advance." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinju turned to Su Yi and jested, "Have you ever considered running for class president?" Su Yi, puzzled, asked, "Why do you ask?" Zhang Xinju chuckled, "With your high emotional intelligence, being class president would be a breeze for you. Besides, I must admit I am somewhat irked by Zhang Yang." Yang Fei quickly chimed in. "So am I. He acts as if he is above us, standing at the podium while we sit quietly below." Had Su Yi been accepted into prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida, he would have certainly considered vying for the position of class leader. However, as a student at the modest Shanghai Finance Academy, he realized that holding such a minor role at this level would offer little benefit for the future. Moreover, class presidents often merely served as messengers for the counselor, thus Su Yi had never entertained the thought of becoming one. Su Yi remarked, "I possess little interest. If you are dissatisfied, you may compete with him, and I shall undoubtedly support you." Zhang Xinju chuckled, "I have grown accustomed to idleness." Yang Fei, possessing a keen self-awareness, added, "I never even held the position of a group leader in elementary school, let alone that of a class monitor." In truth, those seated below, who harbored discontent towards Zhang Yang, included not only Zhang Xinju and Yang Fei but also several others. In their youthful exuberance, the ambition to lead was understandable. One could curry favor with the counselor without issue, yet why the congeniality during registration transformed into an air of arrogance upon arrival? So you suddenly recalled his high school class monitor, Li Nan, who epitomized such behavior. At precisely 10 o'clock, the class advisor entered the classroom, a middle-aged man of approximately 50. Upon taking the podium, he commenced his self-introduction, revealing his surname to be Gong, and his full name, Gong Ming. The role of a class advisor diverges from that of a counselor. The former primarily guides academic direction and assumes responsibility for certain subjects, while the latter resembles a life committee member, overseeing all aspects of student life. The class advisor may seldom be seen throughout the semester, yet the counselor frequently interacts with students. After a brief address, Gong Ming ceded the floor to the counselor, Su Tong. "Fellow students," she began, "I am Su Tong, and you should all be familiar with me. Time is of the essence, so allow me to convey several important matters. Please listen attentively. The first matter pertains to our military training commencing this afternoon. All students are to gather at the school sports field before 2 o'clock, dressed in military training attire. Should anyone experience fatigue, anemia, heat stroke, or similar symptoms, it is imperative to report immediately. The second matter involves the selection of a dormitory leader from each residence, whose name should be noted in the group chat. Should a room inspection be necessary, I will inform all dormitory leaders in advance. The third matter concerns fraud prevention. The start of the academic year often witnesses a surge in scams. If you receive unfamiliar text messages with links, do not click on them, and exercise caution with unknown calls. Counselor Su Tong spoke with the poise of someone well-prepared, methodically addressing each point. By around 10:30, she concluded her remarks with a smile, stating, "The remainder of the time is yours. We shall commence with self-introductions, starting from the first row, proceeding from left to right, and then back from right to left. Now, let us begin." After descending from the podium, she positioned herself at the classroom entrance. The girl at the far left of the first row, having summoned her courage, approached the podium. "Hello everyone, my name is Guadsaixia." As most students were unfamiliar with one another, self-introductions were often tinged with shyness, with many merely stating their names, home addresses, and hobbies before hastily returning to their seats. Until Zhang Yiyang ascended the podium, he spoke passionately. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yiyang, a local from the magical city. I possess an optimistic disposition and a calm demeanor, always considering the bigger picture. Throughout my 3 years in high school, I have held the position of class monitor, and during military training, my classmates could approach me with any concerns they had. In terms of hobbies, I enjoy reading, socializing, and watching films. That concludes my self-introduction. Thank you all." Below the stage, a sparse applause erupted. Yang Fei remarked, "What a show-off." Zhang Xinjiao felt somewhat speechless. After Zhang Yiyang stepped down, the other students continued to follow a similar template for their introductions. Once Zhang Xinjiao finished his presentation, Su Yi confidently walked up to the stage. His self-introduction was succinct. "I am Su Yi, wild as in the character for wild. I hail from Jiangzhou. I have a passion for making money and might become China's future billionaire. Thank you." Laughter filled the room as Su Yi delivered his words in a joking manner, and the classmates took it lightly. As soon as Su Yi finished, the room erupted in laughter. The instructor at the door, Su Tong, paused for a few seconds to glance at Su Yi, a faint smile gracing her lips. Zhang Yiyang keenly noticed Su Tong's smile, and it irked him that the applause for his earlier speech had not been as enthusiastic, while Su Yi garnered such enthusiastic support with just a few words. A sense of crisis. For the first time, Zhang Yiyang felt a palpable sense of urgency. The self-introductions continued, and after all the classmates had presented themselves, the instructor, Su Tong, stepped forward once more, stating, "Remember not to be late this afternoon. Please report any issues to me immediately. All right. You may now disperse to the cafeteria for lunch." Following her words, the classmates began to exit in succession. Zhang Xinjiao, Su Yi, and Yang Fei called over Li Tengwen, preparing to head to the cafeteria together. Just then, Su Tong unexpectedly called out to Su Yi. Su Yi asked nonchalantly, "Instructor, did you call for me?" Su Tong replied with a smile, "Please add me on WeChat. I may need to reach out to you later." Sure, Su Yi had no reason to decline. And after adding Su Tong on WeChat, he joined his 3 roommates on their way to the cafeteria. In the afternoon, military training was scheduled, and students from other departments had all gathered that morning, resulting in a bustling cafeteria at noon, aptly described as a sea of people. Yang Fei, experienced in such matters, remarked, "I've gathered some intel. The stone pot bibimbap, shin ramyeon, and beef kelp soup in the first cafeteria are excellent. The second cafeteria offers egg stone pot and spicy hot pot, while the third floor has great steak and chicken cutlet sets. The third cafeteria's beef hot pot and big plate chicken are also top-notch. What do you all want to eat?" Su Yi replied, "I've had stone pot bibimbap yesterday. I want to try something different." Zhang Xinjiao added, "I'll just browse around as well." Su Yi nodded and pointed to several empty seats, saying, "Let us each go get our meals and then reconvene here." Agreed. Su Yi queued and ordered a portion of rib rice. Upon returning to his seat, Yang Fei and Zhang Xinjiao also arrived in succession. Zhang Xinjiao had a small bowl of vegetables, while Yang Fei opted for chicken rice. Finally, Li Tengwen approached, his bowl containing the simplest fare, just a common dish of 1 meat and 1 vegetable. After tasting a piece of rib, Su Yi pushed the bowl of rib soup to the center of the 4, remarking, "Why does this rib taste different from what I have at home? Could you all help me taste it?" Yang Fei, not understanding Su Ye's intent, picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth, stating, "It doesn't taste any different." "Really? Li Tengwen, would you try a piece for me?" Li Tengwen nodded, picked up a small piece of rib, and tasted it, saying, "This must be frozen rib. It's just not fresh. Oh, then I shall choose a different place to eat tomorrow." Su Yi began to eat heartily, and after they finished, the 4 returned to their dormitory. They had military training in the afternoon, and with the sun blazing outside, once they arrived at the dormitory, they turned on the air conditioning and took to their beds for a midday rest. Su Yi opened WeChat and sent a message to Chen Qingqing. "Is military training exhausting?" Chen Qingqing replied, "Yes." "Su Yi, I also have military training this afternoon. Chin ching ching. But we get a break every half hour. Our instructor is a woman. Suyi, a break every half hour? That sounds too easy. Suyi, by the way, how many boys are there in your class? Chin ching ching, I don't know. Just about 5 or 6. Suyi, are any of them more handsome than me? Chin ching ching, all of them are more handsome. Suyi, what nonsense. You can hardly find anyone in the country more handsome than me. Chin ching ching, you probably can't find anyone in the country with thicker skin than you. Suyi, are you planning to sleep at noon? Chin ching ching, Suyi, shall we do it together? Chin ching ching, get lost. At 2 in the afternoon. All 45 students of Class 14 Finance had gathered on the sports field. The instructors had yet to arrive when Zhang Yiyang volunteered to arrange the line according to height, forming a total of 5 rows. Ziyi and Zhang Xinjiao stood at the back, Yang Fei at the 4th row, and Li Tongwen at the 3rd. In the month of September, the sun blazed high in the sky. After standing on the synthetic track for only a short while, many were already drenched in sweat. Zhang Xinjiao remarked quietly, "Had I known, I would have had my father take me to the hospital for a fake diagnosis, so I wouldn't have to participate in military training." Suyi chuckled, "Military training earns credits. If we can't even secure these credits without exams, how will we graduate in our senior year?" Zhang Xinjiao sighed. "I hope the instructor is easy to talk to." Just as they were conversing, a neatly organized group of instructors marched through the entrance of the sports field. Upon witnessing this, the previously noisy crowd fell silent immediately. Among the instructors, there was a chief instructor. When the team of instructors arrived at the sports field, the chief instructor emphasized several points of attention. Once the team dispersed, each instructor gradually found their respective classes. What Zhang Xinju found most unacceptable was that the instructor responsible for Financial Class 1 was a burly man who appeared quite formidable. "I am Cheng Yong, and for the next half month, I shall oversee your military training. There are certain rules I must convey to you in advance." Right from the outset, Cheng Yong imposed a stern demeanor upon the students of Financial Class 1. "What are you doing? Did I instruct you to move? Wiping sweat? You must report that too. From now on, whatever you do in the company shall require your report to me. Is that clear?" "Understood." "Did you not have lunch?" "Understood." "Everyone, attention. At ease. A line to the left. This afternoon, I will not teach you anything. Your sole task is to learn how to stand at attention and remember my earlier words. If you have any issues, report them." The subsequent content was rather mundane. Over 40 individuals stood under the blazing sun on the rubber track, maintaining their posture. By the end of the afternoon, they had sweated more than during an entire summer. Fortunately, Cheng Yong was not excessively harsh, allowing breaks every hour for about 10 minutes. "Have you selected a class leader?" "Not yet. The last row. Send 2 taller individuals to carry 2 barrels of mineral water from the first floor of the activity center." Just as Zhang Yiyang prepared to rise, Cheng Yong shouted, "You in the last row." "Yes, you." "Stop smiling. You 2 go fetch the water." Seeing Zhang Yiyang being reprimanded by the instructor, Zhang Xinju couldn't help but chuckle, only to attract the instructor's ire, inadvertently dragging Suyi into the fray. "Zhang Xinju, you scoundrel. Stop your chatter. Suyi, hurry up. If we walk slowly, they will have a longer break. Why the rush? Aren't you afraid of being scolded by the instructor?" "Not in the least." 10 minutes later, Zhang Xinju and Siyu leisurely returned with the water. Cheng Yong immediately approached, questioning. "I ask, do you dare to be any slower? Those who left before you have already returned." Siyu hurriedly explained, "Report, instructor, I just twisted my ankle on the way. Perhaps you could take a look." Siyu prepared to remove his shoes and smelly socks. Cheng Yong quickly stepped back, waving his hands in disdain. "Enough, enough. You 2 are responsible for fetching the water. Ladies first. Come on. This disposable cup can only be claimed once a day. Everyone, please collect it after use." "Damn it, the instructor just said ladies first. Don't you have any sense of chivalry?" "Zhang Xinju, remember to save some for us. I couldn't even relieve myself earlier, and now I'm severely dehydrated. In this heat. Why don't they think to add some ice to the water? Who now could offer me a slice of icy watermelon? I would gladly acknowledge him as my father." Chapter 54 Chat records the life of military training is monotonous and dreary. The only source of solace in this tedious existence is the moments spent conversing with Chen Qingqing during our daily breaks. September 1st. "Suyi, our instructor is such a fool. He made me carry water yesterday, and today appointed me as the squad leader. There is clearly a buffoon who wants to be the leader. Why did he choose me?" Chen Qingqing, perhaps he perceives you as more capable. "Suyi, and how do you see me?" Chen Qingqing, you're just a silly pig. September 2nd. "Suyi, we started marching in formation today. but I can't manage my strength and keep kicking the person in front of me. Chin ching ching. That person must really resent you. Suyi, no worries. He.S. just my good buddy. Chin ching ching. Do you have military training in the evening? Suyi, just a talent show and some games. It should be the same for you, right? Chin ching ching. Yes. Chin ching ching. Thankfully, they are all quite adept at performing, so I can enjoy being an audience member. Suyi, if you are afraid to perform in front of an audience, why did you study music? Chin ching ching. I'm not sure. Suyi, no problem. You can sing just for me someday, and I will be your audience. September 3rd. Chin ching ching. Running is exhausting. Suyi, drink more water. Chin ching ching. I really want to sleep now. Suyi, so do I. Chin ching ching. No saying together again. Suyi, September 4th. Suyi, on the 12th. We're going for a training exercise. Military training ends on the morning of the 13th, and the 14th is conveniently a weekend, so I'll come to find you. Chin ching ching. Okay. Suyi, what shall we do? Chin ching ching. Anything works. Suyi, should we invite your roommate as well? Chin ching ching. What do you think? Suyi, then let us not invite her. It's a rare chance for us to have some time alone together. And I don't want too many light bulbs around. Chin ching ching. Be quiet. September 5th. Suyi, I've just realized I've gotten quite tanned. Chin ching ching. Use sunscreen. Suyi, if I use this in the boys' dormitory, my roommates will ridicule me mercilessly. Chin ching ching. Then you deserve it. Suyi, if I become like an African woman, you won't despise me, will you? Chin ching ching. I already find you quite distasteful. September 6th. Suyi, the herbal medicine is truly unpleasant. Chin ching ching. What does it taste like? Suyi, it's akin to being poisoned. Chin ching ching. Suyi, the doctor said to engage in intimacy to detoxify. Hurry and get intimate with me. Chin ching ching. The recipient has declined to accept your message. September 7th. Suyi, today, I savored an incredibly delicious spicy hot pot. They even served a delightful sour plum soup on the house. I'll take you there sometime. Chin ching ching. Great. September 8th. Chin ching ching. I long to indulge in ice cream. Suyi, ice cream. Suyi, go ahead and savor it. Chin ching ching. I wish to erase you. Suyi, can you truly bear to do that? Chin ching ching. Yet I shall reinstate you. September 9th. Chin ching ching. Today at school. I heard someone sing If One Day I Become Wealthy. Suyi, did you not inform them that it is your song? Chin ching ching. I lack the courage. Suyi, what is there to be afraid of? Suyi, I now harbor a bold idea. Chin ching ching. What notion? Suyi, I wish to compose a love song. And we shall perform a duet. Chin ching ching. A resounding no. September 10th. Suyi, school has only commenced for a little over 10 days. Yet I am inundated with WeChat requests. Suyi, is it a crime to be handsome? Suyi, fear not. I have graciously declined their advances by claiming I already have a girlfriend. Chin ching ching. Others wish to add me as well. Suyi, did you acquiesce? Chin ching ching. I did not. September 11th. Chin ching ching. Silly pig, look at this beautiful leaf. Chin ching ching. The clouds today are exceptionally white. Chin ching ching. This stone is heart-shaped. Suyi, I miss you too. September 12th. During military training, we are required to march 10 kilometers, encircling the school. After more than 10 days of training, the girls have each lost a bit of weight, while the boys have transformed into darkened figures. The change is not noticeable in clothing, but is evident when undressed, as the contrast in skin tone is remarkable. Early in the morning, the squad began to assemble, as Suyi was directly appointed as the squad leader by Cheng-yong. He was also responsible for organizing the formation. The days spent together have fostered familiarity among the students of Class Finance 1. Suyi can now call each student's name, and his carefree personality is quite popular among the girls. All of this was observed by Zhang Yiyang, who felt both anger and distress, yet was powerless to change the situation. Goodness, Yang Fei, have you lost your mind? Do you think this is a picnic, bringing so much food? It's 10 kilometers. If I get hungry later, I can fill my stomach. Carrying such a heavy bag, are you not afraid of exhaustion? I have already brought it. What can be done now? Share half with me. Just say you want food. Li Tungwen, come over and take a few items. It's 10 kilometers. And we might not even return by noon. Seeing Cheng-yong approach from afar, Suyi stepped to the front of the squad. Attention, all. Align to the left. Face forward. Stand at attention. Reporting to the instructor, Class Finance 1. Expected number 45. Actual number 45. Please advise. Return to your position. Yes. Cheng-yong also holds a fondness for Suyi. This fellow is always cheerful, seemingly getting along well with everyone. and his peers listened to him, making each formation a source of satisfaction. Chang Yong approached the front of the squad, reiterating the importance of discipline. Once all the other squads were prepared, the first-year students from the School of Finance departed in a grand procession, embarking on a 10-kilometer trek. 121. 121. Listen. The clarion call of a new journey has sounded. Prepare to sing. The resonant voices echoed. Hearken to the call of a new journey. The goal of a strong military beckons ahead. For our nation to thrive, we must take on responsibility. The battle flag is inscribed with the glory of iron and blood. The powerful melody lingered in the air. To avoid disrupting traffic, the route chosen was comprised of narrow paths, adorned with picturesque scenery. However, as the sun ascended, the conditions became increasingly arduous. After devouring a Snickers bar, Suyi wiped his forehead, finding his palm drenched in sweat. Departing at 9 in the morning, 3 hours later. At noon, they had yet to return to the school, and those of weaker constitution were struggling to continue. Just a mile from the school, a sudden scream pierced the air. Yang Fei jumped in surprise. Li Tongwen had collapsed. The procession halted abruptly, and Chung Yong rushed over, inquiring, "What happened?" "Someone has fainted." "Quickly, give him some Huixiang Zhengqi water." Siyu navigated through the crowd, administering the herbal remedy to Li Tongwen. Noticing his pallid complexion, Siyu remarked, "Instructor, Li Tongwen only consumed 2 steamed buns and a cup of soybean milk this morning. It could be more than mere heat stroke. He may also be anemic." Chung Yong, taken aback by the fainting incident, found himself in a quandary. Unsure whether to allow the team to rest or to call for a vehicle to transport the individual back to the school's medical facility, Siyu called out, "Zhang Xinju. Yang Fei, come lend a hand." Suyi crouched down, and Zhang Xinju and Yang Fei quickly stepped forward, lifting Li Tongwen onto Suye's back. Struggling, Suyi rose and hastened towards the school, with Zhang Xinju and Yang Fei exchanging glances before promptly following suit. Chung Yong hesitated, ultimately acquiescing to Suye's impulsive decision. Everyone else, follow the front squad. 121. 121. Chapter 55. I wait for you in the school infirmary. The nurse swiftly diagnosed Li Tongwen's condition. Confirming Suye's suspicions, Li Tongwen had fainted due to heat stroke, anemia, and hypoglycemia. His frail physique, compounded by prolonged malnutrition, coupled with the extensive distance covered under the scorching sun, led to his collapse. There's no significant issue. Let him rest for a while, and he should regain consciousness soon. Thank you. Doctor, Suyi inquired, will he be able to participate in military training this afternoon? The nurse replied, it's best he doesn't. I can provide a note for you to give to the instructor, excusing him from afternoon training. That's a relief, Suyi said. The nurse wrote the note and handed it to him. Zhang Xinju leaned in, asking, what shall we do now? Suyi said, you go to the cafeteria and buy lunch for Li Tongwen. Yang Fei, you stay here to look after him while I deliver this certificate to the instructor. All right. At this moment, the students who had gone for training had returned to the school. Chang Yong was making his final summary. Siyu stepped forward and, waiting for Chang Yong to finish, approached him quietly, holding the certificate written by the nurse. He softly remarked, Li Tongwen's health is quite fragile. The doctor advised against his participation in this afternoon's military training. Here is the certificate for your review, instructor. Chang Yong took a glance at it, nodded, and replied, good, I understand. You handled this well. However, he paused, chuckling, there won't be a next time as the military training concludes tomorrow. Upon this realization, Chang Yong's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He patted Suyu on the shoulder and said with a smile, you've done excellently during this period. The chief instructor is aware of your efforts this morning when you carried a classmate to the infirmary. Perhaps you will receive commendation at tomorrow's graduation ceremony. I merely did what I ought to. You rascal, Chang Yong laughed, waving his hand dismissively. Off you go. Don't be late this afternoon. Understood. Siyu dashed back to the infirmary, where Li Tongwen had also regained consciousness. Upon hearing Zhang Xinju and Yang Fei mention that Suyi had carried him back to school, he felt a surge of gratitude, yet the words thank you remained unspoken. Suyi approached him with a smile, saying, all right, I know what you intend to say. No need for formality. We are roommates. I have already submitted the doctor's certificate to the instructor. Once you finish your 4 this afternoon, return to the dormitory to rest. Here is the lunch Zhang Xinju got for you. Do eat. I'll transfer you the money. As Li Tongwen reached for his phone, Zhang Xinju quickly interjected, just eat. It's only a few dozen yuan. Don't trouble yourself. Consider it my treat. Ultimately, Li Tongwen managed to utter his thanks. We want to linger here with you. We're also hungry. All right, let us go eat. The next day, the military training graduation required showcasing the fruits of their labor, so in the afternoon, everyone reviewed the previously learned exercises one by one. Notably, the usually stern Qing Yang displayed a remarkably amiable demeanor that afternoon. During breaks, he even sought out a shaded spot for them. Half a month may seem neither long nor short, but without this military training, the classmates would not have become so familiar with one another so quickly. The memories of this period will undoubtedly linger for a long time. The following morning, the atmosphere was palpably buoyant, as the graduation ceremony would mark the end of their military training. Just the thought of soon enjoying the liberating life of university filled each individual with joy. In orderly formation, they assembled on the sports field. Once the school leaders and the chief instructor took their seats on the podium, the graduation ceremony officially commenced. To the left, to the right, march in unison. And step forward, the students of the finance class successfully completed their respective tasks. After the other teams showcased their performances in succession, the event transitioned into an interminable session of speeches from the leaders. Each speech resembled a mere regurgitation of phrases, as if plucked directly from an online source. Echoing the same sentiments repeatedly, Suyi, with his mind adrift, found himself daydreaming about his impending meeting with Chan Qingqing. It wasn't until 11:20 that the principal finally began to conclude his address. He expressed hope that students would regard military training as a starting point, continuing to reinforce and promote the spirit of collectivism, aiding one another academically, caring for one another in daily life, cherishing their university years, upholding the school motto, and diligently pursuing knowledge in science and culture. Next, he invited those students who had been recognized as outstanding instructors and exemplary students during the military training to come forward and receive their awards. The distinguished instructors included Li Deshao, Xing Wenhao, Jiang Long, and Sheng Yong. The exemplary students were Wang Jieqi from Team 1401, Ouyang Qing from Team 1403, and Suyi from Team 1406. Upon hearing Suye's name, Yang Fei swiftly turned his head. What the heck? You won an award. Suyu was equally astonished. The other students, noticing Suyu standing still, urged him. Suyi, why are you still dazed? Hurry up to the stage. Only then did Suyu stride towards the podium. He shook hands, accepted his award, and posed for photographs. After Suyi, somewhat dazed, descended from the stage, the principal finally announced, I declare that the autumn military training graduation ceremony of the Shanghai Financial College 2014 is officially concluded. As soon as the words left his lips, the audience erupted into cheers. Camouflage caps were thrown into the air, descending amidst an atmosphere of exhilaration and joy. The freshman students, weary after half a month of rigorous training, could at last take a well-deserved rest. Zhang Xinjiao exclaimed with delight, Thank goodness we've finally made it through. This afternoon, I'm going to take a good nap, and tonight, I'll treat you all to a grand feast. Long live the boss. What are you thinking about, Suyu? Suyu smiled and replied, Nothing much. You all head to the cafeteria first. I need to call a friend. We plan to go shopping together tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhang Xinjiao quickly added, I also need to call my buddy. She lives not far from our school. If you don't mind, I'll invite her over for dinner tonight. Not at all. Just treat us. They chuckled as one went to call his close friend, while the other reached out to his girlfriend. Yang Fei rolled his eyes, draping an arm around Li Tongwen's shoulders, saying, Li Tongwen, let us not envy them. Spending money on a girlfriend is trivial. The real achievement is having her spend on you. Li Tongwen, looking bewildered, replied, I'm not envious. I have no desire for a relationship. You're the one who's impressive. So you stepped aside to call Chen Qingqing. As she settled down in the cafeteria, preparing to eat, Chen Qingqing saw Suyu's call and promptly hung up. She then sent a message. I'm in the cafeteria. It's quite noisy here. I'll call you back later. Suyi expressed his desire to inform you that his military training has concluded, and he plans to visit your school tomorrow morning. Chen Qingqing responded affirmatively, indicating her anticipation. Upon returning to his dormitory, Suyi took a refreshing shower, discarding his sweat-soaked military uniform into a bucket. He added a small amount of laundry detergent purchased by Zhang Xinjiao and proceeded to vigorously stomp on the clothing with bare feet. This method, though typical among many young men, undeniably proves to be more efficient than hand-washing, although the cleanliness of the garments remains a separate concern. With his clothes hung up to dry and the windows securely shut, Suyu activated the air conditioning, transforming the dormitory into a veritable paradise. After enduring 2 weeks of fatigue, he lay down, and within moments, the rhythmic sound of his snoring filled the room. His 3 roommates, influenced by his slumber, soon followed suit, succumbing to the embrace of sleep for the entire afternoon. When Su Yi finally roused from his slumber, the sky outside had darkened. With no classes to attend, a refreshing shower completed, a fully charged phone in hand, and a tranquil dormitory, he found himself in perhaps one of the most blissful moments of his life. Were it not for a slight hunger pang, he might have been tempted to drift back into sleep. Descending from his upper bunk and donning his shoes, Su Ye's phone erupted with the stirring melody of a song. The exuberant tune abruptly awakened his 3 roommates. "Hello, Mom." "No, not yet. My military training just ended today, and I napped all afternoon. I'm about to head out for a meal." "Yes, I have enough money, I know." As Su Yi ended the call, Yang Fei from the upper bunk began to voice his irritation. "Su Yi, come on, it's 2014. Can't you choose a more conventional song?" Su Yi chuckled. "Isn't Phoenix Legends music conventional? Honestly, when I first woke up, I thought I had dozed off at a public square." Su Yi continued. "I've listened to various pop songs, but they generally revolve around 2 themes, unrequited love and inexplicable sadness. In contrast, Phoenix Legends songs are imbued with positive energy, uplifting my spirits. Every time I hear their music, I feel an urge to run 3 kilometers on the playground." "Your reasoning is quite impressive," Zhang Xinju remarked, glancing at his phone for the time before descending from his bunk as well. "It's getting late. My brother should be arriving soon. If you all wish to eat, you should get moving." Having changed his clothes, Zhang Xinju stepped out onto the balcony to make a call. Noticing Su Yi was also dressed, he inquired, "Su Yi, where shall we dine later?" During their military training, both Zhang Xinju and Yang Fei had developed a habit of consulting Su Yi first when faced with decisions. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yi had subtly assumed the role of the decision-maker. "Let us find a place to eat on the nearby snack street tonight. I have to head off campus early tomorrow." Zhang Xinju nodded in agreement, stating that after their meal, he would take his brothers for a stroll around their school. Once the 4 of them settled on a dining location, they swiftly set off. Zhang Xinju led his 3 roommates to the school's main entrance, where they waited for approximately 5 or 6 minutes. A girl with short hair and sunglasses approached from across the street. "Over here," Zhang Xinju called out eagerly. The girl lowered her sunglasses slightly, revealing a pair of lively eyes. Upon noticing Zhang Xinju and his companions at the entrance, she quickly jogged towards them. Her hair, dyed a deep crimson, grazed her earlobes, and a subtle blush adorned her cheeks. She wore a cropped shirt on top and denim shorts below, with a designer bag slung casually over her shoulder, exuding an impressive aura. Birds of a feather flocked together. Naturally, someone who could be friends with Zhang Xinju. The son of a wealthy family would not come from humble beginnings. "Yin Qing, allow me to introduce my 3 roommates, Su Yi, Yang Fei, and Li Tengwen." The girl addressed as Yin Qing removed her sunglasses and greeted them with a bright smile. "Hello, everyone." Su Yi grinned and asked, "Is your name Yin Qing? Or is it just the surname Yin?" "It's Yin," she replied. "What a lovely name," she added with a laugh. "Xinju, your roommate has quite the sweet tongue." Zhang Xinju shrugged and said, "Let us go eat first, and then I'll take you for a casual walk. What shall we have? Perhaps a food stall?" The 5 of them soon arrived at the bustling snack street near the south gate of the school. Having just concluded military training, the street was teeming with people. Not only were the shops on either side crowded, but even the roadside stalls overflowed with patrons. The enticing aromas of various delicacies, hand-grabbed pancakes, meat-filled buns, egg-filled pancakes, starchy sausages, and fried skewers wafted through the air, prompting the group, who initially felt no hunger, to involuntarily swallow. "How about some crayfish? Let us go." Decisions among boys are often made within mere seconds. The 5 friends quickly entered a bustling food stall. The proprietress handed Su Yi the menu, which he promptly passed to Yin Qing, saying, "Ladies first." Yin Qing accepted the menu without hesitation and began to place her order. She even inquired, "Madam, with so many customers, you must be earning quite a bit each month?" Taken by surprise at Su Yu's question, the proprietress responded with a smile, "It's decent. Business is good when we first open, but it tends to slow down when the weather gets colder. I've heard that rent in the Magic City is quite steep. For such a large establishment, it must cost several thousand a month?" The proprietress, recognizing Su Yi as a student, candidly replied, "Several thousand isn't enough. My space is about 150 square meters, and it costs nearly 20,000 a month. However, smaller spaces are much cheaper. The dumpling shop next door pays only 7,500. That's quite expensive," Su Yi remarked. "In this day and age, running a business feels like working for the landlord," the proprietress sighed. Every year, countless shops on the street close down. Su Yi smiled softly, choosing not to respond further. The price is actually bearable for Su Yi, considering that Shanghai is a place where every inch of land is incredibly valuable. According to the landlady's account, the price per square meter is approximately 130. Therefore, renting a shop of around 50 to 60 square meters would cost between 7,000 to 8,000. So you manage to glean the rental price from the landlady, yet he remains uncertain about what business to pursue. Opening a bubble tea shop is the simplest option. However, establishing such a business near the university in 2014 is no longer viable. Not to mention that the school cafeteria already hosts several beverage stalls. This street alone boasts multiple bubble tea shops, marking intense competition. By the time Suyi registered for school on his first day, this notion had already been dismissed. "What are you thinking about, Suyi?" "Nothing much," he replied. "What do you mean by that?" "This matter is bound to come to light eventually." So Suyi decided to be straightforward. "I actually have entrepreneurial aspirations and am contemplating whether to start a small business at school." "Huh?" Yang Fei was momentarily taken aback and inquired. "Suyi, you're not a rich second generation, are you? Didn't I mention that my parents are just ordinary employees? Then how do you plan to start a business? Did you not hear the landlady say it costs 20,000 to rent a shop? Such spaces are typically leased for a year, amounting to over 100,000. Even if you seek a smaller space, you would still need several thousand. Did you win the lottery?" Suyi widened his eyes in surprise. "How did you know?" Chapter 57. I want to cut you. All 4 pairs of eyes fell upon Suyi. He calmly stated, "I made a bit of money during the summer vacation. It's not a lot. As I mentioned, I'm looking to pursue a small venture." Zhang Xinjiao, intrigued, asked, "What do you intend to do?" "I haven't decided yet," Suyi chuckled. "Let me think it over first. Let us eat." Yanqing rested her chin on her hand, smiling. "Xinjiao, look at your roommate. He is already thinking about starting his own business at the beginning of college. What about you? Do you plan to just drift through college?" Zhang Xinjiao quickly replied, "You know my family situation. My father strictly forbids me from starting a business." "Then why are you studying finance?" Yanqing shot back. Despite the family rules, the outwardly carefree Zhang Xinjiao harbors a desire to prove himself. The life of merely collecting rent from home is all too predictable. He does not wish to end up like his father, idling away the days fishing, playing mahjong, or golfing. Such a life is far too lackadaisical for him. With a sigh, Zhang Xinjiao lamented, "My dad said that if I dare to start a business, he would cut off my financial support." Yang Fei, perplexed, asked Zhang Xinjiao, "Why doesn't your dad want you to start a business?" Suyi laughed and explained, "Because indulging in life as pleasures deplete their family fortune. But if a business venture fails, it could wipe out their home. Thus, many wealthy individuals would rather see their children lead idle lives than allow them to seek validation through entrepreneurship. Let us consider an analogy. If you possess a fortune of 100 million in your bank account, with a minimum interest rate of 4 on a large deposit certificate, this sum would yield a net profit of 4 million after 1 year. What entrepreneurial venture could guarantee an annual net profit of 4 million? If one fails to earn money, even breaking even constitutes a loss. Suyi, you possess remarkable insight. I gleaned this from a novel titled The Top Star. Zhang Xinju jestingly remarked, however, "Suyi, should your entrepreneurial project prove promising, perhaps I might join you as a partner." "Are you not concerned that your father will cease your allowance?" "Not at all," Zhang Xinju replied, draping his arm around Yanqing's shoulders. "My buddy can support me." Yanqing rolled her eyes, not disapproving of Zhang Xinju's gesture. It seemed they often engaged in such camaraderie. She shrugged her shoulders and playfully retorted, "Get lost." Once the crayfish arrived at their table, the 5 of them began to peel the shellfish while engaging in lively conversation. Li Tongwen was somewhat taciturn. Yet Su Yi and Zhang Xinju shared numerous common interests, with Yang Fei and Yanqing enthusiastically chiming in, creating a harmonious atmosphere. By the time the 5 of them exited the eatery, it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Yi chuckled, "We shall refrain from being third wheels. If you are not back at the dormitory before 11, I shall assume you are staying out tonight. Just remember to prioritize your safety." Su Yi emphasized the last 4 words with particular weight. "Su Yi, you rascal." As she observed Su Yi, Yang Fei, and Li Tongwen walk away, a smile crept onto Yanqing's face. Su Yi appears to be quite adept at navigating social nuances. His emotional intelligence is evident. He discerned this on the very first day of school. Zhang Xinju remarked, "I was initially concerned about finding a roommate with whom I could share common interests. But it seems my worries were unfounded. Where shall we head next? I must first call my father." "What do you intend to do?" "I need funds." "I just mentioned I would partner with Su Yi. What excuse will you concoct this time? Tell him you are pregnant, and I require money for an abortion." Yanqing playfully kicked Zhang Xinju in the rear, Her face flushed as she scolded, "Zhang Xinju, get away from me." On the way back to the dormitory, Li Tongwen suddenly remarked, "Yang Fei, are you not envious of Zhang Xinju?" Yang Fei raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "What makes you say that? Did you not claim at noon that spending money on a girlfriend is trivial, and that the real achievement is having the girlfriend spend on you?" Just now, it seemed Zhang Xinju's girlfriend settled the bill, despite Zhang Xinju referring to Yin Qi as a brother and a buddy. It was apparent to all that their relationship was more akin to that of a couple. Yang Fei stubbornly replied, "Why are you bringing this up with me? Do you think Siyu is not envious? What is there for me to envy?" Siyu stated earnestly, "In my relationship with my girlfriend, it is she who spins on me. You are fabricating stories. I do not believe you." Yang Fei scoffed. "If that were the case, then your girlfriend must indeed be a beauty." Yang Fei, one cannot disparage the grapes simply because they are beyond reach. My girlfriend is both beautiful and affluent. Huh, clearly. Yang Fei is skeptical, and Suyi chooses not to elaborate, even though he possesses multiple photographs with Chun Qingqing on his phone. Thus, they made their way back to the dormitory. Upon retrieving his phone, Suyi discovered several messages from his close friend, Qin Jiwei. "Qin Jiwei, I have completed my military training. You must have finished as well. Qin Jiwei, tomorrow is a day off. Would you like to come and visit me? Or shall I come to see you? Qin Jiwei, I want to check in at the Oriental Pearl first. Suyi, I am preoccupied. Suyi, I have plans with my girlfriend. Suyi, perhaps another time. Qin Jiwei, have you truly forgotten your friends for the sake of fleeting beauty? Suyi, indeed. I have. Qin Jiwei, Suyi, you are truly despicable. In our engineering class, there are only 9 girls. Had I known, I would never have ventured into this city. Suyi, no worries, there are plenty of girls at my school. Once I become acquainted, I will introduce a few to you. Qin Jiwei, are they reliable? Suyi, fear not, they are absolutely dependable. Suyi, what type do you prefer? Qin Jiwei, I am not picky. I can accept someone slightly less appealing than your girlfriend. Suyi, then prepare to be a lifelong bachelor. Qin Jiwei? Qin Jiwei, Suyi. What do you mean by that? Qin Jiwei, damn it, I feel like I could stab you. At the Shanghai Conservatory of Music in the girls' dormitory 205. Chun Qingqing glanced at her phone upon receiving a delivery notification and quietly inquired, "Do you know where to collect packages?" Typically, they are retrieved at the library entrance across from the cafeteria. "Are you headed to pick up a package now?" "Yes," Chun Qingqing nodded. "It should be something my mother sent." Shinsini stood up, saying, "Qingqing, I will accompany you. I have a package as well." All right. The two departed the dormitory and soon arrived at the designated collection point. After signing for her package, Chun Qingqing waited briefly for Shinsini to receive hers before they started back together. "What did your mother send you?" "A phone." "Are both packages the same?" "Yes." "Surely one isn't for your boyfriend?" "His phone's battery is unreliable and often lags, so I thought." "That's enough." Shinsini wore an expression of knowing amusement, saying, "No need to explain, I completely understand. He is, after all, a devoted viewer of Korean dramas, having watched numerous romantic scenes unfold on television." Chun Qingqing glanced at Shinsini, then down at the phone in her hand, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. She was uncertain how to present this new phone to Suyu the following day. Yet, the thought of Suyu's mischievous, infuriating grin upon receiving the gift made her want to smile. These past 2 weeks. Why has time passed so slowly? Chapter 58. Your mother liked my post. The following morning at 7 o'clock, as the alarm clock rang, amidst the exclamations of his 3 roommates, Suyi swiftly arose from his bed to brush his teeth and wash his face. After donning a fresh outfit, he departed the dormitory. He purchased 4 meat buns and a bottle of soy milk at the cafeteria, then walked to the bus stop, where he promptly boarded the bus heading to the subway station. The journey from this location was quite arduous. First, it required a 10-minute bus ride, followed by a subway trip that included a transfer, culminating in a total travel time of approximately 80 minutes. Siyu left the dormitory at 7:15 a.m. and arrived at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music at 8:40 a.m. Unlike other universities, the conservatory operated under an open management system, allowing Suyi to easily enter the campus. It must be said that the aesthetic appeal of art students indeed surpasses that of ordinary university students. The female students were predominantly fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. As Suyi walked through the campus, several bold upperclassmen cast flirtatious glances in his direction, yet he callously ignored their advances. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory where Chun Qingqing resided, Suyi took out his phone to call her. Inside the dormitory, as the phone rang, Chun Qingqing felt an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat. She hung up the call, slipped on a pair of pink and white Nike sneakers, grabbed an unopened phone, and swiftly exited her dormitory. Zhang Yu chuckled, remarking how rarely one saw Qingqing in such a hurry. Zhang Ruwei confidently asserted, "That handsome guy must be waiting right outside our dormitory. Who dares to bet with me?" While brushing her teeth, Shinsini approached the window for a glance and quickly announced, "No need to bet. I've already spotted him. He came rushing over right after military training. Their relationship seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?" Shinsini admonished, "Stop staring, or you might drool on the floor." As Chen Qingqing descended to the first floor, she realized she might have been overly excited. She composed herself, deliberately waiting a moment before strolling out of the girls' dormitory at a leisurely pace. Suyi stood at the entrance, and she naturally noticed him at once, yet feigned ignorance. Glancing around, Suyi, aware of her intentions, stepped closer and waved his hand in front of her eyes, expressing his exasperation. "Is it really necessary? Have you forgotten me in just half a month? Who are you?" she teased. "Your boyfriend," Suyi declared, standing tall with indignation. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing turned to walk away, but he quickly grasped her arm, pleading, "What are you doing? I had to transfer twice to get here." At his words, Chen Qingqing halted, turning to scrutinize Suyi, and with a dismissive pout, remarked, "You're as tanned as someone from Africa. Our military training at school is quite strict. And I didn't apply sunscreen. I'm still relatively fair. My 3 roommates are even darker than I am. How long did it take you to get here?" she inquired. "An hour and 20 minutes, he replied. "So long?" she questioned. "Not really. When I think about finally seeing you, the time flies by." Chen Qingqing pressed her lips together, suppressing a smile, and then handed him the unopened phone in her hand. "Here you go. What is it?" "You'll find out once you unwrap it." Suyi reached out to take it, swiftly tearing open the outer paper packaging. As soon as the Apple box was revealed, he realized it was the latest model of the iPhone 6. He gazed at Chen Qingqing in astonishment and asked, "Is this for me?" Chen Qingqing fabricated an excuse, saying, "I asked my mom to get me a new phone, but somehow she sent 2 over. Perhaps it was a mix-up by the seller. So you can have the extra one." Suyi chuckled, "If it's a gift for me, just say so. Why concoct such a flimsy excuse? Who would believe that? Then give it back to me. You can't take back a gift once it's given. I regret it. No way, it's mine now. Give it to me." Suyi held the phone high, prompting Chen Qingqing to tiptoe in an attempt to reclaim it. After a couple of unsuccessful tries, she considered stepping on Suyi's foot, but then remembered that she had already hurt him before. Instead, she pushed him away and walked ahead. Suyi hurried after her. "Wait for me." The two strolled out of the school, and Chen Qingqing halted, asking, "Where are we going?" "Your school is quite close to the Bund. We'll first explore the Bund this morning, then catch a movie in the afternoon, and stop by the Oriental Pearl Tower for some photos. In the evening, I'll take you back to school and then I'll head home. Lead the way." Chen Qingqing had a poor sense of direction, and during military training, she had hardly left the campus. Thus, once they exited the school gates, she lost all sense of orientation. Suyi guided her to the subway station, and they took the metro, disembarking at East Nanjing Road. During the ride, Suyi eagerly began transferring data from his old phone to the new Apple device. Although the iPhone 6 was inferior to the iPhone 16, it was still a significant upgrade from his current subpar phone. In 2014, Apple phones could easily outshine domestic brands. Suyi couldn't help but grin throughout the journey, not merely because he acquired a new phone, but because he had a prospective girlfriend willing to gift him one. In his previous life, he had given Gu Mingyao an Apple phone during their university years, but she had only been happy on the day she received it, remaining indifferent to him thereafter. Meanwhile, that phone had taken him an entire semester of frugality to afford. Reflecting on the past and the present, Suyi felt a surge of emotion. After they exited the subway station, he earnestly turned to Chen Qingqing and said, "Thank you. It's just a phone. There's no need for thanks. When I have money, I'll buy you anything you want. Then let's wait until you have money to talk about it." Chen Qingqing clasped her hands behind her back, tilting her head to the side with a smile. As they strolled along the Bund, they reveled in the scenic views of both banks of the Huangpu River. The gentle breeze caressed their faces, the water shimmered, and in the distance, the Oriental Pearl Tower, Jinmao Tower, and the Shanghai World Financial Center harmonized with the cruise ships and ferries on the river, creating a magnificent cityscape. Chen Qingqing and Suyi wandered aimlessly. And after about half an hour, Chen Qingqing sat down on a bench by the sidewalk, gently tapping her thigh with her small fist. "I'm tired," she said. "Then let us take a break," Suyi replied, also taking a seat beside her. After the data transfer was complete, He snapped a photo of his new iPhone with his old phone, then proceeded to post it on social media. He uploaded the photo first and captioned it, "The iPhone gifted by my girlfriend." To avoid unnecessary chatter, he blocked his father, mother, and several relatives before hitting the publish button. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Qingqing asked. "Oh, nothing. Just showing off on social media," Su Yi replied. Chen Qingqing retorted. "How superficial." Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh no. What now?" Su Yi inquired. "I forgot to block your mother," she confessed. Sensing trouble, Chen Qingqing swiftly snatched the phone to take a look. Upon seeing Su Ye's recent post, her face flushed crimson. "Su Yi, wait, don't panic. I'll delete it immediately. Your mother definitely won't see it." So you took back the phone, ready to erase the post. Just then, a notification popped up. And when Siyu refreshed the likes, he saw the name Int Jiang prominently displayed. Siyu looked up at Chen Qingqing, his voice weak. "Your mother has already liked my post." Chapter 59, from the 6128 Rose Gold client. "Don't rush to scold me. Let me explain to your mother first." Siyu returned to the main screen, opened the chat with Jiang Mailin, and hastily typed, "I just wanted to show off on social media." "It's not what you think." To his surprise, Jiang Mailin replied promptly, "I know one of the phones is for you." Jiang Mailin continued, "Are you two together now?" "Yes, we're by the bond," Su Yi responded. "Good. Take care of Qingqing. I have a meeting to attend," Jiang Mailin concluded. "Absolutely," Su Yi replied. And after sending the message and deleting the post, he said, "All right, I've explained everything, and the post is gone." Chen Qingqing, still fuming, declared, "I don't want to talk to you right now." "Oh, come on. It's not like your mother doesn't already know about us. Get away from me. Is it so wrong for me to admit my mistake?" Siyu stood up and approached Chen Qingqing, squatting down to bring his face closer. "How about you slap me twice?" Chen Qingqing retorted, "You think I wouldn't dare? Then go ahead." As Chen Qingqing raised her hand, she noticed several passers-by staring at her. She quickly lowered her hand, bowed her head, and muttered, "Just sit properly. Then don't be angry. Sit properly. Say you're not angry first." "All right, I'm not angry anymore." Su Yi promptly sat down beside her again. Once the previous group of people walked past, a still irked Chen Qingqing reached out and pinched a small piece of flesh on Su Ye's arm, twisting it fiercely. Su Yi not only refrained from expressing pain but also chuckled mischievously. "Are you feeling satisfied now?" With Chen Qingqing no longer broaching the subject, Su Yi crossed his legs and initiated a message in the dormitory group chat. "Su Yi, has everyone risen yet?" From the 6128 Rose Gold client Yang Fei. "Just got up. What's the matter?" "Su Yi, nothing much. Just switched to a new phone to test the signal." From the 6128 Rose Gold client Yang Fei. "Did you get an iPhone 6? Su Yi, "Yes." From the 6128 Rose Gold client Zhang Xinju. "Is it necessary for you to append that to every sentence?" Su Yi, "I mainly don't know how to set this suffix." Yang Fei, "How much did it cost?" Su Yi, "It didn't cost me anything. My girlfriend gifted it to me." Having sent the last message, Su Yi exited the dormitory group and subsequently snapped a photo of the Oriental Pearl Tower to send to Qingji Wei. Su Yi, image. Su Yi, "This is the Oriental Pearl Tower. Isn't it beautiful?" From the 6128 Rose Gold client Qingji Wei. Qingji Wei, "Did you change your phone?" Su Yi, "Are you referring to this iPhone?" Su Yi, "It was a gift from my girlfriend." Su Yi, "It boasts a 47-inch screen, powered by an A9 processor, with a front-facing 5-megapixel camera and a rear-facing 12-megapixel camera, supports 4K video recording, has a colossal 128 gigabytes capacity, and features front fingerprint recognition. It's truly magnificent." Su Yi, "Why aren't you responding?" Su Yi, "Hey, Wei Ge, where are you?" Qingji Wei, "I'm sharpening my knife." Qingji Wei, "Send me your location. I'll come find you right away." In the afternoon, the two went to the cinema to watch The Four Great Detectives 3, a martial arts film starring Deng Chao and Louis Fei. Su Yi had not seen the film previously and watched it with considerable attention. Chen Qingqing was not particularly interested in martial arts films. Upon its conclusion, she offered a rather candid assessment, deeming it mediocre. Upon exiting the cinema, they walked to the foot of the Oriental Pearl Tower. Before arriving in the bustling city, Su Yi had imagined the tower to be rather splendid. However, now standing beneath it, he felt it was rather unremarkable. The beauty of mountains and rivers pales in comparison to the allure of a person. Some individuals, simply by standing there, become the most captivating sight. "Shall I take your picture?" "No. Since we're here, let us take one. But you mustn't share it indiscriminately. I promise." "Where should I pose?" Suyu contemplated the composition and guided Chin-Ching to the steps. Just stand here. Trust me, I am a professional photographer. Once Chin-Ching was positioned, Suyu took several steps back, crouched down, and began adjusting the shooting angle. The afterglow of the setting sun cascaded upon the cobblestones, casting a rosy hue upon Chin-Ching's cheeks. Today, she donned a delicate blue dress, her cascading hair flowing over her shoulders. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of her skirt, tousling her locks, and she became the focal point of many gazes simply by standing there. Are you ready yet? Sensing the attention surrounding her, Chin-Ching lightly tapped her foot, expressing her mild discontent. Suyi, having found the perfect angle, snapped several photos before hastening to present his phone to her. He was so close that their heads nearly touched. In the past, such proximity would have prompted Chin-Ching to push him away, but not today. What do you think? The pictures turned out quite well, didn't they? Not bad. Suyu chuckled. How about you take a picture of me? Without hesitation, she agreed. She stepped into the spot Suyi had just occupied and captured a shot of him from the same angle. Before showing him the photo, she glanced at it herself. This silly pig actually looks quite photogenic, she mused, then returned the phone to Suyu. He glanced at the image and smiled. Shall we take a group photo? Absolutely not. No way. Just one. I said no. All right. No group photo. Besides, I've already taken several candid shots today. What did you say? Nothing. Do you still want to eat? I'm not hungry anymore. Then take me back to school. Of course, my lady, he replied with a playful bow. As they retraced their steps, they disembarked at the nearest subway station to the Shanghai Film Academy and walked for another 12 minutes to reach the campus. As they exchanged anecdotes from the military training period, a sudden, jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. Suyi instinctively turned his gaze, witnessing a delivery truck abruptly halt in the middle of the road, less than a meter in front of the vehicle. An elderly man collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. The truck had clearly come to a stop. The man fell only after the vehicle had halted. This was evidently a case of fraud. I can't believe this is happening, Suyi exclaimed. The driver of the small truck hurriedly emerged, his appearance suggesting he was not affluent, dressed in a yellowed white tank top, his back soaked with sweat. Upon seeing the elderly man writhing in pain on the ground, panic washed over him as a crowd quickly gathered around. After a moment's contemplation, Suyi turned to Chin-Ching and said, "Wait for me here. I'm going to intervene." With that, he strode confidently towards the road, holding his phone aloft under the astonished gaze of Chin-Ching. "Excuse me, everyone, give way." "Oh dear sir, what a surprise to see you resorting to such tactics at your age. I have recorded the entire incident on my phone. This gentleman clearly did not collide with you. Rather, you threw yourself to the ground. Is such behavior not rather unscrupulous?" The elderly man, upon noticing Suyi brandishing his phone, began to yell even louder. Suyi chuckled. "Sir, nowadays vehicles are equipped with dash cams, and surveillance cameras are ubiquitous on the roads. Your attempt at extortion is indeed illegal." Ladies and gentlemen, did you all just witness that? It was evident to all whether the old man was feigning injury or not. At his advanced age, if he were genuinely struck by a vehicle, he would hardly be able to scream. As the crowd observed his increasingly theatrical display, they began to murmur among themselves. The skit To Help or Not to Help, performed by the Happy Mahua troupe, had just aired on the Spring Festival Gala last year, highlighting the societal issue of scams. The old man, now surrounded by disapproval, suddenly ceased his cries of pain. With a fierce glare directed at Suyi, he begrudgingly rose to his feet amidst the cacophony of accusations. The driver of the small truck, witnessing this scene, felt a weight lift from his heart. He rushed forward, grasping Suyi's hand with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. Without you today, I would have been at a loss for what to do." Seeing the driver's genuine smile, Suyi replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just doing what anyone would do. What a fine young man you are. Are you married?" "I'm still in university," Suyi replied. "Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like me to introduce you to someone?" Chapter 60. He is my servant Andy. "I already have a girlfriend," Suyi said, pointing toward Chin-Ching at the roadside. For reasons unknown, Chin-Ching felt her heart flutter at his gesture. The surrounding uncles and aunts, upon learning that Suyi was already taken, offered their compliments before quickly dispersing. Just as Suyi was about to leave, the truck driver called out, "Wait a moment." He hurried to the back of his vehicle, retrieving a box of peaches and a box of cherries, which he handed directly to Suyi. It then dawned on Suyi that the driver was a fruit vendor. "Wait, fruit? There seems to be only one fruit store near the school. Uncle, where did you get these? Just take them home and enjoy. I appreciate your help today. Otherwise, I might have wasted a whole year's work." "Uncle, This is too generous, Suyi protested. It's nothing, the truck driver laughed. I bought these fruits at wholesale prices. They are much cheaper than what you'd find in the store. Just take them home to share with your girlfriend. Uncle, where do these fruits come from? From the Baoshan district. There's a large wholesale market for fruits there. Suyi quickly made a connection. Uncle, let's add each other on WeChat. Could you send me the address of the wholesale market? Although the driver was puzzled by Suyi's request, he still pulled out his phone and accepted his friend request. Upon seeing the driver's WeChat name was his real name, Suyi introduced himself. Uncle, my name is Suyi. All right, I need to get back to delivering. I'll send you the address later. Certainly, thank you. Haha, I should be thanking you instead. Watching the small truck drive away, Suyi returned to the roadside, carrying 2 boxes of fruit. The two continued their stride towards the Shanghai Film Academy. While Suyi pondered the feasibility of opening a fruit store. Firstly, the required space for such a shop need not be extensive, which would save on rental costs. Secondly, fruit can be considered a necessity. The Financial Academy alone has a student population of 20,000, ensuring a substantial foot traffic if the fruit store were to open. Furthermore, there is the issue of costs, which necessitates a visit to the wholesale market to ascertain prices and subsequently compare them with market rates. In the evening, a more comprehensive feasibility analysis report would need to be prepared. Upon entering the campus, it was mealtime, and the grounds were bustling with students. Suyi and Chen Qingqing walked side by side, attracting considerable attention. During military training, Chen Qingqing had already instilled a sense of appearance anxiety among many classmates and alumni. Had it not been for her 3 roommates revealing her relationship status early on, she might have been besieged by admirers. Can you manage these 2 boxes of fruit? So you asked. That uncle gave them to you, not to me. What's mine is yours. We are family, Chen Qingqing replied, halting and playfully wagging a finger at Suyi. Suyi, I warn you, if you keep talking like that, I will truly ignore you. Suyi quickly retracted. It's just that I need to change buses twice on my way back. It's not convenient for me. Why don't you take them up and share with your roommates? Just as Chen Qingqing was about to respond, a melodious voice called out from a distance, prompting both her and Suyi to turn. A girl with curly hair approached, greeting Chen Qingqing warmly. Did you just return from outside the campus? Chen Qingqing nodded. Suyi, puzzled, inquired, who is she? The curly-haired girl cheerfully introduced herself. I'm Qin Wenwen, a classmate of Chen Qingqing. You must be her boyfriend, right? Suyi accepted the designation with composure, indeed. Chen Qingqing, pushing Suyi aside, retorted, still annoyed. He is not. Noticing the tension, Qin Wenwen thought, a couple in a quarrel. She cast a knowing glance at Suyi, as if to say, you should appease her. Suyi returned the look, implying, it's too challenging to placate her. Please assist me. Qin Wenwen laughed. If he is not your boyfriend, then what is he? Chen Qingqing, choosing simplicity, replied, he is my servant. Upon hearing this, Qin Wenwen signaled to Suyi with her eyes that she could not assist him further, then quickly found an excuse to depart. Murmuring, a servant? Is this how modern relationships are played out now? All right, don't be angry. It's almost dark. I must return to school. Chen Qingqing then realized that Suyi still had to take an hour-and-a-half journey back. You should head home, she said. May I have those 2 boxes of fruit? They're a bit heavy. Allow me to escort you to the entrance of your dormitory first. Chen Qingqing shot Suyi a playful glare before continuing her strides toward the dorm. Upon reaching the door, Suyi handed the 2 boxes of fruit to Chen Qingqing, reminding her, remember to eat and sleep on time. If you encounter any issues you cannot resolve, just message me. How tedious. I shall take my leave now. I will check my availability next weekend, and if I can, I shall return. With that, Suyi prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Suyi turned. A look of confusion etched on his face. Stay here, do not leave. Chen Qingqing carried the 2 boxes of fruit back to her dormitory. After placing them on her desk, she opened a drawer to retrieve a few packets of facial masks and hurried back downstairs. Zhang Ruowei approached to glance at the fruit on the desk before promptly heading to the balcony. Jiang Yu and Shen Sini quickly followed suit. The 3 of them leaned over the railing, peering down. Chen Qingqing reached the entrance of the dormitory and handed the facial masks to Suyi. Upon seeing the masks, Suyi quickly smiled. I have no use for these. Chen Qingqing stubbornly inquired, do you not want them? Seeing her determined expression, Suyi found her somewhat endearing. He accepted the masks with a grin. In truth, being a bit darker would only accentuate your fairness, wouldn't it? Chen Qingqing pouted. Apply one for half an hour before sleeping each night. If you return next time still this dark, then I shall. Understood. Suyi stood tall and saluted her. I promise to be fairer next time. Then I truly must take my leave. Indeed. What to do? I feel a bit reluctant to part. Should we share a hug? Go away. See, you chuckled, waved his hand, and walked away. What a silly pig. On the second-floor balcony, Shinsini remarked, with the atmosphere being so charged, why not share a kiss? Jiang Yu replied, they probably have kissed before. There are too many people at school and Qingqing is too shy. Zhang Ruowei interjected, not necessarily. I believe they have yet to reach that stage. Shinsini asked, what stage do they occupy now? Zhang Ruowei answered sagely, the stage of ambiguity. Shinsini echoed, ambiguous stage? Zhang Ruowei nodded affirmatively, indeed. As the dormitory door swung open, Chen Qingqing spotted her 3 roommates huddled on the balcony, deep in discussion. She hesitated for a moment, realizing that position afforded them a perfect view of the scene below. Suddenly, she felt a surge of nervousness. What if they had witnessed everything? No, wait. I didn't do anything inappropriate. Would you all like some fruit? Yes, yes, yes. The fruit gifted by a handsome fellow must be fragrant and sweet. I too wish to bask in your glory. May I find a boyfriend soon. Chapter 61. From now on, you shall follow me on the journey back. Suyi set the photograph he took of Chun Qingqing at the Oriental Pearl Tower that evening as his phone wallpaper. After transferring twice, he returned to the campus around 8 o'clock. As Suyi pushed the door open and entered the dormitory, his 3 roommates fixed their gazes upon him intently. Is there something on my face? Suyi quipped. Yang Fei stood up and approached him, inquiring, did your girlfriend really gift you an Apple phone? Yes, the latest model. The 6. How old is your girlfriend? 50-something. Your girlfriend is the one in her 50s. Suyi pushed him aside and settled into his seat. Crossing his legs with a grin, I know you're envious, but hold your horses. This is just the beginning. Yang Fei chuckled and stepped closer. Let me see how the new Apple phone works. Suyi, not one to be stingy, handed it over without hesitation. Yang Fei received it as if it were a treasure, and upon illuminating the screen, he remarked, did you find this wallpaper online? It's quite appealing. What wallpaper? That's my girlfriend. Stop joking. That's clearly an internet image. Suyi snatched the phone back, casting a sideways glance at Yang Fei. Believe what you will. Give me back my phone. I have matters to attend to. Suyi opened WeChat, where a truck driver named Chen Jianjun had sent him the address of the fruit wholesale market in Baoshan district. Copying the address into the map, Suyi discovered that it would take over 2 hours to reach there from the university. Zhang Xinju. Did you buy those bananas from the fruit shop at the snack street? Indeed. How much per pound? How should I remember? I bought about 2 pounds for over 9 yuan. The fruit shop beside the school is a bit pricey. Suyi nodded thoughtfully and typed a message on WeChat. Uncle Chun, could you possibly send me the wholesale prices from the fruit market? I happen to have an order here. Chun Jianjun, a man of deep loyalty, didn't hesitate to send the price list to Suyi, having been helped considerably by him that day. Suyi quickly scanned the list and found the wholesale price for bananas, 18 yuan per pound. Is the profit for fruits this high? No, one must also consider transportation and inventory costs. Transporting fruits is certainly not inexpensive, and they are prone to spoilage. Unsold stock results in losses. However, the profit margin is there. If managed well, this business holds promise. I shall visit the fruit shop tomorrow to ascertain the prices thoroughly. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning at 7:30, the 4 of them gradually awakened from their slumber. Today marked the first day of classes for the new academic year. And no one would be tardy on such an important day. In a hurried flurry, they brushed their teeth and washed their faces before swiftly heading to the cafeteria for breakfast, consuming their meals on the go to save time. By the time they arrived at the classroom, nearly all the seats in front were already occupied. It appears that with the commencement of the new semester, everyone's enthusiasm is quite high. Suyi smiled and, with a sense of awareness, took a seat in the last row. Zhang Xinju, who was of similar stature to Suyi, followed suit and also settled in the back. Yang Fei lowered his voice and remarked, isn't there space in the front? There's no need to sit in the last row. Suyi replied, sitting in the last row is perfect for slacking off. Zhang Xinju interjected, but if you want to sit in the front, that's also an option. We don't have to sit together. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Fei decided to sit in the last row as well, stating, never mind, I'm not nearsighted anyway. Li Tengwen, without further ado, undoubtedly found a spot in the front. When the class bell rang, the counselor Su Tong entered the classroom. With concise words, she announced, our schedule has been released. You can check it in the group chat. We have no classes during the first 2 periods this morning. The reason for gathering you all is to select our class leaders before formal classes commence. Having spent half a month together, you should have some understanding of one another. In the spirit of fairness and freedom, we will adopt an election method, allowing the entire class to vote for our class leaders. Now, I won't waste any more time. If anyone wishes to volunteer for the position of class monitor, please come to the podium and speak to garner support. After Su Tong finished speaking, Zhang Xinju whispered, "That Zhang Yang came to our dorm yesterday." Su Yi, intrigued, asked, "What did he come to our dorm for?" Although not explicitly stated, the implication was clear. He aspired to become our class monitor. Therefore, it was likely that he visited each dormitory yesterday afternoon with the intention of soliciting votes. Su Yi exclaimed, "How brazen of him." Yang Fei concurred. "In any case, I want to be voting for him." Hearing this, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, many students likely shared Yang Fei's sentiments. Perhaps Zhang Yang was still basking in self-satisfaction, believing he had executed his plan flawlessly, unaware that he had, in fact, overstepped. From another perspective, if you had a classmate who, in pursuit of a leadership position, flattered the counselor and made nice before the election, would you still want to vote for such a person as your class leader? It can only be said that he is still quite young. As the three were quietly discussing, Zhang Yang noticed no one in the class was rising, so he straightened his clothes and walked directly to the podium. No one was surprised to see him approach, as his ambition to become class monitor had been evident long before this moment. "Dear classmates, hello. It is an honor to stand here and participate in the election for class monitor. First, allow me to reintroduce myself. I believe I have 4 main reasons why I am suited for the position of class monitor. Firstly, I possess years of experience as a class officer. Secondly, my mind tends to be quite agile. Thirdly, I am capable of collaborating harmoniously with others. Lastly, I hold the utmost respect for everyone's wishes." Zhang Yang must have memorized a comprehensive speech, articulating his points with reason and clarity. Upon concluding his address, his peers offered him a modicum of applause. Su Tong approached with a smile. "Are there any other students who wish to run for class president?" The classmates exchanged glances, none showing a desire to take the stage. Zhang Yang's gaze settled on Su Yi, as he believed that only Su posed a potential challenge to him, and indeed, that was the case. Su Yi had served as a squad leader during military training and had been awarded a certificate for outstanding performance. Furthermore, he had maintained amiable relations with his classmates. However, witnessing Su Yi seated silently below only deepened Zhang Yang's sense of assurance. Does no one wish to compete with Zhang Yang? A male classmate suddenly turned and urged Su Yi in a hushed tone. His name was Zheng Yong. During military training, he had fallen while running, and it was Su Yi who had helped him back to the starting point. Thus, he hoped Su Yi would step forward to challenge Zhang Yang. Several classmates nearby, upon hearing Zheng Yong's call, exchanged knowing looks, encouraging Su Yi to ascend the stage. Su Yi felt conflicted. He had no desire to assume the role of class president. Yet the overwhelming support from his peers made him feel guilty for not participating. As Su Yi hesitated, Su Tong at the podium suddenly remarked, "Su Yi, would you like to come up and say a few words?" She was aware of Su Ye's recent performance and hoped he would compete with Zhang Yang, to see whom the classmates preferred as their leader. Under the dual pressure of his peers and the instructor, Su Yi finally stood up and made his way to the front. Zhang Yang graciously stepped aside to allow him space. Standing at the podium, Su Yi cleared his throat. Facing over 40 pairs of eyes, he smiled and said, "Honestly, I hadn't planned on coming up, but since the instructor has called me, I'll just say a few words. I don't have a resume as impressive as Zhang Yang's, nor can I guarantee what I can do for you all. So, let me just say this. If I were to become class president, hypothetically, then during our 4 years of university, I would look after you all. You would stick with me." Chapter 62. What do you call me? Haha. Su Ye's audacious remark elicited laughter from the entire class, nearly causing Su Tong to burst into laughter herself. Zhang Yang was left dumbfounded. Was it possible that his meticulously prepared speech paled in comparison to Su Ye's casual quip? Su then turned to Su Tong and said, "Instructor, I'm done." With a smile, Su Tong returned to the stage and addressed the class once more. "Is there anyone else who would like to run for class president?" This time, no one stepped forward. Su Tong did not call upon anyone else. She said, "Classmates, please select one candidate between Zhang Yang and Su Yi to vote for, and place your votes on the podium. I will give you 5 minutes to contemplate. I remind you that the choice of class leader is significant. A commendable leader can invigorate the class, so it is best to follow your heart." Zhang Yang and Su Yi returned to their seats, while Su Tong silently awaited at the podium. After a moment of consideration, the students swiftly inscribed a name on slips of paper, folded them, and placed them on the podium. So you seem to have anticipated the outcome, glancing toward Zhang Yiyang, who appeared visibly anxious. So you snatched a red pen from Zhang Xinju and wrote down Zhang Yiyang's name before stepping forward to place it on the podium. Observing that her classmates had made their choices, Su Tong picked up chalk and inscribed the two names on the blackboard, Su Ye's name on the left and Zhang Yiyang's name on the right. The counting then commenced. Unfolding the folded slips, Su Yi, 1 vote. After stating this, Su Tong marked a tally on the blackboard. Su Yi, 1 vote. Su Yi, 1 vote. 7 consecutive votes were cast for Su Yi, a result that astonished not only Zhang Yiyang, but even Su Yi himself. Is it true? Do they all have such faith in me? The 8th slip finally bore Zhang Yiyang's name, followed by several more for Su Yi. As the tally progressed, Su Ye's name accumulated 3 marks, while Zhang Yiyang's had only 3 strokes. Su Tong, sensing that continuing the count might hurt Zhang Yiyang's feelings, smiled and said, I believe the result is evident. Zhang Yiyang, would you prefer me to continue counting, or shall we conclude? Zhang Yiyang, reluctant but resigned, replied, let's leave it at that. Very well, Su Tong announced with a smile. Henceforth, Su Yi shall be our class leader for the finance class of 2014. Let us applaud him. The classroom erupted with applause. Is there anyone who wishes to contest for the position of Youth League Secretary? If not, then Zhang Yiyang, you shall assume the role of our class's Youth League Secretary. Thank you, instructor. Zhang Yiyang managed to force a strained smile. Su Tong glanced at her wristwatch before addressing Su Yi. Come with me to the office. All right, so you followed Su Tong to the office, where they engaged in a lengthy one-on-one discussion, predominantly with Su Tong speaking and Su Yi listening. The conversation mainly revolved around guidance on how to effectively fulfill the role of class leader. After this, Su Tong assigned Su Yi 2 tasks. The first was to teach classmates how to apply for library cards, recharge water and electricity fees, and similar matters. The second was to compile a list of classmates' information and establish a WeChat group. Su Yi frowned and remarked, didn't Zhang Yiyang already create a group? Su Tong chuckled, stating that WeChat is a more formal platform. Moreover, you are the class leader now. Have you not noticed that you are not even an administrator in the group? To which Su Yi candidly replied, I am unaware of that. Regardless, during the voting just now, I cast my vote for Zhang Yiyang. You voted for Zhang Yiyang? Su Tong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Su Tong immediately regarded Su Yi with renewed admiration. Anyone else would likely have voted for themselves. But she had not anticipated Su Yi would support his competitor. Su Yi remarked, Zhang Yiyang has put forth considerable effort to become class leader. He must be quite disheartened now. Instructor, why not have a word with him? However, Su Tong shook her head in refusal. He is now an adult. If he requires consolation for such a setback, I see no reason to engage in conversation with him. So you found this reasoning sound and nodded as they returned to the classroom. The class leader has returned. Let us keep the noise to a minimum. Class leader, would you care to share a few words? Do not incite me. Su Yi approached the podium, clapping his hands on the desk, which instantly silenced the room. He generously announced, the instructor has just assigned me 2 tasks. The first is to teach you how to obtain library cards and water cards. Please take out your phones. We will create a WeChat group face-to-face, and I will send the procedures there shortly. Class leader, what is the password? Our military training squad number. I am in. Su Yi set down his phone and continued. The second task is to gather your personal information. I will also send a template in the group for you to fill out and submit. Understood. Those are the 2 tasks. If anyone has questions, feel free to send me a private message, but please refrain from contacting me over the weekend unless it is urgent. I have a date. A female classmate quickly inquired. Class leader, so you already have a girlfriend? Of course, Su Yi retorted shamelessly. With my good looks, if I were still single, how could the other boys survive? Laughter erupted. Suddenly, the bell rang, signaling the end of the first class. In university, a major class spans 90 minutes, equivalent to 2 smaller classes in high school. Noticing the class becoming rowdy again, Su Yi clapped his hands on the desk once more, declaring, the teacher will be arriving shortly. Let us make a good impression during the first class, so please refrain from mischief. Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man appeared at the classroom door, carrying a shoulder bag. Are you our microeconomics instructor? I am, the man replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yi swiftly gestured to his classmates, who quieted down. And then he hurried back to take a seat in the last row. The microeconomics teacher glanced at Su Yi before stepping up to the podium. Before they knew it, the 90-minute class had flown by. Su Yi initially believed he would be unable to concentrate, yet to his surprise, he remained focused throughout the entire class. This was largely due to the nature of the course. Had it been something like linear algebra or financial mathematics, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to slumber at his desk. Once the teacher departed, students in the class began to disperse in small groups towards the cafeteria. Suyi was soon pulled away by Zhang Xinju and Yang Fei, who had their arms draped over his shoulders. Haha, in the end, you became the class monitor, Suyi teased. As if I wanted that, came the reply. I know. It's what everyone expected, Yang Fei remarked. Suyi, what are you having for lunch? What did you call me? Suyi replied. Suyi. Yang Fei answered, puzzled. Suyi, feigning seriousness, responded, outside the teaching building, you can call me Suyi, and I want tea contest your choice. But while we're still in the building, what should you call me? Class monitor? Suyi chuckled at Zhang Xinju. Hey, this kid isn't as foolish as he seems. Chapter 63. I want to join, and there was one more person left in the classroom, Zhang Yiyang. Once everyone had departed, he quickly closed the classroom door, approached the trash can, and dumped out all the voting slips. One by one, he unfolded them, eager to discover how many votes he had garnered. However, upon unfolding all the slips, he was left in a state of shock. Out of 45 slips, he had only received 3 votes. After deducting his own, he realized he had received a mere 2 votes. Zhang Yang felt deeply disheartened, for this indicated that even among his 3 roommates, one had not supported him. He could not fathom where he had gone wrong, as he believed he had adhered strictly to the procedures. On the first day of school, he had made a good impression. During military training, he had been unlucky not to be elected squad leader, but he felt he had done nothing wrong. Just the day before, he had visited the dorms of the other 3 boys to greet them. But why? Why had he received only 3 votes in the end? Zhang Yiyang's mind was consumed with replaying the events, yet no matter how hard he tried to think, he could not determine where he had faltered. In the cafeteria, after finishing his meal, Suyi stood up and said to Zhang Xinju, come with me to a place. Where to? I'll tell you on the way, he replied. Zhang Xinju elegantly wiped his mouth and quickly followed suit. Suyi led Zhang Xinju directly to the school South Snack Street, casually stating, the last time we ate together, I mentioned my entrepreneurial aspirations, and now I have decided what I want to do. Zhang Xinju, intrigued by this development, inquired, what will it be? A fruit shop. Suyi replied. He then pulled out the wholesale fruit price list from his phone and handed it to Zhang Xinju. Here is the wholesale price for fruits. Take a look. Zhang Xinju examined the list, his eyes widening in disbelief. Such high profits? Indeed. First of all, the competition for fruit shops is minimal. Discounting the external competition, there is currently only one fruit shop at our school. Furthermore, a fruit shop does not require an expansive storefront. A space of 50 to 60 square meters suffices, thereby reducing costs. Moreover, venturing into the fruit business entails minimal barriers to entry and is quite straightforward. Most importantly, I possess the necessary connections. Zhang Xinju nodded in agreement, stating, that indeed sounds quite promising. Where are you taking me now? The first order of business is to ascertain the prices of various fruits. Pretend to purchase some, and I will record the prices. The second task is to scout for suitable shop spaces. Should we find one, I aim to secure a lease within this week. Your execution is remarkably efficient. Suyi chuckled, offering no further explanation. Opportunities, much like fleeting moments, can vanish in the blink of an eye. The indecisiveness of his past had cost Suyi dearly, and he was determined not to miss any chance this time around. Arriving at the snack street, it was evident that midday business was notably less vigorous than in the evening. With classes now in session, most individuals opted for meals in the cafeteria. Yet there remained a fair number of patrons seeking snacks on this street in the evening. The 2 men promptly entered a shop emblazoned with the sign Kanyuan Fruit Store. In the summer, the store primarily showcased seasonal fruits. Upon entering, one would immediately notice watermelons prominently displayed at the center, flanked by shelves of peaches, mangoes, lychees, bayberries, and grapes. Numerous fruits bore price tags nearby, and Suyi began recording the prices on his phone as soon as he entered. He understood that once he established his own fruit shop, competition with this establishment would be inevitable, and the primary mode of rivalry would likely involve a price war. Thus, knowing both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. To provide Suyi with cover, Zhang Xinju pretended to browse the shop, even purchasing half a watermelon and requesting the owner to slice it into pieces. Meanwhile, Suyi seized the opportunity to continuously input prices into his mobile device. After spending approximately 10 minutes in the store, Suyi finally exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Xinju, who then carried a box of watermelon and a box of cantaloupe as they exited the fruit shop together. Have you recorded everything? So you inquired. Yes, Zhang Xinju replied. Numerous shops along this street were available for transfer, with the majority being eateries. However, their sizes were rather large, and the rents likely exorbitant. Yet, there was a shop selling mixed grain pancakes that seemed appropriately sized. Let us go inquire about the price, Su Yi suggested. Together, they approached the entrance of the mixed grain pancake shop, where they found a middle-aged man, approximately 45 years old, reclining in a rocking chair, engrossed in a novel titled Village Beauty. Upon noticing Su Yi and Zhang Xinju, the man assumed they were there to purchase pancakes. So he slipped on some slippers and rose to ask, "How many would you like?" So you pointed to the words "shop for transfer" affixed to the glass door and replied with a smile, "Boss, we're not here to buy pancakes. We wish to discuss the transfer of your shop." The man's expression immediately soured upon hearing this, as it was evident that Su Yi and Zhang Xinju were university students. "Are you looking to rent the shop?" he inquired, intrigued by their interest. The man believed that Su Yi merely inquired about the price, so he casually remarked, "The shops on this street are all rented long-term. I have 2 years left on my contract, with a total rent of 200,000. Su Yi smiled and said, "Boss, don't think you can intimidate us just because we're young. I've already inquired about the rental prices on this street." "Then what do you propose?" 160,000. "That's impossible." The man firmly rejected, "I would be losing too much. That was not the price when I signed the contract." "Boss, you can't expect to transfer it at the original price. There are so many shops for transfer on this street, clearly indicating that business is not thriving. To be honest, I have little confidence in taking over. If you wish to transfer at the original price, then there is no need for further discussion." After Su Yi finished speaking, he took Zhang Xinjiao and prepared to leave. Upon hearing Su Ye's tone, the boss, thinking they were genuinely interested in renting, hurriedly said, "Students, please don't rush off. Let us discuss this further." "How do you wish to discuss?" Su Yi asked. "If you truly want to rent, I can take a loss. But you mustn't expect me to lose too much." Su Yi replied, "We are both university students and don't engage in haggling. Just state your price directly." The boss hesitated for a moment and said, 190,000. 170,000, Su Yi countered. The boss, looking troubled, said, "That price is already quite a loss for me." "Fine. Considering you are university students, I can reduce it by another 2,000. Su Yi firmly declared, a flat price of 180,000. 1818, let us celebrate this auspicious number. If you do not agree to this price, then there is no need for further discussion." The boss was conflicted. This price resonated with him. Although transferring would incur a slight loss, not finding a buyer could lead to even greater losses. The boss inquired, "When can you provide the payment?" "This Friday. I can pay a deposit of 2,000 now, and we will sign the contract and pay the balance on Friday." The boss gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and immediately decided, "All right, 180,000 it is. We'll sign the contract on Friday." Su Yi paid the deposit, wrote a receipt, and after discussing several matters, he and Zhang Xinjiao prepared to return to their dormitory. Zhang Xinjiao asked, "Can you afford the 180,000? Su Yi replied, "Yes." Zhang Xinjiao hesitated for a moment, then bluntly said, "Su Yi, I want to join you in this fruit shop." Su Yi, unfazed, placed his hand on Zhang Xinjiao's shoulder and smiled. "Let us be clear. We'll each contribute 100,000, and profits will be split 60-40. How does that sound?" Zhang Xinjiao pushed Su Yi away, jokingly scolding him. "You're even trying to shortchange your roommate. Why should it be 60-40 when we both invest the same amount?" Su Yi replied, "Do you understand how to be a boss? Do you know how to operate a fruit shop? Do you have my connections?" Zhang Xinjiao interrupted. "What does having connections have to do with doing business?" Su Yi laughed. "In small businesses like ours, it's all about relationships and social dynamics." Chapter 64. A preemptive greeting as Su Yi and Zhang Xinju strolled back to campus. Immersed in laughter and conversation, a voice suddenly halted their progress. Su Yi, turning around. Su Yi was greeted by the sight of Wang Xiyu, the girl with a ponytail whom he had met during their first dormitory gathering. She was still sporting her signature ponytail, her cream-colored shirt tucked neatly into her black denim shorts. Although her legs were not particularly long, they were well-proportioned. Wang Xiyu approached them, tilting her head to look directly at Su Yi, and asked bluntly, "Why haven't you replied to my messages?" Su Yi recalled that she had indeed sent him a message during military training, but at that time, he was too preoccupied to respond. As time passed, He simply lost the inclination to reply. I've been quite busy. Did you need something? I just wanted to ask which school you attend. Now that I know, let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm Wang Xiyu, majoring in international economics and trade. She flashed a charming smile and extended her hand towards Su Yi. He reached out, but quickly withdrew his hand. What department are you in? Finance. Got it, Wang Xiyu said, preparing to leave, but suddenly turned back to ask. Our school is hosting a welcome party for freshmen this Friday evening. Are you planning to come? Let us see. I might not be available. I'll be performing on stage. And your roommate has already promised me he would attend. Aren't you all going together? Su Yi chuckled. You mean Yang Fei? Wang Xiyu responded with a smile. Is his name Yang Fei? I wasn't aware, but I do know he is your roommate. Yes, I was the one who shared your WeChat with him. You didn't ask for my permission, she said playfully. Su Yi raised his hands in mock surrender, expressing his exasperation. What could I do? He called me at least 10 times just to add you. It would have been unreasonable not to oblige him. Wang Xiyu seemed unfazed. Remember, Friday evening. I'll head back to the dorm now. As she walked away, Zhang Xinju remarked, It seems she has taken a liking to you. Su Yi replied. If she were perceptive, she would have realized my subtle rejection. Zhang Xinju added, She is quite an adorable girl. Su Yi shook his head. Not someone I wish to provoke. Not someone you wish to provoke. Su Yi murmured, for some reason. I can sense it whenever a girl with even a hint of green tea attributes approaches me. You seem to have an intriguing story. Do share. Gu Mingyao eventually enrolled in an engineering university located in the provincial capital. On her first day at the university, she became an overnight sensation on the school's forum, having been photographed secretly by someone who posted several pictures of her. Following validation from a group of older admirers, she understandably earned the title of the university's belle. In engineering universities, where the male-to-female ratio is typically skewed, majors such as mechanical automation, civil engineering, and software engineering often have classes with no more than 10 girls, most of whom possess average looks. However, Gu Mingyao's chosen field is somewhat more favorable. She is enrolled in the e-commerce program under the School of Computer Science. In 2014, this specialty was quite appealing, with a nearly equal gender ratio of 1:1. After becoming the campus belle, Gu Mingyao became the center of attention wherever she went, a sensation she relished. On the very first day of military training, a male classmate confessed his feelings for her. Yet, Gu Mingyao promptly declined his advances. The reason was simple. The young man lacked the striking handsomeness of Su Yi. Ever since losing contact with Su Yi, Gu Mingyao harbored a determination to find a boyfriend who surpassed Su Yi in every aspect, aiming to demonstrate to him that she could indeed find someone superior, compelling him to regret his choices. Initially, she believed, as Lu Qian had suggested, that there would be many outstanding young men in university. However, to her disappointment, after 2 weeks at this institution, although numerous boys had expressed their interest, none met her stringent criteria. For instance, at present, a sophomore stood in her path, eager to add her on WeChat. Upon glancing up at him, Gu Mingyao instinctively compared him to Su Yi, and once again, Su Yi emerged victorious in her mind. Consequently, she gently shook her head and politely declined, saying, I'm sorry, but I'm not looking to date at the moment. The young man could only retreat awkwardly amidst the laughter of her 2 roommates. Gu Mingyao felt a sense of disorientation. With at least 20,000 students at this university, could there truly be no one among them who surpassed Su Yi in any regard? Upon returning to her dormitory, she opened her phone, driven by curiosity, and accessed Su Yi's social media. However, since the college entrance examination, Su Yi had not posted anything, and Gu Mingyao exited in disappointment. Back at the main messaging interface, she noticed a recent message from her high school class monitor, Li Nan, in their group chat. Li Nan, haha, after 3 years as class monitor in high school, I didn't expect to take on the role again in college. Upon entering university, many classmates eagerly sought to share their experiences. And after Li Nan broke the silence in the group, numerous others began to chime in. I can't believe my dorm has 8 people. I'm utterly flabbergasted. I'm slightly better off. My dorm has 6, but there's no air conditioning. Isn't it typical for vocational schools to have 6-person dorms? Li Nan, none of your dorms have air conditioning? How did you survive military training recently? Don't even mention it. I'm contemplating repeating the year. With a few roommates constantly gaming in the dorm, I finally understand the difference between vocational and undergraduate education. Our class's Su Yi scored the highest. Where did he end up? They didn't even hold a graduation banquet. Who knows where he is now? Qin Jiwei, I'm in Shanghai with Su Yi. Li Nan, what's he doing in Shanghai? Why isn't he active in the group? Qin Jiwei, he is quite occupied. During military training, he served as the squad leader. And now he is the class monitor. Moreover, he has even started dating someone, so he hardly has time to engage in the group chat. After Qin Jiwei spoke, an inexplicable silence enveloped the group. 5 minutes later, Su Yi sent Qin Jiwei a private message. How did you know I became the class monitor? Qin Jiwei. Qin Jiwei, you genuinely became the class monitor? So you, indeed. Qin Jiwei. No way. I merely wanted to make Li Nan uncomfortable, as I was irritated by his show-off antics in the group. Qin Jiwei, but seriously, what qualifies you to be the class monitor? Qin Jiwei, there's no one else in your class apart from you, right? Su Yi, you rascal. Next time you plan to boast for me, at least give me a heads up. You've taken my opportunity to show off. What will I do now? Qin Jiwei, why do I have this feeling that as we enter university, the gap between us is widening? Su Yi, are you only feeling this way now? Qin Jiwei, hurry up and join the game. Let me single-handedly defeat you with Yasuo. Qin Jiwei, quickly. It's urgent. Chapter 65. The sour smell of love. Su Yi has become the class monitor? How could that possibly be? Gu Mingyao stared at the chat history in the group, momentarily taken aback. Back in high school, Su Yi was always the obedient and somewhat clumsy type. In contrast, class monitors in university are typically sociable individuals with high emotional intelligence. Gu Mingyao simply could not fathom how Su Yi could attain such a position. She suspected Qin Jiwei was merely boasting in the group, yet a sense of unease crept into her mind, prompting her to message Lu Qian. Gu Mingyao, Lu Qian, do you think what Qin Jiwei said is true? Su Yi has really become the class monitor in university? Lu Qian, it must be a joke. Su Yi is too rigid to be a class monitor. Gu Mingyao, I think so too. Lu Qian, how are things going at school for you? Gu Mingyao, fair enough. Gu Mingyao, there are quite a few bothersome individuals. Lu Qian, bothering you? Gu Mingyao, they all want to pursue me. I've rejected them, yet they keep messaging me. Gu Mingyao, moreover, there are always people posting my pictures on the school forum. Lu Qian, why are they posting pictures of you? Gu Mingyao, they claim I am the campus belle. Lu Qian, really? Lu Qian, surely, many boys must be pursuing you? Gu Mingyao, not a single one I fancy. Lu Qian cautiously inquired, none of them meet Su Yi's standards? Gu Mingyao, Lu Qian, no worries. There must be plenty of exceptional candidates. Don't rush. This is just the beginning. The two continued their conversation, exchanging remarks back and forth, until Gu Mingyao found Lu Qian somewhat bothersome, leading her to eventually ignore her. In high school, Gu Mingyao and Lu Qian became friends largely because Lu Qian complimented her beauty and grace. However, Gu Mingyao now feels that Lu Qian no longer serves a significant purpose in her life, prompting her to consider seeking a new social circle that befits her status as the campus belle. On that afternoon, only a foundational statistics lecture occupied her schedule. After class, Su Yi returned to the dormitory accompanied by 3 roommates. The moment Li Tongwen entered, he began to study linear algebra, while Yang Fei immersed himself in a game of League of Legends. Observing this, Su Yi reminded Yang Fei, please put on your headphones while gaming. Yang Fei glanced at Li Tongwen and obediently donned his headphones. Upon returning to his room, Su Yi utilized Zhang Xinju's notebook to create a table, meticulously compiling the information of his classmates. As Zhang Xinju watched Su Yi's adept handling of the task, he couldn't help but praise him, saying, you're quite skilled. You handle spreadsheets with such ease. Once he completed the table and conducted a thorough review, Su Yi promptly sent it to their counselor, Su Tong. She responded with an emoji and added, this Friday, there will be a welcome party at the University Activity Center. You may inform your classmates who wish to attend. Su Yi typed a brief acknowledgement but then deleted it, replacing it with a simple alright. Observing this exchange, Zhang Xinju, perplexed, inquired, ISNT received more formal? When the counselor sends messages, we always reply with received in the group chat. He mused. In the Han Dynasty, the most common term used by servants was yes, while in the Qing Dynasty, it was certainly. Do you know what modern servants say most often? Received? After fulfilling the counselor's request, Su Yi returned to his seat and dialed Chun Jianjun, the small truck driver he had met yesterday afternoon, via WeChat voice call. Chun Jianjun answered promptly. Hello, Uncle Chun. Hello, student. What can I do for you? Su Yi cut to the chase. Uncle Chun, my classmates and I plan to open a fruit shop on campus. And if all goes smoothly, we aim to commence a trial operation this weekend. Since you assist with fruit transportation, I was wondering if we could hire you for deliveries. I'll calculate the shipping fee based on market rates. What do you think? Qin Dranjun, somewhat astonished, replied, "You're starting a business at university?" "Yes. I can certainly manage that. It's what I do. Please send me the address later, and I'll check the distance." "Great. I'll be in that area frequently to pick up goods. Shall we meet to discuss further?" "Absolutely." "Then it's settled. Goodbye." After ending the call, Siyi tucked his phone into his pocket and called out to Zhang Xinju, "Let us step out for a moment." "Where to?" "Food Street." "What is the purpose?" "To find someone to help us with the business license." Zhang Xinju followed Su Yi out of the dormitory, confused. "Can't we obtain the business license ourselves?" "Of course we can," Su Yi remarked. "However, if we handle it ourselves, it may take 10 days to half a month to accomplish. Yet, if we find the right person, we could obtain the business license in just 3 to 5 days. How do you know about this?" "I heard it." Su Yi and Zhang Xinjiao hurried back to their dormitory before nightfall. Yang Fei was still engrossed in the drama Parents Love, which had premiered in February of this year, wearing his headphones. Meanwhile, Li Tongwen continued his reading. Upon returning to the dormitory, the first thing Su Yi did was take a shower, after which he retrieved a facial mask gifted by Chen Qingqing from his drawer, tore it open, and applied it to his face. After taking a selfie in the mirror, he sent it to Chen Qingqing. "Su Yi, selfie Su Yi, am I handsome?" Sitting idly in the dormitory, Chen Qingqing heard her phone ring. She quickly opened WeChat, and upon seeing Su Ye's message, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. "Chen Qingqing, so ugly. Chen Qingqing, remember to leave it on for more than half an hour. This mask is quite expensive, don't waste it." Chen Qingqing asserted that something cheap is not necessarily truly inexpensive, but if she called something expensive, it undoubtedly was. "Su Yi, then I shall keep it on until I sleep." "Su Yi, how many classes did you have today?" Chen Qingqing, 3 classes, Western music history in the morning, followed by sight singing and ethnic orchestra in the afternoon. "Su Yi, I only had 2 classes today, tomorrow I have more. And I must attend an early class at 8. As Su Yi conversed with Chen Qingqing, Yang Fei, who had finished an episode of the drama, approached him and inquired, "Su Yi, where did you get that facial mask?" "My girlfriend sent it. The more you speak of her, the more curious I become. When do you plan to bring her to our school? She has a terrible sense of direction, and given that the school is somewhat distant, I fear she might get lost, so it won't be soon. TSK, the scent of romance is palpable. Oh, by the way, are you still in contact with Wang Shiyu?" "Yes. This afternoon, Zhang Xinjiao and I ran into her on campus, and I accidentally let it slip. She not only knows you are my roommate, but also knows your name. So what if she knows? By the way, are you going to the welcome party on Friday night?" "Zhang Xinjiao and I have other commitments, so we won't be attending." "Why not?" "I heard the campus beauty Jiang Wei will perform on stage as well." "What does that have to do with me?" See you press down, lifting his phone to point at his wallpaper, and asked, "Is she prettier than my girlfriend?" Yang Fei scoffed, his expression rife with disbelief. "If she were your girlfriend, I'd have to call you father every day." Chapter 66. Welcome Party. Although the primary task of a university student is to study, it is akin to torture for someone whose psychological age is approaching 30 to sit in a classroom all day, diligently learning. So you could barely endure theoretical courses such as microeconomics, macroeconomics, and financial markets and institutions. However, when it came to subjects requiring intellectual rigor, like mathematical analysis, linear algebra, financial mathematics, and applied statistics, he found himself utterly disengaged, opting instead to rest his head on the desk and succumb to sleep. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday passed swiftly. With only 2 substantial classes scheduled for Friday morning, as soon as the noon lecture concluded, Su Yi and Zhang Xinju made their way to the snack street. Today marked the day they were to finalize the contract. The owner of the multi-grain pancake shop awaited their arrival, having already moved most of the equipment from the premises. Upon seeing Su Yi and Zhang Xinju arrive punctually, the owner promptly retrieved the contract he had prepared in advance. This was the transfer agreement, and all the additional clauses you mentioned had been incorporated. Su Yi did not rush to sign. Instead, he carefully perused the contract, ensuring that there were no deceptive phrases, before finally inscribing his name with a pen. "What about the money? I will transfer it to you now. Please send me your bank account number." So he pulled out his phone, opened his mobile banking app, and began the transaction. He had previously transferred 100,000 yuan from his securities account. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, he was relieved that Zhang Xinju would share the burden of another 100,000. Once the owner confirmed the receipt of funds, a weight lifted from his shoulders. He stood and shook Siyu's hand, saying, "Wishing you fruitful cooperation. May your business flourish." "Thank you," Siyu replied. Will the remaining items be cleared out by this afternoon? The owner chuckled. The larger items have already been removed. I can take these remaining items in one trip later. Oh, and here are the keys. If you're concerned, you can change the lock cylinder. The owner seemed eager to depart, with the payment completed and the handover finalized. He hurriedly loaded the remaining items into his van and drove away. Zhang Xinju gazed at the shop, approximately 55 square meters, and remarked, "Now, this place belongs to us. Let us visit the wholesale market together tomorrow morning. You should call the sign shop to check when the sign will be ready. It should be done by tomorrow." Zhang Xinju replied with a smile. "By the way, Yu Haven Tea told me why we're naming our fruit shop Qingqing Fruit Shop. My girlfriend's name is Qingqing." Zhang Xinju gave a thumbs up. Impressive. The two tidied up the shop briefly, knowing that a cold storage unit was essential for their fruit shop. They had a quick meal before heading to the second-hand market via subway. The second-hand market boasted a plethora of items. Many shops that had closed down returned their tables, chairs, and counters to the market. Suyi had initially worried he might not find an appropriate cold storage unit, but to his surprise, there were 5 or 6 units available, along with dedicated cash registers. In the end, Suyi spent 8,000 yuan to order a batch of cold storage units, display cases, and a cash register. The owner even included a humidifier as a complimentary gift. These items would be delivered directly to the shop the following afternoon. Upon returning to the dormitory in the evening, they found Li Tungwen on the balcony, speaking on the phone in a dialect that was incomprehensible to anyone else. As they entered the dorm, they noticed Yang Fei staring at the computer screen, laughing foolishly. Su Yi and Zhang Xinjiao exchanged glances before striding over to Yang Fei's side. It turned out that Yang Fei was engrossed in conversation with Wang Shiyu. So captivated was he by their dialogue that he failed to notice the two standing beside him. "Wang Shiyu, don't forget the welcome party tonight." "Yang Fei, I will definitely be there." "Wang Shiyu, it's best to arrive early. Otherwise, there might not be any seats left." "Yang Fei, I'll set off immediately." "Wang Shiyu, isn't your roommate coming with you?" "Yang Fei, the Haven Tea returned yet?" Suddenly, Zhang Xinjiao cleared his throat. Startled, Yang Fei jumped slightly, turning to face Su Yi and Zhang Xinjiao, rolling his eyes and saying, "When did you two return?" "TSK. I thought you were engaged in some flirtatious conversation. After just a few words, you seem so pleased with yourselves, truly pathetic." He raised a hand to shield his notebook screen, exclaiming, "Don't you dare look." Su scoffed, taking down a piece of clothing from the hanger, preparing to take a shower. Yang Fei, noticing this, reminded him, "Su, hurry up. We should go watch the welcome party together." Su replied, "I never said I would go. Come on, I already promised Wang Shiyu." Su walked into the bathroom, disrobing as he retorted, "No, you all continue your chatter. Why involve me? Bro, I beg you, I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow." "Yang Fei, listen to me. A girl like Wang Shiyu isn't worth your time." "Nonsense. I believe she has some interest in me." Zhang Xinjiao chuckled in disbelief. "Have you even met her alone?" "Not yet." "Then how can you be so sure she is interested?" "Intuition, the sixth sense of a man." Zhang Xinjiao patted Yang Fei on the shoulder, saying, "You should heed Su Yu's advice. He is looking out for your best interests." Yang Fei shouted, "If you don't accompany me to the welcome party later, I'll sleep in your bed tonight. Get lost." Yang Fei's threat seemed to have the desired effect. Once he emerged from the shower, Yang Fei hurriedly pulled him along to the university's activity center, with Zhang Xinjiao trailing behind. Just before closing the door, he noticed Li Tungwen sitting alone in the dormitory and inquired, "Li Tungwen, aren't you coming with us?" Li Tungwen shook his head gently. "I'll pass." Zhang Xinjiao nodded, saying nothing further, and rushed downstairs to catch up with Su Yi and Yang Fei. The welcome party commenced at 7 and concluded at 8:30. Rumors had circulated early that the campus belle, Jiang Wei, would also be performing, specifically in a dance program. Thus, by the time Su Yi and the group arrived, the venue was already packed with eager spectators. "Why are there so many people? It seems there are no seats left." Yang Fei pulled out his phone, saying, "I'll let Wang Shiyu know we've arrived." His fingers flew across the screen as he typed. After exchanging a few messages, Yang Fei suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "She said she is coming over to find us." As Yang Fei finished speaking, Zhang Xinju noticed Wang Shiyu emerging from the side entrance of the stage. She shielded her forehead with her hand, scanning the crowd, and upon spotting Zhang Xinju, Su Yi, and Yang Fei, she swiftly made her way toward them. "Have you all arrived?" Wang Shiyu stood before the trio, finally able to look Su Yi in the eye, as she was wearing high heels today, complemented by a snug white shirt and a black mini skirt, along with 2 adorable pigtails. Her presence drew many gazes as she approached. Yang Fei awkwardly remarked, "It's Suyi who insisted on showering before heading out. Otherwise, we wouldn't have arrived so late." Hearing Yang Fei shift the blame, Suyi retorted, "You scoundrel. It was you who dragged me here. I never said I wanted to come." Wang Xiu, upon hearing the profanity, did not find it vulgar. Boys, after all, were often straightforward. It was the mischievous ones that were more endearing. Chapter 67. Truly a bunch of Navi boys. I'll take you to the backstage. Wang Shiyu's words silenced Suyi and Yang Fei's banter. Backstage? Wang Shiyu pointed at the makeshift stage, saying, "There are spots on both sides of the stage where you can stand and watch later. This welcome party is organized by the art department of the student council, and the head of the department is my senior from high school. Just follow me." The 3 exchanged glances before ultimately following Wang Xiu to the backstage area. The so-called backstage was merely a large tent hastily erected. Inside were many people, most of whom were students scheduled to perform that evening. Gathering his courage, Yang Fei asked, "Wang Xiu, what will you be performing tonight?" Wang Xiu replied with a smile, "A dance. There are 2 dance performances tonight, one by us freshmen and another led by senior Jiang Wei and her team." As soon as Wang Xiu finished speaking, a girl dressed in the same attire stood up and waved at her. Xiu. Wang Xiu quickly approached her, asking, "What is it?" Xiaoru is still unfamiliar with 2 of the moves. Shall we rehearse them again? Wang Xiu nodded. "Sure, I'll let my friends know." She then turned back to Su Yi and said, "Feel free to look around. I need to go rehearse. If anyone asks why you're backstage, just say I invited you." "All right." Wang Xiu flashed a charming smile as she went to rehearse with her teammates, melting Yang Fei's heart. She was simply adorable. Su Yi chuckled to himself and strolled toward the entrance of the tent. As he lifted the curtain, a graceful figure caught his eye. The 2 exchanged glances, and Su Yi paused, stepping aside to let the girl enter before he exited himself. Just as Su Yi stepped outside, Yang Fei burst out from inside, exclaiming, "Whoa! That was the school beauty, Senior Jiang Wei." Su Yi calmly remarked, "Could you refrain from being so agitated? Must every outing with you evoke a sense of embarrassment? Quickly tell me, is it true that in person, I am even more attractive than in photos?" Zhang Xinju shrugged, responding, "I suppose it's all right. What do you think?" Su Yi replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing exceptional." Unbeknownst to the 3, Jiang Wei, upon entering the tent, did not rehearse like the others. Instead, she stood at the entrance, messaging her teammates with her phone. Despite the cacophony within the tent, she overheard Su Yi, Yang Fei, and Zhang Xinju's conversation clearly due to their proximity. As the belle of the finance academy, where the female-to-male ratio was notably high, Jiang Wei's beauty was indisputable. However, to hear her appearance described as nothing exceptional was a first. Observing Su Ye's calm demeanor, Yang Fei scoffed, "Ha, you only boast in front of me. Let's see you make such a comment to her face." Su Yi glanced at Yang Fei as if he were simple-minded. Just as he was about to speak, an upperclassman in formal attire pulled a younger student, who was shouldering a guitar, out of the tent. "The performance lineup has already been submitted. Are you telling me you refuse to take the stage now? Zhang Kai, are you joking with me? Senior, how about you let someone else take my place? With so many people around, I fear I can't manage," the freshman pleaded. "I've already prepared the hosting script. You're an adult now. Can you not be so timid? Are you truly afraid because there are too many people? Stop making excuses. You must perform tonight. Your act is towards the end, so get your mindset right." After the senior's words, he returned to the backstage. It was evident that the upperclassman in the suit was one of the hosts for the evening's welcome party. While the student left outside was a performer scheduled to take the stage. After the senior departed, this freshman, Zhang Kai, stood dumbfounded, gazing at the audience below the stage. And Su Yi could distinctly see his legs trembling, a manifestation of nerves and trepidation. Many individuals lacking psychological resilience often exhibit such reactions before taking the stage, sometimes even accompanied by dry heaving. However, as it did not pertain to him, Yang Fei inquired, "Su Yi, can you sing?" "Of course. Are you for real? Or just joking?" Su Yi proudly proclaimed, "I am indeed the prince of love songs. Oh please, spare me your bravado." Su Yi continued with pride, "Not only can I sing, but I can also play the guitar. One day, I shall showcase my skills. If you can play the guitar, I'll eat it." Zhang Xinju interjected, "How many times has this guy sworn?" "I have no idea." At exactly 7 o'clock, the welcome party commenced. For hosts, 2 men and 2 women took to the stage and, after delivering some cliché opening remarks, officially inaugurated the evening's festivities. The singing segments were the most numerous, featuring solo performances, duets, and band renditions. To Soo Ye's surprise, there was even a skit included in the welcome party program. After the skit, the first dance performance finally graced the stage. When a group of first-year girls, led by Wang Shiyu, appeared in their breezy short skirts, the audience was instantly electrified, akin to being invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. "Damn it, Yang Fei, why are you holding my hand?" one exclaimed. "I absolutely love this." "You fool, let go." After an exuberant dance, the 5 girls struck a charming pose. Yang Fei became even more exhilarated when he noticed Wang Shiyu's gaze directed towards him. "She is looking at me. She is looking at me." Su Yi, observing Wang Shiyu, muttered under his breath, "Fool, is she truly looking at you? She is merely casting flirtatious glances my way." Following the dance, several individuals took to the stage to sing. Wang Shiyu soon spotted Su Yi and his companions, flashing a sweet smile as she inquired, "How did I perform just now?" Zhang Xinju replied, "It was decent." Yang Fei enthused, "It was fantastic." Su Yi quipped, "I didn't notice. I was too busy admiring the leggings." "Su Yi, you're such a rogue." Yang Fei retorted emphatically. "He has always been a rogue," Yang Fei declared. Zhang Xinju, observing the expression on Wang Shiyu's face, sensed that she had yet to express a thought, which he believed would be, "But I like it so much." Initially, Su Yi intended to return to the dormitory, considering that he had matters to attend to the following day. However, upon glancing at the time and realizing there was less than half an hour remaining in the welcome party, he decided to stay and watch with Yang Fei. The singing performances flowed one after another. At 8:10 p.m., the highly anticipated campus bell, Jiang Wei, finally made her entrance. There were 6 of them, each standing around 165 meters tall, all possessing striking beauty and uniformly clad in tank tops, pleated skirts, and knee-high boots. As they took to the stage, the audience erupted into fervent cheers and screams. Su Yi was taken aback. What is all this excitement about? They're just a bunch of inexperienced kids. Chapter 68. This junior has some substance. Watching Jiang Wei's captivating dance, Wang Shiyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Jiang Wei's stage presence is so steady." Yang Fei encouraged her, "You performed wonderfully too. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder." For Yang Fei, Jiang Wei seemed too distant, and thus he found Wang Shiyu's performance equally impressive. Each showcased a different charm, one exuding adorable vitality, the other embodying a cool, aloof elegance, each remarkable in their own right. Zhang Xinju and Su Yi refrained from interrupting their conversation, but halfway through, Zhang Xinju nudged Su Yu's arm with a mischievous grin. "Aren't you going to offer any critique?" "What is there to critique? To be honest, she is quite well endowed," Zhang Xinju remarked with a playful gesture. Su Yi sighed and, with seasoned experience, remarked, "The muscles of the upper arm and lower abdomen are scant. Yet they form a hemisphere that can only be supported by a muscular base. The upper curve is full and protruding. While the oscillation during descent is but half of that seen in a fatty composition, it is evident that she has employed padding." Zhang Xinju decisively gave a thumbs up, "As expected of you, truly professional." After the intense dance concluded, the audience's fervor had significantly waned. However, considering the time, there were at most 2 more performances left, and a group of people, embracing the mindset of having come this far, decided to wait for the next act. Prior to taking the stage, the male host patted Zhang Kai on the shoulder and reminded him, "Zhang Kai, it's your turn. Once I come down, you go up." Without allowing Zhang Kai a moment to respond, the host hurriedly ascended the stage. Zhang Kai, gazing at the agitated audience below, was already gripped by fear. His entire body trembled, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Now, please enjoy a guitar performance by Zhang Kai from Class 1 of the Applied Statistics program, College of Statistics and Mathematics, as we welcome him with applause. After the host exited, Zhang Kai lingered hesitantly at the steps to the stage, reluctant to ascend. "Zhang Kai, you need to go up." "Zhang Kai, what are you waiting for?" As no one mounted the stage, the audience began to murmur. This only heightened Zhang Kai's anxiety. Observing Zhang Kai's trembling form, Zhang Xinju placed a reassuring hand on Su Yi's shoulder and suggested, "Su Yi, why not help him out and go up instead? Didn't you say you could play the guitar too?" "No way. I'm afraid that if I sing, I'll become the next star of the finance college by tomorrow." Yang Fei was about to make a snide remark when Zhang Xinju laughed and said, "That's a good thing. If you become a star, won't our fruit shop be thriving?" So you suddenly turned to Zhang Xinju and exclaimed, "Indeed, how did I not think of that?" Zhang Xinju had merely spoken offhandedly, but seeing Su Yi genuinely consider it, he quickly urged, "Then what are you waiting for? Go up." "All right. For the sake of money, This is pressuring me. Su Yi approached Zhang Kai, interrupting the hostess' insistence, and smiled. If you don't want to go on stage, just lend me your guitar. Zhang Kai stared wide-eyed at Su Yi, and after a moment of stunned silence, promptly handed over the guitar. Upon receiving it, Su Yi ascended the stage directly. Wait, we need to follow the procedure. The host's words were cut short as Su Yi had already reached the center of the stage. Su Yi placed the microphone on the stand and took a seat on a high stool, clearing his throat before earnestly stating, I must correct myself, due to health reasons. The originally scheduled performer, Zhang Kai, is unable to take the stage. I am Su Yi from Class 1 of Finance, and I will perform a song by Lin Junjie titled Drunken Red Cliff for you all. The head of the Student Union's Arts Department, Tang Ping, rushed to the front of the stage, incredulously asking, Who is he? Isn't it supposed to be Zhang Kai? How did it become Su Yi? The host, drenched in sweat, attempted to explain, No, if he wants to go up, then let him. We agreed to follow the procedure. What is going on with you? Tang Ping erupted in frustration. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Shiyu quickly stepped forward and said, Senior, this really isn't a big deal, considering Su Yi is also a freshman. Shiyu, it's not as simple as you think. What if he, before Tang Peng could finish his thought, Su Yi on stage had already strummed his guitar. The prelude lengthy and the melody slow. Yet, as Su Yi began to play, an inexplicable hush fell over the audience. Seated upon a tall stool, all of Su Yi's focus was devoted to the guitar in his hands. Everything around him merely served as a backdrop. This was the song he had practiced most diligently throughout his university years, one he would never forget. Wait, he really can play, Yang Fei exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazed at Su Yi on stage. Zhang Xinzhao shared his surprise. However, Wang Shiyu immediately placed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Under the influence of the melody, the venue felt utterly still, with every pair of eyes fixated on Su Yi at the center of the stage. Finally, he began to sing. The fallen leaves have piled up several layers, and I tread upon my youth. I hear, in the rain of tears from my past life. His voice was deep and filled with emotion. Just a brief segment was enough to compel many in the audience to pull out their phones to record the moment. On the other side of the stage, the senior sisters who had just danced with Jiang Wei began to whisper among themselves. Who is this junior? Which department is he from? He sings so beautifully and is quite handsome as well. Jiang Wei, what do you think? Jiang Wei remained silent, her gaze fixed on the stage, her delicate features revealing no discernible expression. Confirmed by our eyes. I have met the right person. I draw my sword in turn, and blood flows like crimson lips. Memories of the past drift through the mundane world. What hurts is not the blade, but the soul that has reincarnated. Su Yi quietly finished his song and then stood up, bowing in gratitude under the multitude of gazes. Only after he descended from the stage did the audience erupt in applause and cheers. Though their enthusiasm paled in comparison to the fervor displayed during Wang Shiyu and Jiang Wei's performance, as many were still in a state of disbelief. However, once Su Yi left the stage, the audience buzzed with excitement. Most of the girls were inquiring about Su Yi's information. His name is Su Yi, right? From the finance department? Does he have a girlfriend? Su Yi returned the guitar to Zhang Kai, noticing his two roommates with mouths agape, and chuckled, Stop gaping. Let us head back. And just like that, Su Yi exited the scene. Wang Shiyu watched the three depart, a dreamy smile gradually spreading across her face. Upon the conclusion of this song, it signifies that Su Yi will enjoy the coveted privilege of selective companionship that many male peers would envy during his university life. Jiang Wei, what occupies your thoughts? Nothing much. Hee, could it be that you have taken a liking to this younger student? Not at all. Jiang Wei shook her head, smiling as she remarked, I merely find this junior intriguing. Chapter 69. I have already fallen asleep that evening. The school's online forums, bulletin boards, and class groups were inundated with discussions about a charming lad named Su Yi. It was within his class group that Su Yi discovered his newfound fame as he observed his classmates conversing about him. Yang Fei, with a touch of flamboyance, brandished his phone and, on tiptoe, inquired of Su Yi, who had already reclined on his bed, Su, how does it feel to achieve sudden notoriety? Su Yi replied, Not particularly remarkable. He added, My WeChat is bombarded with friend requests, and it's quite vexing. Su Yi exclaimed, What are you even taking pictures of? If you dare to post that, you're doomed. Yang Fei retorted, You ungrateful wretch. Zhang Xinzhou, don't you think Su Yi is deserving of a good thrashing? Zhang Xinzhou, also lying on his bed, glanced down and chuckled, I think you're the one in need of a beating. Can you refrain from strutting around the dorm in your red shorts? As Suyi pondered how to handle the influx of friend requests, a message from Chen Qingqing suddenly appeared. Chen Qingqing, silly pig, why didn't you chat with me today? Suyi, I just returned from the welcome gala. Chen Qingqing, was it enjoyable? Suyi, not as captivating as you. Chen Qingqing, a week passes so swiftly. Suyi, indeed, it does. Upon reading this message, Chen Qingqing unconsciously pouted, internally chiding, why can't this silly pig grasp the implications of my words? Is he not planning to come see me this week? Chen Qingqing felt a twinge of displeasure. Suyi, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Chen Qingqing quickly responded, none. Suyi, well, I have something to attend to this weekend, so I might not be able to come over. Chen Qingqing paused for a moment before replying, what do you need to do? Suyi, to earn money. Chen Qingqing, are you in dire need of funds? Suyi, not particularly, but I aspire to earn more. Chen Qingqing, why? Suyi, the bride price in our region is quite steep. I fear your parents will demand a hefty sum from me, which I cannot afford. Lying on her bed, Chen Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson. She hurriedly typed, you're speaking nonsense again. Suyi, my roommates and I are planning to open a fruit store. We've already secured a rental space. Tomorrow, we'll visit the wholesale market, and the day after, we'll prepare for a trial opening. Once I have everything arranged next week, I will come to see you. Suyi, do you wish to see me? Chen Qingqing, her face still flushed, typed, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Suyi, you still haven't answered my question. Chen Qingqing, I have already fallen asleep. Suyi was amused by this statement. Noticing that Chen Qingqing had stopped responding to messages, he contemplated how to address the friend requests he had received. After some reflection, he deemed it too cumbersome to explain to each person individually, so he decided to change his WeChat nickname. He altered it to, in a relationship. Following this modification, the notifications for adding new friends diminished significantly. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, at the Red Leaf Villa, Jiang Milin sat on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine in her left hand while her right hand poised over her phone, intending to check Suyi's moments. However, as soon as she clicked on his profile, her finger hesitated. Why has he changed his nickname? In a relationship? What does that imply? Could it be that he and Qingqing have officially established their relationship? Jiang Milin was left guessing, uncertain of whom to approach for answers. So she ultimately sent Suyi a message. Little Su, why have you changed your nickname? Suyi was surprised that Jiang Milin was the first to inquire. He took a screenshot of the friend request page and sent it to her. Annie, it's because so many people are adding me. He refrained from elaborating further, believing that Jiang Milin would understand upon viewing the image. She opened the picture and noticed that it was predominantly female requests directed towards Suyi, which puzzled her. Was Suyi truly so sought after in college? This realization instilled a slight sense of urgency within Jiang Milin, prompting her to ask, Little Su, are you going to see Qingqing this week? Suyi replied, I'm not free this week. I have to go somewhere else. I've already informed Qingqing. All right. Jiang Milin responded, it's getting late. I'll head to bed now. Good night, Andy. Good night. On Saturday morning, Suyi roused Zhang Xinju from his slumber, and the two departed from the school. After transferring between the subway and bus for over 2 hours, they finally arrived at the fruit wholesale market in Baoshan district. This place is enormous, Suyi exclaimed. Let us take a stroll first. I'll call Uncle Chen to see when he'll arrive. Sure, Zhang Xinju replied. As they wandered through the market, Suyi dialed Chen Jianjun's number. In the wholesale market, fruits were transported in bulk from various regions across the country, and the array of fruits was so vast that it was nearly impossible to count. There were over a dozen types of grapes alone. Suyi casually inquired about prices at several stalls, finding them significantly cheaper than those at regular fruit stores. Most fruits had a profit margin ranging from 30 to 50%. As long as sales were brisk, operating a fruit store would surely be profitable. After completing a circuit of the market and waiting for half an hour, Chen Jianjun finally arrived. Suyi got straight to the point. Uncle Chen, I just finished a round of the market. I'll draft a list for you tonight. Could you help me transport a load of goods tomorrow afternoon? Chen Jianjun inquired with curiosity. Are you really planning to open a fruit store? Yes. What about your studies? Suyi chuckled, remarking that university life afforded ample leisure time, and education was ultimately a means to financial gain. Chen Jianjun responded affirmatively, stating that if they had made up their minds, he would certainly assist them. He mentioned that he was well acquainted with several stall owners and offered to introduce them, suggesting they exchange WeChat contacts for future orders. He assured them that the prices he negotiated with these owners were quite reasonable. Thank you, Uncle Chen, Suyi replied. Haha, You've done me a great favor. Let us consider this a mutual assistance. The proceedings unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. Through Chen Jianjun's introductions, Siyu added numerous stall owners on WeChat, allowing him to place orders directly from the university and have Chen Jianjun deliver them, thus sparing them frequent trips to the area. Su Yi and Zhang Xinjiao returned to the shop around noon, as the sign installer and the cold storage units were scheduled to arrive, along with the delivery of the business license. With a plethora of tasks at hand, both were busily occupied throughout the afternoon. By sunset, the two were utterly exhausted. Yang Fei, aware that they had rented a shop, strolled in during the evening and noticed the sign had been hung and the cold storage units were set up. With a teasing tone, he asked, "Is there anything I can assist with?" Su Yi, fatigued, retorted, "You truly are the latecomer, like the dawn after the sun has risen." Chapter 70. You just started university, and now you're a boss? Yang Fei was momentarily taken aback, trying to comprehend Su Yi's jest. Observing their sweaty appearances, he sheepishly added, "I didn't know you were back this afternoon. Otherwise, I would have come to help much earlier." Su Yi was too weary to engage, and Zhang Xinjiao was equally disinclined to converse. Yang Fei, eager to please, suggested, "Let us go out for dinner tonight. It's on me." Su Yi immediately replied, "Zhang Xinjiao, help me up. Tonight we'll treat this guy at Balong Square." Yang Fei interjected, "I said I'd treat, but I didn't specify a lavish meal. Can't we just grab a few dishes at a street stall?" Su Yi and Zhang Xinjiao chimed in unison, "Get lost." After a tiring afternoon, Su Yi found himself lacking in appetite. After a brief respite, they wiped down the shop and Su Yi pulled down the shutter as they prepared to leave. On the way back, Zhang Xinjiao inquired, "I feel the shop still appears somewhat rudimentary. Should we consider putting up wallpaper and replacing the shutter?" "No need," Su Yi replied. "For such a small business, it's unnecessary to overly glamorize the facade." Zhang Xinjiao, puzzled, asked, "Why not? For instance, if we wanted to go for barbecue tonight, and there were two restaurants side by side, one lavishly decorated with a glowing sign and the other plain and unadorned, which would you choose?" Zhang Xinjiao responded, "Wouldn't you choose the one with better decor?" Su Yi, rendered speechless, remarked, "I almost forgot you are affluent, Yang Fei. If it were your choice, which establishment would you select?" Yang Fei promptly responded, "Without a doubt, I would opt for the latter. Based on my years of experience, it is evident that any restaurant with lavish decor, regardless of its location, tends to be both overpriced and lacking in flavor." Zhang Xinjiao remained somewhat perplexed. Su Yi patiently elucidated, "Most of our future clientele will predominantly consist of students. Are there many wealthy students?" "Certainly not. The majority are akin to Yang Fei and me. If I were to encounter a fruit shop with extravagant decor, my immediate thought would be that the owner must have invested significantly in the ambience. Thus the prices of the goods must be exorbitant." Zhang Xinjiao suddenly grasped the concept. Su Yi chuckled, "As a business owner, one must learn to view matters from the customer's perspective. Follow my lead." Zhang Xinjiao smiled noncommittally. Su Yi approached a nearby street vendor, ordered a hand-grabbed pancake and a double-skim milk, then gestured to Yang Fei, instructing the vendors, "He will be settling the bill." Yang Fei obediently stepped forward to make the payment. The trio returned to their dormitory, and after a refreshing shower, Su Yi earnestly addressed Li Tongwen. "Li Tongwen, I wish to discuss something with you." Li Tongwen closed his book, surprised. "With me?" "Indeed," Su Yi replied, towel in hand, dabbing at his damp hair. "Zhang Xinjiao and I are preparing to open a fruit shop. We are nearly ready. Once the fruit arrives tomorrow, we can commence a trial operation. I have numerous responsibilities and, even in my spare time, cannot oversee the store. Therefore, I intend to hire 2 part-time workers. Would you be interested?" Just as Li Tongwen was about to respond, Su Yi interjected, "However, the pay is quite modest, only 500 yuan a month, as the tasks are not extensive, primarily involving weighing, calculating, and bookkeeping." Li Tongwen was no fool. Despite Su Yi's seemingly low offer, 500 yuan was ample to cover his monthly living expenses. Prior to entering university, he had already prepared to work part-time to support himself, yet had not found a suitable position. He realized that Su Yi had deliberately reserved this opportunity for him. Nodding, Li Tongwen affirmed, "I can manage that. I will assist in the shop whenever I am free from classes." Su Yi smiled, "Then it is settled." No sooner had he spoken than Yang Fei chimed in. "Su Yi, I can also take on a part-time role." Su Yi dismissed him playfully, "Step aside." "Why should I?" Yang Fei retorted, "I only plan to hire 2 part-timers. Ideally, the second should have a schedule that complements ours, extending the shop's operating hours." Su Yi acknowledged this, patting Yang Fei on the shoulder. You can work alongside me for free. I can teach you how to pursue relationships in your spare time. Oh, as if I need your guidance, Yang Fei replied. Brimming with jealousy, if I had your looks, I would win over Senior Jiang Wei by tomorrow. Qin Jiwei was utterly disheartened. For his university life bore no resemblance to his expectations. Among his 5 roommates, 2 were high school classmates who formed an exclusive clique. One exhibited effeminate traits. Another snored and ground his teeth in his sleep, and the last seemed perpetually engrossed in online romance. Qin even suspected this final roommate of being a Japanese spy, as he often stealthily slipped into the bathroom at midnight, from whence Qin could hear the sound of a Japanese woman speaking. It was sheer torment. Fortunately, the old dormitory was undergoing renovations, and it was said that as long as he paid the accommodation fee for the next semester, he could move into an air-conditioned 4-person room. Qin Jiwei could only hope that his future roommates would consist of 3 rational individuals. Lying in bed, he messaged Suyi. Suyi, shall I come to your school tomorrow? Suyi quickly replied, but I'm quite busy tomorrow. Qin Jiwei retorted, what could you possibly be busy with on a weekend? Suyi replied, I've started a business. From tomorrow on, I will be a boss. Qin Jiwei exclaimed, what? You've just entered university, and now you're a boss? He continued, could you stop spinning such tales? I'm beginning to doubt your class monitor's authenticity. Suyi insisted. Then come over tomorrow, call me when you arrive, and I will pick you up. It's the first day of trial operations, so it might be hectic. If you come, you can be free labor. With that thought, Suyi promptly ended the conversation. He then transitioned to the most delightful part of his day, opening the chat interface with Chen Qingqing. Initially, he contemplated sending a simple "Are you there?" but deemed it rather mundane. Instead, he typed, "Have you thought of me today?" The message swiftly reached Chen Qingqing's phone. She picked it up, muttering an expletive, yet her smile was unmistakable. Rolling over in her upper bunk, she replied, "No." Suyi countered, "I don't believe you." Chen Qingqing shot back, "Believe it or not." Suyi inquired, "What have you done all day?" She replied, "Nothing much." Suyi boasted, "I accomplished a lot today." He then recounted all he had done, ultimately sharing several photos from the fruit shop. Chen Qingqing's interest was piqued. Blushing, she asked, "Why does the fruit shop have that name?" Suyi responded succinctly, "Because this way, I can be with you every day." The next day, Sunday, Suyi rose early and roused his 3 roommates from their slumber. The 4 of them enjoyed breakfast together before heading to the courier point. Suyi engaged in extensive online shopping, acquiring an array of items including disposable plastic bags, protective film, stickers, various fruit knives and cutting boards, an electronic scale, and 2 cameras, in addition to payment codes obtained through Alipay and WeChat. For individuals, burdened with a multitude of goods, arrived at the shop, prompting Suyi to assume command. Zhang Xinju and I will handle the camera installation, while the 2 of you can assist with applying the stickers. Li Tengwen, I will teach you how to operate the cash register shortly. They swiftly immersed themselves in their tasks. As the clock approached 11, a small delivery truck entered the snack street and parked in front of the Qingqing fruit shop. Spotting the familiar vehicle, Suyi called out, "Come over and help unload the goods." With the assistance of 3 roommates and Chen Jianjun, the group quickly transported the fruits into the store. Observing the well-prepared shop, Chen Jianjun chuckled and remarked, "I didn't expect you all to do such a commendable job. Uncle Chen, how much is the shipping fee? I'll transfer it to you." Initially, Chen Jianjun waved it off, suggesting it was a gift for the first time, but Suyi insisted, and eventually, he quoted a very reasonable price. "Well then, Uncle Chen, I won't send you off. Next time I need a delivery, I'll simply message you on WeChat." "All right, no problem," Chen Jianjun replied. Once Chen Jianjun departed, Suyi clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, listen up. Place watermelons, bayberries, bananas, and pineapples at the entrance. Store delicate fruits like grapes and peaches on the side shelves, and ensure everything is neatly arranged." Just as he prepared to join the effort, his phone began to ring incessantly. Noticing it was Qin Jiwei, he quickly answered. "Suyi, I'm at the main entrance of your school," Qin Jiwei announced. "Open your map and head to the snack street at the south gate. My shop is called Qingqing Fruit Shop. Just walk right in," Suyi instructed. "Dude, you said you would pick me up yesterday," Qin Jiwei retorted. "Stop complaining. I'm really busy. I'll treat you to a feast at noon." After ending the call, Suyi glanced at the time and said to Yang Fei, "Yang Fei, it's almost noon. Go grab some food, will you?" "What should I get?" Yang Fei inquired. "What is the cheapest meal?" Suyi replied. "Egg fried rice," Yang Fei suggested. "Then let us have 5 portions of egg fried rice." "5 portions?" Yang Fei echoed. I have a close friend coming over later, Suyi clarified. Oh, got it. Yesterday. The shop felt incomplete without the display of fruits, but today, as they arranged the fruits on the shelves, the fruit shop appeared significantly more impressive. Qin Jiwei trudged from the main entrance and indeed found a fruit shop named Qingqing within the snack street. Curiosity led him inside, and upon spotting Suyi, he exclaimed, "Wow, you really are here." Suyi, thrilled to see Qin Jiwei, pulled him into the store and introduced, "Allow me to present my close friend, Qin Jiwei, also known as Brother Wei. This is Zhang Xinju, the heir of 3 buildings, mind you. This is Li Tunwen, an outstanding student who scored 80 points above the top tier in the college entrance examination." Another student had gone to buy lunch. Just as Suyi was finishing his words, Yang Fei returned with 5 portions of fried rice. Suyi quickly introduced him. "This is Yang Fei. I believe you two will hit it off splendidly." So you took the packaged fried rice from Yang Fei, distributing 1 portion to each person before handing the last one to Qin Jiwei. Qin Jiwei glanced at the fried rice in Suyi's hands and asked, "What are you doing?" So you replied, "What do you mean? It's already noon. We're here to eat." Qin Jiwei retorted, "You just promised me a lavish meal. I traveled 2 hours on the subway to get here, and you offer me a bowl of fried rice that costs 6 yuan. Yang Fei chimed in, "Buddy, at our school, fried rice is only 5 yuan. Qin Jiwei exclaimed, "Do you have a knife? I feel like cutting him." So you forcefully shoved the fried rice into Qin Jiwei's hands and retorted, "We've all worked hard this morning. Just make do with this for lunch. And I'll treat you to dinner later. Your words have lost all credibility with me." Acknowledging his fault, Suyi tactfully added, "Brother Wei, don't be so stingy. Look, you can eat any fruit from this store." "Wait," Qin Jiwei finally addressed the main topic. "Is this fruit shop really yours?" Suyi pointed to Zhang Xinju and said, "I co-own it with Zhang Xinju." Since Suyi had already introduced Zhang Xinju, Qin Jiwei assumed that Zhang Xinju had funded the shop and did not inquire further. The 5 of them squatted at the entrance of the store, devouring their meals heartily. Suyi then began outlining the afternoon's tasks. "Once we finish eating, Zhang Xinju, you will need to visit the advertising shop to create a retractable banner displaying our fruit prices. I want it placed at the entrance for promotion. Our store will have clearly marked prices. We won't engage in any underhanded tactics. Additionally, I will establish a WeChat group this afternoon. Each customer who visits our shop should be invited to join, under the pretense that we are running promotions. I aim to cultivate a segment of these customers into our private clientele." The 4 others listened, somewhat bewildered. Suyi continued, "Moreover, they can directly mention us in the WeChat group to place orders for fruit, as long as their purchase exceeds 50 yuan. We will offer free delivery within the school's premises. Later, I will craft a post for WeChat. You 3 will help me share it. If a customer gathers 10 likes, they get a 10% discount on their purchase at our shop. If they reach 20 likes, they receive a 20% discount. And if they gather 30 likes, they will enjoy a 30% discount. I hope to promote our shop swiftly, ensuring that every student in the finance department is aware of our newly opened Qingqing fruit shop on the snack street. I intend to give the owner of Kanyuan Fruit Shop a lesson on what it means to strike from a superior dimension." "Wait, why are you all looking at me like that?" Yang Fei asked, stunned. "Suyi, have you done business before?" "Not at all." Suyi closed the takeout box and tossed it into the trash bin. Wiping his hands with a tissue, he remarked, "My friends, these skills come naturally to me. Please eat quickly and do not waste time." The 4 of them hurriedly dug into their meals. After spending half an hour crafting a post for his social media, Suyi uploaded a photo of the fruit shop and subsequently shared it in the class group chat. The students from finance class 1 quickly responded. "Zhao shall we?" exclaimed. "Class monitor?" Suyi replied, "I have opened a fruit shop at the snack street. Feel free to come by if you're interested. Students receive a 30% discount, provided you help me share this post." Guotsai Xia inquired, "You opened the shop yourself, class monitor?" Suyi affirmed, "Indeed." Qin Yu expressed his astonishment. "No way." Gao Bohai added, 666. Zhao Xiaowei declared, "I'll head over to check it out shortly." From a singular point, a network of connections formed. Suyi served as that point, while the classmates represented the lines, each possessing their own social circles. Once the post circulated, the popularity of Qingqing Fruit Shop surged rapidly. Chapter 72. We are only 18 this year on Sunday. The snack street was already bustling with foot traffic. After lunchtime, numerous university students wandered along the thoroughfare. Suyi recorded a message using a loudspeaker and set it to loop at the entrance of the shop. "Don't miss out. The fruit shop is open, offering fresh fruits at transparent prices. Everyone is welcome to come and shop. In the summer, fruits are naturally in high demand. The loudspeaker and social media promotion proved effective. Shortly after 2 o'clock, customers began to trickle into the store. Class monitor. So you turned at the sound? Just shall we? You actually came? Just shall we smiled. Our dormitory all came. Since you're personally starting a business, we must show our support. So you flamboyantly assumed a doorman pose for lovely ladies. Please come in. Zhao shall we, Guat Sai Xia, and 2 other girls from the dormitory promptly entered the shop to select fruits. Qin Jiwei felt increasingly astonished. His surprise stemmed not only from Su Yu's newfound role as class monitor, but also from his remarkable social acumen since entering university. He had not been like this in high school. The disparity was growing. Zhang Xinjiao, witnessing the increasing number of customers, found himself somewhat dumbstruck. Wait, this is just the beginning. How could there be so many people already? At this rate, he could become quite prosperous. Li Tengwen stood at the cash register, struggling to keep up with the pace. Please bear with us, everyone. Today is our first day of trial operations, and we may not be fully accustomed to it yet. After some time, it will be much smoother. He continued. Additionally, you can scan the QR code beside to join our group. We'll announce any store promotions there, and we also offer home delivery. Watermelons can be purchased separately. You can buy just half, and if it's not sweet, you won't have to pay. The number of patrons in the shop continues to swell. Many second and third-year students have also come, drawn by the buzz. Following the welcome party, Su Ye's video has gone viral on campus. It is said that Su Yu has opened a fruit store on the snack street and is hosting an event, prompting many to seek a glimpse of the phenomenon. From 2 o'clock until after 5, the shop has been bustling with customers. By evening, a long queue has formed outside Qingqing Fruit Store, about 300 meters away. The owner of Kanyuan Fruit Store sits at his entrance, staring blankly at the newly opened establishment, still trying to grasp how it has garnered such immense popularity in just half a day's time. Su Yi, Wang Shiyu, what brings you here? My roommate mentioned that you opened a fruit store on the snack street, so I came to see if it was true. Su Yu chuckled. Yang Fei, Wang Shiyu. Quickly hand her a piece of the freshly cut pineapple. Yang Fei hurriedly passed a chunk of pineapple skewered on a bamboo stick to Wang Shiyu, who playfully accepted it with a thank you. Su Yu continued to attract customers, and the number of people in the group swelled from just a few to over 100. By the end of the afternoon, many sought-after fruits were nearly sold out. The peak period occurred between 6 and 7:30 when the sun had set, and the heat dissipated, leading many students to venture out for a stroll. It seems that the Chinese have an inherent affinity for spectacle. Many who initially had no intention of purchasing fruit, upon witnessing the throngs inside Qingqing Fruit Store, were compelled to enter and, naturally, made a purchase. The prices of the fruit were slightly lower than those at the other shop, and they appeared quite fresh. Wang Shiyu arrived around 5 o'clock and, for reasons unknown, chose to remain and assist in the store. Upon her arrival, Yang Fei's enthusiasm noticeably heightened, so Su Yi refrained from further comment. After 8 o'clock, the number of customers finally dwindled. Although the store was air-conditioned, the 5 of them had worked up quite a sweat. Su Yi glanced at the time and suggested, shall we go out for a meal together? After such a busy day, I'm sure everyone is hungry. What about the store? Observing Su Ye's dilemma, Li Tengwen volunteered, I just had 2 bananas. So I'm not hungry yet. Why don't you all go eat? I'll stay behind to watch the shop. After all, I am being paid. So you didn't hesitate? And along with Zhang Xinjiao, Yang Fei, Qin Jiwei, and Wang Shiyu, he headed to their preferred eatery for a second gathering. The 5 of them ordered 8 dishes and a soup, and Su Yi finally decided to be generous. Come, let us raise a toast. This afternoon's endeavor can be deemed a resounding success. Cheers. Zhang Xinjiao added. Remind me later to put up a recruitment notice outside. That is simple. I can swing by the printer on the way. Su Yi was about to respond when Wang Shiyu chimed in with praise. Su Yi, you're simply remarkable. It's barely been a short while since the semester began, and you've already embarked on your entrepreneurial journey. Truly impressive. Su Yi smiled and remarked. One can only say it's sheer luck. Everything seems to align perfectly. Indeed, Su Ye's words held truth. Had it not been for an unexpected windfall before the semester commenced, had he not encountered Chun Jianjun at Chun Qingqing's place last week, had there not been a suitable shop available for transfer, and had Zhang Xinjiao not joined the venture, this fruit shop might never have come to fruition. Boss lady, could you please hurry? We're starting here. Coming right up. After waiting for another 5 minutes, when Yang Fei was about to urge the staff again, Su Yi interjected. Let me teach you how to prompt for food at a bustling eatery. Turning to the boss lady, he called out, if those dishes we ordered aren't ready yet, please feel free to cancel them. The boss lady quickly responded, "They're already being prepared. It won't be long." Sure enough, shortly thereafter, the waitstaff began to bring out the dishes one after another. Both roommates and Qin Jiwei had grown accustomed to this routine, while Wang Shiyu gazed at Su Yi with starry eyes, thinking how mature and masculine he appeared. After a busy day from noon until past 8, the group, famished, began to devour their meals ravenously. Only Yang Fei, being a bit of a show-off with Wang Shiyu present, ate leisurely. Once Qin Jiwei finished and checked his phone, realizing he had 2 hours left to return to campus, he stood up and declared, "Su Yi, I must head back. Otherwise, I'll end up sleeping outside tonight." Su Yi quickly wiped his mouth and said, "I'll see you off." "No need," Qin Jiwei replied. "Let us go. I insist on accompanying you." Su Yi insisted as he and Qin Jiwei stepped out of the eatery. Just then, they spotted Gao Bohai from their class riding by on a small motorcycle. Su Yi waved, "Gao Bohai." Gao Bohai halted, surprised to see Su Yi. "Class monitor, I was just on my way to your shop. Can I borrow your electric bike for a moment? I need to drop my friend off at the subway station and will return shortly." "Of course," Su Yi replied. And Gao Bohai readily lent him the bike. As they rode towards the subway station, Qin Jiwei remarked with a hint of melancholy, "Su Yi, I feel like you've changed since high school." Su Yi feigned ignorance. "Have I?" "You definitely have. I can tell you've transformed quite a bit." "Others must feel it even more," Qin Jiwei responded. "Why the long face?" Su Yi inquired. "I'm just worried that the gap between us is widening, and I want to be able to keep up," Qin Jiwei confessed. "Don't fret. After more than 20 years of friendship, I'll surely help you prosper in the future." Su Yi reassured him. Frowning, Qin Jiwei replied, "Su Yi, are you out of your mind? We just turned 18 this year." As they paused at a traffic light, gazing at the deep blue night sky, Su Yi couldn't help but smile and say, "Indeed, we just turned 18. Chapter 73. The second half has just begun. Su Yi and Qin Jiwei departed, leaving Zhang Xinjiao, Yang Fei, and Wang Shiyu still at the eatery. Curiously, Wang Shiyu asked, "Do you know where Su Yi is from?" "He's from Jiangzhou." "Oh." Zhang Xinjiao observed Wang Shiyu, who seemed to be deep in thought. He glanced at Yang Fei and deliberately added, "It appears that both he and his girlfriend are from Jiangzhou." "Girlfriend?" "Indeed." Wang Shiyu's expression shifted dramatically as she inquired, "Does Su Yi already have a girlfriend?" "Yes." Wang Shiyu appeared somewhat incredulous. She turned to Yang Fei for confirmation, and upon receiving an affirmative response, a palpable sense of disappointment clouded her gaze. Any discerning individual would have gleaned from her expression that she harbored an interest in Su Yi. Yet, Yang Fei remained utterly indifferent. This fool, who had boasted of his romantic prowess since the beginning of the semester, was truly insufferable had Wang Shiyu not been present. Zhang Xinju would have undoubtedly berated him. Thereafter, Wang Shiyu fell silent, and without waiting for Su Ye's return, she found an excuse to leave. "Fool, she is gone." Zhang Xinju muttered. "Could you not display such a lack of decorum? Stop emulating Su Yi's vulgar language. I didn't use any profanity. You're the fool." "Damn." As Wang Shiyu walked back to the dormitory, a sense of discontent lingered within her. How could Su Yi possibly have a girlfriend? After all, she had finally encountered an exceptional man. How could he be taken? Feeling despondent, she returned to her dormitory and collapsed onto her desk. Her mind awash with thoughts of Su Yi, the echoes of his serenade from Friday night resonating in her ears. I've made eye contact. And I've met the right person. At that moment, she had believed that the right person was herself. Was she truly ready to relinquish her hopes? Pondering this, she retrieved her phone, opened Baidu, and typed into the search bar, "If the person I like already has a girlfriend, can I still pursue him?" When Su returned to the store, Zhang Xinju had already affixed the recruitment notice to the door. Su, having forgotten to clarify the details, hastily added in marker, "Priority given to senior female students." Zhang Xinju asked, "Why prioritize seniors? They have fewer classes and more free time. And why female students?" With an abundance of males already employed, hiring another would only create a veritable Shaolin temple. Su crossed his arms, contemplating whether to add preference for those who are beautiful. Zhang Xinju, half amused and half exasperated, retorted, "Are you recruiting part-time workers or secretaries?" "Forget it. That statement is too blatant." As Zhang Xinju departed from the food stall, he had already requested the owner to pack a meal for him. Li Tungwen was currently eating. Su had transferred his WeChat and Alipay funds to his bank account the previous night. He took out his phone to check the balances, then opened the cash register to count the cash within. Thus far, they had made over 4,300 yuan, though being the first day. This figure was likely inflated, Nevertheless, achieving such revenue in a single day was commendable. Yang Fei glanced at the time, yawned, and suggested, "Shall we head back to the dorm once Li Tungwen finishes eating?" "Back to the dorm? What are you joking about? The second half has just begun." Yang Fei, Zhang Xinzhao, and Li Tungwen stared in disbelief. It was already past 9 o'clock. The peak hour had long since passed. Where was there a second half? Suyi took out his phone and opened the customer group, which had nearly 300 members, and directly began to edit a message. Zhang Xinzhao and Yang Fei quickly gathered around. "All members, today we have mangoes, green grapes, peaches, and cucumbers left unsold. They can be purchased at a 40% discount. If you order now and exceed 30 yuan, we will deliver to your doorstep before 10:30. Delivery to the girls' dormitory is limited to downstairs." Zhang Xinzhao was astonished. Such an operation was indeed possible. The shelf life of fruit was not long. Once spoiled, it would not only affect costs, but if sold to customers, it could also tarnish the store's reputation. On the surface, Suyi was offering a discount, but in essence, he was conveying to the group, "Our store only sells fresh fruit. The fresher the food, the better." Once Suyi sent out this message, it wasn't long before someone tagged him in the group chat. "Boss, I want 2 kilos of mangoes and 1 kilo of peaches. Can you deliver to Building 2? "Yes. Boss, our dormitory needs 4 kilos of cucumbers and 2 kilos of mangoes. We also live in Building 2. Suyi stood up and said, "What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and pack these for delivery." "What? You want us to deliver? Just bear with it for a couple of days. I'll get 2 electric bikes soon, specifically for deliveries." Zhang Xinzhao patted Yang Fei on the shoulder. "Let us go. After all, he is the boss." Yang Fei replied, "But he is not paying me." Zhang Xinzhao laughed. "If he doesn't pay me, he'll pay you. Enough chatter, let us go." The two quickly took 2 large bags and ran towards the girls' dormitory. Upon returning, they saw Suyi waiting for them with 2 more big bags. "You guys are doing great. We close at 10:30. Keep it up." "Damn it." The two hurried off again. They continued this way until 10:30. And once most of the items were sold, Suyi cheerfully announced, "All right, that's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow." The campus was nearly deserted at 10:30. The streetlights cast long shadows of the 4 of them. Yang Fei looked at his step count on WeChat, grumbling that he had walked over 20,000 steps today. Zhang Xinzhao felt differently. He found it fulfilling, although he was indeed a bit tired. He had learned much that wasn't taught in books. Li Tungwen felt no fatigue. He thought that no matter what, it was still easier than harvesting wheat in the scorching heat. Plus, there was a wage to be earned. At this thought, Li Tungwen glanced at Suyi, feeling grateful yet envious at the same time. "Hello, Uncle Chen. It's me, Suyi. Could you help me transport another load of fruit tomorrow afternoon?" "Oh. Did you sell most of today's stock?" Yes. Just bring it over at noon. I have classes in the morning and afternoon, but I'm free at noon." Good. Tonight, I will finalize the arrangements with those bosses, and you can simply help me bring them over tomorrow. Let us leave it at that for now. Goodbye." Upon returning to the dormitory, Suyi's first action was to send a message to Chen Qingqing. It was already quite late, and he was concerned that she might fall asleep soon. "Suyi, I've closed the shop." Chen Qingqing, "So late." "Suyi, business was good. The store was quite busy." Chen Qingqing, "How much did you earn?" "Suyi, I haven't calculated precisely, but the gross revenue is around 5,000. Chen Qingqing, that is quite a sum. Suyi, and that is just from the first day. Chen Qingqing, Suyi, are you feeling a bit unhappy? Chen Qingqing, not at all. Suyi, I can sense it. Suyi, is it because I contacted you so late today? Chen Qingqing, no. Suyi, it's just the beginning. Once things stabilize, I'll have more time. Suyi, besides, making money is also for you. Chen Qingqing, Suyi, if I don't earn, how will I support you in the future? Chapter 74. Please help me share my first post on moments. There is no early class on Monday, granting Suyi and his companions ample time to rest. By 9 o'clock, the 4 of them leisurely rose from their beds and made their way to the classroom just as the bell rang. After a major lecture concluded, Suyi, accompanied by Zhang Xinzhao and Yang Fei, prepared to head directly to the store. Li Tungwen intended to join them, but Suyi advised, "You should go eat first. After your meal, come to the store and switch places with us. Otherwise, no one will be there." Li Tungwen nodded in agreement. The 3 of them arrived at the store, where Chen Jianjin's small truck was already waiting at the entrance. Upon arrival, Suyi quickly retrieved the keys and raised the roller shutter. Curious, Chen Jianjin walked inside and was surprised to see several shelves empty, exclaiming, I thought you would need at least a week to sell all that cargo from yesterday. How did you manage to sell it so quickly? Su smiled and replied, I suppose we were just lucky. Noting Suyu's evasiveness, Qin Jianjun refrained from pressing further and assisted in moving the goods into the store. While Su Yi and his companions were unloading, in the office of the teaching building, Zhang Yiyang stood before Su Tong and said, Instructor, I believe what Su Yi is doing is inappropriate. Now that he has become the class monitor, how can he still venture into entrepreneurship? Su Tong smiled and inquired, What do you find inappropriate? Zhang Yiyang responded, A class monitor should be fully committed. With his shop, how will he have time to manage class affairs? Su Tong stated. In reality, the responsibilities of a class monitor are not overwhelming. Furthermore, our school encourages university students to pursue entrepreneurship. I cannot dismiss his position as class monitor for this reason. Zhang Yiyang, do you hold any personal grievances against Su Yi? Zhang Yiyang replied reluctantly, None. I just feel it's not quite right. Su Tong sat upright, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, Zhang Yiyang, do you know how many votes you received during the class monitor election? Zhang Yiyang replied, I know, 3 votes. But did you realize that one of those votes was cast for you by Su Yi? At this, Zhang Yiyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Astonishment etched across his face as he exclaimed, How is that possible? Su Tong elucidated. Su Yi brought his vote to the podium alongside that of his roommate. While everyone else used black pens, they uniquely employed red pens. Afterwards, Su Yi himself confirmed to me that his vote was indeed for you. So there can be no mistake. Zhang Yiyang was momentarily dazed. From his perspective, he could hardly fathom why Su Yi would do such a thing. They were competitors. Why would he cast a vote in his favor? Su Tong interrupted Zhang Yiyang's contemplation, cheerfully suggesting, It's getting late. You should go have your meal. If Su Yi is unavailable in the future, I will entrust the class matters to you. All right, instructor, Zhang Yiyang responded, leaving the office with a look of wistfulness. Observing Zhang Yiyang's departure, Su Tong shook her head in resignation. Just then, 2 colleagues entered the room, prompting her to wave them over. Xiao Fang, come here. What is going on? Su Tong picked up a plastic bag brimming with fruit from the floor, smiling brightly as she said, A student from my class brought in a plethora of fruits this morning. Please share some and enjoy. Su Tong, are you accepting bribes? Her colleagues jested, rolling her eyes. She retorted, This is from a fruit shop owned by the student himself. He started his own shop in his freshman year. One colleague remarked, surprised. When Li Tengwen returned to the shop after lunch, Su Yi and the others had already arranged the fruits on the shelves. Li Tengwen, we're heading out for lunch now. Please keep an eye on the shop, one of them said. All right, he replied. The 3 made their way to the dining hall, which was now less crowded. Entering through the main door, Su Yi hesitated, contemplating what to eat for lunch, when a familiar figure approached. Yang Fei, spotting Senior Jiang Wei, nudged Su Yi excitedly with his elbow. Su Yi frowned. What are you doing? Yang Fei moved his lips, but emitted no sound. Are you mute or something? The campus bell. Su Yi finally glanced at Jiang Wei as she approached. With her long hair cascading down her shoulders, a slightly aloof expression adorned her face, complemented by striking bright eyes. Her slender figure, curvaceous and elegant, was dressed in a simple white shirt paired with high-waisted jeans, exuding confidence and grace. As he watched Jiang Wei walk by, Su Yi contemplated how beneficial it would be if she could share a post about their fruit shop on social media, potentially increasing its popularity. Thus, as Jiang Wei reached the trio and was about to pass by, Su Yi abruptly extended his hand to stop her. Zhang Xinzu and Yang Fei were taken aback. What are you doing? Do not imagine my brother's voice. Jiang Wei observed the hand blocking her path, her willow-like eyebrows furrowing slightly. Su Yi chuckled. Jiang Wei, shall we add each other on WeChat? Yang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? How can you be so forward, asking to add WeChat right away? Many others in the cafeteria also turned their attention to Su Yu's boldness, for she was the campus belle, drawing attention wherever she went. Time seemed to freeze. The air felt thick with tension. After an indeterminate period under Yang Fei's astonished gaze, Jiang Wei retrieved her phone from her jeans pocket and remarked coolly, Will you scan me, or shall I scan you? Su Yu replied with a grin. I'll scan you. No, you're actually doing it. This defies logic. As the campus belle, Jiang Wei had encountered countless confessions during her freshman year, each one met with her unyielding rejections. There was even an occasion when a suitor set up a heart-shaped candle display beneath the girls' dormitory to profess his feelings, only for Jiang Wei to ignore it completely and report him to the dormitory supervisor. The freshly lit candles were extinguished with a basin of foot-soaking water from the supervisor. Since then, no fool dared to confess to her so recklessly, and Jiang Wei's image among her peers transformed into one of aloofness and reverence. But what was happening now? Su Yi asked to add her on WeChat, and she actually agreed? Yang Fei was not the only one left dumbfounded. Many male onlookers expressed envy, jealousy, and resentment as they witnessed the two successfully connecting on WeChat. What a beast! Senior, I am Su Yi. MHM. Jiang Wei acknowledged and took a step to leave. Su Yi quickly added, Jiang Wei, could you share my first post on Moments? Jiang Wei paused momentarily, took a deep breath, and then hastily exited the cafeteria. Was that the reason he added me, to ask for a favor with his Moments? What shall I have for lunch? Wait, why did Senior Jiang Wei add you? Su Yi shrugged nonchalantly, a mischievous grin on his face. Perhaps it's because I'm quite handsome. Chapter 75. Could you assist me with a legal inquiry? Su Yi ordered a dish with 2 meats and 1 vegetable at the window. As soon as he sat down, Li Tongwen messaged him. Su Yi, a senior is here for an interview. Let her sit for a while. I'll be there right after I finish my meal, Su Yi replied. All right. Su Yi hastened his eating, finishing his meal in just 5 minutes before rushing to the store. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted a girl with a dark red handbag standing inside. From her silhouette, she appeared to have a pleasing figure, around 1.60 meters in height, wearing high heels. And her white shirt paired with a skirt accentuated her gracefulness. Senior, our boss has returned. Upon hearing a sound, the young woman swiftly turned around. At first glance, her appearance was not particularly stunning, but she possessed a charm that revealed itself upon closer inspection. According to Su Yi's criteria, her overall attractiveness could be rated around 82 points. Hello, Su Yi greeted amiably, extending his right hand. The girl, taken aback, had not anticipated that Su Yi was so youthful. During her 4 years at university, the first 3 years were relatively relaxed. However, in her senior year, the atmosphere shifted dramatically with preparations for civil service exams, graduate studies, certification tests, and final thesis submissions, leading to a much busier schedule. Consequently, she remained unaware that this fruit store was run by a junior. After a moment of contemplation, she reached out her hand. Hello, my name is Su Wanning. Su Yi moved a chair for her to sit down and took a seat beside her. After a quick appraisal, he straightforwardly inquired, Are you a senior? Yes. Do you have many classes? Not many. I have no classes in the afternoons or on weekends. I just want to find a part-time job during my preparation for the graduate entrance exam, so I won't have to ask my family for living expenses. So you pondered for a moment before saying, the working hours are from 12:30 p.m. to 9 p.m., with a monthly salary of 2,500. Is that acceptable to you? This offer was 1,000 more than what Li Tongwen received, but it was understandable, considering that Li Tongwen had afternoon classes and could not spend time in the store like Su Wanning could. Su Wanning responded readily, Yes. When can I start working? Su Yi replied, Now. Yes, from this moment onward. Li Tongwen, please show your senior how to operate the cash register. All right. Su Wanning had merely passed by and noticed the hiring notice on the glass, contemplating trying her luck, but she had not expected to reach an agreement so pleasantly. Operating the cash register was quite simple, posing no difficulty for a university student. After glancing at it twice, she had grasped the basics. Su Yi then introduced his 3 roommates. This is Li Tongwen. You two will likely see each other often in the store. This is Zhang Xinjiao, my partner. And this is Yang Fei. We are all roommates. So, you are all freshmen? She inquired. Yes, we are from the School of Finance. How about you? Su Wanning smiled. I'm from the law school. Su Yi's interest was piqued, and he curiously asked, you study law. Can you assist me with a legal question? Sure, go ahead. Let us say, hypothetically, I lost my ID card, and a female university student found it. We arranged to meet at a hotel for its return, and out of gratitude, I transferred her 200 yuan. Would that be illegal? Su Wanning was initially taken aback, but upon noticing Zhang Xinjiao suppressing a laugh, she realized Su Yi was joking. She chuckled and replied, I specialize in economic law, so I'm not sure about that. Perhaps, if my roommate were to marry a wealthy woman in her 60s, and she were to depart from this world, could he possibly demand support from her 40-year-old son? Yang Fei abruptly shoved Su Yi aside. Get lost. Do I strike you as someone who would rely on others for sustenance? Su Wanning couldn't help but join in their laughter, as the atmosphere felt light and joyous. In the afternoon, there was a specialized class. As the class monitor, Su Yi could not escape his duties. However, for a public course like Mao Zedong thought, he would certainly avoid it if possible. To Su Yi, university was merely a stepping stone. He did not aspire to absorb much knowledge during this time. with his primary goal being financial gain. He had not even contemplated the possibility of failing his final exams if he were to be unable to graduate. It would not matter much. He could always withdraw. When he eventually became a millionaire or billionaire, perhaps the school would even include him in their list of distinguished alumni. Society is undeniably pragmatic. Only those who wield power and wealth possess a more substantial voice. Suyi, may I pose a question? Go ahead. Upon graduation, would you seek stable employment? No. Why not? Suyi elaborated. Stability entails engaging in monotonous labor every day, and such a life is far too dreary. Yang Fei interjected. What if the remuneration were particularly generous? A 9-to-5 job with weekends off. Wealth lies not in laborious toil, but in leveraging one's skills. Working for others can never compare to working for oneself. Besides, if my fruit shop is already yielding this much profit, do you truly believe I will earn less in 4 years? Zhang Xi and Zhou concurred. It ultimately depends on individual aspirations. Suyi continued passionately. Consider how the character for wealth is constructed. It features a roof, the number 1, a mouth, and a field. The roof symbolizes wisdom and knowledge, the mouth signifies eloquence, and the field represents wealth. In essence, a wealthy individual is one who creates riches through wisdom, knowledge, and eloquence. Conversely, the character for poverty comprises a roof, the number 8, and the character for strength. The roof represents a fixed unit. The number 8 denotes 8 hours, and strength symbolizes diligent work. Thus, a person who labors diligently for 8 hours in a fixed setting is deemed poor. Wow, that's quite insightful. Zhang Xi and Zhou exclaimed, taken aback, before laughing. Your unconventional reasoning is impressively coherent. When the 4 of them returned to the shop after class, it was bustling with activity. Suyi instructed Li Tongwen and Yang Fei to assist in the store while he and Zhang Xi and Zhou ventured outside to acquire 2 second-hand electric scooters. They spent a mere 1,600 yuan on the 2 scooters, and although they were of lesser-known brands, they would suffice for deliveries around campus once charged. Around 6 o'clock, Suyi stood at the entrance with a loudspeaker, drawing in customers as the sun slowly descended. He stifled a yawn, settled into a chair, and felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Just as his eyes began to close, a pair of long, fair legs caught his attention. Suyi looked up and smiled. Sister Jiang Wei, what brings you here? Chapter 76. Only you are the expert. Do you have apples? Of course, we have red Fuji, snake apples, and green apples, several varieties. Jiang Wei stepped into the fruit shop, and the patrons turned their heads in surprise. None expected her sudden appearance. Suyi followed closely behind, playfully asking, did you share my post on WeChat? Jiang Wei replied coolly, no. What? How can you be like this? Suyi exclaimed. We had a good conversation at noon. Why the sudden change? Jiang Wei picked up an apple, frowning as she said, who said we were having a good conversation? Besides, why should I share your post? What isn't it for me? Well, Suyi stated confidently, I am a person who values gratitude. Jiang Wei, uninterested, continued to ignore him. Suyi persisted, if you share my post just once, I'll give you 2 pounds of apples for free. What do you say? Sounds fair, right? Jiang Wei looked at him seriously. Are you sure? Absolutely. Jiang Wei nodded. All right, then please weigh out 2 pounds of apples for me. Suyi had Yang Fei assist in weighing the apples, placing them into a plastic bag emblazoned with the logo of Qingqing Fruit Shop. After taking the bag, Jiang Wei, in front of Suyi, pulled out her phone and shared the promotional post. Suyi waved cheerfully. Take care, sister. Jiang Wei smiled lightly and departed at a leisurely pace. As the campus bell, her endorsement was significant. Trading an advertisement for 2 pounds of apples was certainly a worthwhile deal for Suyi. However, after a while, when Suyi checked his phone, he found that Jiang Wei's post did not appear on his feed. He typed out a message. Sister, why can't I see your shared post? Jiang Wei replied, because I set my privacy to restrict anyone from viewing my posts. Suyi, what? Are you joking with me? Jiang Wei, you only asked me to share your post. You didn't specify anything else. Suyi, quickly transfer the cost of those apples to me. Jiang Wei, the recipient has declined your message. Frustrated, Suyi was left speechless. This was his first experience of being outsmarted by a girl since starting university. Yang Fei curiously inquired, what is wrong? It's nothing. Suyi replied, feeling too embarrassed to explain. In the evening, the fruit shop was at its busiest. Suyi stood outside as the doorman, greeting customers, while Yang Fei and Zhang Xinzhao helped slice fruits, and Li Tongwen and Su Weiniang managed the cash register. Having learned from the previous day's experience, everything ran smoothly today. Excuse me, do you have eggs? Su Weiniang shook her head. Eggs? What would a fruit shop do with eggs? Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking. At the entrance, Su overheard a conversation inside and leaned in to inquire, "Classmate, what do you need those eggs for?" "For breakfast," came the reply. "Just one egg?" The girl nodded and explained, "Yes, many girls only eat one egg in the morning to lose weight. It's both convenient and nutritious. But it's hard to buy, as I have to go to the market each time." Suyi quickly responded, "Have you joined our group? If I can procure eggs in bulk, I will notify you immediately." "Sure." After the girl scanned the code to join the group, she promptly left the fruit shop. Li Tungwen added, "Suyi, she's not the first to ask if we have eggs in stock. This indicates there's a market for it. I will call and inquire about possible channels." Suyi called Chun Jianjun, who, besides transporting fruit, handled various goods. He was the right person to ask. Upon learning that Chun Jianjun had access to a channel, Suyu eagerly requested him to help transport a few boxes of eggs. Chun Jianjun readily agreed. Suyi swiftly sent a message to the group. "Attention everyone. We have a batch of eggs arriving around noon tomorrow, but quantities are limited. Feel free to place your orders in advance." As soon as the message was sent, replies flooded in. Suyi was surprised by the high demand for eggs and hurriedly asked Li Tungwen to record everyone's requests. The profit margin on eggs was not substantial, but Suyi was not focused on making money from them. The key was to attract traffic. In this day and age, few understood this concept, but Suyi did. The coming years would be dominated by the reign of traffic. Capturing traffic was essential to grasping fortune. At the Shanghai Conservatory of Music in the girls' dormitory 205, Shinsini remarked, "Qingqing, why are you daydreaming again?" Noticing Qingqing sitting motionless in a chair, she couldn't help but ask. Qingqing quickly retorted, "I'm not." Shinsini, concerned, inquired, "Is something troubling you?" Just as Qingqing pondered how to respond, Zhang Ruowei giggled. "Isn't it obvious? Our Qingqing is clearly thinking about someone." "Sinny, just leave her be. Haven't you heard the saying, among the myriad ailments of life, only longing cannot be cured?" "I'm not," Qingqing retorted, her cheeks flushed. Shinsini laughed. "Your boyfriend is something else. He didn't come to see you during the holidays the past 2 days." Jiang Yu chimed in, "Exactly. He shows no consideration at all." As her 3 roommates began to voice their complaints about Su Yi, Qingqing quietly explained, "He's the class monitor and is quite busy at the start of the semester. Plus, it takes over an hour to travel here." All right. Someone is starting to feel sorry for him," Shinsini teased. "I'm not. Come on, I saw you staring at your WeChat interface for ages. If you want to chat with him, just send a message. Why hesitate? Are you afraid of disturbing him?" To her honesty, Qingqing nodded. Zhang Ruowei swiftly moved a chair to sit beside Qingqing, exuding an air of seasoned wisdom. She patiently remarked, "Qingqing, you must not think that way. If you message him and he truly likes you, no matter how busy he is, he will certainly respond. In a romantic relationship, both parties must make efforts to reach out to one another. Do you understand what that means?" Qingqing shook her head. "It means that one side cannot always take the initiative. You both need to provide emotional value to each other. In truth, boys are rather easy to soothe. If he has had a long, tiring day, a simple message from you saying, 'You must be exhausted today,' sending you a hug, might just keep him awake all night with joy." Boys can be quite immature. Noticing Qingqing lost in thought, Zhang Ruowei snatched the phone from her hand, grinning as she said, "Watch closely, I will teach you." Qingqing hesitated, yearning to reclaim her phone, yet she held back as she saw Zhang Ruowei had already sent a message to Su Yi. Jiang Yu and Shinsini soon gathered around. Qingqing inquired, "What are you doing?" Su Yi replied, "I'm at the store." "Have you eaten yet?" Qingqing stated. "I have, and you?" Su Yi responded, "Not yet. It's quite busy here." Qingqing asked, "Are you tired?" Su Yi replied, "Not really." Qingqing remarked, "But you've been running through your thoughts all day." Upon reading this line from Zhang Ruowei, Qingqing felt her ears flush with warmth. Jiang Yu and Shinsini eagerly awaited Su Ye's reply, expecting something sweet and sentimental. To their surprise, Su Yi responded, "Zhang Ruowei, why are you using Qingqing's phone?" He continued, "I warn you, don't lead my girlfriend astray." Ha. Upon recognizing Zhang Ruowei, Jiang Yu and Shinsini erupted into a chorus of laughter. Zhang Ruowei, feeling indignant, challenged, "How did you know it was me?" Su Yi replied, "Because she wouldn't utter such cheesy lines." Zhang Ruowei retorted, "Then why don't you suspect Shinsini or Jiang Yu?" Su Yi answered, "Only you're the season one." Chapter 77, but I desperately want to end this. Seeing Su Ye's message, Zhang Ruowei pouted and returned the phone to Qingqing, muttering, "How dull." Jiang Yu laughed heartily. "Looks like the seasoned one has faltered this time." Zhang Ruowei lifted Jiang Yu and pinned her onto the bed, playfully tickling her belly. exclaiming, "What is wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Someone save me." Qingqing picked up her phone, reviewing the chat history, and couldn't help but chuckle. She typed an explanation. "Zhang Ru always snatched my phone. I didn't give it to her." Siyu replied, "I know." Qingqing asked, "Why haven't you eaten yet so late?" Siyu explained, "It's peak hours right now. I'll eat once I finish." Siyu then asked, "Did you miss me today?" Qingqing replied, "Not at all." Qingqing added, "Go away. Suyi, I'm out, emoticon." Qingqing, with a smile brightening her face, was about to continue typing when a phone call suddenly interrupted her. Although there was no name attached, she instantly recognized the number as belonging to her father, Chen Hansong. After a moment's hesitation, she hung up the call. Hearing the disconnection, Chen Hansong hurriedly inquired via WeChat, "Qingqing, why didn't you answer Dad's call?" Qingqing quickly replied, "I'm busy." Chen Hansong attempted to soften his tone and added a smiley face. "What are you busy with?" Qingqing responded, "I'm on a video call with Suyi." Upon reading those words, Chen Hansong felt his blood pressure rise. Suppressing his irritation, he asked, "Qingqing, please tell me, what is it about Suyi that you find appealing? What do you see in him?" Qingqing did not answer directly. "You don't know him well." Chen Hansong, bewildered, retorted, "Indeed, I do not know him. But I am very much inclined to put an end to this." In the following days, the fruit shop continued to thrive. The number of people in the group grew, and the activity of collecting likes on social media proved to be highly effective. The newly sourced eggs also began to attract customers to the shop. And with the evening discount promotions, there was virtually no excess stock, which propelled the business to new heights. As the owner, Siyu was naturally pleased to witness this development. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Luo Wenbing, the owner of Kongyuan Fruit Shop, watched with growing distress as Qingqing's fruit shop flourished day by day. Previously, he was the only one selling fruit on the snack street, and regardless of his prices, customers would buy. But ever since Qingqing's shop opened, his store had become desolate. Luo Wenbing realized that this situation could not continue, so on Wednesday, he organized a 3-year anniversary celebration for his shop, offering all fruits at a 30% discount, plus an additional 5 yuan off for purchases over 50 yuan. Zhang Xinju, noticing Kongyuan Fruit Shop's promotional activities, expressed concern. "Suyi, what should we do now?" Suyi responded with a smile, "No need to panic. He is trying to initiate a price war, but such tactics are ultimately detrimental to both parties. If he continues with his promotions, he will hardly make any profit, and may even incur losses. Once his promotion ends, the number of customers visiting his shop may diminish further, as he lacks methods to foster customer loyalty." Customer loyalty? Suyi did not elaborate, but he patted Zhang Xinju on the shoulder and said, "Let us continue with our current approach. It should not significantly affect us." All right. After Kongyuan Fruit Shop's promotional event, business indeed improved slightly, and Luo Wenbing felt a sense of triumph, believing he had regained a fraction of his former clientele. However, when he tallied the evening's accounts, he found the profits pitiably low. After deducting labor costs, it could be said there was no profit at all, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. There were more customers in the shop, but they were simply not generating revenue. Luo Wenbing believed that this event should not be prolonged for too long, ideally lasting no more than a week, lest it result in losses, as Suyi had anticipated. After the launch of the promotion at Kongyuan Fruit Store, his own business did experience some minor impacts. However, these were not severe, as Qingqing Fruit Store also offered home delivery services. On Friday afternoon, Suyi sent a message to Qin Jianjun in advance to schedule the fruit delivery time, and then instructed Zhang Xinju, "I'm off to see my girlfriend. I want to be here for the next 2 days. So I leave the shop in your capable hands." "You're leaving on Friday?" Zhang Xinju asked. "Yes. And where will you stay tonight?" "In a hotel." Zhang Xinju cleared his throat and, adopting the tone Suyi had used when speaking in front of Yanqing, said, "Just remember to stay safe. Stop with the nonsense. First, ride me to the subway station." On this trip to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, Suyi did not inform Qingqing. Throughout that week, Suyi and Qingqing exchanged only a few words daily, partly due to the busyness of the shop, but also intentionally on Suyi's part. Spending too much time together could lead to a sense of monotony over time. A balance of closeness and distance, sprinkled with occasional surprises, is the ideal state of a relationship. After approximately an hour and a half, Suyi arrived at the girls' dormitory. He held a bouquet, not of flowers, but rather a floral arrangement composed of strawberries. At the foot of the dormitory, a boy stood holding a bouquet made of strawberries as well. This scene naturally drew considerable attention, with passing female art students casting curious glances, wondering who would soon descend from the building. Suyi took out his phone and called Chen Qingqing. "Hello?" She answered. "Come down." "What did you say?" "I said come down. I'm right here at your dorm." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing quickly hung up the phone and hurried downstairs. Noticing Chen Qingqing rushing out, Jiang Yu was the first to stand up and inquire. "What is going on?" Shinsini chimed in. "Could it be Suyi has come again?" Zhang Ruowei immediately exclaimed, "It must be." The three roommates dashed to the balcony. Peering down with eager anticipation, Chen Qingqing jogged to the entrance and instantly spotted Suyi. It had been 2 weeks since they last met, and he indeed appeared fairer, perhaps even a touch thinner. Seeing the small crowd of onlookers nearby made her feel somewhat embarrassed as she approached Suyi, whispering, "What brings you here?" Suyi smiled and replied, "I missed you." Chen Qingqing raised her foot as if to playfully kick him, but Suyi had anticipated this and quickly stepped back, then promptly corrected himself, saying, "I miss seeing you. That's more accurate, right?" Chen Qingqing pouted, feigning annoyance. "You should have told me in advance." Only then did Suyi step forward, presenting her with the strawberry bouquet as he remarked, "I wanted to surprise you." The fright was somewhat manageable. These strawberries were meticulously selected by me, covered with cling film throughout the journey, pristine and clean. It was Chen Qingqing's first time receiving flowers. And though this bouquet was somewhat unconventional, her efforts to restrain her joy were betrayed by the smile that danced in her eyes. Meanwhile, on the balcony of the second floor, Zhang Ruwei remarked enviously, "Suyi, I too wish to indulge in strawberries." Jiang Yu quickly chimed in, "I want some as well." Shinsini added, "Count me in." Suyi looked up at the group above and waved his hand dismissively. "There's enough for everyone." Feeling embarrassed under the gaze of so many, Chen Qingqing, blushing, grasped Suyi's hand and hurriedly led him away. Chapter 78. No speaking out of turn and no mischief. Chen Qingqing pulled Suyi into a narrow alley. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes darting nervously, her expressions adorably endearing. "Suyi, you cannot act this way." "What have I done?" he replied. Chen Qingqing insisted, "From now on, if you want to see me, you must come secretly." Suyi, with a hint of exasperation, responded, "I am not a thief. Why must I sneak around?" "I don't care. You cannot make such a grand entrance. Our school is small. And if you come like this, everyone will know you're here for me." Suyi countered, "If I don't make a spectacle of my arrival. With how beautiful you are, what if someone undesirable approaches you while I'm not around?" As he pressed closer, Chen Qingqing found herself backed against the wall. Suyi leaned in, his hand braced against the wall, towering over her. At that moment, Chen Qingqing resembled a startled little rabbit, unable to meet his gaze. "Our school has no bad people. You are the worst of them," she exclaimed, her face aflame as she attempted to push him away. Yet Suyi remained steadfast. And Chen Qingqing's hands rested against his chest, where she could feel the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. Her face grew even warmer. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Suyi's unwavering gaze upon her, his Adam's apple shifting, akin to a predator assessing its prey. Anxiously, she asked, "Are you hungry? Let me treat you to a meal." "I am," Suyi replied, "but I have no desire for food." "What do you wish to eat, then?" she inquired. "I wish to feast upon you." Suyi, seeing Chen Qingqing's face redden to the point of nearly dripping with color, Suyi quickly retreated, chuckling, "Just a jest. I'll come by after I finish my work this afternoon, and my stomach is already growling. You must treat me to something delightful." Chen Qingqing shot him a reproachful glance, but ultimately responded, "I'll take this back to my dorm first." "All right, but you mustn't go to the girls' dormitory. Wait for me here." "Understood." As Chen Qingqing hurried away, Suyi smiled, aware that it was not yet the moment for a kiss. The earlier wall push was merely a test to gauge whether Chen Qingqing would be angry, shy, or surrender willingly. If she is angry, it implies that in Chen Qingqing's heart, their relationship is merely that of friends. If she is shy, it suggests that Chen Qingqing at least does not harbor any aversion towards him, leaving room for potential advancement. If she is helpless, it indicates that their bond has naturally evolved, resembling a relationship akin to that of a couple. Though this notion may be somewhat unrealistic given their limited time spent together, after all, there is a saying that feelings deepen over time. Upon returning to her dormitory, Chen Qingqing opened the door to find her three roommates wearing mischievous smiles as they gazed at her. Ignoring their expressions, she placed the strawberries on the table and softly remarked, "Feel free to indulge in the strawberries. I'm heading out for a meal." With a quick getaway, she left. Aware of her roommates' insatiable curiosity, especially since Zhang Ruwei frequently broached explicit topics in their shared space, leaving Chen Qingqing blushing each time. What do you wish to eat? Let us check the cafeteria, Chun Qingqing inquired curiously. Are you planning to eat at the cafeteria? Suyi nodded affirmatively. Chun Qingqing, not pondering much, led Suyi out of the alley. Just as they were about to exit, she abruptly turned around, extending her finger towards Suyi, declaring, no speaking nonsense. And no behaving lewdly. Understood, he replied, and together they made their way to the cafeteria. At this hour, the cafeteria was bustling with people. Despite having heard it numerous times, the attractiveness of the art university's students indeed surpasses that of ordinary universities. While there are certainly many who appear quite average, they all tend to wear makeup, including the males, making it hard to discern who is truly plain. Generally, they all resemble handsome men and beautiful women. Although Suyi possessed ample confidence in his 18-year-old looks, it was impossible to feel completely pressure-free. The university cafeterias are fairly similar. After entering the cafeteria with Chun Qingqing, Suyi surveyed the surroundings and directly asked, where do you usually eat? Chun Qingqing pointed towards a particular window. Suyi smiled, then let us dine there. He stepped forward, and Chun Qingqing hurried to follow suit. Suyi ordered braised potatoes, stir-fried greens, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. As he picked up his tray, the cafeteria lady promptly stated, student, you haven't swiped your card yet. Suyi chuckled, my girlfriend will take care of it. The cafeteria lady glanced at Chun Qingqing and then picked up another tray, inquiring, what would you like, dear? Chun Qingqing scrunched her nose. I'll have the same as him. So you want the same as your boyfriend, right? The cafeteria lady quickly served Chun Qingqing a plate identical to Suyi's. Seated across from Suyi with her meal, Chun Qingqing observed him for quite some time, yet he feigned ignorance, deliberately focusing on his food. Eventually, she conceded, turning her attention elsewhere as they continued to eat. By a stroke of coincidence, Jiang Meilin sent Suyi a message at that moment, inquiring about Chun Qingqing's current activities. Knowing that Chun Qingqing would not divulge such information, Suyi became Jiang Meilin's sole means of acquiring updates on her daughter. Since the commencement of university, the conversations between Jiang Meilin and Suyi had surpassed those between her and her own daughter. As Suyi glanced at his phone, he saw a message from Jiang Meilin. Have you eaten yet? After a moment's contemplation, he turned and discreetly snapped a photo of the dishes they were sharing, sending it to Jiang Meilin, followed by the message, I'm eating. Jiang Meilin enlarged the photo, and her keen eye quickly noted that both of their meals were identical. She inquired, are you at Qingqing's school now? Suyi replied, yes, I came to see her this afternoon. Jiang Meilin seized upon a crucial point. Isn't your school quite far? What will you do tonight? Suyi responded, I'll stay at a nearby hotel. After reading this, Jiang Meilin pondered briefly before sending Suyi a red envelope containing 500 yuan. What's this for, auntie? Suyi asked. Stay at a nice hotel. But when you go out, ensure that Qingqing doesn't return to school too late, Jiang Meilin instructed. Suyi understood her subtle implication and quickly replied, don't worry, auntie. I comprehend your meaning. All right, enjoy your meal. I will ask you about other matters this evening, Jiang Meilin concluded. Sure, Suyi affirmed. Noticing Suyi had set his phone down, Chun Qingqing inquired, who were you chatting with? My mom, he replied. Your mom? She echoed. Yes, Chun Qingqing quietly complained. Is it necessary to be that happy chatting with your own mother? Chapter 79. A chance encounter on 520 day, Chun Qingqing paused after consuming half of her meal. She was cautious about her evening intake, aware that overeating could lead to weight gain and adversely affect her digestion, thus she practiced moderation at dinner. Suyi looked up at her plate, puzzled, and asked, why aren't you eating? I'm full, Chun Qingqing replied, instinctively. Suyi picked up his chopsticks and helped himself to a piece of meat from her plate, admonishing her, such waste. Just as Chun Qingqing attempted to protest, he had already placed the morsel in his mouth. Blushing, she asked, why are you taking food from my bowl? You aren't even eating it. Suyi rationalized. It wouldn't be wasted if I eat it. Besides, I don't mind. As he spoke, he shamelessly took another piece right in front of her. Chun Qingqing, seeing his audacity, decided to feign ignorance. After Suyi had his fill and let out a satisfied burp, he stood and asked, do you have napkins? Chun Qingqing rummaged through her pocket, produced a pack of tissues, and handed one to Suyi. He accepted it, wiped his mouth, and, after placing the empty plate in the recycling area, they left the cafeteria side by side. The sky was darkening. Two individuals leisurely strolled along the tree-lined path of the campus. Chun Qingqing, taking the initiative, inquired, what will happen to the fruit shop now that you've come to find me? I have already made arrangements. Besides my roommate, we've hired another part-time employee. Is it a male or female? Suyi, intrigued by Chun Qingqing's question, chuckled a female, a senior in her 4th year. Don't worry, she's not as attractive as you. Upon hearing his words and noticing the smile on Su Ye's face, Chen Qingqing realized he had misinterpreted her inquiry. She quickly clarified, I'm not jealous. You're overthinking it. I was merely asking. Su Yi replied with a grin, I never said you were jealous. You. Chen Qingqing retorted, Su Yi, you're just a shameless, lecherous turtle. Why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Ignoring Su Yi, she continued ahead. As night descended, the streetlights illuminated the path, and a gentle evening breeze brought a slight chill. After circling the playground twice, Chen Qingqing glanced at her watch and could no longer suppress her curiosity. Are you returning to school tonight? No, I'm not. Then where will you stay? Su Yi replied with a laugh, I'll find a hotel nearby. You being so frugal would actually spend money on a hotel? Frugality applies to myself. I've never been stingy with you. The strawberries I prepared for you today, do you know how expensive they are? I can't bear to eat them myself. Without responding, Chen Qingqing silently took out her phone and sent Su Yi a red envelope containing 500 yuan. Hearing the notification sound, Su Yi checked his phone and immediately asked, Why did you send me a red envelope? To stay in a decent hotel. All right. Su Yi opened the envelope and, upon seeing the amount, couldn't help but chuckle. It seems like we truly are akin to mother and daughter, with identical amounts in our red envelopes. He sat beside Chen Qingqing on a bench near the playground and shamelessly suggested, Why not add another 20? Why? To make it 520. Chen Qingqing turned her head away, refusing to look at him. The moon rose in the sky, full and bright. She gazed up at it, while he turned to look at her. Both were exquisite in their own right. At 8 in the evening, Su Yi escorted Chen Qingqing back to her dormitory and then found a hotel near the Shanghai Conservatory of Music for himself. Later that night, Su Yi made a phone call to Zhang Hong and chatted for half an hour. After showering, he emerged to find that Wang Yusin, out of the blue, had applied for WeChat and added him as a friend. As soon as Su Yi accepted her request, she eagerly sent a video. Su Yi Gij, you're too close to the phone. Your big face fills the screen. Mom, Su Yi Gij scolded me again. A voice nearby belonged to Aunt Zhang Lan, who chimed in. Su Yi Gij is just joking with you. Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's voice, Su Yi promptly called her aunt. After a brief exchange of concern, Wang Yusin retreated to her room, whispering, Su Yi Gij, how are things between you and Qingqing Jia? That evening, we dined together. Is that so? Wang Yusin, with her youthful curiosity, inquired, have you two started dating? I suppose you could say that, but don't tell your mother. She is just like mine. Once they find out, the whole world will know. Wang Yusin replied obediently, I understand. My lips are sealed. Focus on your studies now that you're in junior high, and aim for a good university. Got it? If any boys bother you, just let me know. Oh, you're so annoying, just like my mother. I'm off to chat with Sister Qingqing. Xu was not a light sleeper. In the hotel, he slept soundly, even more so than in the dormitory. The dorm beds were small, and he often heard Yang Fei talking in his sleep. The hotel, however, offered a large, soft bed, and the surroundings were quiet, free from any distracting noises. Early in the morning, Su Yi rose, determined not to waste his weekend, which was all too brief. After enjoying a complimentary breakfast, he made his way to the girls' dormitory. On a Saturday morning, many remained in bed. After messaging Chen Qingqing, he waited at the foot of the stairs. Chen Qingqing had just awakened and was washing up. Zhang Ruowei glanced out from the balcony and asked Chen Qingqing, Are you planning to keep Su Yi waiting downstairs? What else? Should we just call him up? Before Chen Qingqing could respond, Shinsini interjected, But will the dormitory supervisor allow it? Zhang Ruowei replied, The supervisor's eyesight isn't that sharp. Never mind, Jiang Yu, come with me. Let us bring him up. Let me get dressed first. Let us go. Let us go. Chen Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed about going down. She worried about being discovered, which would be quite awkward. However, she didn't stop Zhang Ruowei and the others. After all, she had nothing to hide. Su Yi had visited during the school's opening, and her 3 roommates had no objections, so she felt the same. Zhang Ruowei, accompanied by Jiang Yu and Shinsini, arrived at the dormitory entrance. Handsome, why are you down here? Zhang Ruowei chuckled. Didn't Chen Qingqing tell you? We're joining you for an outing today. Why the long face? Don't you want us to tag along? I never said that. Never offend a girlfriend's roommates. You never know what they might say about you. Su Yi laughed. With so many beautiful girls accompanying me, how could I possibly mind? Stop standing there. Come up with us. We'll need at least half an hour to get ready. Su Yi scratched his head. Is that appropriate? Zhang Ruowei scoffed. Why are you pretending to be shy? You've been up before when school started. But what if the dorm supervisor disapproves? Her gaze was somewhat unfocused, so you can stand between us and run up together. Suyi shrugged and replied, if you don't mind, I certainly have no issue. Let us go then. Suyi indeed followed the three of them into the girls' dormitory, then swiftly ascended to the second floor. Fortunately, the corridor was relatively empty at that moment, allowing Suyi to reach room 205 without any hassle. Handsome, you sit for a while, give us half an hour, and we will be ready shortly. Oh. The four quickly began their ablutions, and then each took turns applying makeup in front of the mirror. The scene was undeniably alluring. Not wanting to make a fool of himself so early in the day, Suyi hurriedly took out his phone to distract himself. Just then, Qin Jiwei sent a message. Are you awake? Suyi replied, yes. Qin Jiwei asked, where are you? Suyi responded, you might not believe it, but I'm currently in the girls' dormitory. Qin Jiwei replied incredulously, are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking early in the morning? Claiming to be in the girls' dormitory? Why not say you're in the sky? Chapter 80. The gun is hard to control, Ruowei. May I borrow your concealer? Take it, take it. Cinny, hurry, hurry, give me an eyeliner. I can never apply it well myself. Qingqing, the foundation you recommended is truly great. It looks so natural. Naturally, Suyi had no intention of taking photos to prove he was in the girls' dormitory. He simply pressed the voice recording button, capturing their conversation, and sent it to Qin Jiwei. Upon receiving the 50-second voice message, Qin Jiwei hurriedly opened it, only to be dumbfounded after listening. No way. This guy really went to the girls' dormitory early in the morning. Qin Jiwei quickly typed, how did you get into the girls' dormitory? Suyi replied, they pulled me up. Qin Jiwei retorted, they pulled you up, and you just went? Have some dignity, will you? There was a hint of bitterness in Qin Jiwei's words. Suyi replied, stop nagging. I'm feeling quite uncomfortable right now. Qin Jiwei asked, what is bothering you? Suyi answered, it's a bit hard to control. Qin Jiwei exclaimed, you've got to be kidding. Followed by beast. Scoundrel, you are a degenerate. Zhang Ruowei and the others were punctual. They indeed took half an hour as promised. Once they were all ready, they each slung their bags over their shoulders and prepared to leave. Handsome, you stay in the dorm for now. I'll go downstairs to scout around. All right. Zhang Ruowei dashed to the first floor, where she saw the dorm supervisor busy discussing matters with the water delivery person. She hurriedly went back upstairs to bring Suyi and the three roommates down, then rushed out of the girls' dormitory. Phew, that was close. Suyi chuckled. So, what is the plan for today? We'll follow your lead. Wherever you and Qingqing go, we will follow. Suyi quickly formulated a plan. Disney was too far, and surely you all have visited the Oriental Pearl and the Bund. So how about we explore Yiyuan Garden? The city god temple is also located there. Sounds great. The three roommates unanimously agreed. If we take the bus, we need to walk a few hundred meters. If we opt for the subway, it would require nearly 2 kilometers of walking. After deliberation, the five of them ultimately decided to take the subway. On their way to the subway station, Suyi played the role of a supportive companion, while the other four in the dormitory chatted and laughed, with Suyi only occasionally chiming in. Upon arriving at the subway station, regret washed over them, as the station was teeming with people, perfectly coinciding with Saturday, a day when many sought outdoor adventures. The phrase crowded beyond measure was not an exaggeration. Nevertheless, they had arrived, and now they could only steel themselves and wait for the subway. Once inside the station and in the waiting area, Suyi observed the throng surrounding them and leaned closer to Qingqing, whispering, stay close to me. Qingqing, who was not fond of crowded places, instinctively nodded. Hearing the rumble of the approaching subway, Jiang Yu exclaimed, the subway is here. Upon hearing this, Suyi quickly grasped Qingqing's wrist and maneuvered their way to the front. When the subway came to a halt and the doors opened, she led Qingqing inside. Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing, and became somewhat dazed as she obediently followed Suyi into the subway. By that time, all the seats were already taken. Suyi guided Qingqing to a corner position between the seat and the wall, allowing her to stand safely in that nook while Suyi shielded her from the crowd. Quite a few people remained outside, waiting for the next train. Fortunately, their companions Zhang Ruowei, Shinsini, and Jiang Yu also boarded the subway and squeezed in beside Suyi. Seeing Qingqing so thoroughly protected by Suyi, the three roommates couldn't help but feel envious. Suyi, you can't keep flaunting your affection in front of us like this. It makes us envious. One remarked. Indeed, another chimed in. Suyi laughed. If you keep saying such things, Qingqing will blush again. Qingqing's face was already flushed, partly due to the heat and the crowd, and partly from her racing heart. She dared not look up at Suyi. lowering her head and pretending not to hear the banter between Su Yi and her 3 roommates. What she failed to notice was that Su Yi had just called her name again. The last time Su Yi had done so, she had inadvertently stepped on his foot. But now, she was merely blushing. In this world, a girl's blush could convey more than a lengthy declaration of love. The journey encompassed 3 stops, lasting about 7 to 8 minutes before they reached their destination. Once they disembarked, noticing Chen Qingqing was sweating, Su Yi pulled out a tissue he had taken from the hotel and reached out to help her wipe her brow. However, Chen Qingqing tilted her head and evaded him. Observing this scene, Zhang Ruowei approached Su Yi with a playful smile, saying, "Handsome, why don't you help me instead?" Jiang Yu chimed in, "Count me in too." Shinsini did not possess such audacity. She merely stood aside, stifling her laughter. Chen Qingqing found herself utterly at a loss with her 2 roommates. She reached over and snatched the tissue from Su Ye's hand, wiping her brow before striding towards the subway station's exit. After giving a thumbs up to Zhang Ruowei and Jiang Yu, Su Yi quickly followed suit. As they made their way from the subway station to Yuyuan Garden, they passed several commercial complexes, a sight only a bustling metropolis could boast. It was Su Yi's inaugural visit to this area, and upon catching up with Chen Qingqing, he began to navigate using his smartphone, ultimately arriving at the ticket booth of Yuyuan Garden. Adult tickets were priced at 40 yuan, while student tickets were 20 yuan. After purchasing 5 tickets, he joined his companions as they stepped into the scenic area of Yuyuan Garden. Walking along the cobblestone path, they were surrounded by beautifully ancient structures dispersed throughout the tranquil gardens. The winding corridors were adorned with a plethora of flowers and plants, while the verdant waters mirrored the surrounding pavilions and towers, resembling a finely crafted landscape painting. With red walls and black tiles, exquisite wooden carvings, majestic peaks, and blooming lotus flowers, every step revealed a new vista. The 3 roommates began snapping photographs as soon as they entered, and Su Yi became their impromptu photographer, capturing numerous images of them. Fortunately, Su Yi's photographic skills were commendable, earning him unanimous approval from his 3 roommates. In a bid to ensure Su Yi shared the photos, Zhang Ruowei even dragged him into their dormitory group chat. Within Yuyuan Garden, there were not only shopping areas and snack streets, but also a plethora of restaurants. At noon, the 5 of them dined at the century-old establishment, Sangala, where one ordered a bowl of hearty meat noodles, priced similarly to those outside at just 25 yuan, though the wait was quite lengthy. Before Chen Qingqing dug into her noodles, she retrieved a hair tie from her bag and secured her long, lustrous black hair. Zhang Ruowei looked on enviously, exclaiming, "Qingqing, I truly envy your hair. It's so thick and straight, and you don't lose any strands. Unlike me, I shed so much every time I wash it." Shinsini nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu, intrigued, posed a question. "Su Yi, do you know what the most silent display of wealth is for a girl? What is it? Not suffering from menstrual pain, having ample vitality, being a hair volume champion, indulging in food without gaining weight, and possessing robust immunity." Su Yi chuckled and queried, "But do you know what the silent display of wealth is for a boy? What is it? Transforming a silent girl into one who speaks." Chen Qingqing? Shinsini? Jiang Yu? Zhang Ruowei. Su Yi, you rascal. Chapter 81. Love in the Big City at this very moment. In a restaurant at Baolong Plaza in Pudong District, Wang Shiyu was dining with 2 female classmates from high school. The 3 had been close friends since their school days, commonly referred to as besties. This was Wang Shiyu's first gathering with her roommates since entering university, and she found herself seated in the very spot Shiyu had occupied during his last visit, lost in thought. 2 of her high school classmates, with identical hairstyles featuring a princess cut and straight bangs, possibly reflecting a trend in their hometown, were present. One of them, named Du Jiaqing, adorned in a white spaghetti strap dress, noticed Wang Shiyu lost in thought and could not help but inquire, "Shiyu, what occupies your mind?" "Nothing much," Wang Shiyu replied. "Nothing much? Since you sat down, you have been in a daze. You must have something on your mind." The other classmate, Feng Sisi, quickly took over the conversation with a teasing smile. "You aren't thinking about Xiazhu, are you?" Xiazhu was Wang Shiyu's boyfriend from high school, and they had yet to break up, though after graduation, Wang Shiyu moved to the bustling metropolis while Xiazhu went to a technological university in the northeast, leading to a gradual fading of their relationship. Wang Shiyu shook her head with a smile, stating, "Eventually, we will break up." "Break up?" Du Jiaqing questioned. "Do you no longer have feelings for him? You seemed quite happy together in high school. Everyone envied you." Wang Shiyu replied nonchalantly, "How many long-distance relationships truly endure? Besides, since starting university, I've realized I might not actually like him anymore. Fang Sisi remarked. Then you might as well directly tell him to break up. Haven't you been ignoring him lately? Xiaozhu keeps messaging me, asking about you. Wang Xiyu quickly interjected, I would never initiate the breakup. If I were to discard him right after entering university, it would reflect poorly on me. Du Jiaqing and Fang Sisi exchanged glances, choosing not to respond. Wang Xiyu continued. As long as I ignore him, eventually he will take the initiative to end things. Since you aren't thinking about Xiaozhu, what then occupies your thoughts? There's an exceptionally talented male student in our finance department. I find myself developing feelings for him. Are you considering pursuing him? Wang Xiyu sighed dramatically. However, he already has a girlfriend. I am torn between giving up early or... Wait, Xiyu, many boys admired you in high school. How could you be infatuated again in university? You wouldn't understand. He is truly different from other boys. In what way is he different? How should I put it? He is both handsome and a bit rebellious, yet incredibly ambitious. The first time we met was here, and my heart raced the moment I laid eyes on him. With this revelation, Du Jiaqing and Fang Sisi grew increasingly curious about the boy Wang Xiyu described. After all, Wang Xiyu herself was quite remarkable. Having received numerous confessions from boys in other schools during high school, the boy who could captivate her attention must possess extraordinary charm. In the afternoon, Suyi, Qingqing, and her roommates explored the remaining parts of Yuyuan Garden and made a visit to Changhuang Temple, which housed numerous grand halls, including the Hall of Huoguang, the Hall of Taisui, and the Hall of Three Officials. However, the girls were most intrigued by the Hall of the Matchmaker, while Suyi found himself particularly drawn to the Hall of Wealth. After departing from the scenic area, a few individuals sought out a karaoke establishment within a nearby commercial complex. As students from the music academy, they were naturally enthusiastic performers. Suyi settled onto a sofa, assuming the role of an audience member. However, after they sang 7 or 8 songs in quick succession, they unexpectedly handed the microphone to Suyi, urging him to join in. You all sing. I shall not flaunt my skills before Guangdong, he replied. Come on, just one song, they insisted. How can a grown man be so hesitant? Faced with no plausible excuse to decline, Suyi reluctantly accepted the microphone from Zhang Ruowei, inquiring, what shall I sing? Shinsini suggested, how about a duet with Qingqing? Qingqing immediately objected, I refuse. Let him sing solo. Then just choose any song you like, they encouraged. Suyi found himself in a quandary, uncertain of which song to select, and thus approached the song selection station to peruse the current hits. The year 2014 boasted numerous popular tracks. The August Reunion, July's Youth Training Manual, Where Has the Time Gone, May's Ordinary Path, and of course, Little Apple and Liking You remained ever popular. However, none of these songs appealed to him, and he ultimately chose an older piece from 2005 titled Big City, Small Love. As the introduction began, Zhang Ruowei, Shinsini, Jiang Yu, and Qingqing settled in anticipation of Su Ye's vocal performance. With the dark tips of his hair coiled in a circle, entwining all his affections for her, the song's simplicity allowed Su Yi to sing effortlessly, his voice perfectly attuned to the melody. After a few lines, he captured the attention of Qingqing's 3 roommates, who gazed at him with admiration. While Qingqing was aware of Su Ye's singing ability, her roommates were blissfully unaware, thus their astonishment upon hearing him sing was palpable. Your presence occupies my thoughts. Your essence fills my heart. This little love is sweet in the grand city, he sang, and after finishing the delightful little love song, his 3 roommates erupted into cheers and applause. Suyi set the microphone down and glanced at the time, saying, All right, that's enough fun and singing. Let us find a place to eat. Let us go. After some deliberation, the 5 decided to seek a dining spot near the school. Given that the Shanghai Music Academy was situated in the heart of the city, surrounded by countless eateries. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Huanmao shopping mall adjacent to the school. This mall boasted 8 floors, with dining options primarily located on the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. Just as the 5 approached the elevator, a voice suddenly called out from behind them, Zhang Ruowei. Siyu turned his head to see 2 boys, approximately his age, approaching. Li Jufeng, Zhang Xiaobei? Zhang Ruowei furrowed her brow and asked, What brings you here? We came over to dine. A boy named Li Jufeng, wearing sunglasses, approached the group of 5 before finally removing his shades. He glanced at Su Yi and inquired, Who is this? Oh, he is Qingqing's boyfriend, came the reply. Zhang Ruowei took the opportunity to introduce Su Yi. Su Yi, we are classmates. Although Li Jufeng did not express it overtly, Su Yi discerned a hint of jealousy in his gaze. He forced a smile and nodded, acknowledging the introduction. Li Junfeng then asked, "Are you all here to eat as well?" "Yes," came the reply. Li Junfeng generously offered, "Why not join us?" "It's on me." Zhang Ruowei hesitated, glancing at her roommates, who all turned their attention to Su Yi. They were already acquainted with Su Yi, but he had yet to meet Li Jufeng and Zhang Xiaobei, which left them curious about whether Su Yi would be willing to dine with two strangers. If Su Yi declined, it would undoubtedly come off as somewhat petty. Thus, he nodded and replied with a smile, "I have no objections." At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Su Yi took Chen Qingqing's hand, leading her inside. Chen Qingqing attempted to withdraw her hand, but after a couple of tries, she realized Su Ye's grip was firm. She glanced up at him, noticing that he was looking down at her with a hint of possessiveness in his eyes. Understanding dawned upon her, and she ceased her attempts to free her hand, allowing Su Yi to hold on tightly, his warmth radiating to her heart. Stealthily, she shifted her feet, inching closer to Su Yi's side. Chapter 82. Brother. This is not how you pretend. Li Junfeng clearly exuded affluence, dressed in designer labels and wearing an Omega watch on his wrist. His pink short-sleeve shirt gave him the air of a flamboyant playboy. He led the group to an upscale restaurant and specifically requested a private room. "Please, take a seat." He courteously invited his classmates, comfortably settling into the host chair. When the waiter entered with the menu, hesitating over whom to serve first, Li Junfeng snapped his fingers and waved him over. The waiter, understanding the cue, handed the menu to him, which he promptly passed to Zhang Ruowei. He even threw in a phrase in English. After giving the menu to Zhang Ruowei, Li Junfeng initiated a conversation. "Hey, you're Su Yi, right? Which university do you attend?" "The School of Finance," Su Yi replied. "I know that school. The cutoff scores are quite high in other provinces. But it's merely a second-tier school here in the metropolis. If you hadn't come to the city, you might have gotten into a better 211 university." Su Yi, holding Chen Qingqing's hand, smiled. "I had no choice. My girlfriend wanted to come to the city, so I followed her." Observing their intertwined hands, Li Junfeng's smile appeared slightly strained. He chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "It must be quite a distance coming from the School of Finance." "Not too bad. It seems like it takes about 40 minutes by car," Su Yi replied. Su Yi chuckled, "I arrived by subway." Li Junfeng quickly responded, "Doesn't that take over an hour?" "Indeed," Su Yi affirmed. Zhang Ruowei, unable to endure the conversation any longer, swiftly selected several dishes and returned the menu to Li Junfeng, stating, "I've made my choices." Li Junfeng, holding the menu, inquired, "Do you wish to order anything else?" "No need." He then presented the menu to Su Yi, asking, "What about you? Would you like to see if there's something you fancy?" "No, it's your treat. You decide." Li Junfeng shrugged. "Very well then." Without hesitation, he proceeded to add several more dishes to the order. Chen Qingqing finally withdrew her hand, which had grown sweaty from being held for so long. Su Yi leaned closer, lowering his voice, "Keep your distance from that guy. I find him rather distasteful." Recalling Su Ye's earlier comments from the previous night, Chen Qingqing teasingly whispered, "What's this? Are you feeling jealous?" Su Yi candidly admitted, "Yes." Taken aback, Chen Qingqing had not anticipated such a forthright confession from Su Yi. She cast her gaze downward, gently pinching the hem of her clothing, revealing a blush of indescribable shyness. In truth, Chen Qingqing harbored a greater disdain for Li Junfeng than Su Yi. Among their classmates, he was the most pretentious. Typically, the two only crossed paths in the classroom, and she had never acknowledged him. Noticing Su Yi and Chen Qingqing engaged in hushed conversation, Li Junfeng felt a wave of confusion. Typically, Chen Qingqing spoke only to a few roommates, maintaining a frosty demeanor towards others. Why was she now so animated with Su Yi? One dish after another was served at the table. Su Yi, appearing unfazed, began to eat while persistently offering food to Chen Qingqing, who understood that he was performing for the benefit of Li Junfeng and Zhang Xiaobei, and thus played along willingly. "What did you all do today?" The group engaged in lively chatter, with Su Yi feigning ignorance, refraining from participating in their classmates' dialogue. Yet, it seemed Li Junfeng was deliberate in his approach. Noticing Su Yi's silence, he suddenly remarked, "Su Yi, have you and Chen Qingqing been talking for a long time?" "Yes." "So, does that mean this is an early romance?" Su Yi replied with a smile, "It's not too bad. Our parents are quite open-minded. And his mother doesn't oppose our relationship." Li Junfeng expressed surprise. "Your parents are aware of your situation?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" "Oh." Li Junfeng quickly shook his head. "No, I was merely inquiring. What do your parents do?" Su Yi responded, "My father is a grassroots worker in the system, and my mother works at a small company. They both have very ordinary jobs. At this juncture, Li Jufeng felt he had a distinct advantage and swiftly began to affect an air of superiority. In truth, I envy families like yours. My father manages a company in the bustling metropolis, while my mother serves as the accountant within the same firm. They are perpetually occupied throughout the year, and I can only see them during the New Year festivities. Whenever they call, their sole inquiry is whether I require financial assistance. They never concern themselves with my likes or dislikes. Zhang Xiaobei, ever cooperative, responded, "Isn't that quite satisfactory? After all, having money is sufficient." Though he articulated this sentiment, he occasionally felt a twinge of emptiness. Nonetheless, it was precisely because of their financial stability that he was able to attend an art school. Otherwise, his parents would undoubtedly have disapproved of his pursuit of music. Suyi found this pretentious display rather irksome. If he were well acquainted with Li Junfeng, he might have gently suggested, "Brother, this is not how one should flaunt." However, lacking any relationship with Li, he felt no inclination to comment. As Li Junfeng's narrative grew increasingly absurd, he began to resemble a lecturer, prompting Suyi to grow restless. He discreetly retrieved his phone from beneath the table, adjusted his Alipay settings, and quietly placed it on the table before him. In the metropolis, earning 10 to 20 million a year does not even qualify as being particularly wealthy. His father's company made only around 10 million last year, Li Jufeng elaborated mid-sentence. Suddenly, Suyi's phone chimed, announcing an Alipay deposit of 23 yuan. The others paid it no mind, nor did Li Junfeng, who continued his monologue. However, the economy is looking up this year. We might earn a bit more. Another notification chimed, Alipay deposit of 18 yuan, followed by Alipay deposit of 215 yuan, and Alipay deposit of 11 yuan. As evening approached, the fruit shop experienced a surge in customers, resulting in a continuous stream of notifications. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Suyi offered a brief explanation. "Apologies, I operate a fruit shop at school, and it tends to get busy at this hour. I'll lower the volume. Please continue." "But the economy is better this year. Perhaps my father will earn a bit more," Li Jufeng continued, unfazed. Notifications continued to ping. Alipay deposit of 95 yuan. Alipay deposit of 30 yuan. Alipay deposit of 14 yuan. Li Jufeng persisted. "My father might expand the company next year." More notifications. Alipay deposit of 52 yuan. Alipay deposit of 9 yuan. Suddenly, with a loud clap on the table, Li Jufeng interrupted. Zhang Ruowei inquired, "What was that for?" With a solemn expression, Li Jufeng replied, "Nothing, just a mosquito. Please continue your meal." Alipay deposit of 8 yuan. Alipay deposit of 19 yuan. Throughout the half-hour meal, Suyi's phone incessantly chimed, and the previously loquacious Li Junfeng fell silent. Suyi maintained a calm demeanor, persistently savoring his meal, while occasionally serving Chun Qingqing some dishes. Once they were both satisfied, Suyi retrieved a tissue from his pocket, gently tapping Chun Qingqing under the table, before casting her a glance that seemed to whisper, "Please cooperate. Let us complete this act." After a moment's hesitation, Chun Qingqing decided to indulge this foolish boy just this once. Thus, as Suyi lifted the tissue to her lips, she willingly allowed him to wipe her mouth. With tenderness, Suyi inquired, "Are you full?" He then stood up, grasping her hand, and addressed Li Jufeng. "Thank you for treating us tonight. We shall take our leave now." Li Jufeng awkwardly smiled and nodded, watching as the four girls followed Suyi out. Chapter 83. It's all your fault. The elevator doors opened and closed once more, and in that fleeting moment, laughter erupted among the occupants. "Suyi, you are too much," one exclaimed. Indeed, Li Junfeng's face turned quite pale. "But did you really open a fruit shop?" Suyi generously admitted, "Yes, I opened it last week. Otherwise, I would have come by then." Zhang Ruowei chimed in, "You didn't come last week, and our Qingqing was utterly distracted in the dormitory, thinking of you daily." "I did not," Chun Qingqing retorted, her face flushed as she hastily defended herself. "You say otherwise," Zhang Ruowei teased, "watching you two in the booth earlier. You look like an old married couple." Hearing such embarrassing remarks, Chun Qingqing instantly regretted her earlier compliance with Suyi in the booth. She shot him a fierce glare, seemingly unsatisfied, and then playfully pinched his waist. Suyi stifled a sound. As the five departed the shopping mall and returned to campus, Zhang Ruowei astutely suggested, "Jiang Yu. XINE, let us retreat to the dormitory. We've been mere third wheels all day. It's time to let them enjoy their romantic world. Goodbye, handsome. Farewell." As soon as Zhang Ruowei, Jiang Yu, and Shin Sini left, Chun Qingqing turned to Suyi with a fierce expression and declared, "It's all your fault." Suyi, unperturbed, replied, Yes, yes, it's my fault. But if there is a next time, I will certainly act the same way. There won't be a next time. I shall not allow you to hold my hand again. It will not be up to you, she shot back. What did you say? Nothing, nothing. Go away. I do not wish to talk to you now. After saying this, Chen Qingqing turned away, but Su Yi circled back in front of her and remarked, I did not expect you to understand my intentions just now. I thought you would not cooperate. Chen Qingqing pouted, if you dare to speak of this, you will be in serious trouble. Rest assured, I will keep it a secret. Since we just finished eating, shall we take a stroll? I do not wish to walk. Then I shall carry you. With an indignant huff, Chen Qingqing marched ahead, while Su Yi smirked and quickly followed her. Behind the He El Ting concert hall of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music lies a grove, a favored spot for many students who enjoy taking a stroll after their meals. Given its musical ambience, it is not uncommon to encounter students either practicing their instruments or seated on stone benches and grassy lawns, immersed in melodies. As two individuals meander through this serene setting, Su Yi softly remarks, I will be returning tomorrow afternoon. If I plan to come again, I will inform you in advance on Friday evening. All right, she replies. I serve as both class monitor and owner of a fruit shop at school. So if I become busy, it will be challenging for me to visit every week. You can join Zhang Ruowei and the others for outings on Saturdays and Sundays. But it is advisable not to venture out alone. Chen Qingqing interjects, I certainly wouldn't go out by myself. She continues, if you truly wish to see me, just send me a message. No matter how significant the matter, I will make my way to you. Chen Qingqing, hesitant to decline, yet too bashful to agree, lapses into silence. After a lengthy pause, she finally inquires, is it really only a 40-minute drive from your school? Yes, provided there is no traffic, Su Yi responds. Curiosity piqued. What prompts your question? Just curious, she replies. As the campus lights illuminate the surroundings, Su Yi escorts Chen Qingqing to her dormitory before returning alone to his hotel. Upon her return, Chen Qingqing sits in her designated spot, lost in thought. Before turning to ask, Ruowei, do you know how much it costs to buy a car? Zhang Ruowei casually responds, it depends on what type of car you want. A budget-friendly one could cost several thousand, while a decent one might be around 100,000. A nicer model could be 200 to 300,000. And anything over $1 million typically falls into the luxury category. Shinsini, intrigued, asks, what makes you ask that? Zhang Ruowei counters, indeed, why are you asking? Just nothing. Chen Qingqing shakes her head and pulls out her phone to check her bank balance. Upon discovering that she has only tens of thousands in her account, she calculates that if she saves 3,000 a month, it would take nearly 3 years to accumulate 100,000. A sense of discontent washes over her. Conversely, Chen Hansong is even more troubled. As a father, he yearns to understand how his daughter is faring in her studies, whether she has acclimated to the cafeteria food, how she is managing the bunk beds, and if she gets along well with her classmates. Yet, each time he inquires, Chen Qingqing's responses are consistently vague. It's fine, average, manageable, or she may simply not reply at all. Today, Chen Hansong could no longer contain his concerns. After finishing work at the bank, he drove directly to Hongye Mountain Villa and stood at the entrance, pressing the doorbell. Half a minute later, Jiang Milin opened the door. Upon seeing Chen Hansong, she coldly remarked, what brings you here? Jiang Milin, how is our daughter faring at school? Every time I message her, she only gives me vague responses. Do you have any idea how worried I am? Jiang Milin reassures him, rest assured, she is doing quite well at school. How can you be so certain? He presses. She is my daughter, Jiang Milin responds. Chen Hansong immediately retorts, don't feign ignorance. Qingqing's attitude toward both of us is quite similar. Would she confide so much to you? Jiang Milin remarked, she won't tell me, but someone will. I know her 3 roommates are Zhang Ruowei, Jiang Yu, and Shin Sini. Are you aware of this? I also know that after her military training, she spent her first weekend at the Bund and the Oriental Pearl Tower. Did you know that? Additionally, I am aware she visited Yu Yuan Garden and Cho Wang Temple in the Magical City today. Did you know? Who informed you? Chen Hasong suddenly interjected with excitement. Don't tell me it was that rascal Su Yi. Jiang Milin chuckled. Indeed, it was him. Jiang Milin. Oh Jiang Milin, what are you truly thinking? It's one thing for Chen Qingqing to be Navi, but you too? Can Su Yi be trusted? If he cannot be relied upon, can you? Chen Hansong found himself at a loss for words. Reclining against the sofa, Jiang Milin crossed her legs and coldly remarked, I am unafraid to tell you. I believe Su Yi is quite exceptional. He surpasses most boys I have encountered. If, hypothetically, Qingqing were to develop feelings for him, I would support their relationship. You must be out of your mind. Just as Chen Ha-song finished his sentence, Jiang Meilin's phone rang. It was Chen Qingqing calling. Jiang Meilin showed it to Chen Ha-song, who immediately fell silent and sat beside her. Hello, Qingqing. I am short on living expenses. Jiang Meilin paused, furrowing her brow. Isn't 5,000 a month sufficient? Chen Qingqing remained silent. Jiang Meilin inquired, is there something you wish to purchase? You can talk to your mother. I can help you. I want to buy a car. Huh? Chapter 84. My daughter is not infatuated with love. It seemed Chen Qingqing realized she had let something slip and quickly hung up the phone. Both Chen Ha-song and Jiang Meilin were taken aback. Buy a car? What car? Chen Qingqing hasn't even obtained her driver's license. What does she need a car for? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Meilin's eyes widened in realization. Could it be she intends to buy a car for Suyi? What are you saying? My daughter is not infatuated with love. But what? But at the beginning of the month, she asked me to purchase 2 iPhones, one of which she gifted to Suyi. What did you say? Chen Han-song exploded with rage. It's one thing for him not to spend money on my daughter, but now he has her spending on him? Jiang Meilin ignored him and sent a message to Suyi via WeChat. Jiang Meilin. Suyi, are you there? Suyi, just returned to the hotel. What's up? Jiang Meilin. Qingqing just called me, saying she wants to buy a car. Do you know what is going on? Suyi, a car? Jiang Meilin. You're not aware? Suyi. I had no idea. Suyi. No wonder she asked this evening how long it takes to drive from my school to hers. Suyi. Auntie. Please don't listen to her. I will buy a car myself once I earn enough money. Jiang Meilin. How long does it take you to get to Qingqing's school by subway? Suyi. An hour and a half. Jiang Meilin. Are you driving? Suyi. It will take 40 minutes. Suyu. Andy, distance is not an issue. I have opened a fruit shop at school and the business is quite good. Once I save enough money, I will buy myself a car. Jiang Meilin. I understand. Auntie. Make sure to rest early. Suyu. All right. Chen Ha-song, filled with ire, thought, is Qingqing really going to buy him a car? What kind of enchantment has this boy cast on our daughter? Do you have something to attend to? Have you eaten yet? No. Just wait. I will stir-fry a dish. No need to trouble yourself. Whatever you had for dinner is fine by me. Jiang Meilin ignored Chen Ha-song and walked into the kitchen, preparing a plate of stir-fried potatoes with ginger for her ex-husband. 5 minutes later, the dish was ready. Chen Ha-song, not treating himself as an outsider, served himself a bowl of rice and sat down at the table, picking up some potato strips for a taste. After chewing a couple of times, his expression changed. Jiang Meilin coldly stated, you must finish what I've cooked. Otherwise, don't come over so frequently in the future. Chen Han-song felt a sense of helplessness. On a weekend afternoon, Suyi and Chen Qingqing sat across from each other at the dining table. After discussing trivial gossip, Suyi directly broached the subject. Did you mention buying a car to your mother last night? Chen Qingqing froze momentarily. In a hushed and hurried tone, she replied, I was just talking nonsense. Suyi said, don't let your little mind wander. These are not matters for you to consider. You must think from your parents' perspective. After all, we have only known each other for a short while. Even a mobile phone is quite precious. Even if you were to buy a car, I wouldn't want it. Chen Qingqing lowered her head in defense. I never said it was for you. Then why buy a car? You don't even have a driver's license. Can't I have you as my chauffeur? Suyi smiled. No rush. There is plenty of time. After next week's classes, the National Day holiday begins. Are you planning to return home? Chen Qingqing was unsure how to respond. Suyi, with a smile, asked, are you wondering if I'm going back? If I do, you will too. If I don't, you won't. Chen Qingqing wrinkled her nose. You know yet still ask. Suyi, then let us go back together. I didn't bring any winter clothes for the new semester. After October, the temperature will start to drop. I will buy the tickets for both going back and coming back. I have no classes on the afternoon of the 30th. So I'll come to find you. Oh. Chen Qingqing had a moderate appetite, stopping after half a bowl. Noticing Suyu seemed quite hungry, she glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then discreetly placed the uneaten ribs from her bowl into Suyu's. Quickly looking down to feign interest in her phone, Suyu returned to school at 3:30 in the afternoon. At the fruit shop, his 3 roommates and Su Weiniing were present. Hey, the big boss has finally returned. Why do you look so exhausted after just 2 days? Were you drained by someone? Get lost. Suyu rolled his eyes and retorted, you try sitting in a car for an hour and a half, and see how fatigued you feel. Zhang Xinjiao then shifted the conversation to serious matters, stating, it seems that Kongyuan fruit store is struggling. They just revised their promotional activity from a 30 discount to a 20 discount, and the offer of 5 yuan off purchases over 50 has also been cancelled. I mentioned that engaging in a price war is detrimental to both parties. Their business will surely not surpass ours, but I anticipate that starting this week, they will attempt to emulate our marketing strategies. While we broaden our customer outreach, we must also cultivate purchasing habits among our patrons. How shall we achieve that? Su pondered. Let us engage more in our group chat, occasionally sending small red envelopes to enhance interaction. Zhang Xinjiao chuckled. That sounds like your responsibility. You are the star now. Su Yi nodded. Leave this to me. You all just need to handle the deliveries. By 9 o'clock that evening, Su Weiying had already left for the dormitory, and Li Tongwen took over her position, while Zhang Xinjiao and Yang Fei rode their little donkey to make deliveries. They remained busy until 10:40, when Yi finally pulled down the rolling shutter and returned to the dormitory with his 3 roommates. The next morning, before class commenced, the counselor summoned Yi to the office, handing him a form while succinctly stating 2 matters. After this week's classes, we will have a National Day holiday. Please tally how many students will be going home and have them fill in their mode of transportation. I will also send you an electronic version of the form shortly. Understood. I will have it ready by 6 this evening. There's no rush. Just submit it to me by Friday. The second matter is the collection of class fees. Each person should contribute 50 yuan. This money will be used for future activities, and if there are any surpluses, we want to collect again next year. Please communicate this clearly to your classmates. Got it. All right. Class is about to start. You may return to the classroom. Su Yi nodded and made his way back. While waiting for the teacher to arrive, he stepped onto the podium and said, Everyone, may I have your attention for a moment? I have 2 announcements. Firstly, we need everyone to fill out the National Day holiday travel form. If you have purchased tickets, please indicate your train schedule if you are not returning home. Simply note that. However, please prioritize safety during the holiday. Secondly, regarding the collection of class fees, the counselor instructed me to collect 50 yuan from each person. This will primarily fund our upcoming class activities, and any excess will mean no collection next year. Please hand it to me collectively. Payment can be made via WeChat, Alipay, or cash, but remember to note your name. Is everyone clear on that? Yes. Noticing that Li Tongwen remained silent, Su Yi approached him after stepping down from the podium and quietly asked, You need not pay me. I can deduct it directly from your salary. Is that acceptable? Li Tongwen nodded in agreement. Su Yi returned to the last row with a smile and discreetly sent a message to Chen Qingqing. Su Yi, last night, I dreamt of you. Sitting in the classroom, Chen Qingqing, upon receiving Su Ye's message, found herself momentarily distracted. After the first class ended in a haze, Chen Qingqing soon inquired, What did you dream about? Su Yi replied, Guess. Chen Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and the second class passed by as she was lost in thought. Chapter 85. Our progress. Chen Qingqing declared, You are not allowed to message me during class anymore. Su Yi asked, Why? She retorted, No reason. Su Yi conceded, All right. I understand, but I truly dreamed about you last night. Chen Qingqing replied, I'm ignoring you. She huffed. As they walked toward the cafeteria, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Chen Qingqing's last message. Yang Fei, hearing the laughter, turned to Su Yi and remarked, Su Yi, your laughter is quite creepy. Su Yi shot back, You're the one who is creepy without laughing. You know it. After lunch at the cafeteria with Zhang Xinjiao, Li Tongwen, and Yang Fei, Su Yi returned directly to the dormitory with Zhang Xinjiao and Yang Fei following him, while Li Tongwen headed to the store. The store would not be busy during lunchtime, and with Li Tongwen and Su Weiying there, it was more than sufficient. Since Su Yi did not purchase a laptop, upon returning to the dormitory, he commandeered Zhang Xinjiao's space and began filling out the travel plans for the National Day holiday. Once completed, he turned his attention to calculating the class funds. In truth, apart from Li Tongwen, most of their classmates came from relatively affluent backgrounds, with many parents working in the financial sector, which allowed their children to pursue this major. Those like Li Tongwen were indeed the exception. After tallying the total, Su Yi realized all the money had been collected, so he reclined on the upper bunk for a nap. Before afternoon classes, Su Yi sought out Su Tong, presenting her with the collected class funds and the holiday travel plan. Surprised by Su Ye's speed, Su Tong handed him 50 yuan, saying, The brooms and trash bins in the class are quite worn out. Use this 50 yuan to buy a few new brooms and bins. Then she produced 500 yuan and said, Keep this 500 yuan as well, if there is any need for funds in the class. You can decide how to use it, but every expenditure must be transparent and accounted for. Understood, Su Yi replied. He returned to the classroom, and after completing a class, he approached Zhang Yang. Confused, Zhang Yang asked. What's up? Su Yi handed him the 50 yuan, stating, this is for the class funds. Zhang Yang, perplexed, responded, why are you giving me the class funds? He continued, the brooms and bins in the classroom are of no use. Use this money to buy a few new ones. You know I'm busy, and you're the class representative, so consider it a contribution to the class. Zhang Yang seemed dismissive of such a small amount, scoffing. Do we really need to dip into class funds for this little sum? That is unnecessary. You keep it. No, listen to me, Su Yi insisted, stepping closer and placing a hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder. He said softly, if you want to take this money, how can I? If I don't take it, how will the counselor? And if the counselor doesn't take it, how can we make progress? Su Yi directly thrust 50 yuan into Zhang Yang's hand, saying, I beg you. Zhang Yang clutched the 50 yuan, feeling a haze clouding his mind. The second period dragged on even longer than the first. And as soon as the bell rang, the students in the class were eager to leave. However, no sooner had the teacher departed than a group of sharply dressed individuals approached the classroom door. A familiar figure entered. Who was the class monitor? Su Yi recognized him. He was Tang Ping, a senior from Wang Shiyu's high school days, now the head of the student union's arts department. Hearing the question, Su Yi stepped forward and inquired, is there something you need? You must be the class monitor. We would like to promote the student union in your class. It will only take about 10 minutes. Could you please have your classmates sit down? Su Yi had no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement. He then walked to the podium to reassure his classmates to take their seats, allowing the student union representatives to begin their presentation. The more prestigious the school, the more influential the student union. The presidents of the student unions at Tsinghua and Peking universities often take turns serving as the National Student Federation president. Although they do not hold any administrative rank, they are typically regarded as equivalent to a department-level official during events. Yet, this status applies solely to the presidents of these two universities. For student unions at places like the School of Finance, once outside the campus, they would garner little attention. So you had no interest in the student union whatsoever. Becoming the class monitor had already been an unexpected turn of events, and he had no desire to entangle himself further in the union. After the head of the student union's publicity department concluded his speech, the classmates returned to their dorms. Su Yi was just about to head to the fruit shop when Tang Ping caught up with him again. Su Yi, wait a moment. Is there anything else? Would you be interested in joining our student union? Su Yi quickly fabricated an excuse, saying, Senior Tang, you know I'm the class monitor of Finance Class 1. And I also run a fruit shop at the snack street. I barely have enough time as it is. Tang Peng was undeterred. Someone like you could easily become a deputy head if you endure until your sophomore year. Would you reconsider? Sorry, I truly don't have the time. Very well, I want to press the issue. Goodbye. Goodbye. As he watched Tang Ping depart. So you couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Why would I abandon being a successful business owner to toil away as a deputy head in the student union during my sophomore year? Who does he think he is? The week passed swiftly, and before long, it was the 30th. After completing his morning classes, Su Yi called Qin Jiwei to arrange for them to take the high-speed train home that evening. After hanging up, Su Yi and Zhang Xinju each rode a small bike. Transporting Yang Fei and Li Teng went to the shop to unload a truckload of fruit just delivered by Qin Jianjun, before returning to the dormitory to pack. So you said to Li Teng, I will transfer your salary for the past half-month directly to your WeChat shortly. Tomorrow is National Day. And I noticed on your return form that you will not be going home. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I will calculate your salary for the 7 days of National Day at double the rate. Li Tengwen hurriedly replied, there's no need for that. I'm not going home anyway. Su Yi insisted, just listen to me. Those who work in the office receive triple pay. Noticing Su Ye's firm attitude, Li Tengwen chose not to argue further. After discussing a few matters, Su Yi hurried back to his dormitory to pack his luggage. He had only a couple of garments, his wallet, and a phone charger. Once finished, Su Yi set off for Suwei District. After a smooth rendezvous with Chen Qingqing, the two proceeded to the station to meet Qin Jiwei. From a distance, Qin Jiwei spotted Su Yi and Chen Qingqing, who were laughing and chatting. Reflecting on his solitary state, he suddenly felt that his university life was rather dismal. Wei Ge, why did you arrive so late? He asked. I went to pick up Qingqing. Let us go. They are probably close to checking tickets. The three collected their tickets and entered the station. It wasn't long before they boarded the high-speed train. Su Yi recalled the instructor's instructions, opened the class group chat, and tagged everyone. Remember to send a message in the group once you arrive home safely. Also, be cautious during the 7 days of National Day and do not fall for scams. Repeat the group rules after me. Gambling leads to family ruin. Drugs lead to the destruction of households. Adult content is permissible. With Saixia, Qinyu, Gaobohai, Zhao Xiaoyi, Jiabing, Sutong. Chapter 86. Your beloved precious son has returned as was her custom. Chen Qingqing closed her eyes and fell asleep as soon as she boarded the train. Su Yi, seated in the middle, perused stock market information. Upon discovering that his portfolio had yielded over 50 returns, he transferred all the profits from the fruit store into his securities account and purchased a new stock. Qin Jue played a game for a while but soon found it uninteresting. He set down his phone and turned to Su Yi, asking, I have a question for you. If I were to encounter a girl I like, how should I pursue her? Acknowledging his own limitations, Qin Jue approached the topic with sincere humility. Su Yi replied earnestly, do not rush into a relationship. Why not? First, observe how her friends are. Perhaps her friends are more attractive. Qin Jue took a deep breath. I am being serious here. Su Yi adjusted his tone and said, if you find someone you like, indeed, do not rush to pursue her. You should first attempt to understand her. Understand what? One must at least comprehend the essence of her character, her personality, her interests, her emotional stability, and most critically, whether she is genuine. It is possible that, in your eyes, she appears to be an innocent young lady, yet she may harbor a different persona beneath the surface. Qin Jue found some merit in this observation and inquired further, what comes after understanding her? Then you may commence your pursuit, Su Yi replied. There are various approaches to wooing a woman. For someone like me, who possesses the ability to adapt, it may come naturally. But for you, who is rather naive, there exists a more straightforward method. What method? Qin Jue asked. Sincerity, Su Yi affirmed. Indeed, sincerity is an unparalleled trump card. If she harbors even the slightest interest in you, your genuine demeanor could grant you an opportunity. However, should you be sincere yet still receive no acknowledgement, I advise you to relinquish your pursuit. Qin Jue pondered this and pressed on. How can one demonstrate their sincerity? Su Yi responded. First and foremost, be candid. Present yourself as you truly are. Do not deceive or disguise yourself merely to create a favorable impression. Secondly, learn to listen and show genuine concern, providing her with everything she may require. Lastly, actions speak louder than words. Mere flattery is futile. You must follow through on your promises. At this juncture, Su Yi recalled Qin Jue's experiences post-marriage and added, furthermore, if you find yourself enamored with a woman whose surname is Chao, I strongly advise against pursuing her or engaging in any relationship. Why is that? Qin Jue queried, perplexed. Su Yi cryptically replied, I have calculated that if you were to marry a woman with the surname Chao, you would find yourself betrayed in the following year. Qin Jue rolled his eyes and gestured a middle finger at Su Yi. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the high-speed train finally arrived at its destination. Su Yi had already messaged Jiang Malin in advance. Upon exiting the station, he spotted her business vehicle. After assisting Chen Qingqing into the car, he intended to call for a separate ride back with Qin Jue. However, Jiang Malin beckoned. Why don't you both join me in the car? It's quite late. I can take you home. That would be troublesome, Auntie. Not at all. Su Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Jue, and the two of them climbed into the vehicle. Jiang Malin, aware of Su Ye's residence, drove directly to his neighborhood after they settled in. Approximately 20 minutes later, the car halted at the entrance of the community. Su Yi and Qin Jue disembarked, and Jiang Malin rolled down the window, smiling as she addressed Su Yi. Xiao Su, do drop by my home sometime. Certainly, Auntie. Although Chen Qingqing had not referred to Jiang Malin as mother, Qin Jue could discern their familial bond. Having learned of Su Yi and Chen Qingqing's romantic involvement, he had already felt a twinge of envy. Witnessing the jovial interaction between Su Yi and Chen Qingqing's mother only intensified that sentiment. My girlfriend has yet to settle down, and you have already managed to win over the mother-in-law? Tomorrow, I shall rest at home, and the day after, we shall meet again. So, we parted ways, each returning home. Su Yi, with a messenger bag slung over his shoulder, arrived at his doorstep with ease. He knocked on the door, and a rustling sound came from within. After a moment's wait, the door finally creaked open, revealing Lao Su's head peering out, his expression one of surprise. Son, why are you back so late? Why did it take you so long to open the door? You and your mother aren't planning to give me a brother or sister, are you? The big one hasn't been retired yet. I hope you're not considering raising a little one. Little rascal, how dare you speak such nonsense? Came Zhang Hong's voice from the bedroom. Lao Su, who has arrived? Your beloved son has returned. Just a few seconds later, Zhang Hong emerged from the bedroom, putting on her shoes. Upon seeing Su Yi, she chided him with a smile. Why didn't you let us know you were coming home today? After her reprimand, she stepped forward, concerned. Have you eaten? Not yet. Then go wash up. I'll prepare a bowl of noodles for you. Suyi nodded and entered the bathroom, taking a warm shower. When he emerged, Zhang Hong had already cooked the noodles. Lao Su, pour a bit of sesame oil and bring the noodles to your son. P.S. Not without hands. Stop the chatter. Lao Su was well aware that in his wife's eyes, their son's status had gradually surpassed his own. However, he felt no discontent with this shift, after all. As an old couple, they would rely on their son for support in their twilight years. They often regretted not having another child, as that might alleviate some of their son's future burdens. In this day and age, with so many only children, if their son were to marry an only daughter, it would mean the young couple would have to care for 4 elderly parents. Whenever the couple broached this topic, Zhang Hong would invariably say, when we grow old, let us move into a nursing home together. We don't want to add to our son's troubles. The love that most parents of this generation have for their sons is remarkably selfless. Lao Su placed the bowl of noodles before Su Yi and handed him chopsticks, saying, eat while it's hot, and make sure to get some rest afterward. Lao Su, could you be a bit more polite to the class monitor? Class monitor? Who asked that? Me. Lao Su furrowed his brow, realizing, you've become the class monitor in college? Yes. Oh, come on. I know your capabilities well. How could you possibly be the class monitor? So he took out his phone, opened the class group chat, and handed it to Lao Su. Zhang Hong hurried over at the sound. In the group chat, someone had just tagged Su Yi, announcing they had safely arrived home. The couple perused the messages with a sense of disbelief. Son, how did you become the class monitor? I don't know. The class monitor was elected through voting. And I received over 40 votes. I didn't want the role, but I had no choice. The couple exchanged knowing smiles, understanding everything without the need for words. Just as Su Yi picked up his chopsticks, ready to indulge in his noodles, Zhang Hong suddenly inquired, son, where did you acquire this Apple phone? Without hesitation, Su Yi replied, it was a gift from my girlfriend.